commonplace journey through time, an eerie assault unfolds, ensnaring fate in an infinite loop. I am but an ordinary traveler upon my arrival in this world. I possessed nothing. You may label me a fool, yet I am merely a wretched insect, a wanderer yearning for home. There is no heroine, no dull-witted antagonist, no saintly figures, nor any usurpation of the protagonist's destiny. Chapter 1. The Authority of Deception and Interconnection. Tick-tock. The clock in a museum incessantly chimed, as if its distant tolls traversed the boundless corridors of time. The primordial essence of a mysterious realm stirred restlessly in slumber, inadvertently shedding a mask that vanished through a fractured space-time portal. Within the Guging Museum.y, she opened a tome imbued with the weight of ages. A former curator, named Ashak, once claimed that this book contained the original of the renowned Book of the Dead. Yet, as she perused its pages, he found nothing extraordinary about it. There was no hint of madness, nor did it resemble the legendary parchment. The book felt more refined than parchment, yet it was certainly not made of it. As a librarian, Yishi had encountered many such texts. Could it truly summon those nameless entities? Call Azathoth. Tell me, call Azathoth about Azathoth. Why Yishi gazed at the incantation within the book, unconsciously reciting it, a familiar sensation washing over him, as if he had chanted it long ago. The night sky above was magnificent and vast. It had been ages since the smog-choked city had seen such a sight. Essay curator at the Guging Museum, Yishi spent his days organizing ancient manuscripts, often indulging in leisurely reading under the guise of work. While engrossed in his reading, the library's space fragmented constellations danced across the ceiling. In a colossal eye observed him, as if countless tendrils descended from. Above in an instant, the others in the library vanished. A mask seemed to transcend all barriers, swiftly embedding itself within Yishi, who was lost in thought over the book. His final consciousness before collapsing was the realization that his leisurely moment would soon be discovered. A thick fog enveloped the space. The only other being within this realm slowly rose from the ground. "Where's this?" Yishi, bewildered, surveyed the endless white surrounding him as he struggled to his feet. Wasn't I merely organizing books in the library? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his hand that he looked down to see a bizarre mask pattern imprinted upon it, as if seared into the depths of his soul, manifesting an unsettling sensation akin to a replacement of his very essence. With great difficulty, Yishi took his first step, his body feeling as though it were disassembled, devoid of strength. The fog pursued him, visibility reduced to mere inches. The eerie mask pattern seemed to gnaw at his soul. Yet amidst this erosion, he felt an overwhelming sense of omniscience, the power to manipulate destiny. However, he swiftly suppressed this emotion. He was merely an ordinary individual, devoid of any desire to control fate. After some time, Yishi halted, the blinding fog inducing a vertiginous sensation, compounded by the mass that incessantly sought to usurp his essence, driving him to the brink of madness. All he could see was the white mist, the only sound his own breath echoing in the enclosed yet vast space. Breathing became increasingly laborious, his sanity eroded by the tempestuous emotions within. Eventually, Yishi sensed the fog beginning to dissipate. The mask appeared to have vanished, leaving him intoxicated by the remnants of that omnipotent ability. Yet, the void left in its absence tormented him. As the mist gradually lifted, the surroundings materialized into an infinite darkness, which soon faded into nothingness. Suddenly, he felt himself plummeting, the concept of time and space thinning with each freefall. Time and again, he succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to comprehend the bizarre nature of his predicament. "Hey, young man, are you awake?" A voice someone was speaking. Whose voice? It mattered not. It was the only sound he had heard through the endless ages. He needed to open his eyes. Yishi struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, eager to discover the source of the voice. He could not recall the last time he had heard anything at all. Where am I? What is this place? At last, Yishi opened his eyes to reveal a dilapidated room, reminiscent of 1980s decor far removed from the familiar white mist. Ah, young man, you're finally awake. This is the Paper Village Inn. A few lumberjacks spotted you lodged in a tree while they were in the mountains and were quite frightened. They exerted considerable effort to rescue you. Haha. The elderly man animatedly recounted the scene of Yi she trapped in a tree, oblivious to the bewildered expression on Yi's eyes face. He assumed the young man was simply struggling to comprehend the situation after all. He had lived in this village long enough to witness countless peculiar events. Rest a bit, young man. We've called for emergency help, but our location is rather remote, so it may take a few hours. We'll take you to a hospital in the city to check your condition. Just relax for now. The old man inhaled a deep puff of his tobacco, then trembled as he exited the room. Outside, a cacophony of voices erupted that why Ishi caught snippets of conversation mounting gods, offerings, and police reports. He was utterly perplexed. After finally encountering another human being, he found himself in such a strange place. What had transpired to him? He quickly scanned the room, spotting a mirror by the window. Yishi hastily climbed off the bed and rushed to the mirror. Fortunately, my appearance remains unchanged. However, aside from discovering a crystal-like object in his pocket, he possessed nothing else. His surroundings were utterly barren. He scrutinized the crystal in his hand, its surface appearing to shimmer with swirling stars. Crack. Crack. It was as if something had shattered within his mind. This time, the mass did not manifest in his hand, but instead emerged in his consciousness. Half laughing, half crying, mocking his eyes' helplessness, that why Ishi remained unaware of the mask's true purpose. Yet it was merging with him, replacing his very essence. At that moment, the doorknob turned. He quickly stowed the crystal in his pocket, momentarily disregarding the mask in his mind. Feeling somewhat anxious, given that he was currently a patient, he turned to face the person entering the room. It was not the elderly man, but rather a bearded, middle-aged man. The newcomer seemed indifferent to Yi's eyes' wandering presence. "What is your name?" "The police are asking for it to check for any missing persons. There seems to be an issue with the ambulance. It may not arrive today." "Young man, you might have to stay with us for another day." Why Ishi regarded the man thoughtfully before deciding to share some information. "Sir, my name is Ishi. I am a senior student from Gujing University, currently interning at the Gujing Museum." Why Ishi observed the middle-aged man's movements, reminiscent of rusted machinery, sending shivers down his spine. Gripping the crystal in his hand, he felt compelled to venture outside and ascertain the situation. He had just scrutinized the man's expression, which suggested an unfamiliarity with the ancient capital, an inconceivable notion for any well-informed individual. He had recently secured a position at the museum, a role that promised a life of stability. Little did he anticipate the unfolding of such bizarre events. Fortunately, he lacked close family ties. Otherwise, someone might be fretting over his sudden disappearance. The inn was rather austere, furnished with a collection of worn tables and chairs, its walls cluttered with an array of posters and old newspapers. The individuals who had been conversing moments ago had vanished, likely driven away by the middle-aged man's abrupt dispersal. Chapter 2. The eerie village. At the entrance of the inn lies an endless expanse of fields, peculiarly divided. One half is adorned with golden rice ears, while the other half is freshly planted seedlings, as if they belong to two distinct realms of time. Everything here seems hauntingly familiar to Yishi. Rolling hills encircle the village, and the air carries the briny scent of damp earth following a rain. Yet the sky above is devoid of clouds, betraying no signs of recent precipitation. Each home showcases nets tangled into balls and stalks of bellflower. This village is named Paper Village. Could it be that they have long adhered to the ancient art of papermaking? Indeed, Yishi's suspicions are confirmed. A mewing sound echoes from behind, reminiscent of a kitten, said to be somewhat akin to the cries of human infants. As Yishi traverses the narrow alley, he is met with a structure that appears to be an ancestral hall. The houses in this village are scattered, suggesting a modest population of merely a few dozen families, all encircling the village's central ancestral hall. As Yishi wanders towards the back of the hall, the mewing grows increasingly distinct, yet it begins to sound less like a cat. Upon emerging from the alley, Yishi is taken aback by the scene before him. This is no cat at all. No wonder the sound bore such a resemblance to an infant's cry. Yishi knows he must quell his anxiety. This world is foreign to him, and nothing is as it should be. "Young man, how did you come out of the inn? Are you feeling better?" An elderly voice inquires from behind. "Oh, it's the village chief you mentioned. It's been ages since anyone visited our village." The last time was Yishi gazes at the mechanized demeanor of the elderly man, his heart tightening. Surely, nothing bizarre is about to unfold. Hastily, he shifts the topic, pondering the nature of his arrival in this strange place. Why is it him? He is but an ordinary person. Why must it be him despite the turmoil within? Yishi maintains a composed facade, saying, "Sir, please calm your child. It seems he is about to cry." Instantly, the elder transitions from his robotic state to a gentle caregiver. There, don't cry now," he coos, cradling the creature tenderly as he walks. Yishi gazes at the kitten in the elder's arms, opening his mouth, yet finding no words to speak. A sudden realization dawns upon Yishi. This phenomenon is akin to grafting, and he too possesses the ability. The mask upon his face emanates an eerie glow. Yishi directs the power of grafting towards the kitten, and in an instant, the surrounding reality seems to spiral into chaos, rippling with disarray. When he next opens his eyes, the cat is now behind the ancestral hall. Everything appears normal again, though a wisp of black mist begins to coil around Yishi's vision. What connection does the mask have with this village? Why have I awakened here? Could it all merely be a figment of my imagination? A dream? The familiar sights remind him of the books he often peruses at the museum. Clarity flickers in his mind, yet the black mist thickens. Young man. Would you care for a fortune-telling? I am the sage of this village. The sudden apparition chuckles, his ragged attire reeking of decay. Yishi pays little heed to the fortune-teller's words, recognizing him as a mere construct of his imagination. Can I truly possess omniscience here? Yishi finds himself relishing this sensation, contemplating the establishment of a world of his own to become the omnipotent creator. No, a sliver of lucidity remains in Yishi's mind. This is all an illusion. Just then, the sky darkens abruptly. Young man, there you are. We searched for you for ages, thinking you had wandered off to the back mountains. Yishi regards the approaching figures with cold detachment, confident that they are merely figments of his creation. The black mist oozes from his eyes, slowly crafting a mask upon his face. His inner desires swell, granting him the capacity to effortlessly create and obliterate. Thus, let them vanish. He muses inwardly, envisioning a desolate village devoid of life. The figures before him dissipate like mist. But as the air distorts, he finds himself uncontrollably fainting once more. Ah, young man, you've finally awoken. This is the Paper Village Inn. A few lumberjacks found you trapped in a tree and were quite startled. The familiar scene unfolds once again, yet Yishi remains unfazed. He touches the mask upon his face, wishing to remove it, but a surge of pain halts him. It hurts too much. He needs to reach a hospital. Surely, this strange ailment can be treated there. As Yishi bemoans his plight, the sound of an ambulance blares in the distance. Ah, the ambulance has arrived. Speak of your troubles inside. Life is of utmost importance. Let us get the young man checked at the hospital. With a greeting to the elder, a group of strong young men rushes in. Yishi perceives the illogical nature of the unfolding hallucination, his thoughts spiraling as he increasingly loses sight of the mask on his face. Come, let us carry the young man onto the stretcher. Be careful not to drop him. Quickly, to the city hospital. No mishaps allowed. They wish to take him away. Once outside, he would lose his omniscient powers. The eyes behind the mask blaze with a crimson light. I absolutely refuse. In that moment, the power of grafting ignites, distorting time. As long as he reaches the village entrance, time will reset, and he will never lose this power. Yishi laughs maniacally, white mist swirling around him as an ornate robe begins to take shape around his form. Chapter 3. Uniqueness Transcended. Who is the protagonist? As the village's young men swiftly placed him onto the ambulance, it felt as though they were sending away a harbinger of doom. Inside the ambulance, there was no one. The layout resembled that of a coffin transport, long and narrow, with a central groove that seemed designed for a casket. However, at that moment, Yishi had no inclination to concern himself with such trivialities, for he was acutely aware that escape was impossible. He had already invoked his power to seal the village. Indeed, as the vehicle approached the village's entrance, a stone tumbled down the mountainside, its blood-stained inscription reading death before rebirth. The ambulance was obstructed by the stone, and within it, Yishi smirked disdainfully. Here, he was the sovereign. Just then, a glimmer emanated from the crystal in his pocket, shining like a beacon in the night. Could this be fate? Yishi's gaze sharpened with clarity. He summoned every ounce of strength within him, and at last, the mask fell away. I refuse to become that kind of person. Yet, upon the mask's descent, Yishi's face remained shrouded in a veil of darkness. He felt his life waning. In his final moments, he thought, if this truly is the Book of the Dead, may it save me. He began to hum, "Call Azathoth, tell me. Call Azathoth, about Azathoth." The night sky was resplendent, stars swirling around him. He glanced at the stone in his pocket, devoid of any memory of it. It felt as if it had materialized from thin air. This was not of his making. He scrutinized the exquisite crystal, within which flowed a substance reminiscent of stars. Perhaps Yishi's intense focus on the crystal blinded him to the decaying scent emanating from the fallen rock above. Suddenly, black light flickered, and the enormous stone hurtled toward his chest. "Hee, young man." A familiar voice echoed once more. He attempted to speak, but an odd intuition compelled him to shut his eyes, allowing the old man to speak without resistance. "The old village chief, they say he won't awaken. I suggest we present him to the mountain god." Outside, the villagers shouted. The old village chief scrutinized Yishi, seemingly confirming his eternal slumber. At last, he solemnly declared, "Very well, we will worship the mountain god. May he bless our paper village with favorable weather." Once the old chief departed, Yishi opened his eyes again. What has happened to me? He examined himself closely, devoid of a heartbeat, lacking warmth, and spotted with peculiar blemishes. Suddenly, that same intuition urged him to lie still. As the door opened, a throng of people entered, clanging gongs and beating drums, ushering him into a sedan chair. After a bumpy ride, they halted, and Yishi pondered the villager's existence. The sounds of gongs and drums faded away. It was still the original world. He had not escaped. He pushed aside the curtain of the sedan chair, revealing an altar he had never encountered in his memories, upon which rested a mask. Upon seeing the mask, Yishi's legs went weak. Was this his destiny? The mask bore a half-crying, half-laughing expression, as though mocking him. "Put it on. Put it on. Put it on. Once donned, you shall be the omniscient sovereign." An insatiable yearning surged within him. Yishi struggled against the temptation. He knew the mask was sinister. A mere glance had ensnared him. The mask seemed to cease its seduction, allowing Yishi to exhale in relief. But soon after, a white mist enveloped him once more. The initial white fog, the endless white fog. Wear it, cast it aside. That voice echoed in his mind again. Even if possessed, one could escape this white mist, right? I am weary. Exhausted by the eternal solitude of time, fatigued by the relentless manipulation of fate. I cannot endure it. Reason cannot withstand the erosion of time, especially not the weight of unending loneliness. He grasped the suddenly materializing mask. It seemed to ridicule him. "You feeble wretch." Gently, he brought it to his face. In his final moment of consciousness, he understood this was the folly of uniqueness. Yishi awoke once more, discovering himself in a hospital. Upon seeing him rouse, the nurse at his bedside immediately contacted others. Shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed man entered the room, exuding a unique and formidable aura. "Greetings, I am Zhou Zheng, the current head of Dachang City. I need not elaborate. After your ordeal, you should believe in the existence of the uncanny." Yishi was genuinely bewildered. Was he not in the realm of the Lord of Mysteries? Had he not donned the mask of folly and been possessed? As he wore the mask, a torrent of memories flooded his mind. He had only just acclimated to the world of the Lord of Mysteries, and now he was informed it was a world of mysterious revival. Crucially, neither of these realms were benevolent. A mask materialized in his thoughts, as if mocking him. Was he Yishi, or merely the embodiment of Yishi's memories? Yet he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, in the world of mysterious revival, memory and consciousness were the sole standards by which one could determine their identity. He possessed Yishi's consciousness, Yishi's memories. Thus, he was Yishi. At that moment, the mask's expression in his mind shifted, seemingly mirroring his own. A lengthy inner journey transpired, yet to Zhou Zheng, not even a second had passed. Mr. Zhou Zheng, I believe in the uncanny." Yishi revealed a look of fear mingled with relief at having survived. "May I inquire your name and identity? We have matched all database records, but none resemble you. They say handsome faces are a dime a dozen, but not in your case," Zhou Zheng remarked in a casual tone, seemingly soothing Yishi's unease. Understanding he had entered the world of mysterious revival, Yishi amended his words. "I am a local of Dachang, named Yishi, currently a senior intern at Dachang University." "Yishi is it? Please hold on." Zhou Zheng appeared to be coordinating with headquarters for information. Chapter 4 Codename. Prophet Yishi. I regret to inform you, Mr. Yishi, that there is no one by your name in Dachang City. Please be honest. Zhou Zheng's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Yishi had anticipated this scenario long before. Thus, he transformed into the persona of the illustrious actor Yishi. "Surely, I can't possibly not exist." A mixture of fear, resignation, and disbelief coursed through him. Even he was taken aback by his own performance. I accompanied my classmates to the countryside for a farming experience, but while I was in the fields, I was pricked by something strange and fainted. When I regained consciousness, I followed an odd instinct that led me out of that peculiar village. However, it seems my friends have forgotten me. They all deny knowing me, even my closest companion. Yishi spoke with heartfelt emotion, acutely aware of how to articulate his thoughts with precision and clarity. You claim that after being pricked, you developed an unusual instinct? Is this instinct solely applicable to yourself? Zhou Zheng seized upon the key phrases in Yishi's account, posing a pointed inquiry. A contemplative expression settled upon his resolute face. Yishi recognized that he had hooked his listener. The ability to foresee events was highly coveted within the realm of mysterious resurgence. Moreover, his foresight had been amplified by his uniqueness, making him, without a doubt, one of the most formidable aides in the early stages of the mysterious resurgence. No, I am aware that if my classmates took a different path, they would meet their demise, yet they refused to heed my warnings. It is my fault for not saving them. Yishi feigned profound sorrow, as if each loss of his friends was akin to a piece of flesh being carved from his heart. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Yishi. Zhou Zheng appeared to be communicating with headquarters, well-versed in the current paranormal resurgence events and the significance of foresight for the organization. At present, it can be established that he is the only survivor of the Ghost Village incident. The malevolent spirit he commands may also possess the ability to foresee. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Zheng approached with the telephone in hand, handing it to Yishi. Hello, I am Zhao Zhangwo, head of the Exorcist headquarters. Exorcists are individuals like yourself who have acquired unique abilities, but this also implies that your lifespan may soon come to an end. If you are willing to join us, we can offer you a means of survival. Yishi internally mocked Zhao Zhangwo with a series of nicknames. Yet he acknowledged that Zhao Zhangwo was indeed one of the few astute individuals within the realm of mysterious resurgence. In the headquarters conference room, it was confirmed that his situation was largely credible. Should he choose to join us, we would possess a second exorcist capable of foreseeing the future. The implications of this cannot be overstated, Xiao Yanhua exclaimed, striking the table with enthusiasm. Wang Xiaoming pondered, based on the information at hand. His malevolent spirit appears to be particularly unique. The conditions for its resurgence seemingly require everyone to forget his existence. We have numerous paranormal artifacts that can suppress this entity. Let us verify the situation first, Zhao Zhangwo slowly stated. Are you willing to join the Exorcist headquarters? We have arranged accommodations for you in the safest city, Dying. All expenses covered. Provided you abide by the law, you may obtain anything you desire. Yishi feigned astonishment. I am willing. Zhao Zhangwo inquired once more, this time with a tremor in his voice. What is the nature of your malevolent spirit's abilities? After a moment of careful contemplation, Yishi replied, I can discern the outcome of a matter, much like how I know that discussing my situation with you will yield positive results. Additionally, I can glimpse fragmented glimpses of the future. For instance, the Danan district will face calamity tomorrow due to a telephone call. Dachang City is destined for misfortune, while Dying City will often encounter danger but escape unscathed. Zhao Zhangwo's excitement was palpable. Excellent. Prepare yourself. A helicopter from headquarters will arrive to collect you by noon tomorrow. Regrettably, he was currently a manifestation of uniqueness rather than a source of wisdom. Otherwise, his abilities would extend far beyond this. To manipulate everything, including time. Yishi felt uncertain about the extent of his powers and resolved to conduct an experiment. He activated his authority, rewinding time to the following day. In that instant, he felt as though he had been struck with great force, his vision blurring as he collapsed. When he awakened once more, it was indeed the day he had foreseen. Why has this occurred? Achieving a twisted manipulation of time left him bewildered. Although he was an embodiment of uniqueness, using this authority felt as though his very soul was being torn apart, filled with elements that did not belong to him. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Yishi discerned that his current power was insufficient for such a vast manipulation of authority. While in the village, his actions were confined to his own consciousness. To enhance his abilities, he needed to swiftly complete his sequence. After all, the white mist. Returning home was my journey. Though foreign lands may be delightful, nothing compares to the comfort of home. Yet, where exactly is my home? The satellite phone rang. Mr. Yishi, are you ready? The headquarters aircraft is about to arrive. Zhao Zhangwo verified the authenticity of the situation. Indeed, he possessed the ability to foresee the future. In a sense, He was even stronger than Xiong Wenwen. Tonight, my instincts tell me that there will be an incident with tomorrow's flight, Yishi stated. Zhao Jingwo paused momentarily. Very well, tonight it shall be. We must reach Dying City as swiftly as possible to ensure your safety. Headquarters has assigned you the codename Prophet, and we hope you can aid us in gaining an advantage in handling malevolent spirit incidents. That evening, the flight to Dying City carried Yishi forth, a phantom mask flickering over his visage. Chapter 5. Dying City. Zhou Zheng, the head of Dachang City, bid farewell to Yishi before the plane was about to take off. As he watched Yishi turn away, he solemnly remarked, "Your abilities are formidable. I wish you safe travels." Zhou Zheng was also aware of the peculiar powers Yishi wielded, which could prove to be an immense asset in the current situation. The future would undoubtedly present more complexities, and Yishi's unique talents would soon awaken. He absent-mindedly touched his abdomen. Though Zhou Zheng felt his own abilities were not particularly strong, he remained committed to his beloved city and country, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Yishi leisurely boarded the aircraft, yet he found himself grappling with confusion, as if his mind were being stirred, filled with foreign thoughts. Under the influence of the bizarre and the unique, his humanity waned with every passing moment. A sense of indifference to everything, viewing all beings as mere ants, continually provoked him. Having experienced beauty, how could he easily forsake it? The night in Dachang City was illuminated with scattered lights. Yet the pollution from heavy industry cast a pale red hue across the sky. Multicolored neon lights adorned the city, while a cacophony of sounds contributed to its vibrant atmosphere. It was hard to imagine that soon a powerful wielder of the bizarre would emerge in this very city. By the time the plane arrived in Dying City, it was already the early hours of the morning. Upon disembarking, Yishi noticed the airport was heavily guarded. Clearly, the headquarters placed great importance on his arrival. "Hello, Mr. Yishi. I am your designated liaison from the headquarters. My name is Yi Luan, a first-class psychological consultant. Should you have any inquiries, please feel free to consult me. Or you may directly reach out to Minister Chao or Dr. Wang," said a young man with an air of scholarly sophistication, leading the way with a gentle smile. Typically, male wielders of the bizarre would have female liaisons, but the headquarters considered that Mr. Yishi might benefit from psychological support at this time. Yi Luan smiled warmly. During the brief journey, little conversation transpired as the vehicle came to a halt beside a villa district. The serene waters and verdant mountains appeared somewhat desolate in the night. "This is the accommodation arranged for you, Mr. Yishi, located less than 5 kilometers from our headquarters. The property deed and identification documents have already been prepared. If there are no other matters, you may rest for now. Tomorrow morning, the headquarters will hold a meeting requiring your attendance. I require some encyclopedias on flora and fauna, as well as equipment for grinding traditional herbs, preferably manual," Yishi stated plainly, without hesitation. These requests were trivial to the headquarters. As Yishi opened the door, he was greeted by an interior filled with gold. He found himself lost in thought, pondering whether this entire villa complex served as a safe house. Upon entering his new residence, he did not inspect for surveillance, after all. The personnel at the headquarters were not foolish enough to engage in such counterproductive measures. Now, he sought to comprehend the abilities he possessed, the most crucial of which was the fragment of authority he held over the fool's unique aspect, deception. The scope of this deception encompassed time, history, and fate. Yet, for reasons unknown, the latter two, while manipulable, were far less effective than the manipulation of time. The effect was limited to shifting events from the previous second to the next, transforming them into impending occurrences. Unlike the manipulation of time, which allowed him to rewind and fast forward, his limitations extended to 1 day's worth of time, essentially a reboot, as per this world's terminology. His potion-making ability allowed him to divine fortune and misfortune. Enhanced by the uniqueness, his divination became more potent, requiring fewer materials. Coupled with his knowledge of the original plot, he could be considered omniscient in certain aspects. Why is it the uniqueness of the fool's sequence and not the audience? Yishi lamented. Next, he needed to seek out the corresponding tricks of the Joker's sequence, to advance his sequence and restore his abilities, ultimately aiming for sequence 0. Then, was there something he had forgotten? Chapter 6. The meeting. Early the next morning, the dedicated satellite phone rang. Yishi was surprised that this small box possessed basic mobile phone functions. Having read the original storyline, he had thought it was merely capable of making and receiving calls. Stepping out of his villa, he strolled along the quaint streets. Noticing that the area appeared quite expansive, yet scarcely populated. In the conference room, Yi leisurely acquainted himself with the surroundings as he made his way to headquarters. Why the leisurely pace? It was not due to the absence of danger. Although his uniqueness allowed him to exist between the realms of illusion and reality, he lacked the ability to hasten his journey. After all, traversing swiftly was a mere method of travel, unrelated to his own foolishness. Zhao Jiangwo presided over the meeting as usual. You all should be aware of the new member joining our headquarters, the Oracle, Yi, he said gravely. Do you understand what this signifies? His presence can significantly mitigate our risks when dealing with malevolent entities. A child seated amongst them scoffed. What's the big deal? I can manage just fine on my own. Zhao Jiangwo, witnessing the child's insolence, responded with resignation. If the two of you collaborate and alternate utilizing the powers of these entities, it will greatly extend the time before they can revive. Yi interjected, my ability lies in foreseeing imminent events. My foresight is not bound by time. It may pertain to occurrences that are about to transpire or those that are far off. For instance, I currently foresee a malevolent entity piercing a palm with a golden candlestick, soaring over Dazhong City. Moreover, the information I possess indicates that those present here will ultimately fail in their endeavor to confront this entity, with only one or two surviving. He glanced at Li Leping and Fang Shiming, continuing, these two are among the few who may endure. With a sigh, Yi added, I apologize for employing my abilities again. Concurrently, he manipulated the memories of Xiong Wanwen and a portion of the ordinary entity tamers, rendering them incapable of recalling his existence. It must be said, the diverse secondary abilities born from the power of manipulation are remarkable. The conference room was soon abuzz with discussion. Who is Yi? Xiong Wanwen stared blankly at Yi, his mind swirling with questions about his identity and purpose for being there. Upon realizing the situation, Wang Xiaoming produced a letter. This is a supernatural artifact that contains your achievements. If documented here, others will be unable to forget your deeds, which should assist you in suppressing the revival of malevolent entities. Wang Xiaoming paid no heed to the envious gazes of the other entity tamers, for he valued individuals based on their worth. Most entity tamers, being rather rational, exhibited slight eccentricities rather than foolishness. Who would wish to offend someone possessing the gift of foresight? Zhao Jiangwo observed the tamers with astonishment. They were usually the most boisterous, yet today they were remarkably subdued. A moment's reflection revealed the reason. These civilian tamers were not only mad, but also quite protective of their lives, unlike the core tamers of the headquarters, who were willing to sacrifice everything for the organization. Yi accepted the letter with an impassive demeanor, having anticipated this outcome. After all, his abilities were of paramount importance at this juncture. Thank you. May I inquire your name? Yi needed to adhere to protocol, ensuring that the astute Professor Wang did not detect any anomalies. I am Wang Xiaoming, a researcher at headquarters. You may also refer to me as Professor Wang. For most, this meeting was merely an introduction to Yi, and now that they had made his acquaintance, it was only natural to disperse. However, Fang Shiming and Li Leping took the initiative to invite Yi for further conversation. Since Yi had refrained from erasing their memories, they naturally retained recollections of his significant gaze. Oracle Yi, would you be interested in joining our circle? I assure you, your status will be equal to mine should you choose to join. Fang Shiming extended the invitation. He held a considerate stance toward those with auxiliary abilities, believing that even if he could not recruit Yi, it would be unwise to offend him, as he was not alone. An entire circle supported him. Displeasing Yi would yield no benefits. Li Leping directly inquired, Mr. Yi, you had something to convey to us earlier, correct? Yi had perceived their belief that they were distinct from other tamers and had no specific message for them. Nonetheless, deception is a requisite skill for every divine being. Yi solemnly stated, let us cultivate a benevolent connection. Mr. Fang, it would be prudent for your circle to act discreetly. In this new era, unforeseen contenders are bound to arise. Fang Shiming asked, could you elaborate? Yi shook his head, indicating that he could only see so much. He then addressed Li Leping, saying, Mr. Li, the world forgets, and ultimately, the world shall forget. With that, Yi intended to depart, leaving them with an elegant silhouette. Mr. Li Leping, how much credence do you lend to his words? Fang Shiming inquired. Better to believe in the possibility than dismiss it, Li Leping replied, vanishing without having erased his memories of Yi. As for Fang Shiming, he thought it best to let him forget. Fang Shiming's eyes flickered. Was this Oracle Yi expressing fondness for him, Or did he seek something from him? Chapter 7. The uniqueness thoroughly activated. Who am I? Yi Shi paid no heed to the brainstorming that ensued after their departure. For him, it sufficed to be a riddle maker. He was only aware that, according to the original narrative, the future social circle would fall into the hands of Yang Jian. As for Li Leping, he had become a mere manifestation of Yi Shi's enigmatic persona. The essence of humanity held little significance for a being like Yi Shi, who had attained a state of uniqueness. The rationale behind his role as a riddle maker was rooted in the undeniable importance of first impressions. Leaving an indelible mark on their hearts could assist him in establishing the anchor he required. Having contemplated these matters, Yi Shi felt an unsettling sensation, as though he had forgotten something of great importance. However, at that moment, he was not inclined to dwell on it. Grasping his satellite phone, he glanced at the date, March 22nd. It appeared that there was still a modicum of time before the original storyline commenced. Yet he had never entertained the notion of clinging to the protagonist's coattails. He and Yang Jian were not intimately acquainted. Approaching him directly would only lead to discomfort. It was akin to a stranger suddenly treating you with undue kindness. Who could believe such altruism was devoid of ulterior motives? Lost in thought, Yi Shi's satellite phone rang. Breaking his reverie, upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Zhao Jiangwo. A wave of reluctance washed over him, but as a prophet supported by headquarters, he could not afford to refuse. Yi Shi, an incident has occurred in Dawn City. According to survivor accounts, it was triggered by a circus performance. However, our satellite observations reveal no trace of such a circus, leading us to suspect a unique malevolent force has invaded reality. A sense of astonishment washed over Yi Shi at the mention of the circus, considering his elevation to the role of a clown and the sudden emergence of a lead. Perhaps fate had already inscribed the price of its gifts? A desire to relinquish this burden began to stir within him, as the helplessness in confronting destiny rendered him breathless. At that moment, a peculiar violet light flickered in his eyes, and Yi Shi felt as if he had lost something once more. The mask resurfaced in his mind. Mirroring his expressions, he placed a hand upon his face, and within the confines of his consciousness, a hand emerged alongside the mask. Time washed over his memories, isolating him in a misty realm, and after what felt like an eternity, his vacant gaze betrayed no trace of emotion. Who am I? A pristine white mask lingered in his thoughts. Time passed in his mental space, and he pondered, am I the fool? Am I Yi Shi? Which of these is my true self? The pure white mask gradually acquired hues, and Yi Shi's visage began to take shape. I am Yi Shi, a traveler from afar. A unique fool wandering in the world. Complete myself. Yi Shi's face was fully delineated, the mask enshrined within a cloak of mist. In that instant, he affirmed his objective without a hint of hesitation. He also assessed his own state. He had now attained the ability to manipulate history and fate with the same finesse he possessed over time. It became clear that his former self had not been fully activated, rendering him unable to wield the majority of authority within this sequence. If that were the case, he would proceed with abandon. Captain Zhao, I apologize, but I have just foreseen that the entities within the circus could significantly delay my malevolent revival. I wish to investigate personally. According to my prophetic insights, this endeavor will yield no perilous outcomes. I would never jest with my life. Yi Shi had anticipated this outcome. While they would protect him, they would never cultivate him into a conductor of the spring waters. Upon returning to the solitary villa, he first ensured his own state and attempted to employ his ability to deceive fate, transferring all potential supernatural attacks he might encounter in the circus onto the clown spirit. For one who had fully activated, this form of transfer posed no difficulty. Perhaps through deception, he could reassign the destiny that required manipulation in the future to himself. What constitutes a miracle? Transforming the impossible into the possible. That is the essence of a miracle. Chapter 8. Departure for Dinan City on the following morning. Yi Shi observed the headquarters exclusive helicopter stationed at his doorstep. Wang Xiaoming had also taken the time to visit. Yi Shi, we support your actions. While the headquarters may offer temporary protection, true strength lies in self-reliance, Wang Xiaoming remarked. However, your value to us is paramount. This is a red spectral candle. When lit, it can ward off supernatural entities. This is a surrogate doll, capable of substituting for your demise once. This is the utmost support we can provide you. After saying this, Wang Xiaoming, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, in the future you envision, will such spectral candles be mass-produced? Is that so? Wang Xiaoming pondered, realizing that this did not bode well. The emergence of such a situation likely indicated a concentration of resources. The future would probably not be peaceful, and he needed to expedite his research. Yishi understood that it was not difficult for Wang Xiaoming, given his intelligence, to deduce the future circumstances. However, regardless of the outcome, Wang Xiaoming was doomed. His brilliance was a double-edged sword. As the helicopter soared above the clouds, the morning golden rays enveloped the sky, reminiscent of the silken garments of ancient emperors. Greetings, I am Guyi Wangkai. The headquarters has dispatched me to accompany you. I look forward to your guidance. Wangkai, a relatively mature young man, bore an expression of resolute determination. His posture was impeccable, exuding the aura of a distinguished practitioner of supernatural arts. Yishi glanced at Wangkai and noticed a pallor about him. Are the malevolent spirits about to awaken? Wangkai chuckled wryly. Indeed, they are on the verge of resurgence. But the headquarters has yet to assign me a matching malevolent spirit. He seemed to recall something and continued, but rest assured, my malevolent spirit is rather unique and sufficient to protect us during our departure. Yishi sensed that Wangcai's spectral attire could obscure their perception of malevolent spirits. In his memory, there seemed to be entities like Ghost Tooth that could achieve a similar balance. Perhaps Ghost Skin could as well? The two remained silent as they arrived in Dinan City. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by a throng of young female secretaries surrounding a rather roguish young man. Oh, the experts from headquarters have arrived. Hurry over to greet them. The young man beckoned the secretaries to welcome Yishi upon his arrival. But Yishi felt no vestige of worldly desire. He regarded them merely as human beings. There was no distinction in his eyes. However, the local head of Dinan City, as described in the files, seemed to possess no other flaw beyond his inclination towards female company. From the headquarters perspective, any practitioner of supernatural arts willing to serve was deemed commendable, and such minor imperfections were inconsequential. Hello, you must be the prophet Yishi. I am Zhaoan, the head of Dinan City. With a prophet present, we are certain to resolve the circus incident. Yishi was taken aback, almost misled by Zhaoan's demeanor, mistaking him for a mere rogue. To his surprise, Zhaoan displayed a deep understanding of bureaucratic affairs. Indeed, those who ascended to such positions in the realm of supernatural practitioners were not to be underestimated. The inept had long perished amid the resurgence of malevolent spirits. Apologies, Mr. Zhaoan. In matters concerning supernatural events, there are no guarantees of success. We can only strive to do our utmost. Yishi deftly sidestepped the trap laid before him, engaging in a verbal dance. He was disinclined to engage in trivial disputes. In his eyes, Zhaoan's fate was sealed, and there was no need to quibble with one destined for demise. The site of the circus incident was located in a bustling square, now cordoned off with signs declaring under construction. Unauthorized personnel keep out. Zhaoan commented, I cannot fathom why this supernatural event only occurs during times of high foot traffic. If we attempt to enter now, it could inevitably cost many lives. Chapter 9. Amusement to death. Perhaps the circus and the realm of reality are connected through the audience that witnesses the performance, Wangkai remarked. Does anyone possess a spectral domain? We could attempt to envelop ourselves within such a domain, enhancing our own ethereal qualities. To see if we might establish a connection with the circus, Yishi inquired. Zhaoan shook his head. The spectral domain is a rare ability. How could I possibly possess it? In truth, Yishi had the potential to manipulate history, drawing the circus from its last appearance into the present. However, his official records did not grant him such powers. To avoid unnecessary complications, he contemplated utilizing the spectral domain as a cover, intending to extract the circus from historical projections while others activated their own spectral domains. Creating an illusion of the spectral domain's influence would suffice. As for whether the spectral domain could detect the circus, it certainly could, but Wangkai's abilities had not yet reached that level. Allow me to give it a try. You all prepare yourselves, Wangkai stated. With the activation of his manipulative authority, a cacophony of lively voices erupted before them, as if a multitude were eagerly conversing, awaiting the circus's performance. This was the scene of that day, a throng encircling the circus, a grand stage bathed in shimmering lights. The vibrant and joyful atmosphere captivated every onlooker, none contemplating that this was a spectacle that required a life as the price of entry. Let us proceed inside. There is no need to activate the spectral domain. We have already been influenced by the circus, Yishi declared. Wangkai, his face pale, retracted the spectral domain, clearly aware of the immense cost associated with its use. The circus has yet to commence. What should we do now? Zhaoan queried, his emotions tumultuous. torn between the hope for the appearance of the sinister and the desire for its disappearance. As spectators, we must naturally await the beginning of the performance. Look over there. Yishi pointed to a small entrance of the circus, where a couple had just exited and immediately met a gruesome fate, their bodies severed. Goodness! Zhaoan gasped. Those inside the circus appeared indifferent to the macabre sight at the entrance, continuing their merriment as they awaited the show. Be cautious. We must not depart until the circus concludes, lest we become victims of a lethal supernatural assault. Yi Shi and Wang Kai settled into a front-row seat, anticipating the performance's start. As the lights flickered rapidly and then extinguished abruptly, the once lively audience fell silent, as if they had been puppets bound to their positions. A chill swept through the air. The circus stage seemed to have aged a century in an instant, the scent of decaying wood permeating the atmosphere. A figure clad in tattered formal attire, brandishing a wooden staff, ascended the stage. What made it immediately apparent that this was a corpse? The stench of decay that accompanied its appearance, along with its hollow, eyeless sockets, swiftly confirmed its identity. A tall top hat adorned with a feather, crimson as blood, hung low over its brow, signifying it was indeed a magician. It bowed before the audience. Yi Shi felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, immobilizing him. Wang Kai and Zhaoan appeared even more thoroughly subdued, unable to blink. Yi Shi managed to make small movements. But the circus was likely merely a vessel of the supernatural. The true power lay within those who were about to perform. With a flourish, the magician produced a box of cards, and as he shook it, a card manifested in Yi Shi's hand, a black-striped red heart ace. In contrast, Wang Kai and Zhaoan each received a 7 of hearts and a 9 of diamonds, respectively, leaving them uncertain of the card's significance. Nevertheless, Yi Shi deduced from the diviner's knowledge that discarding or damaging the cards would result in certain death. Suddenly, the oppressive sensation dissipated. Voices erupted in confusion. What just happened? Why couldn't we move? What are these cards for? Some stood abruptly, but in that instant, they met the same fate as the couple at the entrance, their bodies severed. A friend of the unfortunate individual witnessed this gruesome sight, letting out a piercing scream that drew the attention of the entire audience. Yet, some in the front row remained oblivious to the chaos, fixated instead on the chilling figure of the magician looming before them. With a snap, the screaming woman also succumbed to the same fate, her body cleaved in two. Chapter 10. Curiosity can be fatal. Yi Shi and his companions refrained from explaining anything to the ordinary individuals present. To Yi Shi, the significance of his jester potion outweighed all else, while Wang Kai's true motive this time was to safeguard Yi Shi. As for Zhaoan, he now regretted his decision to accompany Yi Shi and the others into this predicament. Yi Shi had begun to ascertain certain patterns associated with murder. One must not lose or damage the cards in their possession, one must remain in their designated position, and one must not raise their voice. In summary, the essence of the matter was to avoid disrupting the magician's performance. What, then, did the various numbers and suits signify? At this moment, the magician began to wave his wand. After 2 flourishes of his wand, he reached to remove his hat, rummaging through it for something. The audience below was on edge, uncertain of what would transpire next. With a grin splitting his face, the magician revealed a card drawn from his hat to the crowd. It was the 8 of hearts. Wang Kai, glancing at the 7 of hearts in his hand, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Although he was unaware of the consequences of being selected, he was relieved not to be the one chosen. Should he falter first, it was likely that Yi Shi would not survive long thereafter. After all, the records at headquarters revealed that Yi Shi had no defensive or evasive abilities against such sinister forces. Yi Shi commenced his divination. Was there danger in having my card drawn? Following his intuition, he arrived at the conclusion that there was indeed some peril, yet it would not pose a significant threat to him. He considered this, thinking he could transfer the fate of the drawn card to another. Yi Shi smirked. Though there may be fright, it is not without safety. However, foresight is not infallible. I can only glimpse the most probable timelines among countless possibilities. Let us first examine the conditions for triggering this supernatural assault, Wang Kai suggested. In his heart, he secretly derided Zhaoan, questioning how such a weak constitution could survive amidst the resurgence of malevolent forces, let alone control them. As the magician surveyed the surroundings, he began to draw from the deck of cards. Suddenly, a figure with the 8 of hearts affixed to their face stood up, mechanically making their way to the stage. The entire scene was eerily surreal. with those who should have been friends of the Eight of Hearts covering their mouths in silence. Like a marionette, the individual was compelled to approach the stage, their face adorned with an unsettling, childlike grin. Wang Kai, my divination reveals that you shall be the next to be drawn. Please cooperate with me for the moment. Yi Shi spoke without concern for Zhao and overhearing, offering him a glimmer of hope, which would spur him to exert himself. As the Eight of Hearts reached the stage, the spotlight illuminated him, casting a puppet-like sheen upon his figure. This individual was likely doomed. The magician proceeded to draw again, this time alongside his puppet, exponentially increasing the number of participants. The puppet drew the 6 of spades, while the magician drew the 7 of hearts. The magician's hollow eyes turned toward Wang Kai. Wang Kai, wishing to activate his ghost realm, found himself powerless as the malevolent force suppressed his abilities. However, as a doll materialized before him, he sensed the supernatural assault approaching. The 7 of hearts pressed against the doll's face. What had once been a mere stuffed toy now seemed imbued with life, mirroring the first puppet as it made its way to the stage. At this moment, Wang Kai finally relaxed, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before turning to Yi Shi, saying, I owe you a life. Yi Shi intended to respond, but upon seeing the resolute look in Wang Kai's eyes, he chose not to interrupt or dispute him. In truth, for Yi Shi, anything once possessed would never truly vanish. He noticed Zhaoen's unease. Fear not, this is the last card to be drawn. There will be no further selections, as the performers have gathered. Upon hearing this, Zhaoen visibly exhaled in relief, his previously tense demeanor relaxing. If he could make it out this time, he vowed to discuss matters with several of his secretaries. Chapter 11. A new beginning. Yi Shi fixed his gaze upon the magician, his certainty that no cards would be drawn mingling with an underlying fear of unforeseen complications. This magician was presumably the potion of sequence 7 that he sought, and by inference, the Joker's trickery could not possess the same formidable powers. Regrettably, while the Joker could execute a series of bizarre maneuvers, it lacked the capability to revert him back into a potion. A powerful specter domain was required to first subdue the Joker. It was evident that Wang Kai's specter domain fell short of this criterion. However, there was no cause for alarm. Although he could not restore the Joker to its original form, he could certainly contain it, postponing the suppression for another occasion. At this moment, the priority for Yi Shi was the Joker. The magician began by placing the card of the 7 of hearts on the surface of a box, subsequently affixing the 8 of hearts inside. After completing these tasks, he opened the box for all to see, his hollow gaze seemingly conveying disdain for any scrutiny. With a flourish of his wand, the card transformed before their eyes, the top half becoming the 7 of hearts while the bottom morphed into the 8. Shortly thereafter, the upper half of a doll representing Wang Kai morphed into the figure who had obtained the 8 of hearts. Viscous crimson fluid oozed from the juncture of the two forms, creating a grotesque tableau as the living upper half and the wooden lower half grotesquely fused together. The ghastly sight filled Wang Kai with trepidation. Had it not been for the doll, he too would have been the one stitched together in this horrific manner. The magician then placed his wand atop the card once more, and the severed upper body gradually took on the likeness of the doll. With a bow to the audience, the magician gracefully descended the stage, disappearing through a small door. Yi Shi regarded that door with contemplation. It was undoubtedly a passage to deeper realms of this eerie domain. However, he felt no urgency to investigate just yet, for he sensed that the next to take the stage would be the Joker. Yi Shi remarked, "The next trickster to appear is precisely the one I require. We shall see if we can ensnare it within the golden sack." Wang Kai inhaled deeply, stating, "I shall first attempt to teleport to the Joker's side using my specter domain. The previous magician was too powerful, having suppressed my domain." Zhaoen instinctively posed a question that many might wish to avoid. How will we manage to leave this place? The grim reality that escape was unattainable loomed heavily, particularly for Wang Kai and Zhaoen. Damn it. The supernatural realm disrupts satellite phones. We cannot contact headquarters. Wang Kai lamented. According to the information provided by the circus, the Joker would enter a recess after the performance. This would be their sole opportunity to flee. Wang Kai indicated that they could not rely on headquarters for aid and would have to devise their own escape. Slowly, Yi Shi spoke. "Did we not arrive here half an hour early? The ghost bus is due to arrive in half an hour." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Zhaoen's eyes. He had recognized the implications long before. Wang Kai was merely here to protect Yi Shi. His own fate was of no concern to him. Had he known the circus incident would be so perilous, he would have refrained from meddling. Initially believing he could ride the coattails of headquarters ghost tamers, he was now faced with the near loss of his own life. Once they escaped, he resolved to cultivate closer ties with his secretary and solicit more of the wealthy to send their secretaries his way. Little did he know, his future demise would stem from having offended too many local powers, ultimately falling victim to the hands of civilian ghost tamers. Suddenly, a cascade of multicolored balls fell from the center of the stage, evoking the poetic imagery of pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Chapter 12. The entrance a myriad of small spheres cascaded from above the stage. If these spheres were replaced by fluttering petals, the scene would undoubtedly be more romantic. A clown, his face coated in white powder, his eyes shrouded by blackened patches, and clad in a form-fitting costume adorned with a ruffled collar, made his entrance. Upon the clown's arrival, Yi Shi and his companions felt an immediate alleviation of the pressure that had enveloped them. Indeed, the oppressive atmosphere emanated from the circus itself, rather than the performers. Having endured the psychological torment inflicted by the magician's act, the majority of the audience now possessed formidable resolve, even in the face of terror. Refraining from uttering a sound, they could not shake the fear that they might be the next to meet a grisly fate. Yi Shi, however, gazed intently at the clown. This figure represented the primary ingredient for the forthcoming potion. The supplementary components included 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of mandrake juice, 7 grams of black-edged sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, and 3 drops of poisonous violet juice. According to the Flora and Fauna Compendium he had requested from headquarters, mandrake was easily obtainable, while mature sunflowers could serve as a substitute for black-edged sunflowers. Yet, after inadvertently consuming the diviner's potion, he was nearly certain that the supplementary materials were unnecessary for his ascension. Nonetheless, for the sake of prudence, he resolved to procure them, as he could comfortably rely on headquarters support. Within the countless potential futures he envisioned, he often found himself transformed, his divinity supplanting his humanity, evolving into a being akin to the trickster. In the apocalyptic world of the future, nearly 70% of the chaos would be attributed to his loss of control. To stabilize his humanity, he required anchors, sufficient numbers of people to remember his existence, or at the very least, to recall his incarnations. In the direst scenarios, although he could manipulate history to obscure his past missteps, such actions were ultimately a futile endeavor, akin to quenching thirst with poison. A trickster capable of manipulating time, history, and fate, yet devoid of a corporeal form, could not be contained. What means did this puppeteer possess to play with such forces? Wang, oblivious to the psychological tempest ignited within Yi Shi upon witnessing the clown's entrance, remained focused on capturing the clown to delay Yi Shi's potential resurgence. Wang Xiaoming pondered what form of trickster could balance the premonitions of this future-seeing entity. With the specter of Xiong Wenwen on the verge of revival, a solution remained elusive. Perhaps he should contemplate transferring his trickster to Yi Shi. Yi Shi's ability to command a new ghost to achieve balance might arise from the conflict between the new trickster and his former entity, which would render the populace oblivious. Yi Shi had not anticipated that Wang Xiaoming would draw such extensive conclusions from the erroneous information he provided. Regrettably, deductions based on falsehoods yield equally false outcomes. However, the supernatural correspondence Wang Xiaoming had initially sent him proved fortuitously beneficial. He could utilize this letter to propagate his beliefs and establish his anchors. Meanwhile, the clown juggled vibrant spheres, maneuvering a unicycle. If one could overlook the offensive stench of decay and the disconcerting dissonance of the performance, it was indeed a display of exceptional talent within the circus. Yi Shi awaited the opportune moment, for the performer and the stage were inseparable. The clown's supernatural abilities would diminish should he step away from the platform. The instant the clown descended, Yi Shi intended to use time manipulation to slow his movements, while coordinating with Wang's spectral domain to ensnare him in a sack. The paramount challenge lay in coaxing the clown to leave the stage. The essence of a clown is to evoke laughter. What if one were to introduce a constant weeping? Yi Shi scanned the vicinity for children, but ultimately abandoned the notion, recognizing the unpredictability they represented. His gaze shifted to Zhao and Mr. Zhao. I require your assistance with a task. Should you succeed, I shall offer you this. A crimson candle dangled from Yi Shi's hand. Wang could not restrain himself from elaborating. This is a ghost candle. While it burns, the trickster shall not assail you. It is exceedingly rare. Even headquarters possesses but a few. Had it not been for Yi Shi's mission, they would not have made it available. This exquisite item, I fear, is beyond my means. Though Zhaoan yearned for such a life-saving artifact, he understood that the forthcoming endeavor would demand a cost far exceeding that of a mere ghost candle. While he may have had a penchant for indulgence, he was not foolish. Mr. Zhao, do not be ungrateful. Should you undertake this, you may yet have a sliver of hope. Refusal, however, shall mark the end of your future. Yi Shi issued a direct threat, confident that Zhaoan, being astute, would discern the risks and rewards of the situation. After all, he was not far from his own demise. Chapter 13, Acquired all right. However, you must guarantee my safety to the utmost. Zhaoan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Indeed, there was not a single trustworthy individual among the illusionists, save for himself. You can light the ghost candle shortly. This will prevent the malevolent spirits from attacking you. Now commence your weeping. Yi Shi handed the candle to Zhao and was utterly bewildered. Crying? He forcefully suppressed his pride. What was so difficult about weeping? With the ghost candle in hand, he felt invincible. Yi Shi and Wang Kai heard Zhaoan's anguished cries and fell momentarily silent. The sound could only be likened to a wailing lament, excruciatingly unpleasant. Yet, their primary concern was not the aesthetic quality of the cries, but whether the jester's spirit would indeed be drawn to Zhaoan's lamentations. The onlookers, witnessing Zhaoan's loud sobbing, hurriedly pressed themselves into their chairs, wishing to meld into the furniture. Internally, they cursed, wondering what madness possessed him to drag them into his reckless demise. The memory of the previous individual who had vacated their seat amidst raucous noise lingered vividly. They felt trapped, unable to depart or utter a word of reproach. What was even more infuriating was that he clutched a lit candle while weeping. Was he preemptively mourning himself, fearing no one would perform rites for him after his demise? The crowd wished to extract Zhaoan's very essence for his folly. However, as they observed, the jester on stage seemed to be lured by the sound of Zhaoan's cries, edging closer. They quickly pressed themselves further into their seats, fervently praying that the jester was not seeking them out. Yi Shi, perceiving the efficacy of this strategy, breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, to shield himself from revealing his other abilities, he would have had to accompany Wang Kai, Zhaoan, and others to a grim fate. Upon headquarters learning of his additional capabilities, they would inevitably regard him with suspicion. After all, what purpose could one have in concealing their powers? The current headquarters was far from the later stages depicted in the original narrative, and most individuals held a superficial understanding of the illusionists, maintaining their lofty demeanor, treating them as mere laborers. Only a handful, like Zhao Jiangwo and Wang Xiaoming, possessed the insight to grasp the true implications of being an illusionist. Moreover, an illusionist with solely supportive abilities was perceived as a minor threat, drawing little attention. Thus, headquarters would not easily assign him to handle particularly perilous incidents. After this promotion, the abilities I display to the outside world must also align with supportive roles. Lacking the strength to overturn tables, it is prudent to remain discreet. Securing the magical illusion was essential, yet his current powers could not seize it while still tethered to the circus. He needed to reach Sequence 4 to achieve this. But without acquiring the magical illusion, ascending to Sequence 7 was a distant dream, let alone Sequence 4, a veritable paradox. He could only await a time of greater resurgence among malevolent spirits, giving birth to more formidable illusionists, relying on them to suppress the magical illusion. Yi Shi pondered whether the current Yi Zhen or the 7 elders of the Republic could assist him. After a moment of reflection, he dismissed the notion of the 7 elders. Who could tell if they would recognize his peculiarities? Just because Elder Qin at headquarters remained oblivious did not imply others would be equally uninformed. Expertise lies in specialization. Furthermore, he could not ascertain whether Elder Qin truly lacked perception. Perhaps he simply chose to remain indifferent. As the jester's spirit descended the stage, drawn by the sound of weeping, he regarded Zhaoan with a sinister grin. The candle in Zhaoan's grasp crackled and burned rapidly. The supernatural assault had commenced. Upon seeing the jester approach, Yi Shi eagerly signaled Wang Kai to act. Without hesitation, Wang Kai donned a white shroud, enveloping a 5-meter radius in a pure white ghost domain. The ghost domain perfectly enveloped the jester's spirit, and Yi Shi swiftly seized the golden woven bag, employing his trickery within Wang Kai's domain to splice the jester's previous second with the subsequent one, rendering the jester momentarily dazed for 3 seconds. The golden bag ensnared the jester with precision and swiftness. As the jester's spirit was severed from the circus, the performance was automatically deemed concluded. Yi Shi hastily urged the others to leave this place, sensing that if the circus discovered the jester's absence, their escape would become increasingly precarious. Chapter 14. Promotion. Taking advantage of the others' momentary distraction, Yi Shi urged Wang Kai to traverse the ghostly realm with haste. They chose not to rescue the tourists present, each with their own rationale, yet they all tacitly accepted the inevitable fate of these individuals. Perhaps this, too, was a facet of destiny. Yi Shi was aware that they had already met their demise. Their fates had been sealed long before he entered the circus, and their current existence was merely an echo of history. Although Wang Kai hailed from the headquarters as a ghost manipulator, even he was compelled to weigh the pros and cons. Clearly, Yi Shi was of greater significance at that moment. As a direct descendant of the headquarters, Wang Kai possessed knowledge of certain secrets regarding the ghostly bus, including the fact that there was a limit to the number of seats available. It was evident that there would not be enough room for all the tourists from the circus. Zhao and A's thoughts were far more straightforward. Survival was paramount. The ghostly realm advanced swiftly, akin to a white brush painting in the air, propelling the three of them towards the bus that was about to halt. At that moment, Wang Kai's face drained of color, his skin resembling that of someone submerged in water for days, with pronounced livor mortis and a pungent odor of decay surrounding him. Yi Shi promptly pushed Wang Kai onto the bus, and after he boarded, his condition rapidly improved. Wang Kai struggled to speak. "I might not make it through this. When I get off, please wrap me in a golden sack." Seeing Wang Kai's impending resurgence of malevolent energy, Zhao instinctively distanced himself. Yi Shi disregarded him, dragging Wang Kai to find a seat at the rear of the bus. Within the ghostly bus, the resurgence of malevolent energies could be suppressed, provided that the seats were not fully occupied and the bus remained operational. Zhao sat at the front, devoid of any desire to glance back. While the display screen on the bus indicated the number 2, Yi Shi observed that only the three of them occupied the vehicle. Could there be an unseen malevolent entity? However, he felt no concern. As long as the bus remained running, everything was manageable. Casting a glance at the unconscious Wang Kai beside him, Yi Shi sighed in resignation. It was a pity to lose such a useful ally. Contemplating this, he retrieved a small bowl and some herbs from his backpack. His priority was to consume the clown's potion, for all else was trivial. With the bus's suppressive aura, he cast the potion's auxiliary materials into the golden sack. As he struck the sack and applied a unique influence, the inflated bag finally deflated, causing the corpse within to vanish. Opening the sack, he caught the liquid inside in the small bowl. It flowed like a metallic fluid, gleaming with a silvery sheen, leaving neither residue on the sack nor the bowl. Yi Shi noted that the clown's performance costume remained in the sack and glanced at Wang Kai, marveling at his good fortune. His life was not yet meant to end. The sensation of the clown's potion entering his mouth was akin to gunpowder exploding within him, reverberating down his throat and erupting in his stomach. Perhaps due to his ascension in rank, he now felt an inexplicable affinity for the white mist, yearning to remain in this state indefinitely. Just a moment longer, and he might have succumbed to oblivion. Fortunately, Wang Kai provided a crucial anchor at that pivotal moment. He turned his gaze to the still unconscious Wang Kai and resolved to assist him in harnessing the second malevolent entity, truly a valuable ally. Yi Shi fanned Wang Kai awake. The latter, who had been teetering on the brink of death, was roused by a series of slaps. Gradually regaining clarity, he felt a stinging pain on his face, prompting him to wonder, could you at least show some respect for the dead? Chapter 15. Safe departure for all. Wang Kai slowly opened his eyes, only to find Yi Shi striking his face repeatedly. In that moment, an overwhelming urge to retaliate surged within him, fueled by the irritation of having just awakened. Yet, observing the urgency in Yi Shi's demeanor, combined with the rigorous training he had undergone, he managed to suppress the desire to retaliate. Wang Kai, I have splendid news for you. You are saved. Look at this, Yi Shi exclaimed, holding up a clown costume from a golden woven bag, a smile illuminating his face. For a brief moment, Wang Kai's mind went blank. What? I am saved? During his unconsciousness, his thoughts had been consumed with the idea of whether he should send a dream to his family in the underworld, urging them to burn more money for him. He had not anticipated such a swift turn of events. With a complex expression, he gazed at Yi Shi, exclaiming, Yi Shi, I owe you yet another life. He had initially intended to inquire whether Yi Shi had already mastered the second ghost, but recognizing that such matters were personal to the ghost tamers, he regarded Yi Shi as a brother now, albeit unilaterally. Yi Shi, perceiving Wang Kai's hesitance, instantly understood the question lingering on his lips. He had already contemplated revealing this ghost to the headquarters. With a smile, he said, "I have tamed the clown ghost. But it appears the clown spirit and its costume are two entirely different entities. The clown spirit manifests from the memories of others when they weep, ultimately leading to their demise. It is a form of memory manipulation." Upon hearing this, Wang Kai grasped why the headquarters allowed Yi Shi to undertake the mission. Such a blatant supernatural conflict served as the perfect counterbalance to the menacing spirit. Wang Kai, however, had slightly miscalculated. The headquarters was unaware of the clown spirit's abilities, merely placing their trust in Yi Shi's prophecy. After all, the headquarters lacked a suitable second ghost for Yi Shi, and passively waiting would yield no results. It was more pragmatic to allow Yi Shi to venture forth and test his capabilities. Yi Shi and Wang Kai were engaged in a conversation that, while entirely different in understanding, yielded similar outcomes. Observing Wang Kai, Yi Shi noted that he was currently unable to move. Fortunately, there was a layer of ghostly ceremonial clothing outside, allowing them to simply drape the clown costume over him. The collision of joy and sorrow, two contrasting garments, inevitably led to a supernatural conflict, causing both to momentarily malfunction. Perhaps there were other factors at play? Once Wang Kai donned the clown costume, he felt a sudden resurgence of vitality. His waist no longer ached. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Shi, noticing Wang Kai's eagerness, quickly intervened. "Let's keep a low profile on the ghost bus." Wang Kai sheepishly chuckled, realizing he had nearly been swept away by the euphoria of survival. It was indeed inappropriate to unleash chaos on the ghostly transport. At last, the torment was drawing to a close, as Wang Kai noticed the ghost bus approaching its stop. This station was not a supernatural realm, but rather the sounds of laughter echoed from the preceding stop. It was time to disembark. The group was eager to leave the bus. Upon Yi Shi's exit, the bus's display flickered from 2 to 1. A group of students, freshly released from school, awaited the arrival of the bus. The dilapidated 404 bus flickered into view before them, and Yi Shi and his companions alighted. "You would do well to avoid this bus. Don't you find it rather peculiar?" Yi Shi cautioned. Yet, after delivering the warning, he walked away, knowing that words often fell on deaf ears when it came to the cursed. A few girls took a step back, contemplating. Perhaps we should wait for the next bus instead? He found himself yearning for his cadre of secretaries. Though the satellite phone from headquarters might arrive late, it would inevitably come. The familiar ringtone echoed. "Mr. Yi, have you safely exited?" The voice on the other end belonged to Yi Luan, who appeared quite anxious. "Mr. Yi, please establish the file. Codename, Ghost Circus, Level A. Currently, there is no inclination for movement. The actual malevolent spirits within may reach S level. But due to their non-diffusive nature, as long as they are contained, casualties will be avoided." Yi Shi promptly began to compile the documentation regarding the Ghost Circus, serving as an official account of this operation. Chapter 16. Return to headquarters. Yi Shi cast a surprised glance at Wang Kai, pondering how this fellow could exhibit such a drastic shift in temperament. Had he perhaps fallen prey to some unclean influence? Wang Kai, noticing Yi Shi's scrutinizing gaze, jested. "We are now brothers in life and death. Today, I shall recognize you as my good brother. From now on, in headquarters, your brother Wang will protect you." With that, he feigned nonchalance, casually rubbing his nose. In response, Yi Shi teased, "You should not think so highly of yourself, if we were to count ages. I am many years your senior." Wang Kai's expression darkened as he quickly changed the subject. "Are you going to take the Ghost Domain Express train or not? Who would refuse a free express ride?" Yi Shi replied, "Driver Wang, let's go." As Wang Kai maneuvered the clown costume, the Ghost Domain transformed from pure white to a grayish hue. As they traversed the skies, it resembled northern smog being swept into the southern city. Within the Ghost Domain, Wang Kai reflected, "I once thought my time was short. There were no suitable spirits for me at headquarters, and I had already made preparations for my final farewell. Unexpectedly, a turn of fate has appeared. Life indeed has its ups and downs." He then turned earnestly to Yi Shi and declared, "Brother, you have saved me twice. From now on, I will protect you. I will not allow you to perish before me." Yi Shi, feeling increasingly uncomfortable with Wang Kai's sentimental declarations, quickly urged him to stop, his skin crawling at the thought. Having just escaped death, there's no need to keep bringing it up. Yi Shi then inquired, "How long can you suppress the malevolent spirit now? Do not overuse your abilities. Living for a few more years should not be an issue. Using the Ghost Domain in this manner is permissible." Wang Kai replied, glancing at Yi Shi, who seemed to have controlled two malevolent spirits yet lacked a ghost domain. But it's fine. If you are attacked by a malevolent spirit, just seek refuge in my ghost domain. I've got your back. Why does he keep emphasizing that he has got my back? Yi Shi internally scoffed, as the ghost domain soared through the skies. Reminiscent of ancient tales of celestial beings transforming into rainbows, grand, swift, and indifferent to the terrain, it was indeed an excellent skill for travel. In no time, they arrived at the villa district of Dejing City. Observing Yi Shi visibly relax, Wang Kai remarked, "Take a good rest. I must report to headquarters." Being a core manipulator of spirits at headquarters, his work ethic did not permit the occasional absence that Yi Shi indulged in. This promotion had nearly been lost amidst the white mist, fraught with peril. Fortunately, with the help of anchor points, it seemed he could no longer delay the task of spreading my name. Otherwise, his next elevation to magician would be doomed. In this world, it appeared that consuming magical potions did not necessitate any form of pretense, perhaps due to the absence of an original essence. The lack of spiritual remnants within the magical potions meant that impersonation was unnecessary. The source of the potions was peculiar, and the remnants of spirit were divine in nature. It was essential to establish more anchor points to combat this divinity. This promotion to clown allowed him to acquire combat knowledge inherent to the magical potion. The ability of the clown spirit was that death was inevitable upon weeping. Now he too possessed a fatal capacity, albeit somewhat impractical. The last time he acquired the abilities of a diviner, he had failed to observe the capabilities of the spirit that was transformed into a potion. However, he had a premonition that the magician spirit's abilities would pertain to the mental realm. Once he mastered it, he would undoubtedly gain access to the ghost domain. Yet, how could he control the magician spirit now? He would have to see if he could summon that overly dramatic youth. If that failed, he would have to seek out Li Leping or Feng Shiming. The high city, Yi Shi's eyes lit up. Perhaps there was a way to lure Yi Jin out. He began to speculate about the malevolent spirits and abilities he was to master. Sequence 7. Magician corresponds to the magician spirit, capable of distorting others' perceptions and creating visual deceptions. In terms of consciousness-related spirits, it is relatively weak. Sequence 6. Faceless man corresponds to, with the ability to manifest as a vague image. From Sequence 5 onwards, a promotion ritual is required. Sequence 5. Master of Secrets corresponds to, with increasingly outlandish abilities. Sequence 4. Sorcerer corresponds to, seemingly able to become bizarre. Sequence 3. Ancient Scholar corresponds to, appearing to grow perverse. Sequence 2. Miracle Worker corresponds to the wish spirit. What is a miracle? Transforming the impossible into the possible is a miracle. Sequence 1. Esoteric Servant corresponds to, details remain ominous. Chapter 17. Encountering Wang Xiaoming again, Yi Shi's understanding of Yi Jun was limited to the fact that he was an adolescent in the throes of youthful exuberance. Given this, a little provocation might suffice to lure him into working for free. Lying on the plush bed in the villa, Yi Shi mused over the unimaginable privileges he now enjoyed, which he had never even dreamed of in his previous life. Yet, he was acutely aware that such comforts came at a steep price. The following morning, Yi Shi was engrossed in a compendium of flora and fauna. To ascend to the rank of a magician, he required 60 milliliters of pure water, 30 milliliters of mist trance sap, 3 grams of water crystal powder, and 4 drops of phantasm oil. The mist trance was elusive, and it seemed that a certain supernatural locale housed a row of trees. He wondered if they might suffice. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed at the door, prompting Yi Shi to wonder, did this house not have a doorbell? A familiar voice resonated outside. Community warmth delivery. Yi Shi's expression darkened at the sound of the proclamation. What could that rascal Wang Kai want so early in the morning? Wang Kai? What on earth is it? Yi Shi gritted his teeth as he opened the door. Of course, I'm here to take you to the headquarters. You haven't forgotten that you need to report on the eerie incident today, have you? Yi Shi felt a vein throb on his forehead, struggling against the urge to strike out as he sauntered towards the headquarters. Upon entering the headquarters, he immediately spotted Professor Wang emerging from the laboratory. Yi Shi, it seems your eerie energy has been considerably suppressed. You appear much healthier than before, Wang Xiaoming remarked, relieved to see Yi Shi's revival. Finally, he had a useful assistant at his disposal. First, help me analyze this coffin in the photograph. How dangerous is it for the dispatched ghost tamers to retrieve it? Wang Xiaoming was eager to ascertain if he could acquire this coffin, as it would significantly aid his future research. Indeed, it is possible, but the process may be quite convoluted, and the risks are exceedingly high. Yishi replied, frowning. His intuition suggested that the coffin depicted in the photograph was likely a ghostly vessel capable of nurturing ghostly messengers. Since ascending to the role of a jester, his intuitive abilities had seen a marked enhancement. Wang Xiaoming, undeterred by the mention of high danger, was fixated on obtaining the ghostly coffin, believing that most sacrifices would be worthwhile. His dilemma lay in determining whom to dispatch. Although Wang Kai had harnessed a new eerie entity and significantly strengthened his abilities, the headquarters had already assigned him to protect Yi Shi, akin to how Li Jun safeguarded him. Wang Xiaoming felt this was not a grave concern. Yi Shi possessed capabilities that warranted protection, and Wang Kai was more than willing to undertake this task. From the tone of Yi Shi's earlier remarks, it was clear he did not wish to be involved in this endeavor, and Wang Xiaoming was reluctant to impose. The dispatched ghost tamers should ideally control at least 2 eerie entities, with one possessing considerable self-preservation capabilities. After much contemplation, only Feng Quan seemed suitable. Very well. I shall arrange for the ghost tamers to proceed. What about the circus incident? Wang Xiaoming needed precise information about the circus situation to prevent any recurrence of chaos. The circus does not appear to exist within our spatial realm. Once we enter, even satellite phones fail to locate us. The true menace lies within the circus itself, not the eerie entities. The circus possesses the power to suppress these entities, Yishi articulated slowly, aware that in Wang Xiaoming's eyes, he seemed oblivious to such supernatural matters. It would be prudent to express it differently. I plan to gather a team to revisit the circus, Yishi announced, delivering startling news. Wang Xiaoming, however, remained silent. He understood that Yishi likely harbored ulterior motives for revisiting the circus, but such matters were trivial. Everyone had their secrets, provided they posed no threat to the nation. Upon hearing Yishi's declaration, Wang Kai refrained from comment. His current mission was to ensure Yishi's safety, not to restrict his activities. Have you identified a suitable candidate? Wang Xiaoming inquired directly, keen to ascertain whether Yishi's decision stemmed from a momentary lapse in judgment. I intend to seek out Yi Zhan in Dahuai City, or alternatively, Li Leping would suffice. Yishi disclosed the potential assistance he planned to enlist. Yi Zhan may be difficult to persuade. He might not comply with the headquarters arrangements in Dahuai City. However, we can inquire about Li Leping through the headquarters. Chapter 18. Yi Zhan. Upon hearing Yishi's words, Wang Xiaoming felt a sense of relief, glad that the decision was not made impulsively. However, he was perplexed by the fact that Li Leping had not erased Yi Shi's memories of him. Such behavior was uncharacteristic of Li Leping. Did they share a deeper camaraderie than he had anticipated? Yet, why was Yishi seeking Yi Zhan instead of Li Leping this time? Wang Xiaoming deduced much from Yishi's remarks, but found himself lacking crucial clues needed to unravel the truth of the matter. By the way, Yishi, there are numerous supernatural files at headquarters that you might want to peruse. I have no other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wang Xiaoming recalled that Yishi was still unaware of the occurrences in the supernatural realm. Very well, I will see if Yi Zhan can acquiesce, he mused. Watching Wang Xiaoming's retreating figure as he pondered whether he had overlooked anything in their earlier conversation. Wang Kai, I must trouble you to accompany me back to the circus, Yishi stated, adopting a seemingly apologetic expression as he glanced at the young man standing behind him. If you hadn't called me, I would have gone with you anyway, Wang Kai replied, surprised at Yishi's earnest demeanor during work, as he had assumed he would be laid back. Yishi calmly responded, I had thought you maintained a clear distinction between work and leisure. Wang Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, offered a brief smile, but refrained from elaborating. Yishi chose to disregard how he managed to compartmentalize work and life. He was now intent on drafting a letter to Yi Zhan. No, it should be an invitation to the demon-slaying conference. He contemplated how to infuse the missive with a touch of youthful exuberance. Perhaps I shall phrase it thus, esteemed master of the arcane. Currently, foreign malevolent forces are wreaking havoc in our homeland, showing utter disregard for our nation's masters of the arcane. We are convening the Arcane Conference to elect a leader of the martial world to combat these foreign threats. You are cordially invited. As Yishi surveyed the content of his letter, he recognized the gradually emerging essence of youthful bravado and the cliché hero saving the world narrative. For a fleeting moment, he considered tearing the letter to shreds and seeking Li Leping's assistance. Yet, ultimately, he suppressed his embarrassment, acknowledging it as a necessary sacrifice. In the bustling city of Dahu, Yi Zhan was engrossed in mimicking the movements of characters from an animated series. Boss. A supernatural practitioner codenamed the Seer from headquarters has sent a letter claiming they wish to host a martial arts conference. A middle-aged man entered the conference room, noting Yi Zhan's animated viewing. He covered his face in disbelief before placing the letter on the table, opting to wait until the show concluded before reporting further. Shortly thereafter, Yi Zhan's furious voice echoed through the room. What kind of animation company is this? They dare to halt the show at such a climactic moment. At that instant, a well-dressed man, who had been waiting outside, pushed the conference room door open as he routinely stated, "Boss, we have dispatched someone to urge the animation company." Yi Zhan, still displeased, glanced at the letter on the table and exclaimed, "This letter exudes a sense of grandeur. Who sent it?" The letter, crafted by Yi Shi in homage to the invitations from the television series, was adorned with a small golden sword. The well-dressed man explained, "This was delivered by a supernatural practitioner codenamed the Seer from headquarters, inviting you to participate in the martial arts conference. I am unaware of the specifics." Yi Zhan was taken aback upon hearing the phrase martial arts conference. He had not anticipated the existence of kindred spirits in this world. However, as he opened the letter and read its content, his expression darkened. This was no martial arts conference. It was an invitation for him to become a mere worker. The well-dressed youth added, "The Seer, Yi Shi, mentioned that during this event, the strongest practitioner will be chosen and honored by headquarters." He initially hesitated to disclose this matter, but the opposing party offered too much. Yi Zhan's eyes brightened. This proposition seemed acceptable. Although he was already referred to as the strongest practitioner in Asia, the honor conferred directly by headquarters was far more significant. "Prepare a plane to headquarters. I, Yi Wudi, shall pay a visit," Yi Zhan declared assertively, one foot resting upon the table, hands on his hips, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 19. The mysterious knocking incident begins. Yi Shi received news at headquarters regarding the impending arrival of Yi Zhan. To be honest, he felt no surprise at all. His standing among the enchanters at headquarters was hardly inferior to that of Wang Xiaoming. Within this brief span of days, hundreds of enchanters had approached him, inquiring whether the supernatural events they were about to confront posed any danger, and many had received invaluable advice. A small number had even successfully commanded a second entity as a result. It could be said that the procedures for dealing with malevolent entities at headquarters had undergone a significant transformation due to Yi Shi, albeit discreetly. Yi Shi began to reduce the frequency of consultations, having established his image among the enchanters at headquarters. He was reluctant to rely on divination daily, as it would greatly tilt the balance of his divine nature against his humanity, while others worried about the resurgence of malevolent entities. His concern lay in the potential overpowering of his humanity by his divinity, even if that divinity was indeed a part of him. The rationale behind decreasing the frequency was simple. Excessive use could provoke the awakening of malevolent entities. However, some extreme enchanters were discontented with Yi Shi's reduction of divination and sought to compel him to utilize his abilities, only to meet mysterious ends due to the resurgence of malevolent entities. As Yi Shi perused the death reports of enchanters at headquarters, he couldn't help but smirk coldly. There were always those who took the kindness of others for granted. While awaiting Yi Zhan's arrival, Zhao Zhengwo emerged from the communications room, his eyes heavy with dark circles. Upon seeing Yi Shi, he mustered a smile and remarked, "You and Wang are off to tackle the circus incident again, aren't you? If that's the case, let me see if I can apply for some cursed candles for you." "Zhao Gu, why do you look like a national treasure with those dark circles?" Yi Shi remarked, observing Zhao Zhengwo's weary appearance. His rapport with most personnel at headquarters had improved significantly, thanks to his amiable demeanor and appealing looks. To the beleaguered staff, tormented by the various temperaments of enchanters, Yi Shi was a beacon of hope. Zhao Zhengwo slowly rummaged through his pocket and pulled out a half-smoked cigarette, placing it in his mouth for a moment before extinguishing it. With a sigh of resignation, he said, "My apologies, I forgot that smoking is prohibited within headquarters. The head of Dachang City, Zhou Zheng, has perished." Zhao Zhengwo's voice was heavy with sorrow. He was a good comrade. A new file has been established for Dachang City, codenamed the Knocking Ghost, classified as an A-level incident. Fortunately, we have discovered a promising enchanter named Yang Jian, codenamed Ghost Eye. Although he is merely a high school student, his intellect far surpasses that of his peers. Regrettably, he currently has no intention of joining headquarters. Zhou Zheng. Yi Shi recalled that it was because of him that he confirmed the existence of this world of mysterious resurgence. He was an excellent leader, but alas, such sacrifices are necessary. We are but a wretched bunch, cursed by malevolent entities. Yishi lamented. With Zhou Zheng's passing, the world of mysterious resurgence would gradually unfold. The enchanters of the Republic, the realm of the supernatural. Listening to Yishi's words, Zhao Zhengwo felt as though a tumult of emotions had erupted within him. Though he was not an enchanter, he had learned far too much about the resurgence of malevolent entities. Just as Yishi had articulated, enchanters truly resembled pitiful insects. I will find a way to persuade him to join headquarters. For now, let us send Zhao Kaming to take charge of Dachang City. Although his mental state is not ideal, we currently have no other suitable candidates, Zhao Zhengwo concluded, waving his hand dismissively. I'll take my leave now. The file on the knocking ghost is in the archives. Feel free to retrieve it if you need it. After Zhao Zhengwo finished speaking, he swiftly departed. He was utterly exhausted. Wang Kai, I shall head to the archives to peruse some supernatural incidents that I must be aware of. Noticing Wang Kai's pallid complexion, Yishi seized the opportunity to send him away for some solitude. Wang Kai had remained silent since the beginning, deeply affected by Zhou Zheng's sacrifice. As fellow core enchanters, their feelings ran deeper. It's all right. I'll accompany you to the archives. I was merely feeling a bit contemplative, Wang Kai explained with a smile. Yishi chose not to press further. Having a bodyguard would ensure his safety. Chapter 20. Professor Wang engaged in such activities in the archive room. The archive room is situated in the northeastern part of the headquarters, deep within its confines. Typically, the enchanters seldom venture here, as most of the necessary documents are stored electronically and can be accessed by the operators. However, the archive houses more clandestine files, and currently, Yishi possesses sufficient access rights. Thus, he directly entered the archive to peruse the documents. Upon entering, he noticed Wang Xiaoming engrossed in an activity. He was altering a file. Noticing Yishi's arrival, Wang Xiaoming did not cease his scribbling but continued to amend one of the documents. Adjusting his glasses, he remarked, "From the photographs I previously sought, I preliminarily deduced that the eerie coffin possesses the power to nurture malevolent spirits. Do you comprehend the implications of this ability? Should other enchanters become aware? Even if my suspicion remains unsubstantiated, they are likely to take it seriously, which would undoubtedly incite chaos and bloodshed. I must revise the document." Wang Xiaoming sighed in resignation. "Currently, my only option is to enlist some civilian enchanters to see if they can retrieve the eerie coffin. As for the enchanter Feng Quan dispatched by headquarters, he has vanished without a trace and is most likely lost within." Wang Xiaoming refrained from asking Yishi to employ divination to ascertain Feng Quan's fate, as the latter's value was deemed insufficient. Nonetheless, it was evident that Wang Xiaoming sought additional assistance. "Yishi, after the circus incident concludes, if possible, please proceed to Huanggang Mountain. This could significantly aid our research on malevolent spirits and perhaps even address the issue of their resurgence," Wang Xiaoming implored Yishi, aware that civilian enchanters generally lack the capability to retrieve the eerie coffin, necessitating the deployment of the headquarters elite forces. If all else fails, he would seek out Elder Qin. Wang Xiaoming resolved. "Very well, I shall provide support to Huanggang village once the circus incident is resolved." Yishi acquiesced verbally, yet internally felt no stirrings of conflict. Had he been unaware of the unfolding narrative, he might have hesitated. However, knowing the plot, he readily agreed, as this matter would soon be resolved by Yang Jian. Meanwhile, he could enhance his standing in Wang Xiaoming's eyes, a win-win situation. Wang Xiaoming was pleased with Yishi's agreement. With Yishi's esteemed reputation, most enchanters from the headquarters would be reluctant to decline collaboration with him. At that moment, Li Jun entered the room, seemingly with something to convey. Yet upon seeing Yishi and Wang Xiaoming, he hesitated. Wang Xiaoming discerned Li Jun's reluctance but dismissed it, encouraging him to speak. "Professor Wang, your brother has stirred considerable dissatisfaction among the enchanters outside. Numerous complaints have already reached headquarters, including several promising candidates." Li Jun reported with a sense of helplessness, recognizing that this was a matter of familial concern for Wang Xiaoming. As the saying goes, family shame should not be aired in public. Wang Xiaoming felt exasperated. Were it not for the fact that his brother was his sole remaining relative, he would have long disowned him. "I apologize for the inconvenience. I must attend to this matter," Wang Xiaoming said, putting down his pen and hastily departing with Li Jun left in the archive room. Yishi and Wang Kai diligently examined various supernatural documents. Shortly thereafter, Yishi's satellite phone rang. "Yishi, Yi Zhen has arrived at headquarters and is searching for you. Should I delay him for you? Yi Luan inquired over the line, with the sound of a youthful voice in the background, uttering phrases about being invincible. Yishi recognized that it was Yi Zhen. No need for delay. I shall arrive shortly. Yishi replied. Wang Kai, this upcoming venture to the circus is exceedingly perilous. If necessary, you may abandon me and flee. As it was I who invited you, Yishi said nonchalantly. Are you insulting my integrity? I, Wang Kai, will face death before allowing you to perish. Yishi had never witnessed such fury from Wang Kai before. His intention had merely been to advise Wang Kai to preserve himself. As finding another steadfast anchor like him would be no easy feat, however, it seemed Wang Kai had misinterpreted his words. As for the prospect of his own demise, perhaps it would be better to wager that the primordial would descend and the mysteries would awaken tomorrow. He would only experience divine resurgence, transforming into a stranger. Chapter 21. The return to Dinan City. Wang Kai realized that he had been somewhat overly excited moments before. He found himself in a dilemma between apologizing and not apologizing. Just then, he heard Yishi's urging voice, which momentarily freed him from this peculiar state. He reflected on his own indecisiveness and resolved to apologize to Yishi. Wang Kai, we must set off. This time, we are determined to conquer the circus. Yishi declared with unwavering confidence. How could the flying dragon be defeated? Before long, Yishi encountered Yi Zhen, who was clad in a short t-shirt, exuding the vigor of youth. Upon seeing Yishi and Wang Kai approach, Yi Zhen remarked, You must be the legendary prophet Yishi and his guardian Wang Kai. Ah, that tone. Quite characteristic of Yi Zhen. Yishi mused, then playfully responded. It is my fault for not welcoming the esteemed leader of the Yi Alliance properly. Yi Zhen thought to himself, Yishi is quite astute. I like him. With an inscrutable expression, he inquired, Is what the prophet said in his letter truly accurate? Indeed, it is beyond doubt. Once this task is accomplished, you shall be the strongest ghost master in Asia. Yishi replied, disregarding Yi Zhen's title for him. As long as the deception succeeded, it would be a tremendous gain for him. Very well, it is settled then. This time, I, Yi Zhen, shall lead you to flatten the circus. Now, let us depart for Dinan City. Yi Zhen produced a cloak from seemingly nowhere and donned it. Initially, Yishi had intended to use the ghost domain to forcibly suppress the magician ghost. However, Yi Zhen's unique ghost could allow others or ghosts to bear the brunt of attacks in his stead, thus creating a synergy that was greater than the sum of its parts. Nevertheless, they still lacked the capability to eradicate the circus, as it harbored an overwhelming malevolence behind the scenes. The notion of eliminating the circus was merely a ruse to better manipulate Yi Zhen. We shall enter the supernatural realm after 12:13. The ghost bus is expected to arrive in 42 minutes. This is our sole opportunity for escape, Yishi stated gravely to Yi Zhen and Wang Kai. Is this the extraordinary ability of a ghost master? To foresee the future? Can you see the entire season of the animated series produced by the animation company? Yi Zhen gazed at Yishi, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How had he never considered the utility of such a foresight ability before? Wang Kai interjected. Moreover, when Yishi employs this ability, the burden is immense. A moment's carelessness could result in the resurgence of a malevolent ghost. It was as if he was both hinting and warning Yi Zhen, advising him not to act recklessly. Yi Zhen, momentarily losing interest, muttered, So, I cannot watch future animated series? This ability does not seem so remarkable after all. Noticing the veins on Wang Kai's forehead bulging, Yishi hastily diverted the conversation. The head of Dinan City, Zhaoan, has decided not to participate in this event. Thus, it shall only be the three of us. Fortunately, headquarters has provided a red ghost candle, a white ghost candle, and a death substitution doll. Yi Zhen glanced at the items and quickly lost interest. He, Yi Wudi, had no need for such things. Rather, he feared for his beloved collection of anime figurines. Why must the cost of shifting death be the loss of an anime figurine? The cost of the death substitution ghost was the loss of Yi Zhen's most cherished possession, which now consisted solely of his vast array of anime figurines. Not long after boarding headquarters plane, they arrived in Dinan City. Of course, the speed was not comparable to Wang Kai's ghost domain, but he was reluctant to use it for transporting others indiscriminately. Chapter 22. The plan unravels. The familiar construction site slogans lingered in the air, hinting that, years from now, this enclosed site would transform into the infamous abandoned building district of Dinan City. Wang Kai, once again, it is your ghostly domain that grants us entry. Yi Zhen, prepare yourself. Yishi gazed at the satellite phone in his hand, awaiting the clock to strike 12:13. With me, Yi Wuti, success is assured. The crimson cloak billowed behind Yi Zhan. Perhaps in the eyes of children, he truly resembled a great hero. As Yi Shi and the others maintained their vigilance, the time approached 12:13. Wang Kai, it is time to act. The grayish-white ghostly domain enveloped the construction site once more. At this moment, Yi Shi wielded his power of deception, pulling the circus out of the annals of history once again. However, this time, the resistance was noticeably fiercer. It seemed the circus had discovered that Yi Shi had spirited away one of its clowns. Now, it resisted Yi Shi's power of deception. Yet such extraordinary abilities could not withstand for long in this supernatural realm. Before long, it was compelled to reveal itself. Why has my ghostly domain grown stronger? And why has the circus appeared later? Wang Kai pondered, sensing something amiss. Perhaps it is simply because we pilfered a clown, and it bears a grudge against us. Yi Shi quipped, inadvertently hitting upon the truth. Wang Kai contemplated this and found it quite reasonable, thus refraining from further thought. Beside them, Yi Zhan, ever oblivious, remained undeterred. Moreover, due to the unique nature of his mastery over malevolent entities, he harbored no fear of most supernatural attacks. Thus, his confidence soared. Yi Zhan's current objective was to subdue the circus and seize the title of the strongest master of malevolent beings. He believed himself to be the strongest, unaware that the esteemed Qin from headquarters and the venerable figures from the Republic had yet to make their entrance. It was the same group of tourists as before, as the circus had been extracted from history by Yi Shi. The tourists belonged to the fabric of that past. Strange. Why do I not feel the same sense of oppression this time? Wang Kai queried, perplexed. On his last visit, he had been suppressed. Yet now this supernatural realm posed no such constraints on him. Yi Shi tugged at his garments, sidestepping Yi Zhan's gaze. Have you forgotten where your clown costume originated? Suddenly enlightened, Wang Kai exclaimed, Ah, I see. Wang Kai, usually quite astute, simply preferred not to overthink. Yi Shi internally assessed. Yi Zhan scrutinized the entrance to the circus's backstage, uncertain, are we really going in to subdue this place? The backstage space emanated danger. And though he was somewhat naive, he was not foolish. The malevolent abilities in this world were myriad. What if there existed one capable of countering his own death replacement abilities? Just a title. I, Yi Zhan, remain invincible in this world. He asserted. Certainly not. It is far too perilous within. Our goal is to ensnare all the malevolent entities that emerge from there. Rest assured, the entities that leave the backstage are not as formidable as those within. Yi Shi's words eased Yi Zhan's mind. Had they ventured inside, Yi Zhan would have committed the gravest blunder of his life by fleeing. Yi Shi retrieved a ghostly candle from his backpack. The previous one had been given to Zhaoan as a reward, leaving him with but this solitary candle, which should suffice until the bus arrived. Yi Shi spoke slowly. At this moment, Yi Zhan also noted Yi Shi's choice of words. He had begun to grasp the headquarters' regard for Yi Shi. A glimmer of insight flickered in Yi Zhan's eyes. Yi prophet, you have ulterior motives for being here, do you not? Yi Shi did not deny it, indeed. The magical entity within is what I require. My apologies, Yi Zhan, I have borrowed your strength. Yi Shi understood that Yi Zhan had uncovered something, yet denying it now would only worsen their rapport. What if Yi Zhan turned against him later? However, he had anticipated such a scenario, for Yi Zhan was no fool. Chapter 23, The Sack Plan. Yi Zhan observed that Yi Shi no longer concealed the truth from him, and his anger subsided significantly. However, he still feigned a fierce demeanor and retorted, Are you mocking me, Yi Wuti? As compensation, you must assist me with 3 free divinations on the paranormal forum. Naturally, this is contingent upon your state of stability. Though Yi Zhan had no intention of demanding compensation, he suddenly recalled that he needed to maintain his paranormal forum. Reluctantly, he proposed a request to Yi Shi, allowing both sides an avenue for retreat. Very well, I accept this condition. However, you must promote my reputation within the paranormal forum. Yi Shi added a supplementary condition, leaving Yi Zhan momentarily bewildered. What an odd stipulation. Yet, after some contemplation, he deduced that it posed no significant issue. He could simply control the dissemination to the lower tiers, and even if complications arose, he, Yi Zhan, could suppress them. Agreed. This condition is accepted, Yi Zhan declared. Now, can Yi Wuti assist me in capturing a powerful spirit? Of course, should it be successfully captured, the title from headquarters would remain unchanged. Yi Zhan's intent in promoting his prophetic name was solely to amplify his influence. He harbored no ulterior motives against Yi Zhan, as they had no conflicting interests. Forget the title from headquarters. Consider this a favor owed to me. Yi Zhan acknowledged that he could not subdue this supernatural realm to rightfully claim a title. He aspired to legitimately become the most formidable spirit tamer. Yi Shi, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced. In truth, he preferred Yi Zhan to choose the title bestowed by headquarters, as this would require no effort on his part and could serve as a means to restrain Yi Zhan during critical moments. Better safe than sorry. Yi Shi's cautious strategy prevailed. After a brief divergence of opinions, the trio found themselves united in purpose. Their objective, to ensnare the magical spirit within the sack. Meanwhile, the atmosphere of the circus remained as lively as their initial encounter. The historical projection of the circus resonated with the present-day spectacle, circumventing the need for a large audience to gain entry. However, the entities within the historical projection were mere illusions. Capturing a magical spirit within this projection would not affect the current magical spirit, for history had already unfolded. Should one seek to influence reality through historical projections, a mere fool's authority would be insufficient. It would require the weight of erroneous power as well. The supernatural realm of the circus likely harbored more than this singular entrance. As the current audience differed from the last, it was plausible that a few unfortunate souls had boarded a haunted bus and disembarked at the circus's eerie domain. As the stage curtains ascended, the lights dimmed, and the oppressive atmosphere of the supernatural locale began to manifest. Yi Zhan, during our last encounter, we discovered 3 conditions that would trigger a supernatural attack. We must refrain from loud noises once the show commences, remain seated, and we cannot lose the cards provided to us during the magical spirit-esque performance. Yi Shi recounted the patterns of attack previously observed. Yi Zhan nodded in agreement. Although he was unafraid, he cherished his collectibles. Besides, who would willingly become a target for an assault? Wang Kai, compared to his previous condition, appeared considerably improved, significantly delaying the resurgence of the malevolent spirit. Was it possible that this magical spirit's attire could also be donned by Wang Kai? The more Yi Shi pondered, the more plausible it seemed. This was a fortunate turn of events for Wang Kai. However, he too needed to establish an anchor point before concocting any potions. Who knew if the potion would miraculously find its way into his mouth? A prudent approach. After all, Wang Kai's malevolent spirit was not likely to resurface so swiftly. The stage lights illuminated once more, and the curtain rose again. The first to appear was, predictably, the magical spirit. What ruse could be employed to lure the magical spirit off the stage this time? Yi Shi furrowed his brow in thought when a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled the mocking smile of the magical spirit during the previous performance. A smile crept upon Yi Shi's face as he thought to himself, "Let us invite you into the trap." Chapter 24, The Escape. Yi Shi observed the familiar magical trick, sensing that its supernatural abilities had intensified once again. It appeared that with each performance, the trick's ethereal powers grew stronger. However, given the current capabilities of the magical trick, it was still unable to evade the plan that Yi Shi had recently devised. The trick, with its vacant eyes, began dealing cards once more. At that moment, Yi Zhan activated the ghostly domain, enveloping the 3 of them within its eerie confines. This time, none of them received any cards from the magical trick, which appeared to disregard their presence entirely. Yi Shi scrutinized Yi Zhan's ghostly domain, noting its superiority over Wang Kai's. Truly, it was a remarkable and formidable trick, distinct from the rest. Yet, in an instant, his body was propelled forward, colliding with the back of a chair in the front row. The scene was too grim to describe. Once again, the magical trick waved its wand, conjuring 2 cards, the 2 of spades and the 6 of clubs. Its hollow gaze fixated on the individual in the audience holding these 2 cards. A blonde-haired girl broke free from her boyfriend's embrace, mechanically lifting her feet to ascend the stage. Her boyfriend attempted to grasp her hand, only to discover the incredible strength she possessed, easily pulling him down from his position. In that fleeting moment, he ceased all movement and fell silent. The rest of the audience huddled in their seats, too terrified to utter a sound. Yi Zhan, witnessing this, fell into an unusual silence himself, realizing that his only concern now was the safety of the city of Hai. He could not afford to worry about anyone else. Once the girl on stage became the magical trick's assistant, it was prepared to have her draw cards once more, selecting the next victim for its grand illusion. Initially, it displayed the cards in its hand to the audience. However, Yishi immediately discerned that these playing cards were incomplete. The quantity was evidently incorrect. At that moment, as the magical trick showcased the cards, Yishi raised his middle finger in defiance. The magical trick momentarily froze, bewildered by the gesture, yet it sensed the presence of a circus puzzle emanating from Yishi, specifically that of the lost clown spirit. Instinctively, it yearned to complete the puzzle. Wang Kai, observing Yishi's bold move, was taken aback, but as he met Yishi's gaze, he understood the intent. Yishi aimed to attract the attention of other malevolent spirits within the circus using the clown spirit he controlled. If he was not mistaken, all the spirits within this circus were interconnected like pieces of a puzzle, yet the rules of the supernatural realm prevented them from gathering together. Acknowledging that Yishi had caught the magical trick's attention, Wang Kai had no choice but to ignite his ghostly candle and shield Yishi with the ghostly domain. Simultaneously, Yi Zhan activated his ghostly domain, poised to subdue the magical trick the moment it descended from the stage. The magical trick, now aware of its surroundings, instinctively descended from the stage, fixating its gaze on Yishi. Although Wang Kai also possessed a piece of the circus puzzle, it was evident that Yishi's piece was more complete. As the magical trick trembled and descended, Wang Kai and Yi Zhan were already prepared. The ghostly candle crackled and burned rapidly. Yishi stood ready to unleash his authority. Yet, he suddenly realized something alarming. While Yi Zhan and Wang Kai swiftly subdued the magical trick using the ghostly domain, Yishi, drenched in sweat, recognized just in time that the magical trick had already descended and was now beside the ghostly candle. They had been deceived by an illusion, just narrowly avoiding disaster. Yishi rushed forward to grab a golden woven sack, ensnaring the subdued magical trick within it. "Let us go," he urged, hastily signaling Wang Kai to use the ghostly domain to transport them away. He sensed that the circus itself was becoming irate. Having lost 2 performers consecutively, the circus was filled with fury. At that moment, Yishi employed the power of manipulating time to delay the impending suppression from the circus by a second. Meanwhile, those audience members who had attempted to flee found their bodies transformed, coated in a wooden texture, becoming mere puppets. The ghostly domain surged towards the bus waiting at the exit. With a swift motion, Yishi and the others landed heavily inside the bus. Yi Zhan quickly rose, exclaiming, "Do not let this incident spread. If other spirit controllers learn that I, Yi Zhan, was forced by the supernatural realm to tumble onto a bus like a dog, my lifelong reputation would be utterly ruined." Chapter 25, Where Lies the Path? Yishi and Wang Kai were utterly speechless upon hearing Yi Zhan's words. Yet after a moment's reflection, they realized it was quintessentially Yi Zhan. Rest assured, today's events shall remain confidential. Yishi, too, wished to avoid drawing attention. After all, they had departed last time via public transport. However, compared to their previous journey, this bus was considerably more lively. As Yishi traversed the aisle, he encountered a bride adorned in a crimson wedding gown and an elderly man clutching a tattered umbrella frame. Thankfully, the presence of the bus mitigated the situation. Otherwise, encountering these apparitions outside would have been quite distressing for Yishi. Noticing Yishi moving towards the back, Yi Zhan followed closely behind. Fortunately, it seemed that only the malevolent spirit lingered on the bus, and it was unlikely to mock his recent demeanor. "Wang Kai, our route of departure differs slightly from last time. It appears that every public transport journey presents a unique path." Yishi meticulously analyzed the bus's trajectory, but after a short while, he shook his head in resignation. Perhaps it would be best to consult divination. With this in mind, he resolved that he would not encounter any further disturbances. His attention should shift towards the matter of his anchor point. He retrieved the paranormal envelope bestowed upon him by Wang Xiaoming and pondered, what moniker should he inscribe? Contemplating the essence of his authority, he wrote, "The Fool in the Mist, the observer of life's theater, the true god of contradictions." The first phrase denoted his status, the second articulated his ongoing endeavors, and the third reflected the manifestation of his power. This sufficed, Yishi mused. No wonder the art of persuasion is a requisite for every deity. Without the skill to beguile, where would the followers emerge? He projected the historical essence of this letter onto the bus, anticipating its discovery by a fated soul. The historical projection bore no supernatural potency and would automatically dissolve once read by another. However, it required a measure of energy to sustain. Had he already ascended to the status of a third-tier ancient scholar, he would not need to expend so much effort to maintain the projection. As it stood, He could conjure no more than 5 letters, for any further attempts would risk overwhelming his divine essence, a precarious cost indeed. Yet, every beginning is fraught with challenges. For those ensnared in supernatural events without the fortune of acquiring malevolent strength, finding a source of psychological solace is often necessary. Thus, the fool was born. However, Yi Shi contemplated further. Soon, his ascension would necessitate a ritual. To rise to the 5th tier, he would need to hear the song of a mermaid. But such beings were non-existent in this locale. He wondered if Tong Qian's ghostly wails might suffice, or if he could experiment with summoning a human spirit. The path ahead appeared treacherous. Nevertheless, once he mastered the art of manipulation through the malevolent spirit, he would possess his own domain, significantly enhancing his capacity for self-preservation. He pondered the nature of his spectral realm. The manipulative spirit was one that affected consciousness, capable of inducing visual distortions. Had Yi Shi not witnessed the ghostly candle burning fiercely, they might have fallen victim to the apparition. Yet, that individual would certainly not be Yi Shi, nor Yi Zhen. Poor Wang Kai. The bus arrived at an ancient residence from the Republic of China, at which point the ghostly bride disembarked, and the display screen indicated that the number of malevolent spirits had risen to 9. Wang Kai, I do not intend to submit this particular spirit to headquarters. I wish to retain it, as I feel it may prove advantageous in my future endeavors. Very well, I shall keep your secret. However, such action should be minimized to avoid inciting the discontent of the more conservative factions within headquarters, Wang Kai kindly cautioned Yi Shi. Not wishing for him to become embroiled in complications due to this matter, I will reach out to the folk exorcists when the time comes. I shall procure a spirit to present to headquarters. Chapter 26. Return to Dying City. Some individuals at headquarters still fail to grasp the transformative impact of the supernatural resurgence on society. Were it not for his status as a protege cultivated by headquarters, he would have already departed, resigning from his position. Yi Zhen expressed profound agreement. Harboring no fondness for the headquarters armchair quarterbacks who merely offered hindsight criticism. During his tenure in the great eastern city, he had purged such individuals from his ranks. I'm in your debt, Wang Kai, Yi Shi remarked. It's merely a trivial matter. If you insist on owing me, you're picking a fight. The choice is yours, Wang Kai retorted, adopting a stern demeanor. Very well, consider it free labor for me. Yi Shi had come to understand Wang Kai, who genuinely treated him like a younger brother. It had been an age since he had experienced familial affection. In fact, as an orphan, this was his inaugural encounter with kinship. However, Yi Shi no longer experienced any emotional fluctuations. The instinctive uniqueness was beyond the resistance of a mere mortal, and his emotions would inevitably dissipate, rendering these feudal sentiments obsolete. Yi Zhen, unable to bear the atmosphere, swiftly changed the subject, interrupting Yi Shi and Wang Kai. The bus is nearing its destination. This time, the bus stop isn't a place of supernatural phenomena. Judging by the architectural style, it appears to be somewhere in the Middle East. I didn't expect this to be an international bus. After uttering these words, Yi Zhen glanced at Yi Shi. Prescient Yi Shi, remember your contract with me, Yi Zhen, and Wang Kai? I hope that our next encounter will reveal a strength that commands my attention. Farewell for now. Yi Zhen's cloak billowed behind him, and the activation of his domain as a backdrop created a discordant image. He resembled an enlightened master, yet the cloak seemed out of place. He appeared to be a heroic figure, yet his actions were peculiar. Yi Shi grew increasingly apprehensive, disinclined to become a target of universal animosity. However, the emotion of fear fleetingly crossed his mind before vanishing entirely. Hold on tight, Yi Shi, and let your brother Wang give you a taste of his aerial race car. Wang Kai's grayish-white domain once again streaked across the sky, causing the mercenaries below to mistake it for an enemy attack. Remaining on high alert for an extended period before seemingly realizing it was merely a shooting star. Wang Kai, has the balance of malevolent entities within your body remained stable? Yi Shi pondered, deciding to broach the subject of controlling the magic entity, as it was crucial to his acquisition of a domain. He was certainly not envious of Wang Kai's domain. Everything is fine. The balance is quite stable. Wang Kai seemed to grasp the essence of Yi Shi's words. Perplexed as to why Yi Shi would suddenly inquire about this matter, there is an important matter that requires your assistance. If your condition is compromised, we shall abandon the endeavor, Yi Shi stated calmly. Wang Kai first assessed his condition before responding. The malevolent entities within me pose no issues. The duration of aerial flight was brief. As they disembarked in the Middle East, headquarters satellite phone began to ring. However, he did not answer. Now, The satellite phone rang once more, and Yishi answered it nonchalantly. Yishi, have you successfully resolved the circus incident this time? This is what Minister Zhao asked me to ask you. Yi Luan's voice emanated from the other end of the phone. Yishi particularly admired Yi Luan's discretion, knowing what questions to avoid and what remarks to make at specific junctures. For instance, he made no mention of Yishi's prior refusal to answer the phone, even assisting Yishi in covering up for him at times. Compared to certain individuals at headquarters, Yi Luan was exceptional. Yishi, without a blush, fabricated a tale with unwavering composure. Chapter 27. Turmoil resurfaces the circus, an ethereal realm, exerts no influence on reality as long as large gatherings of people are absent. Thus, Yishi's assertion holds some validity. He concealed the magical artifact, ensnared in a golden sack, within the villa, a process facilitated by Wang Kai's ghostly domain. The enigmatic object submitted to headquarters was procured from a certain club, costing Wang Kai a substantial sum. As for Yishi, he has no intention of ascending to the rank of magician so swiftly. Insufficient anchor points render such a promotion tantamount to self-destruction. At dawn the following day, Yishi arrived at headquarters, clutching a satellite phone, and began posting on the supernatural forum, the topic being the art of divine deception. The post was titled, "Are you aware of a great being concerning the fool?" Reading the ensuing comments, Yishi found himself both amused and exasperated. What is a fool? Is it merely a foolish individual? Can a fool be consumed? After all, this world is not akin to that of the Lord of Mysteries. In that realm, uttering such words might lead to unexpected nocturnal visitors checking your water meter. Good morning. A diviner emerged from headquarters, seemingly one of the fortunate few who had previously sought Yishi's guidance to master the second spectral entity. Good morning. Are there any tasks to be executed recently? Yishi donned a businesslike smile. Very well, I shall seek out Professor Wang immediately. Is it possible that Wang Xiaoming has already acquired the ghostly coffin? Never mind. I shall investigate. Yishi hastened towards Wang Xiaoming's laboratory. To be candid, he harbored particular thoughts regarding the ghostly coffin, as it was pivotal to his forthcoming promotion ritual. Upon reaching the laboratory door, he encountered Li Jun. Li Jun, is Professor Wang inside? Yes, he has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. By the way, did Wang Kai not accompany you today? I arrived rather early and did not summon him. Li Jun nodded. In the eyes of most at headquarters, Yishi was typically accompanied by Wang Kai, much like Li Jun remained by Wang Xiaoming's side. Upon entering the laboratory, Yishi observed Wang Xiaoming engaged in various tasks regarding a coffin. Noticing Yishi's entrance, Wang Xiaoming paused his work with the golden drilling machine. I am investigating the coffin's effects on malevolent specters. Progress is minimal thus far. Could you assist me in divining the consequences of opening this ghostly coffin? Yishi closed his eyes momentarily before slowly reopening them. The impact on headquarters is negligible, yet for you, it is a matter of life and death. Wang Xiaoming seemed already aware of this outcome. The malevolent specter within the coffin possesses the ability to suppress other malevolent entities. I am contemplating whether this suppression capacity can be extracted to create a supernatural artifact. Regrettably, I have made little progress, and even the failed experimental products have gone missing. Yishi fell silent. In the original narrative, Yi Jun had transformed a malevolent specter into a supernatural artifact, yet the specific method remained undisclosed. Was the missing product that finger stolen by Wang Xiaoqiang? Professor Wang, I beseech you for a favor. I require more individuals to remember me. This can significantly suppress the resurgence of my malevolent specter. There is no need for my true identity. Merely my codename will suffice. After careful contemplation, Yishi recognized the difficulty of finding anchor points for himself. It would be more prudent to seek Wang Xiaoming's assistance, who would likely not refuse such a request. Has your malevolent specter's resurgence accelerated since your recent visit to the circus? You must have already mastered the second entity there. Currently, headquarters lacks a method to control the third entity. If more people remember you, it can indeed stifle your malevolent specter's revival, and I will do my utmost. I recently mastered a malevolent specter capable of enhancing my presence. The circus incident has been largely resolved. Yishi did not withhold this information, recalling that Wang Kai had also controlled the second entity, leaving no reason for him not to have done so as well. Regarding why the conservative faction at headquarters had not troubled him, according to Wang Kai's hints, they appeared somewhat apprehensive of his predictive malevolent specter, though the reason remained unclear. By the way, Professor Wang, one must be wary of domestic thieves, Yishi subtly cautioned. Given Wang Xiaoming's intellect, he would undoubtedly deduce the identity of the individual who pilfered the experimental byproducts. Yishi was merely extending a courtesy in advance. Chapter 28. Wang Xiaoming's journey to Dachang City. A glimmer of insight flashed in Wang Xiaoming's eyes as he grasped the implications of Yishi's words. Thank you. Just as he was about to articulate further, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Why didn't you call me today? Wang Kai complained as he stepped inside. Accompanied by Li Jun glanced at Wang Xiaoming, then at Yishi, before reluctantly speaking, Professor Wang, your brother has violated the headquarters regulations. He intends to assassinate Yang Jian, the head of Dachang City, and Zhao Jiangwo holds him in high regard. Now that Yang Jian seeks to eliminate Wang Xiaoqiang, the headquarters has no grounds to intervene. Wang Xiaoming's thoughts raced. He recalled the few individuals who had recently visited his laboratory, and with Yishi's subtle hints, he deduced it was indeed Wang Xiaoqiang. However, he felt compelled to confirm this, as it was about his own brother. His impression of Yang Jian was profound. The very coffin he had been studying was brought to him by Yang Jian. According to Wang Xiaoming's value theory, Yang Jian's worth far surpassed that of Wang Xiaoqiang. Yet, Wang Xiaoming's brother was unlike anyone else. Li Jun, accompany me to Dachang City. Let us see if we can negotiate with Yang Jian. If he remains steadfast in his intent to kill Wang Xiaoqiang, then, in Wang Xiaoming's eyes, as long as the cost was justified, others could be sacrificed. But his brother was an exception. Even transforming his brother into a ghost master was not his intention. It was a desperate measure due to his brother's terminal illness. Wang Xiaoming found himself at a loss, perplexed by his brother's blatant disregard for the headquarters' dignity, conspiring with rogue ghost masters to eliminate the head of the headquarters. Had he overprotected his brother? Had he granted him too much freedom? Li Jun recognized Wang Xiaoming's predicament and suggested, let us first head to Dachang City and ascertain the situation there. Yishi observed Wang Xiaoming, who appeared to be merely concerned about the repercussions of Wang Xiaoqiang's reprehensible actions. Little did he realize that this journey might lead to a final farewell. If Wang Xiaoming truly embodied selflessness, treating everyone equally, one could only express admiration. Yet, his markedly different attitude towards Wang Xiaoqiang could only be deemed hypocritical. However, it would not be long before Yang Jian would help him shed these worldly desires, transforming him into a truly selfless individual. Yishi refrained from warning Wang Xiaoming of the impending events, even reluctant to involve himself in the matter. He had no desire to venture into Dachang City, especially with the presence of the starving ghost. If he were to go, he would likely encounter the starving ghost before the wish ghost. The thought that the wish ghost might cling to him due to his unique attributes was disheartening. Wang Xiaoming beckoned Li Jun, and they swiftly exited the laboratory. Yishi and Wang Kai shared his sentiment, eager to leave, as the ghost coffin exuded an unsettling aura. Wang Kai, wait for me. Let us make a trip to Dale City to attend to a matter. With the imminent outbreak of the starving ghost incident in Dachang City, should anything happen to Wang Xiaoming, he would find himself returning to Dachang City from the headquarters. All right, shall we take my ghost domain? Wang Kai did not press for further details, trusting that if it were of great importance, Yishi would divulge it. No need. We shall take the headquarters helicopter. By the way, let us first stop by my house to retrieve the magic ghost. I wish to attempt controlling the third ghost. Yishi exhaled slowly, feeling the urgency of time. He had not intended to expedite his mastery over the magic ghost, but if he did not hasten, he would fall too far behind. The choice of Dale City was strategic, given its relative seclusion. Yet, a nagging feeling in Yishi's heart suggested that this advancement would not come without its trials. Chapter 29. The concoction of potions. Zhang Ping, the current head of Dale City, shares a rather strained relationship with the headquarters. Nevertheless, under his stewardship, paranormal incidents in Dale City have been remarkably infrequent, which is the primary reason the headquarters tolerates his conduct. His behavior exudes a sense of territorial dominion. Yishi's flight did not land within the city. Instead, it opted for a secluded mountainous area outside the urban confines. To this end, he deliberately chose not to have the headquarters pilot operate the plane, entrusting the task to Wang Kai instead. Observing Wang Kai disembarking from the aircraft, Yishi could not help but admire his multifaceted talents. We must avoid alerting Zhang Ping during our visit. After all, our purpose here is not to stir up major events. We merely need to find a hotel, Yishi stated. Initially, Wang Kai struggled to comprehend Yishi's aversion to confrontation, as he, being a core exorcist of the headquarters, felt a duty to assist. However, upon hearing Yishi's words, he resolutely followed him to Dale City. Shi subtly hinted to Wang Kai that without mastering the third apparition, his balance would soon be disrupted, leading to the resurgence of malevolent spirits. Wang Kai found himself torn between his half-brother and his professional obligations, and his loyalty swiftly inclined towards Shi. Shi harbored an ominous premonition regarding this promotion. It felt disproportionately significant. Let us proceed, Wang Kai. I have secured a reservation at a 5-star hotel. It is imperative we find a safe place for the ascension, he declared. The hotel exuded opulence, adorned with modern decor that could only be described as resplendent. The staircase resembled intricate works of art, while the elevator rested upon exquisitely carved wooden pathways. Truly, it was a 5-star establishment. He had never encountered such lavish decoration in his previous life. Shi's expression gradually transitioned from melancholy to tranquility. For reasons unknown, he felt increasingly detached from his former self. After a moment of contemplation, he set aside these musings, acknowledging that the ascension remained paramount. Silently, Shi ascended the staircase. And upon another glance at the hotel's decor, he appeared remarkably composed, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings. Upon reaching his room, he retrieved the magical artifact encased in a golden sack from his suitcase. Let us commence with the potion, he declared. Wang Kai, witnessing this scene, silently stationed himself at the door to keep watch. Shi extracted various ingredients from his suitcase. 60 milliliters of pure water, 30 milliliters of mist tree sap, 3 grams of water-shaped gemstone powder, and 4 drops of phantasmic grass essential oil. Lacking mist tree sap, he opted for ordinary tree sap as a substitute. And toxic mushrooms replaced the phantasmic grass. He inwardly questioned the safety of this concoction. As the auxiliary materials were added to the sack, the bag visibly deflated at an astonishing rate. The result was a potion that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Wang Kai, this magical attire is for you as well. You may wish to attempt controlling it at some point. I may need to remain inside for 7 days. Please contact Zhang Ping and discreetly distribute this to other travelers. Avoid large-scale promotion. It suffices for them to retain a memory of me. Under no circumstances are you to enter before the 7 days have elapsed. Wang Kai gazed at the magical performance outfit contained within the sack, casting a complex glance at Shi. All he could do was silently wish for Shi's success. It was a fate that their unfortunate group was destined to confront. Shi regarded the potion in his hands, exhaling a resigned sigh before his eyes widened slightly as he proclaimed, "This is a necessary sacrifice." Chapter 30. The headquarters helplessness. Shi gazed at the potion in his hand, a flicker of resignation crossing his face as he let out a faint sigh. With every step taken slowly, each subsequent one felt even more labored. Surviving in this mysterious world without the ghost domain was exceedingly difficult. He was not the type to cling to the protagonist for support. He had yet to even meet Yang Jian. Moreover, the protagonist of the sacrifice was not particularly rare either. Shi drained the viscous potion, feeling its burning sensation course through him. The glass bottle clattered sharply as it hit the floor. He gradually sank into the sofa. Outside, Wang Kai was suddenly struck by a wave of trepidation, yearning to push open the door that was so close at hand, yet ultimately refrained from doing so. "I will wait for you for 7 days." Wang Kai pulled out a letter, the first line revealing, "The fool in the white mist, the observer of the world's drama. The true god of contradiction." A fool, you say? What sort of deity is he? Strangely enigmatic, it seemed to allude to some great existence. Wang Kai proceeded to photocopy the letter, embarking on his journey of distributing flyers. In an instant, the sky over Dale City appeared to be enveloped by thick, ominous clouds. The entire city seemed to exude a scent of bygone years. Zhang Ping, the head of Dale City, also sensed this situation immediately. Damn it! Which malevolent spirit has emerged in Dale City? Through satellite imagery, he beheld the pale yellow ghost domain shrouding the city, reminiscent of yellowed pages eroded by time. He glanced at the long unanswered phone and, steeling himself, made the call. "I am the head of Dale City, requesting support from headquarters. A ghost domain has enveloped the entire Dale City." Zhang Ping gritted his teeth as he uttered these words, having long considered the headquarters a group of ineffectual ghost tamers. Little did he expect that he would one day have to seek their assistance. The operator at Zhang Ping's side was momentarily taken aback before swiftly relaying this news to Zhao Jingwo. Meanwhile, Zhao Jingwo was also in a furious state. A ghost domain had emerged over Docking City, and crucially, Professor Wang was still trapped there. When the operator informed Zhao Jingwo that the entire Dale City was engulfed by a ghost domain, he nearly fainted from the shock. Contact the seer Yi Shi and Wang Kai. Prioritize rescuing Professor Wang from Docking City, then address the situation in Dale City. Zhao Jiangwo pressed his forehead, realizing that Professor Wang's significance could outweigh that of several cities combined. At this juncture, Yi Luan interjected, Yi Shi and Wang Kai recently went to Dale City. I just attempted to reach them via satellite phone, but the call would not connect. They are very likely trapped in Dale City as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Jiangwo truly felt darkness clouding his vision, almost wishing to faint at that moment to avoid dealing with such matters, leaving the headaches to others. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Dale City, Yi Shi sat with his hands crossed on his knees, his eyes devoid of emotion as he silently observed the pale yellow ghost domain outside. Strictly speaking, the pale yellow ghost domain was indeed his own. Yi Shi's humanity was now shrouded in thick white mist, rendering even the brightest stars in the sky unable to pierce through the dense fog. He slumbered within the white haze. Of course, after a few moments of evading reality, Zhao Jiangwo was summoned to a meeting. Deputy Minister Chao and others swiftly engaged in heated discussions on how to rescue Professor Wang and Yi Shi. The higher-ups at headquarters leaned towards rescuing Professor Wang, while the ghost tamers favored supporting Yi Shi, especially since Yi Shi had aided them in mastering the second malevolent spirit. In the original narrative, Zhao Jiangwo would have already arrived at Docking City by this point, awaiting developments. However, due to differing opinions on whether to rescue Yi Shi or Wang Xiaoming, they did not promptly initiate a rescue plan. The two factions engaged in a fierce verbal battle. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Jiangwo received a call from Yang Jian. Before long, the call reached Minister Chao. Overall, there was a collective sigh of relief at headquarters when they learned that Wang Xiaoming was entirely unscathed. Yet, soon after, a more intense verbal clash ensued. Chapter 31. The mobilization of Elder Qin. There are myriad reasons why the headquarters struggles to reach a decision. Yet the predominant factor lies in the existence of factions. As the cornerstone of the headquarters, the majority of the enforcers support the rescue of Yi Shi, while the senior management comprehends the significance of Wang Xiaoming. Should the headquarters lean towards Wang Xiaoming, it would inevitably evoke sympathy for Yi Shi among the enforcers, prompting them to ponder whether the headquarters would extend assistance during future missions. Regardless of which side the headquarters favors, it would result in fissures within the organization. The verbal conflict had persisted for an indeterminate duration until an elderly gentleman, clad in attire reminiscent of the Republic of China and wielding a cane, entered the room. Upon the arrival of the elder, silence enveloped the gathering. The enforcers could palpably sense the pressure emanating from him, and the higher-ups were acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Cough, cough. How can we bicker over such trivial matters for so long? Xiao Chao, how do you conduct your affairs? The elder remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Minister Chao. Since a temporary solution has been devised for Dachang City, let us dispatch Xiong Wenwen to offer support. After a brief pause, the elder added with gravity, I shall proceed to Dalu City to provide assistance. The countenance of several senior officials shifted dramatically as they hastily interjected. What will happen to Dying City if you depart? Those rascals will surely take advantage of the opportunity. Elder Qin represented the headquarters' greatest asset, and his absence could yield dire repercussions. With a resigned sigh, Elder Qin responded, I have never encountered the ghost realm of Dalu City, and it has exerted considerable pressure upon me. Should we neglect it, the consequences could be catastrophic. His murky eyes flickered with intensity. Summon Li Leping, Fang Shiming, and Shenlin to the headquarters. They must temporarily guard our base. It is essential to hone the skills of the younger generation. Dalu City possesses the most formidable ghost realm he has ever witnessed, surpassing even the capabilities of the Republic of China. It exudes an aura of absurdity and the passage of time. Perhaps he would also enlist a few of his esteemed friends. The emergence of such a potent malevolent spirit is perplexing. The revival has not yet reached this magnitude. Elder Qin, too, found himself bewildered, refraining from mentioning this matter in the future, as if he were oblivious to its existence. Truly an enigma. As for whether Yi Shi can be saved, that hinges on his ability to suppress this malevolent spirit. Within a hotel in Dalu City, a being adorned with a mask that expressed a paradox of laughter and sorrow sat amidst an atmosphere of distortion, as if the very room flowed like a river of stars. Emotionless, it remained seated, harboring a conjecture that it dared not contemplate, perhaps unwilling to accept. It gazed at the towering hotel. The satellite phone signal had been entirely severed, rendering it incapable of seeking assistance from the outside world. At this moment, Zhang Ping, consumed by fury, smashed his phone against the floor. The device had only been functional at the instant the ghost realm manifested. Now, not even a signal remained. The entire city felt as though it had been isolated from the world. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens continued their daily lives, oblivious to any anomalies, or perhaps instinctively choosing to disregard them, while the enforcers remained temporarily unaffected. In Dallas City, the door of a shop selling paper funeral goods stood firmly shut. Inside, an elderly man puffed on cigarette after cigarette, his gaze fixated on the door, where a pale yellow light had begun to encroach, signaling the inevitable erosion of the premises. With a resigned sigh, the elder lamented, "What manner of malevolent spirit is this? Such ghost realms have never been chronicled in any of the texts of yore. Even the Lord of Ghost Shadows is not as terrifying." In a nearby apothecary, another elderly gentleman diligently ground herbs. Glancing up at the arriving elder with a silent sigh, "What news from Brother Zhang?" inquired the apothecary. Elder Qin replied, "I have come to request the last packet of medicine. This will be his final endeavor." With a bitter smile, Elder Qin added, "The dosage must be potent, otherwise, I fear it may not suffice." The apothecary paused momentarily, then, with a pained expression, declared, "This is the last glimmer of hope for our generation. He too shall soon depart, and the resurgence of malevolent spirits will rely upon the new generation of enforcers to resolve." Chapter 32. The Awakening of Wang Kai Zhang. It seems we are insufficient in number. Let us also summon Zhang Xianguang's Jr. Let us not call upon the young lady. Elder Qin, having accepted a package of traditional Chinese medicine, paused mid-stride and proposed, "Why not attempt to suppress it with the ghostly realm of ghost painting?" Speak to Zhang about it. That young lad has long coveted ghost painting. Let us hope he does not fall prey to it as well. The elder from the apothecary cautioned, noting the formidable nature of the ghostly realm, while also acknowledging the peculiar disarray that characterized the ghostly realm of Dalus City. "Very well. I shall remain vigilant. The once mighty heroes of yore are gradually fading, as the previous generation of ghost suppressors grows frail, while the new generation has yet to blossom. The future of this world ultimately depends on the youth. The elders have aged." Elder Qin shook his head as he exited the apothecary, resolved to bring along ghost painting, for it had once served as their means to confine malevolent spirits. Despite past misadventures, ghost painting still possessed considerable power to suppress the malevolent. As for how to lure ghost painting to Dalus City, the elderly had managed to acquire several replicas. In Dachang City, Professor Wang was not only tasked with addressing the starving ghost incident, but was also compelled to keep an eye on the ghostly realm of Dalus City. As Yang Jian instructed them to wait in the safe house for 7 days, uncertainty loomed over him regarding Yang Jian's ulterior motives. Are Yi Shi and Wang Kai still unreachable? Wang Xiaoming inquired over the phone. Li Jun had been waiting outside Dachang for quite some time, feeling quite vexed. Typically, he shadowed Professor Wang, but today, by mere coincidence, he was absent, resulting in significant turmoil. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoming's question, Li Jun sighed. After all, both Wang Kai and he were core ghost tamers of the headquarters. Still no contact. Elder Qin has already gone to provide support. If even Elder Qin cannot rescue them, then Yi Shi and Wang Kai are indeed in peril. Initially, Li Jun contemplated expressing hopelessness, but ultimately refrained, unwilling to see the headquarters lose 2 ghost tamers, particularly one endowed with precognitive abilities. Both the ghostly realms of Dachang City and Dalus City were like thorns in the side of the headquarters. Dalus City. Everything appeared to be cloaked in a golden sheen, where ancient residences intertwined with modern skyscrapers. The entire space-time of Dalus City had been distorted, leading to temporal confusion. The streets bustled with a throng of people, each engaged in their daily routines, devoid of any deviation. They seemed trapped in a perpetual loop of the same day, endlessly reliving past events. Meanwhile, downstairs at the hotel, Wang Kai clutched a sack of gold, his heart racing with anxiety. 3 days had already elapsed of the 7-day wait, yet there was still no sign of Yi Shi within the hotel. Bloodshot eyes betrayed his restlessness. In this bizarre city, he was among the few untouched by its influence. He could not even access the ghostly realm. Following Yi Shi's instructions, he relayed the contents of a paper to everyone in the hotel, and now he found himself outside distributing flyers, all in an effort to assist Yi Shi. However, the outcome appeared to worsen, and Wang Kai clenched his fists tightly. Gazing at the increasingly illusory world around him, he persevered and continued to distribute the flyers. Wang Kai witnessed his loved ones vanish before his very eyes time and again, each time leaving him powerless. After inexplicably becoming a ghost tamer, all his family had met untimely ends. With Yishi now in trouble, he, as the designated protector from headquarters, had proven utterly ineffective. Looking at the ghostly garments in his possession, he steeled himself and decided to wield them. At the very least, it afforded him a glimmer of hope and diminished his regrets. Why was it that he lacked strength? Perhaps it was time for him to grow stronger. Chapter 33. A dramatic conclusion. Old Qin had made his preparations. His contemporaries had gradually departed from this world. If it were not for the unforeseen events in Dale City, he would not have humiliated himself by seeking assistance. Fortunately, a new generation of ghost tamers had emerged. As Yang Jian's plan in Dachang City neared its conclusion, a significant gathering of ghost tamers convened in distant Dale City. Wang Kai shakily rose from the floor of his room. This time, when he attempted to harness the power of the enchanted garments, he had resigned himself to certain death, yet he had unexpectedly succeeded. Truly a miracle. Such is the nature of supernatural occurrences, fraught with uncertainty. Just as he was about to unlock the ghost realm, Wang Kai sensed something amiss. His ghost realm remained inaccessible. This realization sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Why was this still the case? Was controlling 3 apparitions insufficient? Meanwhile, above the white mist, Yishi exercised his authority. His dormant hand stirred slightly. What constitutes a miracle? To rise from the dead is indeed a miracle. Ashes fluttered down from the sky outside Dale City, as Old Qin and his companions gazed solemnly at the pale yellow barrier before them. Even the ghost realm of the ghost paintings could not breach this unknown malevolent domain, as if everything in this place were severed from the outside world. The ghost paintings realm could not penetrate, creating a rift between 2 worlds. In the underground lair of the ghost, I'm master beneath the Dharma temple in Dachang City. He cast a glance toward Dale City, bowing his head in silence. The wish apparition seemed to be summoned by something, glancing toward Dale City. Zhang Ping and a few remaining ghost tamers from Dale City awaited their chance in a safe house, while passers-by on the streets continued to live joyously. Unaware that time perpetually cycled within this ghost realm, Wang Kai, pallid, awaited the arrival of the 7th day in the hotel. Meanwhile, in Dachang City, Yang Jian awakened once more. After deliberating the implications of removing the coffin nails with headquarters, he descended to the underground of the Dharma temple, where the ghost I'm master would finally be freed. The ghost I'm master's aura stirred the one in slumber, who slowly opened his eyes. The stars above the white mist twinkled, radiating abundant light that dispelled the fog before him and within his heart. The figure draped in a mask and white robe within the chamber gradually transformed back into Yishi. The ghost realm enveloping Dale's City slowly weakened. On the 7th day, Wang Kai awaited at the threshold of his room. Upon the arrival of the 7th day, he hastily pushed open the door, only to find Yishi weakly sprawled on the sofa. Yishi opened his eyes feebly. Wang Kai was momentarily startled by the emotionless gaze, but soon, Yishi's eyes regained their warmth. Concurrently, the ghost realm shrouding Dale's City vanished, restoring everything to its former state. Yet the drifting ashes filled the ghost tamers who had just exited the safe house with despair. Fortunately, under the restraint of several esteemed predecessors from the Republic era, the ghost painting was swiftly redirected. The wish apparition, situated a vast distance away in Dachang City, cast a glance toward Yishi before departing the body of the starving ghost. Yang Jian firmly secured the starving ghost with coffin nails. Old Qin and his companions were equally perplexed as they looked toward Dale City, confirming the ghost realm had genuinely dissipated. He then proceeded into Dale City to search for Yishi and Wang Kai. Yishi, leaning weakly against Wang Kai, could only murmur, 7 days, thankfully, just in time. Wang Kai, you performed admirably this time. Following this, Yishi wearily closed his eyes. Observing Yishi succumb to unconsciousness, Wang Kai cautiously probed and discovered that Yishi had merely fainted from exhaustion. Wang Kai truly wished to express that had he not harnessed the malevolent spirit, he would have been struck with multiple heart attacks that day. With the satellite phone from headquarters ringing, Wang Kai felt a sense of relief. Shortly thereafter, Old Qin arrived to examine Yishi and, finding no significant issues, departed. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoming was successfully rescued from Dachang City. Chapter 34. Aftermath. Upon returning to headquarters, Yishi gradually regained his senses. For the first time, he experienced the consequences of being possessed by divinity, perceiving those around him as mere ants, unworthy of attention. In his divine state, he wielded powers nearing that of Sequence Zero, capable of utterly distorting reality and ensnaring fate and time in an endless loop. However, in his human state, he could only exert a maximum of 6 layers of ghost domain, a level he had previously demonstrated when encountering Yi Zhan in Dinan City, where his ghost domain was at the 4th layer. It was rumored that he had recently achieved further breakthroughs. Wang Kai controlled a ghost domain of the 3rd layer with 2 eerie entities, but now, with the mastery of the magical eerie ghost domain, he was estimated to be at around the 5th layer. His 6th layer ghost domain was distinct from others. The tier merely indicated strength, not functionality. Just as Yi Shi could effortlessly graft, distort, and manipulate anything within his ghost domain, it had become notoriously recognizable, a pale yellow hue. Coupled with his presence during the incident in Dallas City, it was hard for people not to draw connections. As a person of understated depth, Yi Shi preferred to operate behind the scenes, avoiding the limelight. With the hasty conclusion of the Dallas City incident, Elder Qin, Yi Shi, and Wang Kai refrained from discussing the matter. Elder Qin was entirely oblivious to the events that transpired, while Wang Kai held some suspicions but remained tight-lipped concerning Yi Shi. Yi Shi simply found himself at a loss for words. Should he fabricate a tale? Yet, it was evident that it would not fool the astute. Consequently, the focus shifted to Dachang City. According to Li Jun, the head of Dachang City, Yang Jian, had single-handedly resolved an S-class incident, prompting Wang Xiaoming to suggest that headquarters hold a commendation meeting for him. Headquarters agreed, and the meeting was scheduled, with Yi Shi, as a significant figure, required to attend. However, Yi Shi pondered that this might be Wang Xiaoming's form of retaliation against Yang Jian, as the original storyline had depicted Yang Jian evading his schemes. Early in the morning, most of the ghost tamers had already gathered in the conference room. With 2 major troubles resolved, the expressions of the ghost tamers noticeably lightened. The ominous clouds would eventually disperse, and misfortunes would find resolution. Upon seeing Yi Shi enter, the exuberant young boy cheerfully greeted him. "Prophet Yi, come here. I heard that the higher-ups in headquarters came to assist you. What exactly transpired?" "I'm sorry. I was unconscious upon my arrival in Dallas City due to the resurgence of the eerie entity. During that time, I was entirely unaware," Yi Shi replied, his face etched with regret, lamenting the circumstances surrounding the eerie entity's revival. Standing beside him, Wang Kai positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Shi. The exuberant youth glanced at both Yi Shi and Wang Kai, choosing to fall silent. Wang Kai was someone he dared not provoke, so he opted to retreat. The other ghost tamers observed this with a sense of pity. They did not dare approach Elder Qin, who was rumored to have remained hidden in a safe house throughout the Dallas City incident, rendering them unable to glean any information. Thus, they sought to extract insights from Yi Shi but were too cautious to approach him directly, requiring scapegoats instead. However, it was evident that their plans had fallen apart. Frustrated by Yi Shi's indifference, the young boy felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. He could scoff at others, but regarding Yi Shi, he found himself utterly powerless. In terms of capability, Yi Shi was not inferior. In terms of popularity, he was hopelessly outmatched. He contemplated if there was a way to vent his emotions without offending Yi Shi. His mind was racing when a brilliant idea struck him. The young boy slammed the table and exclaimed, "I'm not targeting you ghost tamers. I merely wish to highlight that when Yi Shi found himself in peril, what were you all doing? Everyone here is worthless, utterly useless." Upon saying this, he cast a triumphant glance at the other ghost tamers. Yet, even Yi Shi found his words absurd. The other ghost tamers wore grim expressions. They had no intention of bringing up the matter. So why did this not-so-bright youth insist on mentioning it in front of Yi Shi, creating discomfort for everyone? No one refuted him, for he spoke a truth. While Yi Shi was in Dallas City, they were engaged in a war of words at headquarters. Ultimately, they were not foolish. They recognized that if even Yi Shi had faltered in Dallas City, their own involvement would likely lead to demise. At that moment, a ghost tamer named Chao Yang stepped forward to chastise the young boy. "You, little brat surnamed Xiong, I want to disclose your name. You've been in Dachang City for quite a while, and all you've done is flap your gums. There was once a similar brat, full of hot air, who ended up crippled." At this juncture, the young boy, infuriated, unleashed the power of the eerie entity, only to be met with a sudden wave of terror as he caught sight of the entrance. A youthful figure, radiating an unrefined, yet vibrant aura, strode in. "Why aren't you all chatting? I just overheard something rather nonsensical. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment?" It was none other than Yang Jian. the one who had resolved the S-class incident. Now, the young boy was so intimidated that he could not bear to look at Yang Jian. To him, Yang Jian resembled a specter. Wang Xiaoming disregarded the reactions of others and began the introduction. This is the ghost-eyed Yang Jian, who resolved the S-class supernatural incident in Dachang City. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming noticed Yang Jian observing the others and continued his introduction. That little boy is Xiong Wenwen. His eerie entity possesses the ability to foresee the future, but it only activates in his vicinity. Then, Wang Xiaoming paused before introducing the young man across from him. The frail-looking youth is Yi Shi, whose codename is Prophet. He foretold the turmoil in Dachang City long ago. Hearing this, Yang Jian turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoming. Why? If he foresaw the crisis in Dachang City, did your headquarters not take it seriously? Wang Xiaoming remained silent for a few seconds. This time, it was our miscalculation. My apologies, and it will not happen again. Yang Jian, upon observing Wang Xiaoming's resolute expression, opted not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he looked at Yi Shi seated across from him, who exuded an aura of fragility, a delicate and sickly handsomeness that evoked an involuntary sense of fondness. Noticing Yang Jian's gaze, Yi Shi smiled and nodded in greeting, marking their first encounter. Following this, Wang Xiaoming initially intended to elevate Yang Jian's status. But the lone wolf was now putting on a facade of a docile puppy in front of so many people, thwarting many plans of Zhao Zhengwo and Wang Xiaoming. Wang Kai contemplated for a moment. In his eyes, I discern a maturity and ruthlessness unbefitting his age, along with a flexible and adaptable moral compass. Had he lived in a time of turmoil, he would undoubtedly be a formidable warlord. Chapter 36. The confusion of Elder Qin Yishi was not the slightest bit surprised by Wang Kai's words. He possessed a deeper understanding of Yang Jian's character than most. However, it was indeed disconcerting to witness some deceivers blindly believing Yang Jian's fabrications, convinced that they too could handle the S-grade incident in Dachang City. Among the deceivers, such self-righteous fools were not in short supply. As the realm of ghosts loomed closer to the skies above Beijing City, Wang Kai, after a prolonged internal struggle, finally mustered the courage to inquire. The ghost realm in Dole City is related to you, isn't it? Upon uttering these words, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet, the question had already escaped his lips, and there was no need for him to pretend as though nothing had transpired. To be precise, it is indeed connected to me. However, there is no need for you to delve too deeply. Refrain from asking further. The depths of this matter are unfathomable, and you are ill-equipped to comprehend them. Yi Shi replied, his smile laced with authority, revealing a hint of irritation at Wang Kai's inquisitiveness. With a sigh, he added that ignorance might be preferable. Awareness inevitably leads to anxiety. Strictly speaking, the ghost realm in Dole City was his dominion. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Wang Kai instinctively sealed his lips, realizing he had been overly curious. Nonetheless, this query had long been a source of torment in his heart. Suddenly, Yi Shi recalled something important. The wish ghost seemed to be drawn to his aura. It wouldn't come looking for him now, would it? Zhao Kaming had already turned to dust. What if the wish ghost abandoned its daughter to seek him out? I have a feeling my ghost realm is being influenced by a peculiar vengeful spirit. Have you encountered any formidable specter? Yi Shi was startled awake by the tremors of the ghost realm, and upon seeing Wang Kai's grave expression beside him, he remembered the earlier conversation. I don't believe so. After reflecting, I haven't encountered anything particularly powerful. As he spoke, Yi Shi felt a twinge of unease. What if the wish ghost really did come for him? This pertained to his personal privacy. Although the wish ghost had no means to harm him directly, it was indeed a relentless stalker. Contemplating this, Yi Shi felt a headache brewing. He currently lacked the desire to hunt down the wish ghost. After all, he wasn't yet at the appropriate level. Consuming the potion could potentially lead to his divine essence overwhelming his humanity entirely. Wang Kai, meanwhile, had intensified the ghost realm's defenses, though he still felt inadequate. Despite being among the top tier of deceivers at headquarters, it remained insufficient. I am truly worried. During the Dole City incident, I was concerned about losing my job. After all, there is no market for male operators now. Yi Luan, you've become quite the jokester. Yi Shi remarked, noticing Yi Luan's teasing tone juxtaposed with his seemingly innocent expression, which made Yi Shi want to punch him in jest. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Elder Qin has summoned you and Wang Kai. It is likely regarding the Dole City incident. Next time, do not take such risks. When venturing outside headquarters, ensure you carry more protective items. I cannot afford to be unemployed. Yishi was unfazed by the earlier comments. But the last statement darkened his expression. Yi Luan typically wasn't this playful. He genuinely cared for Yishi's safety, concerned about the prospect of unemployment. As they ventured deeper into headquarters, they encountered an elderly gentleman seated in a grand chair, a freshly brewed pot of tea resting before him. My juniors, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Are you aware of the specifics surrounding the Dole City incident? At that moment, this elder from the Republican era exuded an aura akin to a benevolent grandparent, embodying both kindness and a hint of authority, gesturing for them to sit and converse leisurely. Exchanging glances, Wang Kai and Yishi took their seats. Chapter 37, Skills Ahem. Clearing his throat slightly, Elder Qin proceeded to the crux of the matter. Did you encounter any paranormal incidents in Dale City back then? Elder Qin picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for both Yishi and Wang Kai. Observing Elder Qin's actions, Yishi pondered, was this a subtle warning against defiance? Seeing Yishi's silence, Wang Kai intended to alleviate the pressure from Elder Qin. However, Yishi spoke before he could. Apologies, I was preparing to control my third specter at the hotel upon arriving in Dale City. I was completely unaware of other events. Wang Kai was by my side, safeguarding me during that time. Wang Kai remained silent, internally resolving that if forced to choose between headquarters and Yishi, he would undoubtedly choose Yishi. Elder Qin took a sip from his teacup, seemingly unfazed. Indeed, the terror of the specter in Dale City surpassed our expectations. Yet it harmed no one within the ghost domain. A rare occurrence indeed. Elder Qin was not concerned about them prevaricating. His future self had informed him that they would become pillars of headquarters. Moreover, in Elder Qin's eyes, Wang Kai had only controlled 3 malevolent specters, and Yishi did not yet possess a ghost domain. Neither of them would be key to the malevolent specter incident. Furthermore, now that the Dale Mountain incident has dissipated, it becomes a matter for the new generation of spirit controllers. After all, they were unable to even penetrate the ghost domain at the time and lacked the ability to track the specter's whereabouts. Yishi breathed a sigh of relief. In the art of deceiving history, he was unparalleled. If Elder Qin believed his future self, he would be little more than a puppet. A subtle smile flickered across Yishi's pale face. They had successfully navigated Elder Qin's scrutiny. You may leave. Allow me to ponder the matter further. And Yishi, if you intend to visit that haunted circus again, be sure to invite me. Old age has instilled in me a fondness for lively performances. Yishi swiftly departed from headquarters. His recent reputation had made him a magnet for various spirit controllers, some seeking favor, others seeking alliances, and still others issuing veiled threats. Their common goal was to enlist Yishi's assistance. Shedding his facade, his eyes devoid of emotion, a classic robe reappeared on his person. He glanced at the villa, dismissed it with a wave, and turned his attention toward a particular direction. The indistinct figure seemed to notice Yishi's gaze, instantly retreating. He smiled, unexpectedly. The wish specter has walked into the trap. He casually grafted a destiny. Humanity flickered back into Yishi's eyes as he retreated from that state. Upon advancing to magician, a portion of his divinity had been fully activated. However, there were ways to stabilize his humanity upon reaching sequence 2, miracle worker. What is a miracle? This is a miracle. What he feared was that his humanity would have completely disappeared upon reaching sequence 2. This advancement granted him considerable abilities. The magician specter's visual distortion, amplified by him, could now distort all senses, not merely vision. Simultaneously, he had acquired his own ghost domain. Though it was currently blacklisted and could not be openly used, his ghost domain was currently only at tier 6 in strength, but its strangeness far exceeded tier 6. He lacked the power to breach a tier 7 ghost domain, but a tier 7 ghost domain could not escape within his. A pale golden ghost domain enveloped the entire interior of the house, where everything seemed to exist in a state of quantum superposition, with the past, present, and future superimposed. Yishi exhaled slowly. If he unleashed his full power, he could encompass the entirety of Great Jing City without issue. When he was in control, not when he was. The ghost domain he unleashed, even at sequence 7, would leave Elder Qin and others helpless. After all, Yishi had reservations, while he did not. Next, he should devise a way to advance to sequence 6, faceless. Then he could use multiple aliases to stir up trouble. Chapter 38. The prophecy of the Caesar Hotel incident. As for the promotion of the faceless man, it was far less perilous than that of a magician. His intuition suggested that the next dangerous promotion would occur at sequence 4, the trickster. However, He was not particularly concerned with the materials of the faceless man at the moment, as he had already gathered some clues. Soon, he intended to seek out the masked demon. Just now, the wish trickster seemed to have been frightened by him, and now it was nowhere to be found. Perhaps he could recruit the wish trickster as one of his angels? Yishi pondered, contemplating that it could indeed be beneficial. Some matters were best left to others, and having a few subordinates to assist could alleviate his burdens considerably. Would the wish trickster be willing? No matter, Yishi would assure it on its behalf. Next, they were set to delve into the Caesar Hotel incident. Poor Feng Quan. After a moment's reflection, Yishi dialed the headquarters. Yi Luan was taken aback upon receiving Yishi's call. He typically did not contact headquarters. Please connect me with Captain Zhao. I have glimpsed some visions of the future, Yishi stated calmly. He was not particularly concerned about the Caesar Hotel affair, nor did he intend to intervene. What visions of the future, Yishi? Zhao Jiangwo inquired immediately upon receiving the call. The recent negligence of headquarters had led to the incident in Dachang City, still fresh in their memories. At the Caesar Hotel in Z City, a creature capable of altering memories had emerged, and the person in charge, Tong Qian, was already in peril. Within the hotel lurked a creature wielding a machete, posing a significant threat, not to mention the floating human head balloons. Yishi exhaled, conveying his tension. You should dispatch more ghost tamers. Do not rely on the Gord brothers to save their grandfather. I am not in a good state at the moment. I cannot offer assistance for this operation. Yishi made his reluctance clear, elevating Zhao Jiangwo's assessment of the Caesar Hotel incident. By the way, Captain Zhao, I must caution you. Be wary of the phone. I sense that this time, a single call may lead you into a perilous situation. This is my advice as a friend. A phone call? Could it be a ghostly call? Zhao Jiangwo silently noted this concern. Thank you, my friend. I will arrange for multiple ghost tamers to be dispatched. Whether Zhao Jiangwo took Yishi's warning to heart was unknown to Yishi, nor did he wish to find out. By the way, Yi Luan was also in that call center. He ought to recruit a few followers for the fool. Next, it was time to continue enhancing his sequence. His gaze transcended time and space, landing upon a dilapidated stage in an unknown locale. Soon, his eyes reflected a glimmer of humanity's warmth, which he struggled to suppress. He could only strive for balance. Yishi shook his head in resignation. At headquarters, upon receiving Yishi's prophecy, Zhao Jiangwo promptly reported the information to the deputy minister. Some matters were beyond his sole jurisdiction. Has Professor Wang made any progress in his research? Minister Chao inquired curiously. Do you believe that memory and consciousness are the sole criteria for human existence? Wang Xiaoming's question left both men momentarily speechless. I thought you were here to share your initial research findings, yet you wish to discuss philosophy instead. Ahem. Professor Wang, such matters are beyond our comprehension. You should consult someone well-versed in culture. I believe Yishi possesses considerable knowledge, Minister Chao awkwardly suggested, though his intention was not to direct Wang Xiaoming to Yishi. Upon their first encounter, he had immediately sensed the scholarly aura surrounding Yishi. Moreover, after Yishi's injury during the recent Elixir incident, that air of the frail intellectual had become even more pronounced. Yishi? Wang Xiaoming recalled Yishi's previous warning, beware of the family thief. At this thought, an indescribable feeling stirred within him. After expressing his thoughts, Wang Xiaoming departed, intending to inquire further with Yishi about certain issues he had previously overlooked. It was only upon Minister Chao's reminder that he recalled this. The aura emanating from Yishi was overwhelmingly potent, an enigmatic presence that had led him to disregard it initially. Had something transpired during the Elixir incident that had altered this? Chapter 39. Preparing to depart, once more Wang Xiaoming contemplated the matter for a moment before setting it aside. After all, Old Qin had already met Yishi and Wang Kai. Since Old Qin had not raised any concerns, there was no need for him to inquire further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Yishi was in a state of meditative repose, seeking to quell the divine energy emanating from him when the doorbell rang. Wang Kai, lacking in courtesy, wondered who it could possibly be. Upon seeing Wang Xiaoming, he was equally taken aback. Thank you for last time, but it seems it's too late now. I must have spoiled him too much. Wang Xiaoming approached with a simple thank you, leaving Yishi momentarily bewildered, though he soon recalled their previous veiled hints. You didn't come merely to express your gratitude, did you? Professor Wang is not one to kill time idly. Yishi glanced at Wang Xiaoming and the nearby Li Jun. Of course not. I have a question for you. When a malevolent spirit possesses human memories and consciousness, is it truly human or merely a spirit? Yishi fell into an unusual silence for a few moments upon hearing this. After some contemplation, he responded, "It is often said that Professor Wang is a wise man. Why then would he adopt such a narrow perspective? You could view it as a person acquiring the body of a spirit. Would you still consider him human?" Yishi pondered his own existence. Was he unique? Or did it matter if he was still Yishi? It no longer held significance, as long as he believed himself to be Yishi. The crux lies in whether that individual perceives themselves as human. If they do, then they are human. Should they believe themselves to be a spirit, then they are indeed a spirit. Would you not agree, Professor Wang? In truth, Wang Xiaoming had been secretly contemplating the cultivation of malevolent spirits endowed with human consciousness. He had studied Yang Jian's ingenious methods. His research on ghost coffins was nearing completion. He merely required a couple more experimental subjects. His concern was whether human consciousness could prevail over the spirits. Should human consciousness fail to dominate within the spirit's body, a terrifying entity would be birthed. Professor Wang, I must travel to another location. My intuition suggests that this place is closely linked to my spirit, perhaps a missing piece of my puzzle. Do you still possess any ghost candles? Wang Xiaoming's thoughts were interrupted by Yi Shi, who observed him deep in contemplation at his doorstep. Yes, but there are few left. I can provide you with one white and one red ghost candle, along with a substitute doll. Wang Xiaoming considered this. If Yi Shi's spirit could indeed complete the malevolent entity, it would significantly enhance the headquarters' capabilities. Naturally, he was inclined to offer his full support, though the stock of ghost candles was alarmingly low, with most promised to Yang Jian still unpaid. That will suffice. I shall depart shortly. In an unknown supernatural locale. I may need to rely on ghostly transport. Yi Shi spoke whimsically, knowing he had his own means of reaching that eerie place. However, he anticipated that the bus would indeed head there, and he might encounter Yang Jian aboard. Yet, this seemed of little consequence to him. Driven only by curiosity regarding the protagonist of the original narrative, Yi Shi activated his satellite phone and decided to summon Wang Kai, considering he had resurrected him once. He could be deemed his follower. This thought led Yi Shi to a new line of reasoning. Could he pray for the creation of talismans? After all, he yearned for the talisman of resurrection, sensing that it would prove invaluable in the future. Before long, Wang Kai answered the call, revealing that Zhao Jiangwo had summoned him to address matters at Caesar Hotel. Zhao Jiangwo, faced with limited capable spirit manipulators at the headquarters, had no choice but to recruit anyone available. It was rumored that Li Jun had also been conscripted, but he had vehemently declined. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had just politely turned down Zhao Jiangwo's task, primarily due to his unease regarding the spirit accompanying Yi Shi. Chapter 40. The old lady on the bus. Wang Kai's imagination conjured the notion that a terrifying specter was haunting Yi Shi, which was the cause of the unsettling events in Daleshire. The reason Yi Shi remained silent was presumably out of fear of implicating others. Upon receiving Yi Shi's call, Wang Kai hastened to his side, sighing in resignation along the way. Yi Shi possessed many admirable qualities, yet he had a penchant for shouldering burdens alone. Let us prepare. We must depart, Yi Shi stated upon seeing Wang Kai's arrival, curious as to why his companion regarded him with such a pitiful gaze. He believed he had not done anything particularly noteworthy of late. However, he concealed his thoughts, merely responding with a calm demeanor. Casting a glance skyward, Yi Shi noted that the atmosphere above Dying City remained shrouded in persistent haze. The two arrived at a rather secluded bus stop where no one awaited the arrival of a bus, flanked by an abandoned construction site and some undeveloped woodland. Observing the desolate scene, Yi Shi picked up a small bell and gave it a gentle shake, soon perceiving the outline of a bus materializing in the distance. This bell was a life-saving talisman bestowed upon him by Old Qin after inquiring about their well-being, capable of summoning a bus. In the original narrative, Old Qin was indeed the driver of the ghostly bus. Yi Shi discerned that Old Qin seemed intent on nurturing his abilities, perhaps believing that Yi Shi's potential bore a resemblance to his own. The dilapidated bus appeared to have traversed the mists of history to arrive at the stop. Inside, 5 young men and women engaged in light-hearted conversation about the existence of supernatural entities, oblivious to the changes occurring outside. Yi Shi, disinterested in interrupting their chatter, took a seat with Wang Kai in the rear, awaiting their destination. As they journeyed, an elderly lady tugged at Yi Shi's hand. "Young man, could you recount the events in Daleshire to me? Several of my brothers have kept secrets from me. Of course, there will be a reward. I can offer you a substitute doll," she inquired. Yi Shi regarded the old woman before him, recognizing her as the formidable figure he had heard about, the one who crafted the substitute dolls. In truth, the ghostly realm of Daleshire had vanished on its own. Old Sheen and his companions had only lingered at its threshold for a few days before it dissolved without their intervention. Yi-Shi recounted the facts as Old Sheen had informed him, cautioning about the horrors of the specter in Daleshire. The old woman chuckled softly. "Thank you, young man. These substitute dolls are now yours. Use them sparingly. They may not be available in the future." With a sigh, she concluded her statement. Suddenly, Yi-Shi pondered whether he could manipulate history to summon the historical specters from the era of the Seven Elders of the Republic to assist him. Yet, he realized that his current standing was insufficient, and he ought to wait until he ascended to the status of a faceless one. As for whether the historical projections retained their former abilities, Yi-Shi considered that the spell of yesterday's resurgence might enable them to temporarily unleash their maximum potential. However, he lacked the materials needed to craft this spell and might need to capture some fitting specters for compliance. Carrying a basket of substitute dolls to the rear of the bus, Yi-Shi counted 7 dolls, likely remnants from the old woman's previous stock. She must have glimpsed the small bell hanging at his waist, deducing some of Old Sheen's intentions, and decided to bequeath a portion of her legacy to the younger generation. Wang Kai, puzzled, inquired, "Do you know that old lady?" In his recollection, Yi-Shi typically existed in solitude, disconnected from those around him, as if he were not a part of this world. "I do not know her. However, she is likely an acquaintance of Old Sheen. Her attire suggests she hails from the same era," Yi-Shi replied. Wang Kai contemplated this, recalling that the old woman had alluded to the possibility of no more substitute dolls in the future. Chapter 41. An unexpected encounter with Yang Jian. The 5 young men were fervently debating the existence of ghosts while Yi-Shi sat in the back seat, eyes closed, in a state of quiet contemplation. He was adorned in a pure white garment, intricately outlined with golden threads, and the inner layer was fashioned from finely crafted gold pieces. This was the latest innovation from headquarters, possessing a certain power to ward off malevolent spirits, albeit at the cost of affecting the wearer's own spiritual essence. Fortunately for Yi-Shi, who had the gift of foresight, it posed no threat to him. Consequently, headquarters had produced several additional outfits. The bus's lighting shimmered upon the golden threads of his attire, highlighting his pallid complexion and lending him an air of harmlessness. Unbeknownst to the passengers, the bus had arrived at Xiaochun City. A somewhat frail young man paused at the entrance, glanced around, and slowly boarded the bus. Due to the presence of other passengers ahead, Yang Jian failed to notice Yi-Shi in the rear. Behind Yi-Shi sat 2 individuals, one clad in a trench coat, arms crossed, head bowed, obscuring his features on the far right, and the other wearing a flat cap, also with head lowered, leaning against the window. Yang Jian found a seat and soon felt an unsettling atmosphere. One of the 5 youths approached him, inquiring whether he believed in ghosts. Yang Jian expressed his skepticism, prompting the group to realize the oddity of their situation. Why had the bus not stopped for so long? An elderly woman had previously attempted to halt their conversation, yet they still insisted on persuading the driver to change course, only to discover that the driver was merely a corpse. A collective gasp echoed through the bus, followed by a cacophony of commotion. Yi-Shi, witnessing this scene, felt exasperated. The discordant voices of the panicking passengers were utterly grating. At that moment, the spirit manipulator seated behind Yi-Shi, observing Yang Jian, contemplated speaking up, recognizing their shared affiliation with headquarters. Upon opening his eyes and catching sight of Yi-Shi, he instantly perked up. "Are you the seer, Yi-Shi?" Su Feng, whose own malevolent spirit was on the verge of resurgence, found himself trapped within the bus, desperately clinging to life. He had heard of a spirit manipulator at headquarters capable of guiding individuals toward fortune and away from peril. Despite his previous attempts to seek this person, he had always missed the opportunity. To encounter Yi-Shi here was truly exhilarating. He sprang from his despondent state, drawing Yang Jian's attention. The other spirit manipulator beside him cast a surprised glance at Yi-Shi, for the latter's reputation was profoundly esteemed within their circle. Yi-Shi regarded Yang Jian with a smile and remarked, "This is a ghost bus. As the name suggests, it is a bus designated for spirits. The screen in the center indicates the number of malevolent entities aboard. Once these spirits board, they are suppressed and will not attack the living." Yi-Shi paused briefly before continuing. "This bus traverses various locations, including those of supernatural occurrences. Typically, when it is neither fully loaded nor turned off, it provides spirit manipulators with refuge from malevolent entities, while simultaneously aiding in the suppression of their resurgence. What happens if it is fully loaded or turned off? Yang Jian pondered aloud. When the bus reaches full capacity, the suppression of malevolent spirits is lifted, allowing them to harm passengers within. If the bus is turned off, one must disembark. Otherwise, death within the bus is inevitable. Provided your authority is sufficient, you may access this information within the headquarters archives. Yi Shi intended to convey all pertinent details about the ghost bus to Yang Jian, knowing he would soon uncover the truth. Though Yang Jian did not wholly trust Yi Shi's words, he acknowledged that they bore no apparent flaws. He resolved to verify the information later in the archives. After a moment of reflection, Yang Jian replied, "Thank you. I shall remember this favor." Despite his inherent skepticism and aversion to complications, he recognized that Yi Shi's actions had genuinely assisted him. Yi Shi could have chosen silence, opting instead to observe from a distance, and Yang Jian would have thought nothing of it. Chapter 42. On the bus, there's nothing to worry about. Your ability to resolve the issues in Dachang City signifies your immense potential. Consider this an early investment, Yi Shi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, Yang Jian felt some of his internal doubts dissipate, though he remained skeptical of Yi Shi's unselfish intentions. Su Feng and Lin Bei, both adept at manipulating the supernatural, finally awaited Yi Shi's conclusion. Su Feng dismissed any thoughts regarding the resolution of the Dachang City incident. He had lingered on the bus for far too long. His sole objective now was simple: survival. Yi Shi cast a glance at Su Feng and sighed. On this bus lie both your opportunities and your demise. Su Feng murmured to himself, opportunities, the bus. Lin Bei, seated beside him, contemplated inquiring further, but was restrained by Wang Kai, who stood next to Yi Shi. Yi Shi's abilities were not to be overused. Once a day was already considered frequent. Sensing this, Lin Bei gritted his teeth and shot a glance of resentment at Su Feng, whose very presence was a reminder of the opportunity he had seized from him. With no means to vent his frustration on Yi Shi or Wang Kai, who were not individuals to provoke, he found himself forced to redirect his ire towards Su Feng. The bus reached its destination, and an elderly woman disembarked. In a frenzy, the other passengers rushed off the bus. Yi Shi's voice had been too soft for them to hear, drowned out by the cacophony of high-pitched voices. A wail arose from the bus entrance. Once outside, the passengers beheld a grave devoid of a tombstone. A figure clad in white mourning attire knelt before the grave, their gender indistinguishable, their body rigid and motionless, emanating a sobbing sound that seemed to originate from them. Yi Shi gazed at the figure's clothing and inquired, "Wang Kai, do you desire the garments of that individual?" Wang Kai, caught off guard by Yi Shi's jest, retorted, "Little ancestor, I do not simply covet whatever I see, and this particular specter is clearly formidable. It would be wise to refrain from entertaining such thoughts." After claiming the lives of most of the departing passengers, the mournful figure slowly boarded the bus. Yang Jian closely monitored the specter, noting that it appeared to be subdued once it entered. He glanced at Yi Shi, nodding in silent gratitude. Now, only the mournful figure remained on the bus. Could the other two apparitions not perceive it? Yang Jian recalled the wish specter, which typically remained unseen. When would these spirits disembark? He posed the question once more. Naturally, when they reach their destination or when the bus comes to a halt. As for their destination, I am uncertain, Yi Shi responded thoughtfully. As the bus continued its journey, the dim glow of the headlights revealed the faint outline of an ancient mansion ahead. The dilapidated structure appeared on the verge of collapse, devoid of any signs of life. Yet, two red lanterns hung above, casting an eerie crimson light. A figure gradually emerged within, causing the passengers to collectively gasp, praying that this unknown danger would not board the bus. Their hopes were dashed as the figure became clearer, a bride clad in a red wedding gown. Upon seeing the bridal attire, Yi Shi turned his gaze toward Wang Kai. Understanding the implication behind Yi Shi's look, Wang Kai hastily declined, "I do not wish for it, truly. I am in excellent condition." Although Wang Kai was reluctant to forego the chance to control a formidable specter, he recognized that such an endeavor might jeopardize Yi Shi's safety, and thus, he would not take the risk. This apparition was far more terrifying than the mournful figure they had encountered earlier. Once the ghostly bride boarded the bus, Yi Shi commented, and Yang Jian, too, felt the terror radiating from the specter, instinctively closing his ghostly eyes. The count of apparitions on the bus increased to 4. Regrettably, the mournful figure did not disembark at this stop. Soon after, the bus arrived at another intersection and halted once more. This time, no apparitions were visible. Yet the count increased from 4 to 5. Another unseen specter had joined them, and no adept wished to provoke an invisible entity. Yang Jian clenched his fists, yet found some solace in Yi Shi's composed demeanor. After all, Yi Shi possessed the ability to attract fortune and avert disaster. Chapter 43. Engine off, Yi Shi lay calmly in his seat, preparing to disembark for the stage shortly. The bus, having connected with an unseen specter, ceased its stops thereafter. After traversing numerous otherworldly locales, it suddenly came to a jarring halt, causing the passengers to nearly be thrown from their seats. With a creaking sound, the long unopened rear door of the bus swung open, shrouding the interior in shadow. Alas, the bus has stalled. We must alight swiftly. Yi Shi sighed. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai activated the ghost domain, hastily guiding Yi Shi off the vehicle. The grayish-white ghost domain shimmered like a fleeting light, vanishing before the onlookers. Yang Jian regarded the ghost domain with a grave expression. After he used the ghost domain to escort the remaining ordinary passengers from the bus, the doors firmly closed, leaving the vehicle motionless. Wang Kai, the ghost manipulator, was perhaps the most formidable one he had encountered from headquarters. His ghost domain was significantly more potent than Li Jun's, likely capable of effortlessly dismantling the ghost domain of the famished specters in Dachang City. Yet, even someone as powerful as Wang Kai found himself ensnared within the ghost domain of Dalu City. This realization heightened Yang Jian's concern regarding the events transpiring there. He sighed inwardly, pondering the limited chances of rescue from headquarters should he find himself trapped in Dalu City. It was improbable that even the strongest would be dispatched. I wonder if they have managed to escape? They are all promising talents, future comrades. I hope unforeseen calamities do not befall them, Yi Shi suddenly remarked. Wang Kai found Yi Shi's comment peculiar. Though Yi Shi usually acknowledged other ghost manipulators, he never exhibited concern for them. Yi Shi had not become unexpectedly benevolent. He merely wished to convey a message to Yang Jian, enhancing his impression in a subtle yet significant manner. After Su Feng and Lin Bei emerged, one lay motionless while the other prepared to doze off, oblivious to the whereabouts of the specter that had exited the bus. Should it remain, they, as ghost manipulators devoid of a ghost domain, would be utterly vulnerable. Upon exiting, Yang Jian overheard Yi Shi's remarks, and his perception of Yi Shi elevated further. Such a character among ghost manipulators is indeed worthy of deep connection. No wonder he had heard that others would confront headquarters for his sake during rescue missions. At that moment, a mournful wail began to resonate, initially faint and resembling a quiet sob, but it grew louder and more sorrowful with each passing moment. Yi Shi activated the grafting authority, transferring the injuries he sustained onto the Bride of Ghosts, who was watching from a distance within the range of his spell. However, the wails of the mournful specter had a negligible effect on the Bride of Ghosts. Before long, the group noticed the Bride of Ghosts, who had been observing them for some time, beckoning towards them. Yi Shi, initially eager to witness the unfolding drama, was taken aback to discover that the one she beckoned was none other than himself. Looking around, he noted that two were already at rest, while Yang Jian was entirely preoccupied with other matters. In the next instant, a pale golden area abruptly manifested within Wang Kai's ghost domain. Startled, Wang Kai relaxed upon realizing it was conjured by Yi Shi. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. This ghost domain bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Dalu City, imbued with a profound sense of antiquity. Could it be that the specter entangling Yi Shi was the very one from Dalu City? And why, at this juncture, would it envelop Yi Shi and him within its domain? Wang Kai glanced at the Bride of Ghosts, noting her hand beckoning towards Yi Shi. It seemed this specter was also inclined to protect him. A flicker of reassurance washed over Wang Kai, though it was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness. He felt utterly powerless against a specter of such caliber as that encountered in Dalu City. Yi Shi observed the shifting colors of Wang Kai's face, wondering what thoughts occupied his mind, perhaps fearing he blamed himself for not disclosing the matter of the ghost domain. Chapter 44. A Swift Deception. Wang Kai. This matter must remain concealed from headquarters. In truth, Yi Shi harbored no concerns. His ghostly domain, shrouded under the guise of Wang Kai's own, was not easily discernible to others. Wang Kai was a figure in whom he could place his trust, for this was the divine intuition bestowed upon the favored. I shall adhere strictly to your directives, Wang Kai declared solemnly, a flicker of barely perceptible fervor igniting in his eyes. The two engaged in a discourse that seemed to yield a consensus, oblivious to their mutual misunderstandings. Thus, the matter was put to rest. After the ghostly bride's beckoning gesture proved ineffective against Yi Shi, she swiftly shifted her attention to an unfortunate soul among the ordinary. In a brief moment, he achieved the accolade of clasping hands with the ghostly bride. This specter was summoning spirits, and they beheld the mournful ghost and the invisible entity within the bus, eager to approach the ghostly bride. At that juncture, Yang Jian released the ghostly tether, leaving the mournful ghost ensnared and suspended in the air. Yi Shi produced a ghost candle, igniting it with care. The ethereal green glow instantly captivated Yang Jian's attention. As Yang Jian gazed at the ghost candle in Yi Shi's hand, Yi Shi exchanged a knowing smile and nodded. In an instant, Yang Jian's crimson domain surged forth. Thank you. The moment Yang Jian observed Yi Shi retrieving the ghost candle, he instinctively sought refuge. As anticipated, Yi Shi was aware of his intentions. Just as the ghost candle crackled and blazed, nearing its end, the bus emitted a low hum and reignited. The interior lights gradually illuminated, prompting Wang Kai to hastily propel himself forward with his ghostly domain, bringing Yi Shi and Yang Jian along to the front of the bus. Yet, Yi Shi remained fixated on the mournful ghost suspended by the ghostly tether, deep in thought. At that moment, Yang Jian also noticed the white cloth that had fallen from the mournful ghost's face. The two exchanged a knowing smile, and in a swift motion, before Wang Kai could comprehend the situation, they surged towards the mournful specter. Yang Jian bent down to retrieve the fallen face-covering cloth, faintly revealing a sorrowful visage. Meanwhile, Yi Shi ignited the ghost candle, enveloping his hand in his ghostly domain, and began to strip the mournful ghost of its garment. Yang Jian's eyes twitched at the sight. He had presumed Yi Shi's focus was the cloth. To his astonishment, Yi Shi audaciously confronted the mournful ghost directly. Truly, he was a formidable individual, having survived an S-class incident. In terms of speed, Wang Kai's ghostly domain paled in comparison to Yang Jian's. Wang Kai's domain primarily served to disorient and mislead. The fluidity of their coordinated actions resembled a performance rehearsed countless times. Yi Shi, such tasks are better left to me. You need not involve yourself so directly. Wang Kai expressed, his emotions a tumultuous blend. It's merely a trifling matter. Nothing of great concern, Yi Shi replied, instinctively disregarding the title Wang Kai had used for him. Were it not for Wang Kai's revival in Daler City, which could be considered a bond of favor, and his intentions to cultivate Wang Kai as one of his angels in the future, he would not have engaged in such undertakings. It was indeed a challenge. Wang Kai, under the impression that Yi Shi's mention of self-preservation referred to the specter trailing behind him, felt a profound sense of helplessness. However, when Yi Shi presented the mournful garments, he accepted them with palpable excitement. Yang Jian, examining the face-covering cloth in his hand, found it perplexing that the mournful ghost showed no reaction. Was it possible that the cloth held no significance for it? He glanced at the mournful ghost outside the bus and realized that the disappearance of the face-covering cloth and the mourning attire rendered the ghostly presence capable of instilling fear in his ghostly sight. Could it be that this was not merely a puzzle piece, but rather a means to restrain the mournful ghost? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping the mournful ghost would not board the bus. The bus's stop was nearing its end. The doors slowly began to close as it prepared to continue to the next station. Chapter 45. Alighting from the bus, Yang Jian felt a sense of relief upon noticing that the wailing spirit had not boarded the bus. However, it soon dawned on him that the wailing spirit had become increasingly terrifying, and he hoped not to encounter it again. At that moment, the passenger count on the bus displayed the number 2. Yet, no malevolent spirits had boarded. Only an invisible ghost lingered within the confines of the bus. By this reasoning, the count of malevolent spirits should be 1 rather than 2, as there was still one unseen entity present. At this juncture, Yi Shi glanced over but disregarded the numbers on the display. Thank you, Yang Jian. He expressed his gratitude for Yang Jian's earlier assistance in transporting him through the ghostly realm. I am disembarking at the next stop. Where are you headed? Not anywhere in particular. I suspect it will take several more stops to reach the real world. The next stop is where Wang Kai and I shall undertake our mission. You could report the files regarding the malevolent spirits encountered to headquarters. It should yield considerable resources, Yi Shi mused. After boarding, Su Feng and Lin Bei both succumbed to unconsciousness, overwhelmed by the cacophony of the wailing spirit, which intensified the revival of their malevolent spirits. Thank you. If you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out in Dachang City, Yang Jian replied, accepting the favor. Overall, He held a favorable impression of Yi Shi. In comparison to other spirit manipulators from headquarters, he exhibited none of their arrogance or self-importance. As the bus continued its journey, the fog outside thickened, and the vehicle traversed an indeterminate distance to arrive at the next stop. Wang Kai and I are getting off. Until we meet again. Yi Shi waved farewell to Yang Jian. He was entirely unconcerned that Yang Jian might suddenly wish to accompany him, for Yang Jian was averse to complications. Once the two alighted, Yang Jian abruptly noticed the passenger count on the bus had decreased to 1. He contemplated issuing a warning, but the bus had already started moving. He could only report this matter to headquarters after disembarking, as there was naught else he could do. Before Yi Shi lay 2 rows of locust trees, their dense aura of negativity palpable. Various stone sculptures lined the pathway, intertwined with the trees. The majority depicted animals, with lions being the most prevalent. Some sculptures bore red lanterns, the dim crimson glow serving as the sole illumination along the path. A tranquil lane extended ahead, leading to a faintly discernible ancestral hall. According to certain customs, performance stages are typically situated within such halls, signifying a call to ancestors and deities alike. The ancestral hall before him was in disrepair, its roof crumbling and surrounded by rampant weeds. 2 round windows, reminiscent of architecture from a bygone republic era, adorned the structure. Are you prepared? There appears to be an abundance of peculiarities within, Yi Shi remarked, his expression grave. Objects tied to the republic within the realm of mysterious revival are seldom straightforward. Wang Kai produced several ghostly candles, their eerie green glow dispelling some of the darkness. Faintly, a couplet became visible at the entrance. The way has sentiments. The way is indifferent. How to contemplate? The way is indifferent. The way has sentiments. What a waste of contemplation. The horizontal inscription read, "Life is but a play." Yi Shi slowly pushed open the decayed wooden door, which emitted a creaking sound as it yielded. Inside the courtyard, white banners hung from either side, and a dilapidated incense burner stood half-broken, with a few unburned sticks of incense still remaining. The air was permeated with a faint, putrid odor. Chapter 46. The eerie courtyard. The aroma that permeated the air was not reminiscent of decaying wood. Rather, it bore a striking resemblance to aged jerky. At the heart of the courtyard stood a gnarled and lifeless locust tree, flanked on either side by a row of elongated benches. The opposite stage lay in tatters, its curtain torn asunder, while before it stood a shrine. The dim illumination of the night allowed only a vague silhouette to be discerned, seemingly reduced to a mere form seated within the altar. Suddenly, the ghostly candle in Wang Kai's hand emitted a burst of sparks, crackling as it ignited with fervor. Upon entering, Wang Kai had already activated 5 layers of the ghostly domain. Astonishingly, this spectral assault managed to penetrate through all 5 layers. This way, he urged. This room can temporarily isolate us from the supernatural. Yi Shi performed a divination of the entire residence, discovering that only the southeastern and southwestern chambers offered a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Kai swiftly approached the door of the southeastern chamber. However, what transpired next made his teeth grind in frustration. Damn it! The ghostly domain cannot penetrate this room. Stay behind me. A dilapidated lock was visible on the chamber door, its surface encrusted with rust, rendering it ineffective for securing the entrance. With a creak, the door was pushed open, and a pungent, earthy odor assailed their senses. Inside, numerous multi-tiered shelves were laden with offerings of paper money and incense, though most had succumbed to rot and decay. Only the few bills atop the merit box remained unspoiled. Yi Shi stepped forward, swiftly counting the money, 2 7-yuan notes and 5 3-yuan notes. After tallying the sum, he handed the 7-yuan notes to Wang Kai. Have you ever heard of life money? Its purpose is to purchase life. Together, these 2 bills amount to 14 yuan, and I possess another 15 yuan here. Upon noticing Wang Kai's reluctance to accept, Yi Shi elaborated further. The paper figures, their cheeks painted a vivid crimson and eyes eerily lifelike, had remained motionless since Yi Shi entered, yet their presence was undeniably unsettling. Yi Shi prepared to pry open the merit box, hoping to discover if any ghost money lay within. As the saying goes, money can make even ghosts toil. If the offering were sufficient, he could deceive the master of the ghostly shadows into working for him. However, Wang Kai rapped on the merit box, and the solid, resonant sound echoed in their ears. This thing is solid, Wang Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps it is an unfinished product, discarded in this storage room. The chamber was enveloped by thick walls, compounded by the damp and chilly atmosphere of this supernatural locale. Remarkably, the merit box remained untouched by vermin, while the cabinets housing other items had long since rotted and teetered precariously, threatening to collapse with the slightest provocation. The arrangement of the room exuded a distinct Republican-era aesthetic, with two shattered vases beside the writing desk. This room had evidently served as a repository for clutter in the past, yet its ability to endure within the ancient abode without suffering invasion spoke volumes. Just based on this, Yishi could ascertain the uniqueness of this chamber in comparison to the others. As he pondered the specifics of this room, whispers drifted from the entrance of the ancient residence, signaling the arrival of several individuals. Chapter 47. The messenger, be cautious. Something unknown has entered. Yishi's brow furrowed in concern. Logically speaking, aside from the two of them, there should be no other practitioners of the supernatural here to cause trouble. He and Wang Kai pressed against the wall, attentively listening to the sounds from outside. Sister Mingming, is our objective this time the supernatural entity within this ancient mansion? 5 ordinary individuals appeared at the entrance, hesitating at the threshold, too fearful to enter. Could they be the couriers from the ghost post office? Yishi murmured to himself. Indeed, they held a letter in their hands. Wang Kai, utilizing the perspective afforded by the ghost realm, surveyed from above. It appears so. This time it's a red letter. We must prepare ourselves mentally, cautioned the middle-aged woman known as Sister Mingming. They all feigned calmness. Yet if one could not maintain even the most basic composure in such a setting, it could be equated to courting death. Once we enter, we will swiftly deliver the letter and depart immediately. After receiving the letter, there will be a brief revival period during which the supernatural entity will not attack us, stated one bespectacled middle-aged man, clearly the strategist of the group. Although he spoke with ease, everyone understood that this incident would not unfold as simply as he suggested, especially considering it involved a red-level letter. Nevertheless, this did not hinder them from uplifting their spirits. After all, life must be imbued with dreams. What if they could accomplish this task without incident? The 5 of them encouraged one another, ultimately nudging the slightly plump young man in their team forward. Ruehai, we need you to scout ahead. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, a smile gracing his face, though it was evident how insincere that smile was. The others remained silent, none wishing to take on the task of scouting. As long as it wasn't them, anyone else could tread into danger. Lin Ruehai cast a glance at the bespectacled man before reluctantly turning away, picking up a flashlight and unconsciously clenching his other hand. Oh, someone has been here. A voice of astonishment rang out within the group. Zhang Mingming, illuminated by the flashlight, observed that the door to the ancient mansion had already been opened. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, perhaps it wasn't a human. This statement sent a chill down the spines of the group. Despite their prior preparations for the possibility that this task would not be straightforward, the rapid emergence of anomalies heightened their awareness of the dangers inherent in this delivery mission. Yishi pondered within the confines of the room. Generally speaking, messengers do not come with good intentions. Each time they dispatched a letter, supernatural occurrences would ensue. Oh, these troublemakers! Yishi exclaimed. Wang Kai, let us barricade this room's door. He reasoned that if they fled into the room later, it would only draw the calamity upon themselves. They moved the merit box to block the door. Though the box appeared peculiar, it was, in fact, an ordinary merit box. Perhaps the previous practitioners intended to transform it into a supernatural artifact but abandoned the effort for reasons unknown. Fortunately, the door opened inward. Otherwise, they would have been unable to barricade it effectively. After positioning the box, Wang Kai placed several paper figures atop it. The intricate patterns of the door allowed for an intimate interaction between the paper figures and the door. Observing this, Yishi could not help but wonder when Wang Kai had developed such a penchant for mischief. He certainly would not admit to having influenced Wang Kai's peculiarities. Chapter 48. Fractured Harmony. Due to the similarities in layout between the southwest and southeast rooms, the group of messengers could potentially seek refuge from the supernatural assaults within the southwest chamber. However, it remained uncertain whether they would be graced with such fortune. Yishi harbored no fondness for these troublemakers. Had they not delivered the letters, the spirits would likely have remained undisturbed. Yet, with their arrival, the atmosphere risked becoming a tumult of chaos. Nonetheless, without delivering the letters, it would be exceedingly difficult for him and Wang Kai to locate the elusive, faceless specter. The most prudent course of action would be to seize the letters from the messengers, crafting them into a tool for tracking the malevolent entity. This strategy would not only prevent the resurgence of the specter, but also aid in its identification. The sole dilemma, however, was the untimely appearance of the letters. Outside, an invisible specter lurked, capable of igniting the ghostly candles from 5 layers of ethereal realms. This entity currently displayed no visible health bar, leaving Yishi powerless to wield his authority. Nevertheless, deceiving the messengers into relinquishing their letters was not an insurmountable challenge. Yishi wielded the power of illusion, distorting their perception. The 5 individuals who entered the ancient mansion refrained from rash actions, with Lin Ruihai leading the way. Despite the pressure exerted by the others, Lin Ruihai's expression was one of palpable animosity. The bespectacled man behind him appeared unfazed, well aware that Lin Ruihai was the only one devoid of any protective supernatural artifacts. Should a spirit attack ensue, it would undoubtedly be the plump fellow who bore the brunt of it. As the quintet crossed the threshold into the mansion, it seemed they had met some hidden criteria. The lanterns within the manor flickered to life, casting an eerie crimson glow. A chilling and ominous aura enveloped them, as if the very house were animated. The stage curtains appeared drenched in blood, and soon after, the grand doors of the mansion closed with an ominous finality. The curtains on stage drew shut, heralding the commencement of an uncanny performance. Strange sounds emanated from the stage, akin to the piercing shrieks of glass scraping against a chalkboard. The 5 individuals below the stage exchanged anxious glances, their expressions tense. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of a jade tablet shattering. Zhang Mingming's countenance shifted dramatically. Without waiting for her companions to react, she bolted towards the exit. The broken jade tablet had been a protective charm she acquired during a previous delivery mission, capable of withstanding a single supernatural attack and rendering her impervious for a minute thereafter. Her 4 teammates, witnessing her sudden flight, quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. They too contemplated retreat, yet none could muster the courage to move, paralyzed by uncertainty regarding the specter's patterns of violence. The remaining 4 exchanged glances, irritation brewing among them, until Lin Ruihai made the first move, sprinting towards the southwest room. Seeing him evade the specter's grasp, the others hastened to follow. Curse it! The letter remains in Zhang Mengming's possession. Had he known she would falter, he would never have entrusted it to her. The bespectacled man muttered complaints as he ran, but his companions paid him no heed. Originally, it was he who had forcibly thrust the letter upon Zhang Mengming. In delivery missions, those bearing the letter faced significantly higher risks. It was perplexing why Zhang Mengming had agreed to accept it in the first place. Yet, she was no fool. She had already discerned to whom the letter should ultimately be delivered. The postal task had specified that it be entrusted to the performers within the mansion, yet the actors had yet to take the stage. Chapter 49, A Turn of Events. During her previous missions of delivering messages, she had acquired a supernatural artifact that could reveal the locations of nearby spirits. The waters of this courier's world ran deep. Perhaps it was best to let her sister handle matters. Zhang Mengming had already assessed the terrain before entering, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Yet she never anticipated that she would be the first to suffer a spectral attack. Fortunately, she managed to shake off that group of burdensome companions. As soon as she delivered the message, she could escape this ghastly place. Zhang Mengming harbored a strong disdain for her teammates. Were it not for this team mission, she would have preferred to ignore them altogether. One was self-important, while the rest were cowardly and timid. According to the supernatural compass in her hand, there was a malevolent spirit in the room to the southeast. All she needed to do was place the letter inside, and then she could depart. Zhang Mengming quickly rolled against the wall. Her agility was remarkable. In past missions, she had relied on her nimbleness to evade danger. This was it. She could simply slip the letter through the door crack. She inserted the letter into the door frame, and the figure inside, Yishi, promptly accepted it. As she witnessed the letter vanish into the crack, she swiftly retreated a few steps. During the process of delivering the letter, she caught a fleeting glimpse of numerous ghostly pale faces within the crevice, adorned with striking red makeup. Do not succumb to curiosity, she admonished herself silently. This was her survival mantra. However, after a considerable time had passed without any indication of mission completion, Zhang Mengming began to panic. Yishi, observing the red letter in his hand, resolved to open it, but at that moment, as the letter came into contact with the paper figure, it ignited spontaneously. Wangkai, run. Yishi realized something was amiss the moment the paper figure accepted the letter. He had never anticipated that the paper figure would be able to receive it. They had thoroughly inspected the room upon entry and found no trace of supernatural forces. Could it be due to the number of people in the old house? Upon their entrance, the stage had come to life, and the performers upon it were these very paper figures. Hearing Yi Shi's urgent command, Wang Kai swiftly broke through the door, lighting a ghostly candle. A stream of grayish-white light surged forth from the room. Meanwhile, several individuals in the southwestern chamber also hurriedly burst through their door. The paper figures had come to life. The entrance of the ancient house was now firmly shut. Despite its dilapidated appearance, it was as immovable as a weighty stone. The curtain at the center of the stage began to draw open slowly, illuminating the interior of the old house with an eerie green glow, casting an otherworldly ambience akin to the underworld. Faced with the immovable door, the group fled toward the shrine. Although somewhat superstitious, they had no other options. They were bewildered, having narrowly escaped the spirits in the courtyard, only to find themselves nearly ensnared by the paper figures. The grayish-white light swept toward the shrine across from the stage, gradually solidifying into two figures. This time, they had been careless. Even after examining the paper figures, they had failed to foresee that a change in numbers would animate them. Yi Shi sighed. He had indeed grown somewhat overconfident. In this world, supernatural forces were diverse and unpredictable. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Thankfully, he had managed to manipulate time briefly upon exiting, extending the reaction time from 1 second to 3. Otherwise, surrounded by a throng of paper figure spirits, Wang Kai's ghostly domain would not have held. Chapter 50. Opening scene. As they stood upon the altar, they could distinctly perceive numerous puppets suspended from the old locust tree. Yi Shi performed a divination with these dolls and concluded that the recent attack, capable of penetrating 5 layers of the ghost realm, was a result of the supernatural powers emanating from these puppets. Illuminated by the eerie green flames of the ancient abode, the dolls bore expressions that, although varied, all conveyed a predatory allure. The medium triggering the supernatural assault seemed to be the expressions on their faces. Mimicking the dolls' visages would invoke the attack. Wang Kai also discerned this fact. After careful observation, he remarked, "These dolls do not bear smiles." With the ghost candle in his hand nearly consumed, Yi Shi retrieved another from his backpack, although he sensed danger lingered at the altar. The current rate of the candle's burn suggested that the malevolent entity within the altar had yet to awaken. Meanwhile, the few individuals forced to retreat to the center of the courtyard beheld the 2 figures atop the altar. Yet, they dared not approach, for in such circumstances, it was highly probable that they were specters. Who among the living would stand upon an altar? Sitting in a chair will shield one from supernatural attacks. Lin Ruihai gasped. I was just assailed by a supernatural force, but the moment I sat down, the attacks ceased. Clearly, he had narrowly escaped the perilous situation. However, upon witnessing his safety while seated, the remaining individuals chose to settle in seats further from the stage. Lin Ruihai's eyes sparkled momentarily with a sense of delight. In their hometown, there existed a custom that the positions behind the stage were reserved for deities. No mortals were permitted to sit there, lest they offend the divine. Though uncertain if such customs prevailed in this region, the possibility lingered. He shared with his companions a method of survival, yet if they chose poorly, what could be done? It was all fate. Lin Ruihai murmured softly to himself. The curtain of the stage slowly unfurled, and a chilling breeze swept across the entire courtyard. The ghostly green lanterns swayed perilously in the wind, their flames flickering as if they could extinguish at any moment. With a resounding clang, a myriad of figures emerged upon the stage. Their expressions varied, yet all gazed intently at the audience. A white light streaked across the sky. Crackling thunder. Blinding lightning flashed before their eyes, and upon reopening them, the figures had vanished. In their stead stood a multitude of paper dolls adorned with diverse facial designs. A shrill cry echoed from the mouths of the paper figures, an art form unattainable to the living. Yi Shi and Wang Kai, positioned behind the altar, wore grave expressions, realizing that the unknown malevolent entity within the altar was gradually awakening. Merge. Activate the authority. A bizarre force enveloped the altar, transferring the sounds of the operatic performance to the dolls upon the locust tree. While this action temporarily suppressed the entity's resurgence, it simultaneously intensified the supernatural assaults of the puppets. The expressions of the puppets began to shift, displaying a myriad of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Chapter 51. The umbrella Wang Kai found himself increasingly unable to withstand the ethereal assaults of these dolls in his ghostly domain. Within this ancient abode, the supernatural phenomena intertwined in a terrifyingly intricate manner, compounding their effects to an alarming degree. Yishi sighed inwardly, then gloomily uttered a few words. Fortunately, the shrine had been sealed. Otherwise, if the entities within were to emerge, we would likely be fleeing for our lives. Have you ever heard of the taboos associated with watching a performance? Wang Kai suddenly inquired. In my childhood, it was forbidden to open umbrellas in the theater. An umbrella symbolizes dispersion, a most ominous omen. He gestured toward the ground before the stage, where a few dilapidated umbrellas were faintly visible. Yishi squinted at the sight, then proceeded to divine the fate of the umbrellas. They possessed the ability to ward off supernatural forces, yet their current state rendered them ineffective for long. After his divination, Yishi shook his head. They were indeed a tasteless fare, yet too precious to discard. Perhaps these umbrellas could serve an alternative purpose. Yishi mused, glancing at the stage before returning his gaze to the umbrellas. It appears they might be capable of shielding us from the ghostly realm. More precisely, they should be able to block the supernatural emanations from the stage. The efficacy against other ghostly domains remains uncertain. Wang Kai speculated that the umbrellas might possess more than just this capability. Perhaps their incomplete state, reduced to mere frames, diminished their power. Why don't we retrieve them? We will have to enter the stage eventually. He proposed after some contemplation. The wind around the stage intensified, even causing the countenances of the messengers seated below to involuntarily adopt somber expressions, resembling characters from a tragic play. Suddenly, a grayish-white light flashed swiftly before their eyes. Something was snatched from the floor ahead of them before it vanished entirely. Is this also a ghost? A faint voice emerged from the back row. Zhang Mingming, seated in the front, wore a grim expression. If we add this one, the number of spirits in this theater becomes rather excessive. However, the task assigned by the post office could not lack vitality. She needed to discern where the glimmer of hope for this assignment lay. A sudden realization struck her as she recalled the object whisked away by the grayish light. The umbrella. Zhang Mingming murmured softly. When her gaze fell upon the remaining umbrellas, she noticed that Lin Ruihai beside her shared the same thought. Fortunately, there were still several left, eliminating the need for a fierce scuffle over them. Yet, how to reach them became a conundrum. They could not abandon their seats. Doing so would expose them to terrifying supernatural attacks. Having secured an umbrella, Yishi and Wang Kai promptly unfurled it. For the sake of safety, Yishi opened the ghostly domain while retrieving 2 of the substitute dolls. Wang Kai accepted the dolls and ghostly candles from Yishi, then produced a mourning garment from his golden woven backpack. He initially intended to wield this attire, but Yishi shook his head, indicating it was ill-suited for him. Wang Kai's first garment represented death, while the clown costume symbolized joy. The magician's attire was inherently incompatible with Wang Kai, and forcibly wielding it would only lead to a clash of malevolent forces. Yet, with Yishi's assistance through his authority, Wang Kai was resurrected. You will need to command other types of malevolence in the future. You have reached your limit with garments. Yishi reluctantly informed Wang Kai of this reality, having originally planned to acquire more ominous attire for him. It seemed that their plans had come to naught. Chapter 52 Behind the stage. Do not fret so much about my specter. Rather, you should be mindful of your own. In his eyes, Yishi was admirable in every regard, save for his excessive selflessness, which might ultimately lead to his detriment. Yishi was unaware of how Wang Kai depicted him. Had he heard the term selfless, he would have surely chuckled, for that word was entirely incongruous with his character. Let us first combine this garment with the umbrella. There seems to be a remarkable compatibility between the two. Yishi deftly shifted the topic, for it was imperative to investigate the area behind the stage. As Wang Kai hung the mourning attire upon the ribs of the umbrella, they could distinctly perceive that the ghostly realm of the stage was separated by some unseen force. Could it be that this was left by the previous batch of exorcists who came to address the stage incident? Upon contemplating this, Wang Kai's expression oscillated between light and dark. If this truly was the work of the former exorcists, then why had the umbrella been abandoned here? There is no need for concern. While I may lack direct offensive capabilities, my ability to evade is unparalleled. Should the situation demand it, I have contingencies in place. It is undoubtedly secure, Yishi solemnly affirmed. Though he professed confidence, he had already retrieved the ghostly candle and the substitute doll from his possession. The white ribs of the umbrella paired with the white mourning attire formed a pristine ensemble as the two ventured into an eerie realm. The nebulous space enveloped Yi Shi with a sensation reminiscent of the misty expanse encountered at the onset of his journey. While there were similarities, they were accompanied by stark differences. Although this place imparted a sense of disorientation, the feeling was strikingly incongruous. The space behind the stage was devoid of any shadows. Rather, it was a realm of pure white. A chilling silence pervaded the atmosphere, exuding an air of the uncanny, devoid of any signs of life, yet lacking any supernatural forces. It felt as though this was a sanctuary forbidden to all living beings. Scattered upon the ground were faded scraps of paper, faintly revealing various symbols. Yi Shi picked one up and scrutinized it closely. The script was in small seal characters, elegantly outlining the design of a talisman. The talismans were strewn haphazardly across the ground, indicating that a battle had undoubtedly erupted in this very spot. Yi Shi and Wang Kai ventured further inside. Before Yi Shi could bend down to retrieve a fallen talisman, Wang Kai patted him on the shoulder, urging him to look ahead. What has transpired here? Yi Shi lifted his gaze, only to be struck with astonishment by the sight before him. The ground was littered with white bones, stacked like stones to form small hills. Scattered amidst them were fragments of gold, and many of the bones were adorned with talismans, identical to those in Yi Shi's possession. The deeper they proceeded, the more palpable the sense of dread became, as the ground was blanketed with bone powder resulting from the weathering of the skeletons. Here, hiss. Yi Shi suddenly knelt, a look of ruthlessness manifesting upon his face. He felt an insurrection of divinity within him, one that had been long in the making and could no longer be contained. A vicious ambush, lacking any sense of martial ethics. We must flee. Wang Kai, guard the entrance and prevent anyone else from entering. Yi Shi used his ghostly domain to transport Wang Kai out of this supernatural realm, along with the substitute doll, ghostly candle, and umbrella. The pale yellow light of his ghostly domain seemed to be enhanced by the ethereal mist that lingered in this space. Chapter 53. The monocle Wang Kai was transported to another realm before he could fully comprehend the situation. Yi Shi, you. His words faltered, leaving him in a state of helplessness, forcibly confined within the ghostly domain with no semblance of choice. Zhang Mengmeng and Lin Ruihai each clutched a rib of an umbrella, desperately holding their ground before the stage while maintaining a wary vigilance towards one another. The messenger seated in the back row had succumbed to an eerie stillness. A faint golden light guided Wang Kai straight to the entrance of the ancient mansion. With a resounding crack, akin to something shattering, the sound reverberated through the ethereal space, overshadowing even the performances on stage. The two seated individuals sensed the oppressive grip of the stage's confinement dissipate. Wang Kai forcefully kicked open the impenetrable door of the mansion, splintering it effortlessly. The sight of Wang Kai was akin to a beacon of hope for the two. Yet the bloodshot glare in his eyes and his ferocious demeanor instilled dread. In Wang Kai's perception, they were mere desecrators, and he harbored no intention of sparing them. However, this inexplicable surge of emotion was swiftly suppressed. A grayish-white, ghostly domain surged towards the backstage of the stage, only to be thwarted by a golden, ghostly barrier, impervious even to the ghostly umbrella. After dispatching Wang Kai, Yi Shi, clad in a classical robe, advanced step by step into the depths of the space, where he sought something of great importance. Yi Shi had begun to form a conjecture in his mind. Strangely, the deeper he ventured, the fewer the bones he encountered. A wall of gold stood before him, adorned with countless crimson talismans. At this moment, he was certain that these were supernatural talismans forged from the blood and skin of some formidable entity, possessing formidable suppressive power. The weathered surface of the gold was engraved with a line of text. In the third year of Hongwu, otherworldly objects descended, causing great suffering among living beings. Lu and Zhang, along with numerous skilled individuals, suffered countless casualties to suppress the malevolence here. Future generations, take heed. Yi Shi paid no mind to these inscriptions. The gold could not impede his progress. The ghostly domain surged through the golden wall, revealing an expanse of unending silence. Everything was distorted by the rules, rendering all things erroneous, yet simultaneously correct. He advanced unimpeded, wielding the authority he had acquired. The golden ghostly domain repelled all supernatural forces. At last, he beheld a monocle suspended in the celestial sphere. It represented an aberration of this world, a flaw that ought not to exist. It embodied all that was unreasonable, all that was warped. Without waiting for him to act, the monocle descended directly towards him, gradually merging with his being. Yishi remained indifferent amidst the swirling white mist, as if this outcome was precisely what he desired. Yet, he pondered the paradox of why such uniqueness of error would manifest in this world. Yishi found the intricacies of his own journey increasingly perplexing. He had first been a heavenly sovereign. The golden ghostly domain grew ever more enigmatic. As if everything capable of entering it would be stripped away: lifespan, time, power. Yishi experienced a comforting sensation of nourishment within the white mist. Yet he could also distinctly feel his divinity intensifying. This was the necessary price for acquiring power. When he opened his eyes once more, a monocle had materialized before his left eye. Why had he descended into silence so quickly this time? Yishi stroked the monocle before him, and it seemed he had finally found the answer. Chapter 54. The authority of error. He is digesting the singularity of error, weakened merely because his strength is consumed in this endeavor. Once the singularity of error is fully embraced, divinity will undoubtedly suppress humanity with absolute advantage. It is imperative to elevate the miracle worker. This is the sole hope. After the singularity of error is assimilated, the entire realm loses its ethereal quality. Fortunately, the singularity of error remains dormant. Otherwise, at that juncture, no human could contain it. Yishi stealthily appropriated a massive golden wall meant for sealing, along with the 49 talismans inscribed upon it. The pale golden ghost realm has now transformed entirely into gold, suffused with a white mist that, if inhaled by an ordinary person, would lead them to become lost in history, ultimately dissolving into the dust of time. The authority of error manifests in creating bugs, and when combined with the authority of deception, the resultant distortion eludes the perception of all. However, divinity has not yet completely digested the singularity of error. He can only wield a fraction of the appropriated authority, slightly enhancing his capabilities of deception and grafting. Yishi's strength has significantly escalated. He can now unlock the 8th layer of the ghost realm. He can reset the time within this realm for an entire day. Yet, this also imposes a limitation. While he can keep the ghost realm active without resetting, he may only do so once or twice before succumbing to a cooldown, which is determined by the duration and frequency of use. Initially, he anticipated encountering a formidable ruse to facilitate the promotion of the Faceless One, but instead, he confronted the singularity of error. Yishi felt the inevitability of fate. The combined effect of the Fool and the singularity of error was exponentially magnified. The golden ghost realm breached the entrance to the back end, colliding with the grayish-white ghost realm. Wang Kai was swiftly propelled backward, and just as he intended to charge forward again, he seemed to glimpse Yishi's silhouette. "Are you Yishi?" Wang Kai inquired cautiously, fearing this might merely be a fleeting illusion that would vanish upon contact. "Yishi, I told you I have trump cards." Yishi sighed inwardly, yet maintained a composed facade. Had it not been for divinity's need to accommodate the singularity of error, he might not have awakened so readily. Wang Kai would surely be unable to endure remaining on this bizarre stage for several days. "You have finally emerged. What is that on your eyes?" Wang Kai expressed his bewilderment. Upon seeing the monocle adorning Yishi's face, he felt an odd sense, as if it were an object that should not exist in this world. Yishi, equally exasperated, stole away the thoughts forming in Wang Kai's mind. In an instant, Wang Kai forgot what he intended to say and could only utter, "That's fine. Let us continue our search for the ruse you require." He had not forgotten their purpose. He too needed to bolster his strength, lest he be cast aside like a burden by Yishi's ghost realm again, an idea that weighed heavily on his conscience. Within Yishi's golden ghost realm, the supernatural assaults of the stage could not penetrate. Thus, they were able to converse freely for an extended period. "Let us search around this stage. I can assure you it is not within the theater's back end." Chapter 55. Vanished. Yishishin resolutely asserted that the malevolent spirit was not behind the stage, for the supernatural phenomena had inexplicably dissipated. According to the inscription upon the gilded wall, ancient times were also plagued by such malevolence, likely referring to the present-day practitioners of spirit control. Wang did not ponder why the space behind the stage had vanished. After all, he had no desire to venture there again. It felt as though he had forgotten something of great significance, as if a thought had been stealthily purloined from his mind. He glanced at Yishi, who wore monocles, intending to inquire about the forgotten matter. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air at the entrance of the ancient mansion. Yishi stepped outside to investigate, only to behold Zhang Mengmeng and Lin Ruihai, each suspended by 1 foot from an ancient locust tree. Just as Yishi contemplated approaching them, a shroud of black mist enveloped them. In an instant, the ghostly postal service's misty passageway materialized, whisking Zhang Mengmeng and Lin Ruihai away. Yishi observed the sudden appearance of the ghostly postal service, departing as swiftly as it had come, contemplating whether the postal service now harbored fear of him. Despite his musings, he did not forget to leave a mark for the postal service, hoping to visit it on the next occasion. The performance on stage ceased after the 2 messengers departed, the paper figures frozen as if a pause button had been pressed. Let us inspect the southwestern chamber, Yishi decided, redirecting his focus to the opposite side. The golden ghostly realm brazenly enveloped the entire ancient mansion. Given the unique nature of his ghostly domain, containing the wishful spirits posed no challenge. A stream of golden light surged into the southwestern chamber. The layout within bore little distinction from that of the southeastern chamber, save for the presence of a vanity table adorned with various cosmetic tools. However, Yishi was perplexed to find that no makeup pigments lay upon it, seemingly removed long ago. The arrangement of the chamber remained intact, and the messengers who had fled to these rooms lacked the audacity to touch the supernatural artifacts. Such caution served them well in ordinary circumstances. However, as messengers, this prudence rendered them stagnant, relegated to passively awaiting each task while praying that the malevolent spirits would spare their lives. Yishi retrieved a golden box from the vanity, which contained brushes for painting masks. Another malevolent spirit. Who could the master of this ancient mansion be? The aesthetic of the stage did not resemble that of the Republic era, but instead hinted at architectural styles from the Ming dynasty. The external walls, constructed during the Republic period, suggested that even the elders of that time could not dispel the supernatural, opting instead to erect a barrier to seal the haunted ground. Regrettably, it seemed that this seal had recently been compromised, with the ghostly pigments from the southwestern chamber carried away. To enter the backstage of the stage, 3 conditions must be met. First, a ghost must be performing on stage. Second, one must use a ghostly umbrella to obstruct the ghostly domain of the stage. And lastly, the most crucial condition, one must resonate with the singularity within, thereby breaking a path for entry. Originally, this seal was flawless. Who would have anticipated the emergence of a Yishi after centuries? The malevolent spirit I sought to control is no longer present. Fortunately, I can utilize this brush to pinpoint the location from which the ghostly pigments were taken. Yishi sensed that only in conjunction with the pigments could the brush constitute a complete potion ingredient. Let us depart. This place is ill-suited for prolonged stay. The malevolent spirit within the shrine presents a significant dilemma. Chapter 56 Departure. Although he had not located all the promotion materials, the acquisition of the heir's uniqueness had already proven to be highly profitable. Those monocles look inexplicably eerie. Wang Kai could not help but voice his thoughts, feeling a palpable sense of dread emanating from the lens. It's nothing, you'll get used to it. This eyewear can temporarily suppress my malevolent spirit's resurgence. Once this uniqueness is preliminarily contained, its terrifying aura will not be revealed, and besides, isn't it entertaining to play the fool? Yishi mused inwardly. In less than a day, the preliminary containment of the heir's uniqueness would be achieved, which also signified the urgency of ascending the hierarchy. Otherwise, he might lose even his humanity. Yishi reached for the bell at his waist, and as it jingled, a shadow of a bus appeared faintly at the entrance of the ancient residence. 2 rows of locust trees stood in parallel beside the old path. On one side lay the ancient dwelling, while the other plunged into unfathomable darkness. Many supernatural realms are, in fact, intertwined with the mundane world. Without a sufficiently elevated ghost domain, one could hardly discern the supernatural spaces lurking beneath the surface of reality. The bus slowly approached the ancient path, and Yishi subsequently sealed off the enhanced golden ghost domain. A sudden chill swept through the air, and a sharp sound resonated from within the ancient house. It seems the spirit altar has shattered. There's nothing left for us here. We should leave at once. Yishi was disinclined to engage further with the supernatural phenomena within the abode. The malevolent spirit sealed within the altar was no ordinary being. The 2 boarded the bus, and the display screen indicated a change from 11 to 12. With a smile, Yishi made his way to the rear of the bus. The monocle on his face rendered him a chilling sight. Notably, his attire was not of modern design. A white robe adorned with golden embroidery draped his figure. As several ghost tamers sat on the bus, they felt their own malevolent spirits suppressed, as Yishi passed by. With the increasing intensity of supernatural awakenings, new ghost tamers had suddenly emerged in certain cities, some having failed to report to headquarters, perhaps out of reluctance. In any case, they did not recognize Yishi. Though they had encountered numerous forms of malevolent spirits, Yishi left a profound impression on them. Wang Kai, who boarded the bus last, took a seat beside Yishi and presented the ghost umbrella he had acquired in the ancient house. I entrust this supernatural item to you. It holds little use for me. In critical moments, it may guide you through domains stronger than your own. Wang Kai did not refuse, recognizing his current weakness. Should he become ensnared in a ghost domain, he would only hinder Yishi. The ghost tamers at the front of the bus overheard Yishi's voice, their eyes widening in astonishment as they glanced back. They whispered amongst themselves, "He is not a malevolent spirit, but a ghost tamer." Could such a powerful ghost tamer truly exist? Though they bore witness to the truth, disbelief lingered in their hearts. They were acutely aware of their own capabilities, instinctively denying the existence of someone stronger than themselves, seeking solace for their fragile spirits. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, the image of Yishi in his white robe, adorned with a monocle, was indelibly etched in their minds. Chapter 57. Strange occurrences. The bus was nearly half full, and aboard was a malevolent spirit exuding a foul stench. While this might not significantly affect other ghost tamers, Yishi's senses of smell and taste remained intact. Consequently, Yishi resorted to misusing his authority, stealing away his own senses, and suddenly, the world transformed into a realm of beauty. The bus continued on its route, with Yishi and Wang Kai resting with closed eyes. The events that had transpired in the ancient mansion had been tumultuous, leaving him profoundly fatigued, a fatigue of the soul rather than the body. Up front, a ghost tamer was lamenting why the bus had yet to stop. Clearly, he was oblivious to the nature of the vehicle he had boarded. The other ghost tamers accompanying him offered no admonitions, allowing him to vent his frustrations about the malevolent spirits. "Look, the bus is about to reach a stop," someone exclaimed in the queue, seemingly indicating a city station. Upon hearing this, several ghost tamers sprang to their feet, eager to disembark. However, waiting for them below was a dismal, gray realm of spirits. Yishi opened his eyes to survey the gray ghost domain at the bus door, uttering an astonished exclamation. What kind of ghost domain is this? Yishi pondered the uncanny coincidence, but resolved to alight here nonetheless. After all, missing this city would mean uncertainty about when the next opportunity would arise. Wang Kai, let us get off at this stop. All right, I'll see if I can breach this ghost domain using my own, Wang Kai declared, preparing to confront the spectral forces head-on. Seeing Wang Kai's determination, Yishi sighed and rubbed his forehead, then pointed to his ghost umbrella. Didn't we acquire a mystical item capable of countering anomalies? However, just to be prudent, let us manifest another ghost domain. The gray ghost domain was saturated with a damp odor, and even the air was punctuated by falling black droplets. Fortunately, the ghost umbrella fashioned from mourning attire perfectly shielded them from the domain's malevolence, and Wang Kai had no intention of confronting the ghost domain directly. Just as Yishi was about to depart, he caught sight of the source of the anomaly, the ghost. It was a terrifying specter, its body so decayed that only bones remained. Yishi examined the source ghost, then glanced at Wang Kai. Perhaps this ghost could be a puzzle piece for you, potentially achieving balance with the three spirits within you. 3 ghost garments should effectively suppress the ghost bones. This malevolent spirit could be classified as an A-grade threat based on its danger level. However, its overall spiritual potency was still low, far from the level of a door-knocking ghost, though its domain inflicted area damage. Do not act rashly. That ghost may not be suitable for me, Wang Kai protested. There's no need for persuasion. I have foreseen that this ghost holds significant potential for you. It may even allow the malevolent spirits within you to perish. Yishi said gravely, then continued, do you wish to remain at this level for eternity? If we miss this opportunity, who knows when the next will arrive? Noticing Wang Kai's reluctance, Yishi added, currently, the spirit's potency is low. If we wait for it to grow, it could escalate into an S-grade incident. Then the headquarters will expect us to clean up the mess. Wang Kai quickly grasped the implications. Even if they chose inaction now, it was highly probable that the burden would eventually fall upon them. Let us combine our strengths. You remain within the ghost domain to direct the effort. Let us not falter in treacherous waters. Wang Kai devised the safest plan. Chapter 58. Mastery. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Yishi did not express any particular sentiment regarding Wang Kai's thoughts. The threat posed by this skeletal specter was not yet formidable. The ghostly realm could at most be classified as level 2. Furthermore, with Yishi providing support from behind, as long as Wang Kai was not utterly dull-witted, he could easily suppress this malevolent entity. Yishi tossed a golden woven bag from his backpack to Wang Kai. A swift resolution was imperative, yet one must not let their guard down. After giving Wang Kai his instructions, Yishi invoked his thieving authority to pilfer the killing patterns of the skeletal ghost. It was somewhat strenuous. He had not fully embraced the uniqueness of errors, thus failing to unleash its complete potential. Yishi felt a tinge of regret, but soon pondered the implications of fully embracing the uniqueness of errors, which left him somewhat troubled. For now, he could only steal the mundane killing patterns of ordinary malevolent entities from the level 2 ghostly realm. He wondered what level he would attain upon complete assimilation. As Yishi was lost in contemplation, Wang Kai had already draped a sack over the skeletal ghost. It seems this malevolent entity's killing pattern is not easily triggered. During my offensive, the ghostly realm did not suffer any assault. Wang Kai remarked with some confusion. If this entity's killing pattern was difficult to activate, how had it matured to such an extent? It must be so. Yishi concurred, for the abilities he currently revealed to the world were limited to foresight of the future and divination of omens. As for the mockery of fools, the authority of grafting, the errors of bugs, and the power of thievery, they remained shrouded in secrecy. At that moment, the satellite phone from headquarters rang. No need to answer. Let us first help you master this malevolent entity. If headquarters were to learn of this situation, they might entertain other notions. Yishi hung up the satellite phone, and Wang Kai once again activated the ghostly realm, severing external connections. The ghostly realm swiftly transported them to an abandoned construction site, devoid of any human presence for miles. Headquarters. Captain Zhao felt utterly helpless. Tong Qian had already fallen at the Caesar Hotel. He had dispatched Guo Fan and Feng Quan, 2 skilled ghost tamers, to provide assistance, while simultaneously calling upon ghost tamers from the supernatural forum for aid. However, there remained an air of uncertainty, prompting him to invite Yang Jian to the Caesar Hotel as a last resort. To his surprise, Yang Jian accepted the invitation. After a brief contemplation, headquarters decided to send Xiong Wenwen as well. Following Yishi's reminder, he mobilized all available forces, yet it seemed that he could only recall the warning Yishi had given him. Captain Zhao? Yishi's satellite phone signal appeared in Daling City for a fleeting second. When they vanished, the A-level incident in Daling City disappeared alongside them. Yi Luan reported, having monitored Yishi's satellite positioning throughout. Seeing the signal reappear on the map, he exhaled in relief. Is that so? Zhao Jiangwo was aware of the ghostly bus. Yang Jian had recently established a file for it and mentioned that Yishi had disembarked at a certain supernatural site. It appeared that Yishi was now fundamentally safe. As for the A-level incident that vanished alongside him, it must have boarded the ghostly bus. In Zhao Jiangwo's eyes, Yishi served as an auxiliary character. While Wang Kai's strength was comparable to that of Feng Quan, their chances of resolving an A-level incident were slim. The basis for Zhao Jiangwo's judgment lay significantly in Wang Kai's increasingly low profile at headquarters, as he had deliberately distanced himself from the organization. The internal strife at headquarters was overwhelming. He wished to remain uninvolved, resulting in newer members having little impression of Wang Kai. Chapter 59. The ritual, is this sufficient? Is there nothing else needed? Wang Kai inquired, his gaze fixed with a hint of uncertainty upon Yishi as he produced a golden woven sack. That is all. Do you wish to navigate this experience in clarity or in a daze? Yishi replied, his smile evoking a peculiar sense of trepidation within Wang Kai. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, I prefer to steer this while fully conscious. Yishi, upon reflecting on this choice, found himself bemused. It appeared that the singularity that accommodates errors might engender certain peculiar habits. He inwardly cursed, attributing this to the influence of the deities from the enigmatic realm. Aming, known for his jovial nature, mirrored this behavior, leading him to conclude that the deity was, indeed, a grand jester. However, this did not perturb him. Since you have chosen consciousness, be prepared for the psychological implications. Yishi's words inexplicably instilled a sense of fear in Wang Kai. A golden specter enveloped Wang Kai and the skeletal ghost, as Yishi employed his grafting authority to integrate the skeletal ghost into Wang Kai's being. Subsequently, he extracted Wang Kai's consciousness from his body while simultaneously casting a protective curse upon him, a curse stemming from the essence of singularity. Yishi recalled the existence of ghostly newspapers in this world, capable of altering memories. He could not allow his meticulously cultivated puppet to have its memories tampered with by others. Within Wang Kai's body, the skeletal ghost prepared to awaken. Yet the three ghostly garments contended against it. At a certain moment, both entities froze, and Yishi restored Wang Kai's consciousness to his corporeal form. Upon reopening his eyes, Wang Kai unexpectedly queried, "Wasn't I supposed to remain conscious?" Yishi observed Wang Kai's emotional resilience against the malevolent influence without surprise. The curse he had imparted was fundamentally his own intervention. No spirit within this realm could breach the curse to affect Wang Kai's consciousness. Regrettably, he could save others, but was unable to rescue himself. Fearing pain, "I simply rendered you unconscious." Yishi disregarded Wang Kai's complaints. As a new thought emerged in his mind, he required individuals of formidable abilities as protectors for his future endeavors. He contemplated meeting the 7 elders of the Republic, envisioning the possibility of utilizing their historical projections for his purposes. He had already encountered Elder Qin, Zhang Dong, and an elderly woman on the bus. Next on his list was to meet Li Qingji. Currently residing at the Caesar Hotel, he realized that should Yang Jian seize his axe, the historical projections he conjured would lack it. The historical projections he could evoke were contingent upon his impressions of these individuals. Mere knowledge of their names was insufficient. Yishi felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy as he planned to orchestrate the capture of the Silent One during Sequence 5, under the watchful eyes of numerous spectators, fulfilling the ritual required for his ascension to Sequence 4. The ascension ceremony for Sequence 3 appeared the simplest for him. Detaching from the world for at least 3 centuries would cement his status as history. He inherently did not belong to this world. And combined with the authority to manipulate time, this ritual was easily attainable. The ascension ceremony for Sequence 1 demanded the construction of a town entirely composed of hidden figures, weaving destinies for all inhabitants to ensure the town's normal operation, with the goal of achieving an effect as close to reality as possible. Chapter 60. Journey to the Caesar Hotel. Where are we headed next? Wang Kai's voice interrupted Yishi's contemplation. "Let us visit the Caesar Hotel to meet a future companion." Yishi responded cryptically. Having encountered Li Qingji, he could now summon Li Qingji's historical projection, and calling him a companion would not be an exaggeration. A mischievous thought crossed Yishi's mind. He could also bring forth Zhang Dong's historical projection to confront Zhang Xianguang. The imagery of such a scene was undoubtedly enchanting. Future companion? Why future? Wang Kai expressed his confusion. Yishi chuckled silently at the sight of Wang Kai's bewilderment, adorned with metaphorical question marks above his head. Not wishing to delve deeper, Wang Kai refrained from further inquiry. The obsidian-hued ghost domain swept across the sky. After mastering the skeletal specter, Wang Kai's ghost domain had become even more formidable, reaching a 7th-tier level. Within the domain, a delicate black drizzle fell. However, the speed of their transportation remained inadequate, still lagging behind Yang Jian's ghost domain. While Yang Jian's domain was exceptional for evasion, it faltered in the realm of capturing malevolent spirits. Before descending upon the Caesar Hotel, they paused in the suburban outskirts, mindful of the ostentatiousness of the ghost domain. Discretion was paramount. As the ghost domain came to a halt, the satellite phone rang with urgency. Yi Luan's tone was frantic, given the perilous state of D-City. Yishi's value to the headquarters was immense, and with Qin Lao's favor, he could not afford any missteps. Hearing Yi Luan's voice, Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly inquired, "Are you currently trapped in D-City? How is your condition?" Zhao Jiangwo was equally anxious. He had just dispatched Xiong Wanwen, believing that with Yi Shi at headquarters, even if Xiong Wanwen were to sacrifice himself, the loss would be manageable. Yet now, Yi Shi had ventured there too. "We are in good condition, having arrived in D-City after disembarking from the bus. My premonition warned that if I did not come, D-City would face devastation," Yi Shi replied with a calm tone, as if the matter were trivial. "Is that so? Must you go in person? Can't you remain at headquarters to command?" Zhao Jiangwo queried, reluctant to accept the situation. If Yi Shi were to encounter unforeseen circumstances, it could jeopardize the headquarters. "Captain Zhao, this is a necessary decision." Yi Shi issued a final ultimatum. He was determined to proceed. Due to the current dormancy of his divine essence, if he unleashed his full potential, subduing the entire Caesar Hotel would be a mere trifle. Furthermore, with an abundance of talismans, ghost candles, and substitute dolls, victory was assured. Time was of the essence. Should the axe fall into Yang Jian's hands, Li Qingji's power would diminish significantly. He still needed to seek ghost paint. His schedule was packed, leaving no room for a second visit to the Caesar Hotel. After a moment of silence on the other end of the call, Zhao Jiangwo appeared to have conferred with Minister Chao. After a lengthy discussion, Yi Shi finally heard Zhao Jiangwo say, "All right, you may go, but ensure your safety. I will communicate with Yang Jian and the others." Zhao Jiangwo paused before adding, "Wang Kai, the safety of Yi Shi rests upon your protection." Chapter 61. Headquarters Measures in Truth. Zhao Jiangwo was reluctant for Yi Shi to visit the Caesar Hotel. Yi Shi and Wang Kai were among his few friends at headquarters. However, he could not interfere with Yi Shi's decision. After hearing Wang Kai's assurance, he felt a slight sense of relief. He made his way to Lu Xiaoyu's call center and once more dialed Yang Jian's number. "Yang Jian, Yi Shi from headquarters is also heading to the Caesar Hotel. The headquarters hopes you can ensure his safety. Even if it means abandoning the resolution of the supernatural occurrences at the hotel, that is acceptable." Zhao Jiangwo concluded with a wry smile. Yang Jian responded, "Did you not just ask me to protect Xiong Wenwen? Now there's Yi Shi as well. If an incident occurs, who am I to prioritize?" Zhao Jiangwo anticipated this concern. "Protecting Yi Shi is our primary objective. Everything else can be set aside for now." Yang Jian seemed to realize he had underestimated Yi Shi's significance at headquarters. If that is the case, why send Yi Shi over? The situation in City Z hasn't escalated to that extent, has it? He inquired cautiously. Hearing Yang Jian's question, Zhao Jiangwo chuckled softly again. He had just disembarked from a bus in City Z when he suddenly foresaw that the city might fall under the control of a malevolent spirit capable of altering memories. He needed to prevent the outbreak of this event. Yang Jian felt a shiver run down his spine at this revelation. A spirit that could alter memories. Could it be the newspaper ghost? I will do my utmost to protect him. If it becomes impossible, I can only guarantee my own safety. However, headquarters mentioned that if he does not receive some benefits, it would not be like Yang Jian. Very well, there will indeed be rewards for this endeavor. Zhao Jiangwo was well aware of Yang Jian's nature and promptly offered the compensation. Yi Shi's worth far surpassed this. He could not afford to lose him in this incident. After ending the call with Zhao Jiangwo, Yang Jian pondered deeply. The fact that Yi Shi himself was personally intervening in this incident spoke volumes about the terrifying evolution of the newspaper ghost. Fortunately, Yi Shi had arrived. It was said his abilities were even greater than Xiong Wenwen's. Yang Jian felt that the likelihood of successfully resolving the incident had increased significantly. Simultaneously, similar calls were reaching Feng Quan and Guofan's satellite phones. Sitting in the call center, Zhao Jiangwo felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He knew that under ordinary circumstances, Yi Shi would not easily venture forth. Given that Yi Shi was now taking direct action, it was likely that the situation, if left unchecked, would escalate into an S-class incident. Even if they managed to prevent Yi Shi from going to the Caesar Hotel now, should the situation spiral out of control and become an S-class incident, they would have no choice but to send Yi Shi, effectively endangering him. Yi Shi was acutely aware of the impact his visit would have on headquarters. Yet, despite this, he felt compelled to go. Each historical projection he gathered would enhance his future strength. Ultimately, the headquarters was merely an external entity. True power must be built upon a foundation of personal strength. If he failed to seize the opportunity to ascend to the rank of miracle master or discover alternative means to suppress the divine, his future would be bleak. Each historical projection of the Seven Elders was a silent opportunity for him to grasp. The relationship between headquarters and him was one of mutual benefit. Had he not possessed the ability to foresee the future, headquarters would not have offered their assistance. This was perhaps something Yi Shi understood from the very beginning. As dusk descended upon the skies of City Z, Yang Jian caught a glimpse of two figures approaching the entrance of the Caesar Hotel. Chapter 62. The terrifying individual. As twilight descended, the vibrant city of Z remained alive with revelry, save for the Caesar Hotel, which stood shrouded in an ominous atmosphere. The city's exuberance would not be hindered by the mere existence of a single hotel. When Zhao Jiangwo attempted to reach Feng Quan and Guofan by phone, he found them unreachable, their lines dead. The entrance to the hotel was ensnared in a web of caution tape, and a sinister fog, emanating from Feng Quan, enveloped the entire establishment. Given time, it could potentially evolve into a catastrophic S-level disaster. Within the hotel, the recording of the knocking ghost played on a loop. Yi Shi had yet to arrive at the hotel's entrance, but he sensed that this mission posed no threat to him. Instead, His thoughts were consumed by the whereabouts of the ghostly paint. Wang Kai followed closely behind, vigilant for any lurking dangers. The two traversed the street towards the Caesar Hotel. The spiritual pendulum stirred, and the ink brush seemed on the verge of awakening, only to be cloaked in a layer of golden light. The brush gradually subsided, its cool aura the only hint of its peculiar nature. Countless strands of fate unfolded before Yi Shi, entangled and chaotic, with one thread leading towards a distant location in the northwest. Intensifying his divination, Yi Shi glimpsed an unusual paint can within a far-off sculptor's studio. Daxing City. Yi Shi shook his head and exhaled a breath of frustration. Once this task was completed, they would journey to Daxing City, where a particular malevolent spirit awaited, one that had yet to awaken. Adjusting his monocle, Yi Shi seemed to be discussing a matter of little consequence. Very well, we must hasten our pace. He nodded in response to Wang Kai's words. Yet, in his foresight, the awakening of the ghostly paint was an inevitability. His gaze transcended time and space, arriving at the distant sculptor's studio, ultimately resting upon a vividly colored statue. Sighing, Yi Shi was uncertain whether to lament the impending resurrection of the ghostly paint or to grieve for those who would soon perish. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon Yi Shi's face, reflecting off his monocle as he slowly approached the entrance of the Caesar Hotel. In the distance, a figure emerged, clad in the garb of a supervisor, calmly awaiting the arrival of someone. Upon seeing Yi Shi, Yang Jian felt his ghostly eyes momentarily suppressed, as though faced with an extraordinarily powerful malevolent spirit. He scrutinized the approaching individual, activating his ghost domain to enshroud himself, uncertain if the newcomer was merely a guise of a fierce ghost. Apologies for the wait. I refrained from making too much commotion, which is why I did not allow Wang Kai to traverse the skies using the ghost domain, Yi Shi offered with a faint smile. Yang Jian's pupils constricted. The glasses adorning Yi Shi's visage exerted pressure comparable to that of the corpse bride. With caution, Yang Jian inquired, and as he observed Yi Shi preparing to remove his glasses, he braced himself to flee swiftly within his ghost domain. This seemingly normal occurrence did little to assuage Yang Jian's vigilance, yet he sensed that his ghostly eyes were once again capable of opening wide. Chapter 63 Reunion. It seemed that the terrifying specter had receded, as his ghostly eye once again scrutinized the monocle, this time perceiving merely a trace of supernatural energy. Regrettably, this is but a supernatural artifact. It can prevent me from glimpsing the future that ought not to be seen. Yi Shi began to weave a web of deceit. Just moments ago, he had tentatively embraced the concept of error uniqueness, and the dreadful aura it exuded promptly vanished. Yang Jian's ghostly eye had fortuitously captured a fleeting echo of that presence. I foresaw that this was a malevolent spirit. After escaping from this hotel, it would alter the memories of everyone in the city, transforming all the residents into its ghostly thralls, and the entire city into a purgatory of unending torment. Yi Shi was not one for idle chatter. His current aim was to enter the hotel, meet Li Qingji, and amicably forge a friendship before departing. The remainder of the matters were of no concern to him. As Yi Shi continued to speak, the space around them began to undulate, and a decayed ghostly domain enveloped the entire Caesar Hotel. Yi Shi glanced at the decayed realm and inquired, "This must be the knocking ghost, is it not?" Indeed. Utilizing the knocking ghost to mitigate the crisis at Caesar Hotel was a stroke of genius. Yang Jian's tone was nonchalant, as though this were merely a trivial matter. For Yang Jian, had it not been for his favorable impression of Yi Shi, he would have been disinclined to engage with the spirit controllers sent by headquarters. He had encountered numerous controllers from the headquarters, most of whom were either self-important or possessed wildly eccentric ideas. Aside from Li Jun, who was relatively normal but protective of Wang Xiaoming, Yang Jian felt indifferent towards him. To transport a less formidable malevolent spirit away using the knocking ghost's domain? What a brilliant idea. Yi Shi adjusted his glasses and smiled. Wang Kai had also gleaned some insights. Under normal circumstances, Yi Shi maintained a lukewarm demeanor towards everyone. If he suddenly exhibited enthusiasm towards someone, it undoubtedly indicated that individual held some value in his eyes. Wang Kai, observing the situation, remained silent, vigilantly scanning for anything suspicious. By the way, you did not come here solely to seek that spirit capable of altering memories, did you? Yang Jian inquired lightly, noting that Yi Shi seemed unconcerned about the malevolent spirit's presence. The pursuit of that spirit was but one aspect of his visit. The other was to meet an old acquaintance residing within the hotel. Suddenly struck by a thought, Yishi added, he may have already revived as a malevolent spirit. Once inside the hotel, do not leave any traces behind. His modus operandi involves slaughtering those who leave footprints where he treads. Yang Jin pondered. If he has indeed revived as a malevolent spirit, why would you still enter? To collect his corpse? Not quite, Yishi replied with a shake of his head, his calm tone suggesting an almost mundane occurrence, entirely devoid of the sorrow one might expect from a friend's demise. Furthermore, the monocle Yishi wore imparted an eerie sensation to Yang Jian. His ghostly eye clearly discerned that Wang Kai's current strength was exceptionally formidable, surpassing that of all the spirit controllers he had encountered, and yet he appeared remarkably composed, not at all like a controller severely tainted by malevolent spirits. Chapter 64. Investment. According to Yang Jian's intelligence, the current relationship between Wang Kai and the headquarters is tenuous at best. Although he is a practitioner of the supernatural arts under the headquarters, he has severed most ties with them. This estrangement is not well received by the headquarters. However, under Yishi's intimidation, they refrain from voicing their discontent. Nevertheless, such a situation means that the headquarters will cease to invest in him. Wang Kai's ability to maintain this favorable status is likely linked to Yishi, who, long ago, had been rumored to have guided numerous practitioners in mastering a second formidable entity. Yishi is indeed an enigmatic figure. Through careful analysis, Yang Jian increasingly senses that beneath Yishi's seemingly delicate exterior lies a multitude of secrets. Perhaps his apparent frailty is merely a fade. I must ensure that my old friend does not escape from the Caesar Hotel. Otherwise, given his terrifying nature and patterns of murder, it could very well escalate into an A-level incident. Observing Yang Jian, Yishi perceived that he seemed lost in thought and thus continued speaking. Yishi's interruption jolted Yang Jian from his reverie, and he suddenly recalled the murderous patterns of Yishi's so-called old friend. If he were to truly emerge from the Caesar Hotel, it would indeed result in a string of fatalities. By the way, Yang Jian, I hope that if you manage to contain that formidable entity capable of altering memories, you will not hand it over to the headquarters. Instead, keep it concealed from the outside world. This is a premonition of mine. Should you deliver it to the headquarters, their swollen ambitions shall lead to their own downfall. A scent of decay lingered in the air, grotesque and terrifying. This is the substitute doll. By letting a drop of your blood fall upon it, the entity will shift its target and attack this doll. As long as the doll remains intact, you will be utterly safe. Yishi handed the doll to Yang Jian, who hesitated while gazing at Yishi. This can be considered my investment in you. The future I foresee is bleak, and I must prepare an escape route for myself, Yishi remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Yishi's words, Yang Jian accepted the substitute doll. Having a purpose is essential. Indeed, free offerings are often the most costly. Very well, I accede to your request. Moreover, I had no intention of handing over the memory-altering spirit to the headquarters. I should be grateful to you for maintaining confidentiality. After a brief pause, Yang Jian continued. As for providing protection, if I possess the capability in the future, I shall safeguard you. However, if matters exceed my abilities, do not blame me for standing idly by. Yang Jian already held a favorable view of Yishi, and now he was magnanimous in his dealings, with foresight surpassing even that of Xiong Wenwen. If Yishi were willing to align himself with Yang Jian in the future, he would undoubtedly receive the highest level of treatment. Yet, Yang Jian was acutely aware that this was unlikely. He could feel the pressure exerted by Wang Kai. If he could not resolve issues posed by Wang Kai, he had little confidence in tackling greater challenges. As for the alleged miraculous properties of the substitute doll, he had numerous ways to verify its efficacy. Furthermore, the likelihood of Yishi lying was minimal. There was no need for deception. If he intended to harm him, he could simply lead him to leave traces within the Caesar Hotel instead of divulging the murderous patterns of the entity. The multitude of secrets enveloping Yishi were beyond the concern of a mere subordinate like him. Chapter 65. The leather paper. As long as it does not jeopardize Yang Jian's own interests, he remains indifferent to these matters. His concerns lie with the headquarters, not with himself. In fact, Yang Jian harbors a certain amusement at the bustling activities of the headquarters. Yishi is certainly not a simple character. He is far more complex than his apparent expertise in divination suggests. The ghostly domain of the knocking ghost has yet to leave the hotel, and Yang Jian wishes to verify something. Thus he states, "Please excuse me." Yishi watches as Yang Jian gradually distances himself from the crimson ghostly domain, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Another part of the plan is successfully executed. Upon arriving at a secluded spot, Yang Jian retrieves the human skin paper he had not used for quite some time. This object is quite sinister, with words that are rife with traps. Yet, the information it provides is undeniably accurate. Were it not for the occasional crucial role that the human skin paper plays, he would sincerely wish to bury this cursed item deep underground. He opens the human skin paper, and inked characters gradually emerge. I am Yang Jian, when you. Ignoring this preamble, Yang Jian directly inquires, can this doll serve as a substitute for death? The ink on the paper rearranges itself, slowly forming a response. To offer this doll as a sacrifice to the human skin paper, one can. Upon reading this, Yang Jian realizes that the doll indeed possesses the ability to act as a substitute for death. A sudden flash of inspiration strikes him, and he continues to ask, what is the relationship between Yishi and the Caesar Hotel? Offer the human skin paper to the great existence. Offer the human skin paper to the prophet Yishi. Yang Jian finds himself perplexed by this. A great existence? He re-evaluates the wisdom of the human skin paper while simultaneously feeling a heightened curiosity towards Yishi. The bearer of the human skin paper must have a profound understanding of its nature. Who could compel the human skin paper to behave in such a subservient manner? Is this great existence referring to Yishi himself, or to the malevolent spirit that Yishi commands? Or perhaps to a wish spirit akin to that which follows Zhao Kaming? Whatever this entity may be, it is undoubtedly fearsome, as it can elicit such demands from the human skin paper. Yang Jian, of course, has no intention of handing it over to Yishi, and thus remarks sarcastically, I didn't realize you were such a sycophant. From now on, I shall call you leather paper. With that, he carefully seals the human skin paper back into its gilded box. Once enclosed, the paper begins to display new characters. Great master, the leather paper shall surely come to your side, offering you all its loyalty. Suddenly, Yang Jian recalls that the moment he first glimpsed Yishi, his ghostly eye had inexplicably shut. Perhaps there truly is a malevolent spirit, reminiscent of a wish spirit, that accompanies Yishi. This could explain both the notion of a great existence and the closure of his ghostly eye. Xiong Wenwen, typically boisterous in the presence of others, behaves like a well-mannered child before Yishi, revealing none of his usual mischievousness. Such a demeanor prompts both Russell Yi and Yang Jian to wonder if Xiong Wenwen has been replaced by someone else. Noticing Russell Yi's skeptical gaze, Xiong Wenwen retorts angrily, why are you staring at your grandpa, Xiong? Do you have a problem with me? Upon hearing this familiar expletive, Yang Jian understands that this is still the same old Xiong Wenwen. The familiar formula, the familiar essence. Russell Yi chuckles awkwardly, marveling at how this mischievous child can exhibit such earnestness. Chapter 66. Entering, however, upon seeing the young man in white attire, he understood the reason. The young man wore monocles, his hair tied back neatly, and a subtle smile graced his face, exuding a sense of fragility that seemed to have weathered many storms. Behind him stood a resolute young man, radiating a steadiness born of hardship. The oppressive aura emanating from him exerted immense pressure on Russell, even as he passed by. He could feel the weight of that aura bearing down on him. This was an exceptionally powerful spirit controller. Perhaps even when facing Yizhen, he had not felt such an overwhelming force. Wang Kai's ghost domain primarily served to suppress and ensnare enemies. While it lacked the mobility of Yang Jian's ghost domain, it was far superior in confining spirits. After all, it was a 7-layered ghost domain, and its oppressive nature was likely stronger than Yizhen's. Upon witnessing this duo, Russell recognized them as the renowned spirit controllers from headquarters, Yishi and Wang Kai. It seemed their superior was struggling against Wang Kai. Should he inform their leader to prevent any reckless actions? As the knocking ghost departed, taking with it the floating head balloon, they hastily entered the Caesar Hotel. For delay could spell trouble. Yishi likely realized that Yang Jian had gone to inquire about the function of the human skin paper death doll. Yang Jian was indeed a man of many suspicions. As Yang Jian observed Yishi once more, an odd notion struck him. Typically, spirit controllers carried a faint scent of decay, yet Yishi appeared devoid of such an odor. We should proceed inside. Once we resolve the supernatural disturbances, we shall leave immediately, Yang Jian said, maintaining a calm demeanor, having confirmed that Yishi bore no trace of the foul smell. While Wang Kai emitted a subtle scent of decay, Yishi exhibited none, an anomaly for a spirit controller. Perhaps Yi Shi was akin to Zhao Kaming in nature? This thought lingered in Yang Jian's mind. Upon re-entering the Caesar Hotel, they found that the supernatural occurrences had indeed diminished significantly. The knocking ghost domain had removed many weaker spirits, greatly reducing the hotel's supernatural intensity. Wang Kai remarked, "Lin Luomei, it's time to call for help." Yang Jian sprang into action as well, foreseeing the potential repercussions of the newspaper ghost's development. The newspaper ghost's evolution would undoubtedly spell trouble for him, Yang Jian. Although Lin Luomei was reluctant, circumstances forced her hand, and she had no choice but to begin calling out for assistance. Zhao Lei, Zhao Lei. Despite the ghost cabinet indicating that Zhao Lei was in room 13, Yang Jian hesitated to enter. Given the cunning nature of the newspaper ghost, it was highly likely that an ambush awaited him within. There is something peculiar on the 4th floor. Lin Luomei's calls revealed the anomaly on that level, prompting Yang Jian and the others to stealthily adhere to the walls, leaving no footprints on the floor. Thanks to Yi Shi's warning, they avoided falling victim to the imposing male corpse this time. Upon reaching the 4th floor, all eyes were drawn to the towering male corpse that commanded attention. Chapter 67. A gift. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Yang Jian produced the ghost cabinet and handed over the room key he held. To his surprise, it was not a key to a room at the Caesar Hotel, and there seemed to be no further passage on this floor. At that moment, Lin Luomei interjected. My call for help was just interrupted here. As everyone found themselves at a loss, Yi Shi adjusted his monocle and suggested, let us deactivate the ghost domain. The pathways shrouded in its influence remain concealed. If I am not mistaken, the room number you seek, room 13, lies within this domain. Hesitant yet compelled, Yang Jian complied and deactivated the ghost domain. A tranquil path emerged along the hotel's wall, reminiscent of a route leading to an infernal realm. Mirroring the hotel's layout, yet bearing the room number inscribed on Yang Jian's key. A thick fog loomed above the passage, casting an ominous shadow. The corridor was dimly lit, as if it sought to engulf anyone daring to enter. A chilling, damp odor wafted from the passageway. This eerie space was the very site where Li Qingji had dismembered and buried himself, akin to the spectral domain traversed by ghostly buses. As Yi Shi recounted this, he recalled the incident involving the knocking ghost. However, he felt no urgency regarding it, as he had already documented the ghost's curse. When needed, he could summon the knocking ghost using the curse he had recorded. Yi Shi's gaze transcended the seas to the distant islands, where the knocking ghost ultimately sought to go. After the ghost had amplified its spectral essence there, he intended to establish a cordial acquaintance with it. Should the knocking ghost fail to harvest enough of the supernatural energy, the historical projection it summoned would be diminished in strength. Looking towards the islands, Yi Shi quietly murmured, these sacrifices are essential. He then activated the powers of error and deception, embedding the projection of his ghost umbrella into the hands of the knocking ghost. One of the powers of error was theft. In an instant, he intertwined the fates of the knocking ghost and himself, utilizing the power of theft to appropriate the projection of the ghost umbrella from his grasp. Thus, the knocking ghost possessed an additional ghost umbrella projection. Though this projection would soon dissipate, its spectral intensity was indistinguishable from that of the genuine umbrella during its fleeting existence. Yi Shi observed the immediate enhancement of the knocking ghost's domain and nodded in satisfaction, softly reiterating, this is a necessary sacrifice. Wang Kai, noticing Yi Shi's actions, inquired softly, what is it? Yi Shi shook his head, replying, just sending a small gift to the islands. I hope they will appreciate it. Wang Kai was perplexed by the abrupt shift in topic to the islands, but did not overlook the expression on Yi Shi's face. He sensed that someone was bound to face misfortune. Reflecting on Yi Shi's earlier words, he could ascertain who that unfortunate individual was. Before the newly revealed corridor, the group exchanged glances, uncertain, as the most knowledgeable among them. Yi Shi remained silent, and they hesitated to venture forth recklessly. We can proceed, but cautiously. After I meet my friend, I will prepare to leave with Wang Kai. The remaining matters I entrust to you, Yang Jian. The greatest peril lies with my old acquaintance. As long as you do not trigger his murderous tendencies, the risks on the 4th floor should be minimal. Beyond that, I possess no further insights regarding this floor, as my knowledge is limited to what I have just shared. Chapter 68. Making friends. After finishing his words, Yi Shi paused momentarily before continuing. It is said that within that room lie various supernatural phenomena, some of which can be exceedingly perilous. You should not venture in lightly. There are some that connect to otherworldly realms. Once inside, you might find yourselves lost. Yishi's subsequent plan was to locate the ghostly pigments and then ascend to sequence 6. If necessary, he could stealthily retrieve the headquarters ghost coffin. As long as he lay within it, his humanity would gradually strengthen. This would be the worst-case scenario. Upon hearing Yishi's words, Yang Jian remained silent. For the information Yishi had divulged had already provided them significant assistance. The remaining matters could be handled by Xiong Wenwen. They should be able to manage. Yishi cast a smile at Xiong Wenwen, who awkwardly piped up, "Uncle Yishi, could you possibly take me along? I promise I will be very well behaved." Yang Jian and the others witnessed Xiong Wenwen feigning innocence, his large, doe-like eyes shimmering with a pitiful expression. They collectively found themselves speechless. Why was this mischievous child so compliant in front of Yishi? Internally, Xiong Wenwen scorned them, thinking, "You fools, how can you fail to secure such a powerful ally? Your grandpa Xiong is no longer interested in adventuring with you." Unlike the others, he understood perfectly well. He possessed a formidable ghost that instinctively refrained from observing matters concerning Yishi. The last time he attempted to forcibly observe Yishi, he was unable to harness the ghost's powers. From that moment onward, he recognized Yishi as an extraordinary ally. Yishi shook his head, addressing Xiong Wenwen. "The place I am going is even more dangerous than here. You are not suited to accompany me." Upon hearing this, Xiong Wenwen abandoned his attempts at charm and resumed his role as a mischievous child in front of Yang Jian and the others. Yang Jian noticed Xiong Wenwen's unusual behavior and resolved to find an opportune moment to inquire about what terrifying aspects lay within Yishi. He recalled that Xiong Wenwen had also exhibited a look of dread upon seeing him, though it paled in comparison to the reaction elicited by Yishi. When Yishi smiled upon seeing him, he declared, "From now on, let us become friends, Li Qingji." Upon encountering the corpse, Xiong Wenwen's face contorted with sheer terror. Instinctively retreating behind Yishi, trembling, he uttered, "Yang Jian, he is the very culprit responsible for witnessing you being dismembered hundreds of times." Yang Jian had already taken action when Yishi arrived at the hotel. Feng Quan and Guofan had perished in the previous incident, their fates uncertain. Yang Jian warily scrutinized the imposing male corpse and remarked to Yishi, "Is this the acquaintance you mentioned? The one whose murder pattern involves stepping in footprints? Now he is indeed an acquaintance. If you possess the capability to retrieve the machete from his grasp, it is a remarkably potent supernatural artifact." Yishi observed Yang Jian's fixation on the machete and offered a friendly warning. Presently, he remained confined within the Caesar Hotel. As long as the hotel remained intact, he would not emerge. "I apologize, but I lack the ability to resolve this matter or assist you in obtaining that machete," Yishi stated, shaking his head in silence. "That's all right. I shall retrieve that supernatural item at a later date." In Yang Jian's ghost domain, the dialogue exchange between Yishi and Yang Jian remained unheard by others. Chapter 69 Departure. "Do as you wish. I shall not interfere in this matter," Yishi remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Yang Jian observed that the attire of the imposing male corpse before him was reminiscent of the Republic of China era. An old acquaintance? Yang Jian pondered whether Yishi had any connection to that historical period. Noticing the perplexed look in Yang Jian's eyes, Yishi quickly grasped his thoughts. "He may not recognize me, but I am familiar with him. I am a modern individual, merely possessing knowledge of bygone events." Yishi adjusted his glasses and smiled. "There is an elder at headquarters who has lived for over a century. He is a spirit manipulator from the Republic of China. If you gain his favor, he might share some insights with you." "Thank you, but I must inquire. Do you harbor any ulterior motives towards me?" Yang Jian's tone was frosty. He found it hard to believe that Yishi would unconditionally divulge information. "This is an investment. I see potential in you to become a formidable force. I will need allies in the future," Yishi declared, pausing mid-sentence, yet effectively conveying his intentions to Yang Jian. "Are you willing to accept my investment?" Yang Jian's eyes darted around, contemplating the proposition. It was undoubtedly more advantageous than detrimental for him. Without the present, how could there be a future? "Very well, I accept your investment, but you must not meddle in my affairs." Yishi responded with a gentle smile. "I am an angel investor. I shall not interfere in your matters. Until we meet again." Having achieved his objective, Yishi's initial curiosity about Yang Jian had faded with his ascension. Yang Jian, too, had his considerations. Yishi's strength remained uncertain, while Wang Kai exuded formidable power. Even his ghostly, I sensed danger. Accepting Yishi's investment was undoubtedly a wise choice. He glanced at the death doll in his hand, recognizing its immense value. However, the attitude of the human skin paper towards Yishi troubled him. If the human skin paper were to actively ingratiate itself with Yishi, complete trust could lead to ruin. Yang Jian only trusted himself. Wang Kai's dark gray ghost domain shattered the fourth floor of the hotel, the damp atmosphere assailing them. The overwhelming presence of the ghost domain caused Yang Jian's ghostly eye to involuntarily close. It was powerful, far surpassing the ghost domain of the starving specters in Dachang City. Perhaps he could have resolved the starving ghost incident effortlessly had he intervened back then. Of course, that was under the assumption that the wish ghost did not exist. With the wish ghost's enhancement, the infinite rebooting ability of the starving ghosts was grotesquely formidable. Is this the most powerful spirit manipulator in headquarters? Yang Jian contemplated, but quickly dismissed the thought. Yishi had mentioned an ancient relic over a century old at headquarters. It seemed the world of spirit manipulators was far more profound than he had anticipated. The gray-black ghost domain instilled fear in others as well. Should Wang Kai's vengeful spirit awaken, it would undoubtedly escalate into an S-level incident. Russell found himself ensnared in a dilemma about whether to warn their leader. In contrast, Xiong Wenwen was not particularly surprised. To him, Yishi was an exceptional asset. Cultivating a spirit manipulator like Wang Kai was hardly an unthinkable feat conversely. He noted that when Yishi prepared to depart, he cast a hopeful glance towards Yishi, wishing to be taken along. This display did not escape Yang Jian's notice. Once Yishi and Wang Kai vanished, Yang Jian cast a few glances at Xiong Wenwen. Xiong Wenwen, feeling Yang Jian's gaze, leaned closer to whisper, "Let me tell you in secret, that person is a colossal asset. You must cling to him tightly. It's unfortunate that you lot possess no capability." Allowing him to slip away, Yang Jian fell into contemplation once more. Perhaps Yishi commanded a spirit of terrifying caliber. He recalled the formidable spirit that had once swept across Dachang City. Yet, could such a powerful spirit truly be controlled by someone? Xiong Wenwen continued, "The future I glimpsed cannot involve him. Otherwise, the spirit would vanish without a trace, showing no reaction whatsoever. Whether he was akin to Zhao Keiming or genuinely wielded a super terrifying spirit, it was still too distant for him. However, since Yishi and Wang Kai had voluntarily departed, his mission at headquarters was considered accomplished. When Yishi left, he had not left behind any information regarding the newspaper ghost. Had he perhaps forgotten? Yang Jian found himself ensnared once more in suspicion. A grayish-white figure soared across the sky, heading directly towards Dying City. "That should suffice. I have a few matters to discuss with Professor Wang," Yishi remarked casually. "Since you have taken control of a new spirit, there have been no unusual occurrences, I hope?" Yishi inquired after a moment's reflection. Although he felt confident, it was prudent to consult the individual involved. "No, I feel much better. The ghostly garments and the skeletal ghost seem to be perfectly still. Moreover, my ghost domain has significantly strengthened, seemingly able to interfere with the real world." Yishi shook his head. "There are matters that should remain undisclosed for now. The atmosphere at headquarters is rather dire. Even as the world teeters on the brink of collapse, they remain preoccupied with trifling gains and internal strife. I understand. I shall exercise caution and maintain my distance from headquarters." Wang Kai had long since destroyed his satellite phone. He typically shared a satellite phone with Yishi. Headquarters had contemplated reprimanding Wang Kai, but ultimately refrained, considering Yishi's standing. To headquarters, Wang Kai was merely a spirit manipulator controlling two spirits and possessing a ghost domain. Such individuals, though few, were not lacking. Conversely, Yishi's prophetic abilities were what garnered the headquarters' attention. Yishi suddenly recalled that he had neglected to inform Yang Jian about the newspaper ghost. No matter, that was ultimately his own issue to resolve. Even without disclosure, Yang Jian would manage to handle it. The ghost domain came to a halt in the villa district of Dying City. It was the same familiar villa. This was the privilege reserved for the most esteemed spirit manipulators at headquarters, unlike the usual practice of relegating spirit manipulators to the Peace Hotel. Upon arriving at the villa, his satellite phone was freed from the ghost domain's interference and began to ring anew. Chapter 71. Meeting with Wang Xiaoming. The situation remains unresolved. Only a portion of the outer issues has been addressed, leaving me unable to assist further. It is now in the hands of Yang Jian and his band of supernatural manipulators. Yishi's voice bore a profound sense of regret, as if he felt guilt for his inability to contribute to the forthcoming matters. How could one thrive amidst the factional strife at headquarters without truly embracing the role of an actor? By the way, I have a matter at hand. I kindly request your assistance in contacting Professor Wang regarding some matters of the future. Yi Shi emphasized the phrase the future, instantly conveying its significance to his assistant. Certainly. I shall report to Professor Wang at once. Minister Chao from headquarters also wishes to speak with you. If you have a moment, he hopes to discuss some matters with you. Yi Luan conveyed the purpose of this call. Minister Chao expressed a desire for you to remain at headquarters. They are considering forming a special team to assist you in addressing certain supernatural issues. After some contemplation, Yi Luan continued, this decision likely stems from discussions among Team Captain Chao and the other members, resulting in your exclusion from the captaincy plan. Of course, this does not imply a lack of capability or contributions on your part. The captaincy plan involves allocating substantial resources to a select few supernatural manipulators, nurturing their growth and managing their activities. Yi Luan divulged these secrets, which ideally should not have been disclosed to the manipulators at this juncture. However, due to Yi Shi's elevated standing, such matters were deemed inconsequential. He further elaborated, the captain must personally handle supernatural incidents, yet your value to headquarters is too great. They do not wish for you to take unnecessary risks. Yi Shi grasped the underlying message in Yi Luan's words. He was deemed too valuable to the headquarters, which sought to protect him from peril. Consequently, he was exempted from the captaincy plan. It's quite all right. I shall adhere to Minister Chao's arrangements. Yi Shi did not dwell on the matter, recognizing that the role of captain merely served as an advanced tool. Whenever a supernatural event arose, they would be called upon to respond. Yi Shi harbored numerous secrets, rendering him ill-suited to manage such complications. After all, strength is the cornerstone of everything. He mused that by the time these so-called captains reached a level of power akin to the 7 elders of the Republic, he might very well have ascended to divinity himself. At that point, they would appear as mere ants in his eyes. Moreover, it seemed that Captain Chao of headquarters had gone to great lengths to soothe him by assigning a small team for his support, a gesture that implied a semblance of captaincy rights without the accompanying responsibilities. Yi Shi chuckled, saying, no worries, I shall follow headquarters arrangements. Upon hearing this, Yi Luan let out a sigh of relief. Although he had anticipated such a conclusion, hearing it confirmed brought him comfort. Yi Shi's demeanor remained consistently refined, devoid of the mad arrogance often exhibited by other manipulators. This quality was a primary reason Yi Luan was envied by other operator assistants, who wished for the manipulators under their charge to exhibit a semblance of normalcy. Of course, this also stemmed from Yi Luan's innate qualities. He possessed a clear self-awareness, unlike other assistants who merely stood atop their moral high ground to criticize others. Furthermore, Yi Shi's temperament made headquarters more inclined to nurture him, for in these times, genuine supernatural manipulators are exceedingly rare. Yi Shi stands alone as the singular embodiment of such a being. Chapter 72. Encountering Minister Chao again, Yi Shi had no desire to engage in further idle chatter. Thus, he forcibly interrupted the pleasantries exchanged. Their conversation concluded in a rather abrupt manner. Wang Kai sighed resignedly, then continued, tonight, I shall remain here to guard for you. Tomorrow, we will report to headquarters together. There are certain matters I must discuss with Professor Wang. Once I have attended to these issues, we shall proceed to Daxing City. Yi Shi had gradually devised a plan for the future. He sensed that the ghost coffin could serve as a temporary means to suppress divinity. To prevent the resurgence of the malevolent spirits contained within, he needed to undertake actions that would sever the connection between the coffin and the vengeful entities it harbored. Furthermore, his ghost domain had reached the 8th level. It was evident that mere ascension to another sequence would not suffice for further elevation. Perhaps he would need to attain sequence 4 to elevate his ghost domain once more. If he were to gain the necessary power in the future, he might even create an old timeline to overlay a new one. He then contemplated that this was not solely within the purview of the fool and the erroneous. It likely required the authority of a visionary as well. However, such matters were premature for him. Suddenly, he recalled Wang Kai's 7th-level ghost domain, which, for reasons unknown, had yet to demonstrate any effects of reactivation. Nevertheless, Wang Kai's domain was exceedingly chaotic and intricate, wielding formidable restraint over spirits. Perhaps he was inclined towards this particular capability within his ghost domain, just as Yi Shi's domain was uniquely enigmatic. His own 8th-level ghost domain would surely be impenetrable to any intruder. Morning arrived swiftly the following day, and Yi Shi made his way to headquarters ahead of time. Before long, he found himself in the office, face to face with the long-awaited Minister Chow. I apologize for our previous intervention in your participation in the captain's program. It was motivated by concerns for your safety. I hope you can appreciate your significance to headquarters. Minister Chow, upon seeing Yi Shi, did not beat around the bush, as all pertinent matters had already been addressed by Yi Luan the day prior. Rest assured, headquarters shall compensate you. You may establish a team of ghost manipulators to serve you, independent of the captain's directives. The deputy minister's words were clear. They bestowed upon Yi Shi the privileges of a captain while simultaneously exempting him from the accompanying responsibilities. This was the compromise offered by headquarters when one's value reached a certain threshold. With Yi Shi's assistance, headquarters had averted multiple S-level crises. Additionally, considering Yi Shi's esteemed standing among the ghost manipulators, should he sever ties with headquarters to found a new organization, it was likely that many would follow him. Thus, weighing various factors, they resolved to grant Yi Shi the powers of a captain while withholding the title itself. This arrangement effectively mitigated the risks of Yi Shi's centralization of power and the discontent of the ghost manipulators. Should they deny him the rank of captain, many would be unwilling to accept such a situation. Conversely, if they conferred upon him the title, headquarters would likely face significant upheaval in the future. Chapter 73. Weighing the balance. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. For Yi Shi, this outcome is not entirely unacceptable. He hopes that next time, the headquarters will refrain from making decisions on his behalf. Growing weary of the scenery at headquarters, he expresses a desire to explore other vistas. Yi Shi chuckles softly. Minister Chow, with a forced smile, assures him, I guarantee this situation will not occur again. Yet, Yi Shi remains skeptical of the headquarters' empty promises. With his current prowess, he could upend the entire game board and is no longer concerned with trifles. However, a warning is in order. Does the headquarters presume him to be a mere puppet to be manipulated at will? He hopes the headquarters will honor their commitments, as certain matters require a delicate balance. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. By the way, I foresee a calamity befalling the headquarters of the spirit manipulators in the future, though fortunately, the casualties will be minimal. Yi Shi preemptively informs them of the impending ghostly incident. Soon, he intends to intervene with the ghost coffin, severing its connection with the ghostly emissaries to ensure his own coffin remains intact. Upon hearing this, Minister Chow becomes visibly agitated, rising in alarm. Such events occurring at headquarters could yield profoundly detrimental consequences. Yi Shi offers a resigned smile, stating, there is little I can do, my visions are limited to this. However, ultimately, it is a radiant object that saves many. After a prolonged silence, Minister Chow finally responds, I will notify the various spirit manipulator departments to prepare, minimizing the potential losses. Moreover, the headquarters intends to appoint you as a training officer for the spirit manipulators, hoping you could deliver a lecture. Your words carry more weight than those of most others. That is agreeable, but I must first attend to my current affairs. As for the roster of your spirit manipulator team, simply submit it to me before the captain's plan is officially released. With Yi Shi's consent, Deputy Minister Chow finds the training arrangements much simpler. As for the matters Yi Shi must address, he refrains from prying, having just grazed the boundaries of propriety. Further intrusion would lead to undesirable repercussions. During the brief exchange between Yi Shi and Deputy Minister Chow, individuals rush in with urgent reports. Minister Chow, it is dire. Zhao Jiangwo's communication room has suffered a supernatural incursion, resulting in numerous casualties among the operators. Yi Shi, upon hearing this, falls into a resigned silence. He had forewarned Zhao Jiangwo before departing, yet such a tragedy has still transpired. Deputy Minister Chow remains silent for a considerable time, eventually stating, First, suspend Zhao Jiangwo. Let Shen Liang temporarily take over his duties. Apologizing for his abrupt departure, he adds, I must address this incident. As for Professor Wang, you may visit him at your convenience. He is eager to discuss matters with you. With that, Deputy Minister Chow hastily exits, fully aware of the complications arising from the death of the spirit manipulator's operators. Observing Zhao Jiangwo's continued misfortune despite warnings, Yi Shi cannot help but reflect, ultimately, Zhao Jiangwo's departure is inevitable. Chapter 74. An encounter with Zhao Jiangwo. After a brief reflection on the situation, he resolved to set out in search of Wang Xiaoming. It was conceivable that Zhao Jiangwo's memory had been altered. After all, in the original narrative, he had been responsible for modifying memories alongside Yang Jian. And despite Yang Jian's reminder, he still chose to call Tong Qian. It seemed improbable that there was no hidden agenda at play. Such actions were entirely out of character for Zhao Jiangwo, yet they unfolded in a manner that felt disconcertingly incongruous. The subsequent ghostly incidents at headquarters were likely instigated by Zhao Jiangwo as well. Given these circumstances, he was reluctant to meet with him, although to others, they appeared to be the best of friends. As Yishi exited the headquarters, the sky bore a somber hue, even in its dreariness. The skyline of Dying City exuded a vibrancy unmatched by other locales. Although Yishi had not intended to seek Zhao Jiangwo, fate intervened, and he encountered him on his way out. Alas, during my command, I utterly neglected your reminder, leading to such a significant incident at headquarters. Zhao Jiangwo exclaimed upon seeing Yishi, his face awash with shame. He was baffled as to why he had overlooked Yishi's counsel during the mission. Any other ghost master would have cherished such advice, etching it into their very being for daily reflection. Yet, since the events had already transpired, no amount of discussion could alter the facts. Perhaps this outcome is not entirely unfavorable for you, Yishi remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps. At least I still possess the value of existence. I suspect headquarters may reassign me to another department to utilize my remaining skills, Zhao Jiangwo replied with a bitter smile. For him, this was an exceedingly fortunate outcome. Had it not been for his extensive experience and past achievements, he would have faced dire consequences long ago. By the way, I just noticed you are wearing glasses now, and they're monocles? Yishi inquired, shaking his head. Lately, I have been foreseeing an increasing number of futures, so I must wear these glasses to suppress the ominous forces within me. He aimed to cultivate an illusion of an impending resurgence of malevolent spirits, thereby facilitating his acquisition of the ghost coffin. Certain future plans necessitated the support of headquarters for optimal execution. Is that so? Upon hearing Yishi's words, Zhao Jiangwo grasped the underlying meaning, a sense of melancholy washing over him. As an ordinary individual, he could at least continue to live under the protection of headquarters. In contrast, each ghost master faced the specter of death, transforming into grotesque entities. This stark comparison alleviated some of his inner turmoil. Such sacrifices are essential, Yishi declared, his eyes widening slightly, embodying a figure akin to a sage clad in white, accentuating his nobility and purity. Yet, beneath this veneer of virtue, one could only wonder what thoughts lingered. Zhao Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback by Yishi's appearance. The setting sun cast its golden glow upon Yishi's visage, enveloping him in an ethereal halo. Is this truly a human? Or perhaps a deity from ancient lore? Zhao Jiangwo pondered, only to shake his head in resignation. These matters were no longer of concern to him. He was merely an unemployed worker now. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave to meet Professor Wang, Yishi said softly. His pure white silhouette grew increasingly distant in Zhao Jiangwo's eyes, prompting him to reach out, yearning to grasp that fleeting glimmer of white. Alas, the figure continued to recede, ultimately vanishing from his sight. Chapter 75. Communication with Wang Xiaoming for reasons unknown. Zhao Jiangwo felt as though he had lost something profound, perhaps something referred to as hope. Meanwhile, Yishi, who had already departed, understood the cause of Zhao Jiangwo's current state. He had just exploited an authority to pilfer Zhao Jiangwo's thoughts. As he had anticipated, those thoughts had indeed been altered, with the directive to open the ghost coffin among them. Yishi took the liberty of deleting several entries, retaining only the one pertaining to the ghost coffin. The malevolent intent of the newspaper ghost towards Yang Jian was quite evident, Yishi mused. However, the matter of the ghost coffin would indeed require Zhao Jiangwo's assistance to push it forward. Soon after, he and Wang Kai arrived before a research institute, which was under tight security. The exterior of the institute exuded a metallic allure, enveloped in gilded iron sheets, presenting an unmistakable air of opulence. Yishi couldn't help but marvel at the financial prowess of the headquarters. Upon recognizing Yishi and Wang Kai, the security personnel promptly granted them passage, as both held esteemed positions within the headquarters, which had previously notified the staff of their visit to Professor Wang. The guards dared not exhibit even a hint of insolence. Upon entering Wang Xiaoming's laboratory, the first sight to greet them was a crimson coffin, separated by glass panes. Wang Xiaoming, upon noticing Yishi's arrival, paused his work. I initially intended to seek you out for some inquiries, but it appears you have arrived first. Is there something concerning the future that you wish to discuss? He inquired, holding up his experimental log. Indeed, there is a matter pertaining to the future that I wish to share. I foresee that the headquarters of the ghost manipulators will soon experience a significant malevolent incident. However, amidst this turmoil, a glimmer of red may present an opportunity. Yishi hesitated momentarily before continuing. The ghost coffin, in essence, does not transform individuals into malevolent entities. It is itself a dormant malevolent being. At this juncture, Wang Xiaoming experienced a moment of clarity, as though many critical points had suddenly come together in his mind. As the ghost coffin gradually awakens, it will vanish, giving rise to a resurrected malevolent entity. Clenching his fists, Wang Xiaoming remarked, "Indeed, just as I had envisioned. My plan to create artificial malevolent entities has failed. Nevertheless, I have made some progress. I utilized the malevolent entity within the coffin to create something capable of suppressing malevolent beings. I instructed Li Jun to fashion it into the appearance of a coffin nail. It should be capable of restraining up to 3 malevolent entities." Yishi remained silent upon hearing this, as he found the half-finished product to be of little use. Even a genuine coffin nail would hold little significance for him. "Perhaps I possess a method to rescue the ghost manipulator trapped within." Yishi paused before continuing. "One of the potential futures I foresee includes a means to save him, and it may also assist him in acquiring a portion of the ghost coffin's supernatural essence." Wang Xiaoming's eyes instantly sparkled with interest. He was eager to learn how Yishi intended to rescue a deceased ghost manipulator, as this could greatly benefit his research. Yishi produced a talisman from his pocket. Its black characters twisted and contorted, forming dizzying symbols. This was a modified talisman derived from the supernatural realm behind the stage, infused with a modicum of authoritative power. The red symbol represented grafting, while the black symbol signified theft. Noticing Wang Xiaoming's intense gaze upon the talisman, Yishi contemplated before stating, "This item is no longer in existence. It was obtained from a perilous supernatural domain. If Professor Wang is interested, you may take a photograph of it." Chapter 76. Deception. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming nodded in agreement. However, his current concern was evidently whether Wei Jing could be revived. Professor Wang recalled the formidable power of the malevolent entity from Huanggong Village, which possessed the ability of infinite resurrection. "We can stimulate the entity to restart to a time when the manipulator was still alive. Then, I shall temporarily suppress the ghostly casket with a talisman." Having spoken, Yishi affixed a grafted talisman onto the lid of the ghostly casket. The grafting force provoked the ghostly official within, for it was currently under a suppression count of 0, compelling it to continually restart. In a fleeting moment, he then placed a talisman of the stolen authority upon the casket. Following a distortion of space, Wei Jing was transported outside. Yishi remarked, "When I acquired these 2 talismans, I had already foreseen this outcome. Professor Wang, do you accept such an ending?" Adjusting his monocle, he smiled at Wang Xiaoming. At that instant, Wei Jing slowly opened his eyes, questioning, "Where am I? Wasn't I already dead? What is my situation?" The miraculous revival of one who was destined for death provided tremendous support for Wang Xiaoming's research endeavors. Perhaps, should this progression continue, he might unlock something truly extraordinary. Yet, Yishi had resolved to reset everything once more, as long as his objectives were achieved. This world should not deviate from its original path, at least not for now. Otherwise, his advantages would be obliterated. Wang Xiaoming gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. This was the experimental outcome he had longed for, a malevolent entity endowed with human consciousness. "Wei Jing, how do you feel now?" Wang Xiaoming inquired. "I feel strange. It seems I have lost all worldly desires. The sensation of resurrection as a malevolent entity has vanished," Yishi noted. He has siphoned a portion of the ghostly casket's supernatural essence, allowing him to suppress certain malevolent entities like the casket itself. While a part of the ghostly casket's essence has been extracted by Wei Jing, it still harbors terrifying entities, and further siphoning is no longer possible. Yishi continued, "The birth of each anomaly is irreplicable." Wang Xiaoming, witnessing Wei Jing's transformation into a malevolent entity, was greatly exhilarated. His mind raced with thoughts of whether he could utilize the ghostly casket to mass-produce anomalies. However, under Yishi's counsel, he soon realized that continuation was not feasible, leaving him with a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, the creation of a single anomaly marked a significant success for his experiment. He observed the talismans upon the vermilion casket had vanished, deep in contemplation, yearning to uncover the secrets of the talismans. Yet, there were no samples left, only photographs. He believed that deciphering the process of talisman creation would represent a monumental advancement in his research. From now on, you shall adopt a new code name, Ghostly Official Wei Jing. You have been reborn with Yishi's assistance, Wang Xiaoming stated decisively. He intended to persist in his research on the ghostly casket. Concurrently, he reassessed Yishi's worth, realizing that the predicted future encompassed the creation of an anomaly. Such talent warranted the utmost attention from headquarters. In a sense, Yishi's value surpassed his own significantly. Wang Xiaoming scrutinized Yishi. Is your eyewear a supernatural artifact? It is a pair of glasses that suppresses my ability to foresee the future. The more I see, the more detailed it becomes, and thus, the greater the peril I face, Yishi replied, adjusting his glasses. Do not disclose Wei Jing's situation for the time being. I still require further research. At that moment, Yishi uttered words that abruptly tempered Wang Xiaoming's earlier elation. Chapter 77. Starting anew, ultimately. Human nature cannot withstand the primal instincts of malevolent spirits. With the relentless passage of time, Wei Jing has completely transformed into a ghost. It is merely a matter of time. I believe Professor Wang would find it more beneficial to shift his research focus to preventing human nature from being devoured by the instincts of ghosts. Yishi's words struck at the very heart of the issue. If Wei Jing were to be entirely consumed by the instinct of a vengeful spirit, would we not be inadvertently creating one ourselves? Wang Xiaoming pondered this gravely before nodding in agreement. I will pursue research in this direction, but before that, I need Wei Jing to cooperate with my studies. At present, Wang Xiaoming is intensely focused on the matter of Wei Jing, as it represents a new avenue in his research. Upon reaching the doorway of the laboratory, Yishi toyed with a small red rectangular box, adorned with a golden ghostly aura. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a ghostly coffin. Perhaps this was the true ghostly coffin. Yet, it seemed Yishi had changed his mind, for the golden aura enveloped the entire laboratory. Before anyone could react, time rewound to a moment before Yishi arrived at the laboratory. Nothing existed. Wei Jing had not yet become an anomaly, and Wang Xiaoming's experiment had not succeeded. The laboratory was a space where nothing had ever transpired. Yishi leisurely departed from this place, as if he had never been there, except for the crimson ghostly coffin in his hand, which attested to the reality that everything had indeed occurred. His eyes were chillingly indifferent, showing no concern for anything. Yet, after a brief moment, his gaze gradually returned to its original state. He effortlessly siphoned the memories from everyone's minds, for to him, all beings were the same. Hence, Wang Kai possessed no corresponding memories. This was the essence of erroneous authority, coupled with the effects of manipulation. It was terrifying and uncanny, to the extent that one could not discern when they had fallen into such a predicament. Yishi had not intended to act thus, but upon witnessing the burning desire in Wang Xiaoming's eyes as he departed, he recognized that it was the very desire he sought to study. Such a transformation would render the entire mysterious revival world unrecognizable to him. Therefore, for his own sake, this entire affair ought not to exist, and he had acquired what he desired, a ghostly coffin. The talismans he affixed served to maintain this illusion, but the gestating spirit could never fully manifest. Nevertheless, the impending events would still unfold. The future wherein Wei Jing becomes an anomaly would remain unchanged. They had already pilfered a spectral fragment of the ghostly coffin, and no amount of resetting could return things to that time. However, this fragment of the spectral essence was not what Yishi sought. He desired only that unique ghostly aura. Let us refrain from meeting with Professor Wang. Suddenly, I recall that the malevolent spirit in Daxing City is of greater significance. Let us attend to that matter first. Wang Kai found Yishi's swift departure from the laboratory peculiar, yet upon Yishi's explanation, he posed no further inquiries. He would not interfere with Yishi's actions, nor did he sense any abnormality. Yishi gently inquired, "Are you willing to accept such an outcome?" He dialed the headquarters on the satellite phone. "Please connect me to Professor Wang. I am unable to visit him in person due to certain circumstances." Upon hearing this, Yi Luan immediately reported to superiors, and after a brief interval, the call was routed to Wang Xiaoming's laboratory. On the other end, Wang Xiaoming replied, "No worries. Regarding your prophecy, I will swiftly identify something that aligns with the red light." Although Wang Xiaoming had formulated an idea, he needed to ensure its accuracy before revealing it. After hanging up, Yi Shi, now in possession of the ghostly coffin, felt it was time to commence the plans that lay ahead. This was his assurance of ascending to Sequence 6. The airplane gradually departed the skies above Dying City, unveiling an unknown journey before him. He had a premonition that the results of this promotion would render him even more enigmatic and terrifying, potentially playing a crucial role in his ascent to Sequence 5. The sky transformed into a deep azure, and the temperature began to rise. Upon disembarking from the plane, they were greeted by an endless expanse of yellow sand. Although the arid climate posed no significant challenge, excessive dryness could easily induce fatigue and irritability. Indeed, several individuals had already clashed over trivial matters at the airport. Fortunately, the weather would not affect the ghost manipulators Wang Kai used. This time, the duo did not reach out to the person in charge of Dashin City, primarily because the headquarters had yet to identify a suitable individual to transfer to this location. The only available temporary leader was notoriously irritable and held disdain for other ghost manipulators. Naturally, Yishi was disinclined to engage with such a person, so he informed headquarters to keep this operation under wraps. They hailed a cab at the airport, directing the driver to the Dashin City Carving Exhibition Hall. "Master, take us to the Dashin City Carving Exhibition Hall. We are here to attend the exhibition." Yishi's refined demeanor fell out of place amidst the yellow sands. The driver remarked, "Young man, you must be from out of town. Just yesterday, several staff members at that carving hall met with untimely deaths. Were it not for a wealthy businessman suppressing the matter, the exhibition hall would not have opened today. I advise you, this place is quite sinister. Do not venture lightly. It is rumored that a vengeful spirit seeks retribution. No need to worry. We are merely here to observe the carving exhibition." The driver, seeing that he could not dissuade the two, continued driving. Just as they were about to alight, the driver suddenly exclaimed, "I have an amulet to ward off evil. It's quite effective, blessed at a grand temple. Would you care to purchase one for protection?" Yishi glanced at the array of glass trinkets in the driver's possession, offering a resigned smile as he inquired, "I'll take two." "How much?" Not much. Each is merely 888. It's auspicious for travelers, and mine has been blessed. This price is fair and honest." Yishi activated the ghostly aura and produced cash from seemingly nowhere. "Here are 20,000. Keep the change. And that covers the fare as well." The two disembarked, leaving the driver to mutter to himself, "Did I undercharge? This feels like a loss." Chapter 79. Witness the sculpture exhibition hall presented an immaculate white faade, reminiscent of quartz, adorned with craftsmanship akin to the artistic styles of ancient Greece. In the early morning, prior to the commencement of the exhibition, numerous prestigious automobiles had already claimed ample parking spaces at the entrance. For various reasons, these individuals congregated to partake in a sculptural showcase they scarcely understood. Whispers circulated that the venue was haunted. Why did we choose this location? A man in his 40s or 50s, his face glistening and belly protruding, voiced his discontent. He continued to grumble, questioning when the organizer had acquired such authority to dictate our gathering place. "Mr. Chun, refrain from your complaints. It is said that they possess extraordinary abilities, akin to some sort of captain, capable of soaring through the skies. Not even bullets can harm them," interjected a frail, middle-aged man beside him, his sallow complexion dotted with age spots. Concurrently, those attending this gathering were, to varying degrees, individuals of some influence within the local sphere. They had assembled because the temporary head of Dashin City was to announce certain matters, purportedly led by several affluent merchants. The only detail they knew was that a young man named by Jin Shang had been appointed as the interim leader. Following this, he convened a meeting, somehow persuading the leading wealthy individuals present. "Mr. Feng, surely you do not believe such fanciful tales. Science is the only reliable truth in this world. Save the rest for deceiving children." In Mr. Chen's mind, he held little faith in any supernatural abilities, preferring to believe that the leader had forged some collaborative agreement with the prominent merchants. Their debate epitomized the broader sentiment of the crowd, as the skeptics of supernatural powers constituted the majority. As Yi Shigong descended from his vehicle, he could hear the cacophony of their arguments. Clad in a flowing black robe with a glass Buddha pendant acquired from the driver, he and Wang Kai blended seamlessly into the local attire, evading suspicion upon entry. They quietly observed the squabbling, affluent merchants. Before long, a fierce-looking young man, seemingly under 30 and marked by faint blemishes on his face, emerged. Unsurprisingly, he was by Jin Shang, the temporary head of Dashin City. Such is the serendipity of fate. Yi Shigong and Wang Kai had no desire to encounter him, yet fate had conspired otherwise. Upon his arrival, Several leading merchants swiftly surrounded him, akin to stars orbiting a planet. As the region's elite, they possessed a modicum of intelligence. Aware of the power this young leader wielded and understanding that their future prospects hinged upon him. Now, I shall convey an important matter. From this moment forth, each of you is required to join my newly established company. Each must invest 1 billion yuan, or I assure you, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. Yu Shigong observed this scene with a shake of his head. While such actions could yield substantial short-term capital, the repercussions could be severe. However, these affairs held no relevance for him. Should this interim leader prove to be an obstacle to his endeavors, he would not hesitate to ensure that he, too, would miss the light of day. Chapter 80. The faces of several affluent merchants darkened instantly. 1 billion. To most of them, this sum was not merely a matter of minor loss, but rather akin to a complete dismemberment. Why should we invest? What gives you the right to obliterate our lifelong endeavors with mere words? A few of the wealthy began to incite their peers to oppose the proposal. Meanwhile, those merchants who had gathered around Bai Jinshang remained silent. Some of them had initially doubted the gravity of the situation, but it had surpassed their expectations and reshaped their worldview. Their silence sowed seeds of hesitation among other merchants, who were astute observers of the prevailing mood. If the industry leaders were mute, it was clear that the matter was far from trivial. These were individuals known for their frugality. If even they chose not to resist, then the outcome seemed nearly predetermined. A few merchants came to a grim realization, their faces drained of color, some collapsing helplessly to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. The wealth they had amassed through exploitation was evaporating before their eyes. The sentiment echoed in the hearts of many. So, I too have a day of being oppressed. On stage, Bai Jinshang let out a cold snort and continued, the purpose of gathering you here is to host an event. You are to purchase a sculpture as a token of celebration for my company's inauguration. Each sculpture is priced at 1 billion. With that, he cast a dark glance over the audience, silently observing the ensuing commotion. Then, Bai Jinshang noticed 2 figures cloaked in black robes and adorned with jade insignias amidst the crowd. They instilled a sense of unease within him, as if the malevolent force within him was somewhat subdued. Could they be hired enforcers of the wealthy merchants? Yet, they seemed disconnected from the others, showing no signs of recognition. What, then, were these enigmatic figures doing here? Having only recently taken office, he had not alienated anyone from other territories. He had merely asserted dominance within his own domain. Perhaps they were simply here out of curiosity? The mere thought was incredulous to Bai Jinshang. What spare time did practitioners of the supernatural possess for such trivial pursuits? They were but harbingers of doom. What, then, was their true intent? He pondered the worst-case scenario. Perhaps they were not practitioners, but rather vengeful spirits. With this realization, he made a decisive choice. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best course of action. He had no desire to confront this predicament. Some merchants found Bai Jinshang's words unbelievable, having assumed they would surely meet their downfall today. After uttering those words, Bai Jinshang hastily departed from the venue. Yet he did not forget to place a call, instructing relevant authorities to seal off the area. Having inadvertently gained the power of vengeful spirits, he was acutely aware of the terror that malevolent forces could invoke. Such inexplicable horrors were formidable. Among the many, he was perhaps the most fortunate to have survived until now. Bai Jinshang was unwilling to endure that despair once more, even if this would tarnish his reputation. It was infinitely preferable to perishing at the hands of a vengeful spirit. Chapter 81. Dao Yishi gazed at the visibly anxious Bai Jinshang, shaking his head in disapproval. Having become a master of the supernatural, one must possess the resolve to confront malevolent spirits. Without this, growth is utterly unattainable. Just as Bai Jinshang was contemplating escape, a dark, ink-like realm of spirits enveloped the entire sculpture gallery. A chilling aura pervaded the air, reeking of decay, reminiscent of a corpse that had long since decomposed. Many affluent individuals, poised to flee, found themselves ensnared by a shroud of black mist, their path ahead obscured. The 5 foremost figures broke into a cold sweat, evidently aware of the dire situation. Their terrified gazes darted towards Bai Jinshang. At that moment, Bai Jinshang sat on the floor, pale and defeated, his previous bravado completely evaporated. He understood more than the average person the terrifying nature of spirits dwelling within such realms. This was a malevolent force beyond his capacity to combat. Trembling, he retrieved his satellite phone, preparing to call for assistance from headquarters. His prior assertiveness towards them was merely a facade of cowardice. With a quavering voice, he explained the predicament to the operator. Unfortunately, support from headquarters would not arrive promptly. His only hope lay in surviving until help could reach him. His gaze shifted towards the figures shrouded in black. Yet within this realm, their forms remained elusive, as if they had vanished into thin air, never having existed in this world. Meanwhile, Yi Shi and Wang Kai observed the scene from within the seventh layer of the spirit domain. The damp, gray-black realm isolated a section that the external spirits could neither infiltrate nor approach. The origin of this incident lay within the gallery, at the heart of a grotesquely painted human sculpture. Yi Shi's vision pierced through 2 layers of the spirit domain, reaching the source of the disturbance. This was the ghostly paint he sought, capable of being applied to objects, transforming them into vengeful spirits. With the enhancement of a ghostly brush, one could even conjure a malevolent entity depicted through lines on the surface. Perhaps this substance had once been used to create ghostly illustrations? 80 milliliters of blood from the thousand-faced hunter, 5 drops of black mandrake sap, 10 grams of dragon's tooth grass powder, and 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. The blood of the thousand-faced hunter could be directly replaced with ghostly paint, while the hair from the deep-sea naga could be plucked straight from the spectral strands. In truth, these auxiliary materials were unnecessary, as he did not strictly qualify as human. He had also begun to formulate preliminary ideas regarding the ritual for ascending to the 5th rank. He could utilize the curse of the music box to counteract the potential loss of control during the ascension. As for acquiring the curse of the music box, it would depend on when Yang Jian would engage in conflict with his social circle. At that moment, he could propose assisting Yang Jian with the curse. Allowing the curse to manifest briefly within him would then enable him to return it to Yang Jian, ensuring mutual benefit while also accruing a debt of gratitude from Yang Jian. However, he would need to feign self-sacrifice to maximize his advantage. Within the realm of the cursed paint-imbued statue, one by one, the sculptures came to life, figures carved from quartz or plaster, clawing and grasping within the spirit domain. Hunting for the isolated. Chapter 82. Fear. The sculptures, akin to living beings, possessed pure white eyes that fixated upon the passing humans, seemingly intent on extinguishing them all. Soon, they spotted a solitary wealthy merchant, whose corpulent form lay sprawled upon the ground. He gazed back at the advancing white statues, desperately attempting to inch forward. Was there no one to rescue him? Alas, miracles do not bestow themselves upon all. In sheer despair, he watched as the white sculpture approached him step by step, preparing to make contact. When the statue finally touched him, a sinister smile curled upon its visage. The merchant felt an insidious force invading his body. His limbs became rigid, and all sensation ebbed away. Struggling, he turned his eyes to behold his gradually petrifying form, his expression contorted in terror. A wave of regret washed over his heart. No, why must it be him? He had yet to amass sufficient wealth. He had not yet relished the pleasures of life. Another statue was born, joining the relentless pursuit, assimilating vibrant lives into lifeless stone. No matter how he fled, the merchant found himself ensnared in the eerie domain of spirits. He wielded a ghostly hand, capable of subduing certain vengeful spirits. Yet faced with this boundless and bizarre realm, he felt utterly powerless, untrained and oblivious to the nature of this ghostly realm. He dared not even approach the grotesque statues that relentlessly hunted ordinary souls. Ultimately, he was merely an ordinary human who had fortuitously acquired ghostly powers, still haunted by the terror unleashed by these vengeful spirits. His initial intent had merely been to seize a sum of money. Yet he could never have anticipated encountering such horrifying entities within this bizarre sculpture gallery. Mr. Bai, please come to our aid with your extraordinary abilities. The remnants of the wealthy merchant could only implore the rumored young man with supernatural powers to extricate them from this dreadful purgatory. Yet this hope was destined to be dashed. Yi Shi silently observed all that unfolded within Wang Kai's ghostly domain, seemingly untouched by any emotional turbulence. The somber ghostly realm starkly contrasted with the vibrant domain of the paint specter. The source spirit had yet to manifest. These were merely its supernatural derivatives. The actions of the one in charge were excessively cowardly, making it a grave misjudgment to entrust a city to such a feeble individual. Yi Shi shook his head as he spoke these words, then sighed deeply, continuing, "Let us proceed. We must seek out the source spirit. Only by confining it can this ordeal truly come to an end." The two shed their black cloaks, which had served to obscure their identities. Under the present circumstances, concealment held no significance. The dark, gray, ghostly realm gradually encroached upon the territory of the paint specter, compressing its eerie essence into an ever-narrowing circle. However, this also signified that those within the circle would endure increasingly frequent supernatural assaults. Suddenly, Bai Jingshang felt as if the ghostly realm had shrunk considerably. He was now perilously close to the pristine white sculptures, and despair engulfed him once more. The same dread that had once overwhelmed him under the ghostly hand began to reclaim dominion over his heart. Chapter 83. Imprisonment. Perhaps he should fight for himself. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly slammed the ghostly hand onto the statue. Alas, it was all too late. The statue shattered into countless fragments, only to swiftly reassemble into a new form. An array of statues encircled him, dense and oppressive. He smashed the statues again and again. Die, you peculiar entities. His vision became clouded with rage. Although the statues continually shattered, they simultaneously reformed. They seemed to possess an inexhaustible vitality, reconstituting themselves only to be mercilessly destroyed by the ghostly hand. He felt numb. These countless entities were fraying his already taut nerves. Bai Jingshang, in a frenzy, yearned to escape this realm of ghosts. But even as this ghostly domain shrank, his escape remained unattainable. Ultimately, he perished under the relentless assault of the statues. His flesh a grotesque mixture, crimson blood oozing from the mangled remnants. His wide-open eyes seemed to accuse fate of its cruelty. The ghostly hand, under the oppressive force of the ghost realm, did not revive swiftly. On Yishi's side, he observed the statue adorned with vibrant markings, the bizarre colors reminiscent of intricate porcelain patterns, striking and surreal. Yishi retrieved the brush from the golden box and placed it upon the statue. In no time, the colorful designs were entirely absorbed by the brush's bristles. The black brush handle, combined with the multicolored bristles, created a jarring visual dissonance. He sensed the supernatural power of the brush had significantly intensified. However, beneath his golden, eerie suppression, it still stirred no ripples. Let us depart. Our objective has been accomplished. To ensure the success of my control, I must now prepare some rituals, Yishi remarked after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai fell silent. Yishi's mental state genuinely worried him. The gaze that regarded all as mere ants resembled that of a vengeful spirit endowed with its own intellect. Yet the divine radiance in that gaze was not something a mere ghost could possess. Are you certain that this control will proceed without issue? Wang Kai asked, biting his lip in urgency. Every endeavor in this world carries risks, does it not? I have prepared a strategy to stabilize my mental state to the greatest extent. Yishi replied. Wang Kai once again fell silent. After a moment, he slowly inquired, is there any formidable spirit that I might control? Perhaps a means to further augment my strength? There are certain matters in which I wish to assist you, but I often find myself powerless. Yishi gazed at the cerulean sky beyond the ghost realm, smiling as he spoke. There exists a method to transform you into a malevolent spirit, but it would affect your emotions, and I would rather not witness that unfold. To lose one's emotions? Wang Kai's mind raced with thoughts. Yet Yishi's reluctance quelled his desire. Indeed, to lose emotions. Would you still wish to proceed? Wang Kai hesitated, then resolutely replied, if that is the outcome. I refuse to control a new malevolent spirit. However, do not fret. I will find other ways to bolster your strength in the future, as there will be many instances where I will need your assistance. Yishi regarded his devoted follower, the first and most loyal believer he had in this world. Upon hearing Yishi's words, Wang Kai perked up and solemnly asserted, very well, you can entrust everything to me. Wang Kai exhaled, for Yishi's words were a promise to him, just as his own words were a vow to his brother. As they conversed, the sun gradually descended towards the horizon. The brilliant crimson dusk painted the sky with a dreamlike quality. Meanwhile, the ghostly hand within the realm began to fall to the ground. A passing youth, seemingly intrigued, bent down to pick it up, only to feel a sharp pain in his left hand. Yishi's gaze pierced through the layers of buildings and once again fell upon the ghostly hand. Perhaps in the near future, this young man might protect a city. He found himself increasingly indifferent towards humanity, resembling an observer weaving the fates of all things in silence. Perhaps this is the price of possessing power. Just as Yishi prepared to depart from Dashin City, the sky darkened ominously in an instant. A thick, sanguine aura began to envelop the heavens, and a putrid, nauseating scent permeated the air. An unknown malevolent spirit had awakened in Dashin City. The blood-red realm gradually departed from the airport, moving towards the city center. The crimson hue, akin to despair, slowly consumed the city's vitality. Shall we take a look, or should we board the plane first? Wang Kai inquired, puzzled by the ghostly domain. Recently, supernatural incidents had become increasingly frequent. If this continued, the number of controllers at headquarters would be insufficient. There is no alternative, is there? Humanity is inherently no match for ghosts. All we can do is ensure the safety of those around us. Yishi's indifferent tone articulated the most mundane truth. However, he paused before continuing. The malevolent spirit's target does not seem to be this city. It is gradually moving westward. At this, Wang Kai fell silent. If that is the case, should we still report to headquarters? Let us first establish a file. It was only a matter of time before such a conspicuous ghostly domain was discovered. Yishi picked up the satellite phone in his hand, and after 2 beeps, the call was answered by Yi Luan at headquarters. I have discovered a malevolent spirit in Dashin City, possessing a blood-red ghost realm, currently moving westward. No further information is available. I recommend classifying the threat level as A. Upon hearing this, Yi Luan immediately created a file and promptly reported the matter to his new superior, as he was now under Shun Liang's command. The head of Dashin City, Bai Jinshang, had lost contact. His phone had been picked up by a new controller. Bai Jinshang was presumed dead, and the malevolent spirit had been controlled by this young man. Have you observed any anomalies in Dashin City? Shun Liang cautiously inquired, for this controller was unlike any other. His significance to headquarters surpassed even that of Professor Wang. Chapter 85. Preparation for promotion. During this operation, I did not engage with him. Perhaps he has perished in the recent Crimson Spectre incident. Yishi conceived a new rationale. He wished to avoid entanglement in trivial matters. After hearing this, Shun Liang exhibited no reaction, recognizing that he held no authority to interfere with Yishi's decisions. His sole purpose here was to serve as a messenger, fully aware of his role and refraining from uttering any inappropriate remarks. A foreboding sense warned me that grave events were imminent. You must remain vigilant while at headquarters. Some malevolent spirits possess formidable growth potential, and neglecting them in their early stages could easily lead to the emergence of another starving ghost. I shall remain cautious. For the team leader of the operators, Yishi's words were not uttered lightly. Much like his previous warning to Zhao Jiangwo, it was unfortunate that Zhao Jiangwo, in his naivety, failed to heed the advice. Shun Liang was determined not to repeat Zhao Jiangwo's folly, believing himself far from such foolishness. Thus, he found himself plagued by numerous concerns, meticulously replaying every detail in his mind. After concluding the conversation, Yishi hung up, indifferent to the happenings in Dying City. Assured by the presence of Elder Qin at headquarters, some malevolent spirits could not stir the waters. I might need a bit of time. It is unlikely that a situation akin to the last one will arise. Yishi pondered, but just then, a cacophony erupted on the plane. A female passenger accused the male passenger behind her of harassment, claiming he had inappropriately touched her. However, the bewildered male passenger protested, both hands firmly gripping his tablet, rendering any contact with the female passenger impossible. The two engaged in a heated dispute, yet the majority sided with the female passenger. Left with no choice, the male passenger requested the flight crew to review the surveillance footage to clear his name. Yishi observed this scene with a sense of familiarity, fearing yet another supernatural incident might be unfolding aboard the aircraft. Just then, a satellite phone rang. However, it was not Yishi's phone. He had sealed his phone using the ghost domain prior to boarding. Headquarters could not possibly contact him, and he certainly did not wish to be summoned to address an incident while in flight. A pallid young man brandished his handgun and fired a shot into the floor. The commotion on the plane abruptly ceased. Most passengers stared in terror at the golden pistol in the man's grasp. Everyone, remain seated. Do not move about, he commanded. Events beyond your comprehension are transpiring on this aircraft. In the midst of the speaker's declaration, the woman who had been speaking suddenly coughed blood and collapsed to the ground. The woman seated beside her sprang up, executing a mid-air flip before landing deftly on the floor. The surrounding passengers were astonished by her agility. Yet, even she was oblivious to the unfolding events, overwhelmed by fear, which had unleashed a strength far beyond her physical limits. Chapter 86. An unforeseen incident on the airplane. Perhaps this is what humanity is capable of in the face of extreme terror? The Ghost Master vigilantly observed the mangled remains of a body. It was undoubtedly the work of an unknown malevolent spirit. Concentrate together for the time being. If danger arises, I can rescue you, he declared. Yet, it was evident that his words fell on deaf ears. If we huddle together, wouldn't that mean a mass demise? Protested a young man, unwilling to sacrifice their lives for an experiment. His defiance resonated with the others, who were equally reluctant to serve as bait. However, a gunshot rang out, silencing the crowd. The previously outspoken youth grimaced in agony, clutching his injured foot as he sank to the ground. Who among you wishes to resist? If you wish to prevent further casualties, gather together. The onlookers turned pale at this spectacle, reluctantly drawing near one another. Just as they were about to congregate, another individual was torn apart, instantly engulfing them in overwhelming dread. There is a ghost. As this cry echoed through the cabin, panic surged, and everyone scrambled towards the airplane door in a desperate bid to escape. Cursed be the circumstances. The situation had spiraled beyond his imagination. The vengeful spirit had yet to reveal its true form or discern its method of killing. He refrained from urging the group to sit together again, as the current predicament had exceeded his expectations. In his frantic observations, he noticed two individuals in the front row remaining utterly still. Yishi glanced at the ghost master, who appeared to be a recent recruit. He then instructed Wang Kai to activate the ghost domain. The dark gray ghost domain could now influence reality, rendering him invisible to others in this dire moment. Yet, as he prepared to depart, he seemingly caught a glimpse of the true visage of the malevolent spirit, a swirling mass of flowing blood. In an instant, he ensnared it within the ghost domain and confined it in a golden woven bag. Had he known better, he wouldn't have boarded the plane. Why must he endure such protagonist-like tribulations? Yishi lamented internally as a gray-black ghost domain swept across the sky. He opted to traverse using the ghost domain. After Yishi and Wang Kai vanished, the ghost master was momentarily taken aback, his mind consumed with concern over the spirit wreaking havoc aboard the plane. However, after a considerable time, silence enveloped the aircraft. The young ghost master pondered deeply. Had the malevolent spirit been taken away by those two? Or had their powers been responsible for the deaths of others? The answers eluded him, but regardless of the truth, he found himself in a position far beyond his capacity to confront. He retrieved the satellite phone from his waist and recounted his harrowing experience on the plane to his operator. This incident would undoubtedly remain an unsolvable mystery in his career. As the airplane continued its smooth trajectory, after several hours of uncertainty, the plane finally descended. Meanwhile, Yishi instructed Wang Kai to navigate the ghost domain back to Delu City. It was the same familiar place, the same hotel. Yet the previous attendant seemed to have resigned in fright after the last incident. Now, a different staff member handled their check-in with diligence. Chapter 87. Promotion, beginning of a grand chapter. Once again, within the familiar confines of the hotel, Yishi gazed out at the bustling scenery, marveling at the remarkable self-healing nature of human society. As long as it has not been utterly devastated, it can thrive and flourish like wild grass. From his vantage point by the window, he observed the city below, where roads flowed like rivers and vehicles traversed endlessly. Even amidst the mysterious resurgence, as long as the fundamental order of humanity remains intact, the world continues to flourish as ever. He recalled the last time he had been here, which had sparked an inexplicable incident, ultimately drawing the attention of the 7 elders of the Republic, though he had fortunately managed to keep his identity concealed. This time, in an effort to prevent a recurrence of tragedy, he had made extensive preparations regarding his promotion, allowing him to better maintain his humanity. He had even plundered Wang Xiaoming's laboratory to this end. The thoughts of divinity were as cold as machinery, adhering only to self-interest, willing to spill rivers of blood if it served its own benefit. It would not appreciate the beauty of the world, nor care for those held dear. In the ghost realm, Yishi produced the Crimson Ghost Coffin, the genuine artifact he had exchanged for using his authority in the laboratory. It sought to continuously nurture malevolent spirits until it could create the perfect one. Yishi's current plan was to lie within, utilizing his divine essence to suppress the coffin's supernatural properties, while employing grafted authority to transfer its nurturing capabilities to his own humanity, thereby significantly enhancing his intrinsic human essence. This was the most viable solution he could conceive, offering the greatest assurance against unforeseen mishaps during this promotion. Simultaneously, he intended to place the ghost coffin within Wang Kai's 7-layered ghost realm. allowing him to move freely instead of remaining in one location waiting for the nurturing process to occur. He would create a temporary storage space within Wang Kai's ghost realm, akin to a supernatural domain, with the entrance being Wang Kai's seven-layered ghost realm. The faceless man seemed capable of transforming into any creature, embodying all forms of information. He couldn't help but wonder, if he were to become a cat, would countless cat enthusiasts swarm to him? He could manifest a projection of himself in the external world while keeping his true self stabilized within the coffin, consuming divine power to sustain his projection. With this dual approach, he would weaken his divine essence while amplifying his humanity. This plan appeared remarkably sound in his eyes, though the only uncertainty lay in how long the coffin's powers could be maintained. Moreover, it was crucial to remember that a projection remains merely a projection. Fully unleashing his powers would be impossible. If given a choice, Yishi would not rush into promotion, desiring instead a leisurely existence. After all, with his current capabilities, he could easily outmatch any captains that might arise later from headquarters. Yet, fate does not always align with one's desires. He sensed that his erroneous authority was growing increasingly potent, signaling that his divine essence was nearing complete absorption of the unique error. His humanity resembled a sailing ship navigating a vast ocean, while his divine essence lay beneath like the depths of the sea. Should the ocean erupt in fury, the ship would stand defenseless against its might, destined to sink into the abyss. A divine light flickered in his eyes. Curiously, his divine essence seemed to support his plan, a thought that intrigued him greatly. However, time was no longer on his side. Wang Kai, I require your assistance this time. Conceal this ghost coffin within your domain. Use your realm to suppress it while I find a way to stabilize the malevolent spirits within me. Yishi had not anticipated how swiftly his divine essence would accommodate the unique error, already beginning to exert its preliminary influence over him and gradually intertwining with his humanity. His tone of speech now carried a hint of indifference. This plan had germinated in his mind the moment Wang Xiaoming suggested divining whether he could acquire the ghost coffin. Now, he was prepared to set it into motion. Should this endeavor fail, the world would face catastrophic consequences at the mercy of its divine tormentor. Is there truly a way to resist a genuine deity in this realm? Wang Kai's black and white ghost realms swiftly enveloped the coffin. Yishi approached, opening the coffin with trembling hands and an exhilarated heart, an emotion he had not felt in quite some time. The interior of the coffin was shrouded in darkness, obscured even under the ghost realm's cover, resembling a beast poised to devour everything. The number of such coffins remained unknown, if many existed. Could he rely on alternating them to sustain his humanity? He resolved to keep a watchful eye on any news regarding the ghost coffins. Until he reached sequence 2, they would serve as a safeguard. He retrieved a golden sack, placing all remaining auxiliary potions inside. Channeling the power of uniqueness, he infused it with all manner of spiritual essence, creating a peculiar concoction that felt as though the essence of erroneous uniqueness had participated as well. The golden sack rapidly deflated, as if containing some flowing liquid. Remarkably, this liquid, once placed in a glass vial, appeared silvery white, imparting an overwhelming influx of knowledge upon a mere glance. Its surface sparkled like a starry sea, dotted with countless white points of light. The silvery liquid, upon entering his mouth, tasted sour and acrid, as if his throat were ablaze. Accompanying the taste was an overwhelming stench that induced nausea. His consciousness seemed to plunge into chaos, blind and foolish thoughts surging into his mind. Grasping the coffin for support, he fell entirely within. As his awareness was enveloped in a white mist, the lid of the coffin slowly closed, a terrifying aura beginning to gestate within. In the final moments of clarity, he maintained the grafted authority, transferring the coffin's nurturing purpose to himself. Wang Kai's ghost realm appeared disturbed. The incessant patter of rain ceased, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. The coffin formed a vacuum, impervious to the passage of time and space, reminiscent of primordial chaos, a newly emerged supernatural domain. With its entrance situated within this profound ghost realm, Wang Kai swiftly cloaked it with his domain, as the vacuum beside the coffin contracted rapidly, causing it to gradually vanish from Wang Kai's ghost realm as if it had never existed. Wang Kai stared at the now invisible coffin, a sudden jolt of alarm coursing through him. Could something have gone awry? Yishi's image in his mind began to align with that of the unreliable. He found himself at a loss. Chapter 88. Projection. The entire room appeared to be distorted in time and space, filled with countless indescribable runes. For those with heightened spiritual perception, merely gazing upon these symbols could drive them to madness. These unique symbols, reminiscent of a torrent of knowledge, engaged in erratic motion around Yi Shi, emanating an indelible essence of conservation. The golden ghost domain manifested within the room in a manner of multi-layered spatial folding. The principles and truths enveloping him seemed as if they had never existed, yet also appeared to have traversed from the future to the present, exuding a temporal depth that was intoxicating, as if one could willingly succumb to it for eternity. Adorned in a pure white garment, intricately patterned with inverted triangles and chaotic circles, he appeared as though various irregular circles were interspersed with an array of straight lines. A monocle rested upon his face, and in the radiant glow of the ghost domain, he exuded an aura of ethereal detachment. There lingered a sense of both transcendence and unreality. Following this ascension, all his powers had been refined, and he felt capable of maintaining his current state for an extended duration. Yi Shi smiled joyfully, having placed his bet wisely. The ghost coffin was now incessantly augmenting his humanity. By employing the grafted authority, the ability of the ghost coffin to nurture malevolent spirits was being transferred to his humanity, and he could sense his humanity gradually becoming more substantial. As long as he sustained this condition, the two states could once again achieve a fragile equilibrium. However, it was unfortunate that the amplification from the ghost coffin would eventually reach its conclusion. He needed to contemplate other methods to temporarily sustain his humanity. He seemed to have entered a wondrous state, existing merely as a projection, unable to significantly interfere with external happenings. He could only draw upon a fraction of the power from within the ghost coffin, and the grafted authority required constant operation to redirect the amplification towards his humanity. This implied that he could no longer utilize the grafted authority. He could only rely on a minor portion of erroneous authority to pilfer some external elements, which paled in comparison to the strength of his true form. Presently, he wielded the power akin to that of two malevolent spirits. Yet, distinctively, his rank remained intact. Thus, he still possessed some deterrent effect over certain malevolent spirits. However, this was of little use, serving only to intimidate some oblivious spirit controllers. Yet, due to his projected state, external entities could see him, yet could not impact him. In specific instances, he could even conceal his presence, rendering him invisible to ordinary spirit controllers. He sensed that this projection ability was perhaps bestowed upon him by the ghost domain. He pondered within his mind, could this be the power granted by the ultimate form of the ghost domain? However, upon careful consideration, this level of ghost domain was still far inferior compared to what his divine kingdom would be in the future. Yi Shi shook his head in resignation, then shifted his gaze to Wang Kai, sensing something peculiar about his current state. This ascension aligned perfectly with his expectations. After all, he had prepared for so long, and if he were to fail now, he might as well abandon all hope. Wang Kai, observing Yi Shi's expressive demeanor, tentatively inquired, "Has your eroded humanity gradually been restored?" His words stumbled, seemingly tinged with excitement. He was overjoyed, for it had been a long time since he had seen a genuine smile on Yi Shi's face. Previously, Yi Shi's smiles had been rather frigid, often marked by a superficiality that conveyed a sense of aloofness and detachment. The hotel room resonated with joyful laughter. This ascension had yielded significant success. However, when Wang Kai attempted to reach out to Yi Shi, he found himself unable to make contact, as if Yi Shi were but a figment of imagination. He gazed at Yi Shi in disbelief, his earlier exuberance now dampened. Perhaps Yi Shi's control was not as flawless as he had presumed? At that moment, Yi Shi offered a subtle smile, explaining with an air of naturalness, "These are necessary sacrifices. My true form has achieved a unique balance within the ghost coffin, and I can now maintain my emotions to the fullest extent. Is this not a favorable outcome?" Wang Kai opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly dispute Yi Shi's reasoning. Indeed, every spirit controller's ultimate fate was often tragic. They either gradually devolved into malevolent spirits or met a grim death at the hands of such entities. Yi Shi observed Wang Kai, who stood frozen in place, choosing not to further tease him. He had new matters to attend to. He recalled that the headquarters required him to conduct another training session for spirit controllers. "Now my ghost coffin is situated within your 7th layer of the ghost domain. Be cautious not to accidentally overturn my coffin lid during your battles. Otherwise, beware of my corpse transformation." In truth, Yi Shi was not exaggerating. Should the coffin lid be overturned, what would emerge would undoubtedly be his divinity. The scene would be utterly unmanageable. A horde of individuals breaching Wang Kai's ghost domain could lead to complete annihilation, which perhaps would be the most favorable outcome. The direst conclusion would be that they would all be captured by Yi Shi to toil, losing their identities and becoming emotionless puppets, utilized to refine his future clandestine township. This time, he decided against flying, opting instead to traverse directly through Wang Kai's ghost domain, to avoid encountering any peculiarities mid-flight. Yi Shi contemplated. The previous incident was still fresh in his mind, recalling the day he whimsically boarded a plane, only to encounter a supernatural event. The sky above Dalu City remained as azure as ever, mirroring Yi Shi's tranquil and far-reaching mood. This sensation of being untouched by cold, indifferent emotions was truly delightful. At last, he could appreciate the world's beauty rather than observing its rise and fall as a mere bystander. Training spirit controllers? He was indeed well-versed in this matter. With his reputation, it would merely entail gathering another group of followers. Yi Shi removed the monocle from before his eyes, polishing it before casting a profound gaze toward the increasingly distinct city on the horizon. In the connection room, Yi Luan sighed in relief, promptly relaying this news to the headquarters. The recent surge in supernatural incidents had left the headquarters in a state of unease. Upon hearing Yi Luan's report, Shun Liang's furrowed brow relaxed considerably, and a wave of sentiment washed over him. This is not solely my decision. Those above believe it prudent to cultivate a contingent of capable spirit controllers, subsequently assembling a team dedicated to ensuring Yi Shi's safety. Minister Chao's tone bore an ambiguous quality, hinting at a trace of resignation. Chao Yanhua entirely concurred with the headquarters' decision. A talent like Yi Shi deserved utmost protection, as a singular supernatural event could spell disaster for an entire city or nation. Presently, the means to mitigate supernatural occurrences hinged solely on safeguarding one individual, a cost far too minimal in comparison. Did this matter not warrant Yi Shi's consent? After all, it somewhat infringed upon personal freedoms. Yi Luan was considerably apprehensive, subtly implying that Yi Shi might oppose this notion, yet he could not articulate these concerns directly. Minister Chao cleared his throat several times, evidently reluctant to delve further into the topic. Yi Luan, being perceptive, swiftly redirected the conversation. I shall continue to monitor Yi Shi's location, ensuring his safe arrival in Dying City. Very well, proceed. As a dispatcher, your diligence is paramount. Minister Chao concluded the call, yet one could faintly hear him murmur, "This is all for humanity, for the future of humankind." A cold smile crept across Yi Luan's lips. Meanwhile, Wang Kai traversed the ghost domain, leaving behind a slender black line in the skies above. The velocity of the ghost domain had noticeably diminished compared to before. Yi Shi, acutely sensitive to speed, inquired, "Brother Wang, is it true that the 7th layer of your ghost domain can no longer be activated?" His mind was flooded with speculations. Despite Wang Kai's efforts to propel the ghost domain swiftly, the anomaly was too glaring to ignore. No, absolutely not. My ghost domain can still be activated. I merely wish to show you the scenery along the way. Wang Kai, caught off guard by Yi Shi's revelation of his concealed predicament, felt a wave of panic. Lacking the finesse for deception, he stammered out a flimsy excuse. Yi Shi, bemused by Wang Kai's rationale, thought it laughably inadequate. Surely, your 7th layer of the ghost domain is rendered dormant due to the presence of the ghost coffin. It has encroached upon your 7th layer. Are there any other repercussions affecting your ghost domain? Yi Shi did not afford Wang Kai the chance to deny the truth, stating the facts outright. In fact, the 6th layer is also inaccessible now. Presently, I can only briefly utilize the powers of the 5th layer. However, this does not significantly impact me, Wang Kai reassured. Patting his chest, Yi Shi's gaze flickered as he surveyed the light rain falling within the gray-black ghost domain. After a lengthy contemplation, he finally spoke. All right then, I have a team quota from headquarters. I shall assemble a small squad to ensure the utmost efficiency in resolving this incident. This was not his initial intention, yet both he and Wang Kai were rendered nearly incapacitated. Although he harbored no fear of the sinister entity's assaults, he found himself powerless against those of particularly high terror. Simultaneously, he sensed the shadow of the black umbrella belonging to the knocking ghost dissipating, deviating from his anticipated timeline. Could it be that the knocking ghost had grown exceedingly formidable? Yi Shi extended his spiritual awareness across 1,000 miles, traversing vast oceans and snow-capped mountains. He caught a glimpse of a ghost domain enveloping a city, a putrid, oppressive aura permeating the air. An elderly man clutched a telephone in his hand. The umbrella he once held had vanished, yet the phone exuded an even more sinister nature. Cherry blossoms fell, and a haunting series of knocking sounds echoed from various mobile devices. In an instant, Yishi's vision was filled with corpses strewn about, rivers of blood flowing. Xiao Yi, we can no longer manage this situation. We require assistance. Otherwise, our nation shall face annihilation. A man frantically pleaded over the phone, standing outside the knocking ghost domain. Isn't this malevolent spirit merely classified as an A-level ghost in the records? Why has it decimated our Shaoshan city? Why does it manifest within our borders? Could this be the machination of other nations? A man with a mustache, seething with rage, exclaimed, his face flushed crimson like a ripe shrimp. Xiao Ji, calm down, we need reinforcements. If this continues, we shall be erased from existence. We must spare no effort in summoning a capable ghost tamer. If necessary, we must divert this incident abroad. The group conspired, all instigated by the solitary elderly man holding the telephone. Was that a ghostly phone? Had its ringtone been replaced with the sound of knocking? And had the limitation of one call been lifted? Yishi spoke slowly, his thoughts drifting far from the present. Finally, he uttered, such sacrifices are essential. We are nearing Dying City. Let us halt at the airport, so as to avoid enveloping the city in the ghost domain, which could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. He observed numerous ghost tamers gathered at the airport, seemingly awaiting assignments, making it imprudent to navigate the ghost domain erratically through the urban landscape. All right, prepare yourselves. We shall descend. The gray-black ghost domain gradually settled in a corner of the airport, drawing no attention from the other ghost tamers. Chapter 90 Farewell to Yang Jian. A multitude of individuals gathered here, anxiously awaiting the arrival of someone special. As Yishi slowly emerged from the airport and approached the boarding gate, he was met with a throng of elite ghost tamers, many of whom had previously sought his counsel. Upon recognizing Yishi, several ghost tamers rushed towards him, seemingly abandoning the individual on the plane. This was a golden opportunity. They rarely had a chance to meet someone of such repute. Establishing rapport now could prove invaluable should they find themselves in dire straits in the future. Even if they were to take a step back, it was wise to leave a lasting impression. Yishi regarded the crowd with a gentle smile, his single eyeglasses enhancing his ethereal demeanor. I have just arrived at the airport as well. I noticed you all gathered here and thought I might join the excitement. Pray tell, whose flight are you awaiting? At that moment, a sardonic voice pierced through the air. It is Yang Jian from Dachang City. His flight has encountered yet another supernatural incident. He truly is a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity wherever he goes. Seer, do remember to keep your distance. Beware of being tainted by his ill fortune. Yishi scrutinized the speaker and finally recalled him as Guofan, a ghost tamer under Shun Liang's command. He vaguely remembered Guofan's involvement in the incident at the Caesar Hotel, where he had met an unfortunate fate but was later rescued. With a composed demeanor, Yishi remarked, I have heard of the infamous ghost Yang Jian. Did he not recently quell an S-class malevolent spirit incident? My impression of him during my last visit to the Caesar Hotel was rather favorable. Upon hearing this, Guofan's face turned ashen. He had not encountered Yishi at the hotel, a missed opportunity, he lamented bitterly. Anger simmered within him, directed towards Yang Jian, who had thwarted his chance to make a significant connection. Guofan refrained from disparaging him. Yang Jian's contributions to headquarters are well acknowledged. Do not spread baseless accusations. Attempting to sow discord among ghost tamers in front of Yishi, recognizing the speaker as Feng Quan, Yishi discerned that this unfortunate soul had likely suffered under Yang Jian's influence. After obtaining the ghostly newspaper, Yang Jian had indeed altered Feng Quan's memories. Shen Liang hastily approached Yishi, panting. The headquarters has arranged a training room for you. The next steps are in your hands. I will notify the other ghost tamers. For most ghost tamers, Yishi's training was not merely a workshop. It was an opportunity to showcase their capabilities before him, potentially leaving a lasting impression that could yield insights during future missions. Very well, I shall prepare shortly, but the plane is about to land. Shouldn't you go to receive it? Yishi smiled at the descending aircraft. With Yang Jian's arrival in Dying City, a series of events was poised to unfold in Dachang City, and he would soon acquire the conditions necessary for his next advancement. The curse from the music box. The plane circled above for some time before finally descending. Many hearts sank along with the aircraft. in the eyes of most ghost tamers. The challenges posed by someone like Yang Jian were insurmountable. As the plane's door opened, a man with a red mark on his forehead stepped out, resembling a lone wolf. Shen Liang rushed forward, eager to greet him. This was one of the few individuals under his command capable of ascending to captaincy, crucial for his standing in the headquarters. To Shen Liang, Yishi was an ancestral figure not to be offended, while Yang Jian represented a powerful ally who could elevate his status. Guo Fan, witnessing this scene, could not suppress a disdainful snort. Many ghost tamers exhibited peculiar traits. Upon gaining power, they seldom reflected on their actions, instead projecting their failures onto others. Yang Jian, you have once again performed a great service, saving everyone aboard the plane and subduing a terrifying malevolent spirit. Clearly, Yang Jian was not one to be swayed by mere verbal accolades. In his eyes, tangible benefits were of utmost importance. You can't just brush me off with a few words. This incident did not occur within my jurisdiction. Should I not consider it a business trip? Shen Liang was left speechless, forced to respond with a hollow smile. Naturally, the headquarters will not skimp on rewards, but it requires time to arrange. Yang Jian dismissed his explanation, believing that anything not directly in his possession was non-existent, a mere empty promise. As he contemplated how to extract more from Shen Liang, his gaze fell upon Yishi, surrounded by a throng of ghost tamers. This brought to mind the enigmatic words inscribed on the human skin paper. Why did it appear to display such obsequiousness? Perhaps he sought to shift his focus onto Yishi. If that were the case, he could not allow the plan inscribed on the human skin paper to succeed, as Yishi had assisted him on several occasions, regardless of the underlying motives. Setting aside the matter of rewards, he inquired, "What is the situation on the plane? Has the threat been entirely neutralized? Are there any lingering safety concerns? Let us postpone the discussion of safety concerns and instead address the rewards." Shen Liang's smile faltered. Across towering buildings lay a school besieged by supernatural forces. He sensed something ominous, a malevolent spirit related to the rules themselves. Grasping his satellite phone, he pondered briefly before deciding to inform headquarters, foreseeing the grave nature of the situation, albeit localized to a single school. While Yi Luan idled at headquarters, Yishi's satellite phone rang unexpectedly. He hastily set down the peanuts he had been snacking on and rushed to answer. "What has transpired? Do you require my assistance?" Yi Luan, still under the influence of a television drama, remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, perhaps believing that no major incidents could arise in Dying City. Or perhaps, deep down, he wished for Yishi to report nothing significant. Yet, fate had other plans. Prepare to take notes. What I am about to share is of utmost importance. Chapter 91. Strange Tales in the City of Daijing. There exists a girls' high school, wherein a particularly unique and formidable spirit resides. This spirit, however, does not roam freely. It remains confined within the school's grounds, establishing a spectral record known as the Ghost Shadow Wall. After much contemplation, Yishi finally spoke, suggesting that a team of ghost tamers be dispatched to address this matter. Though initially reluctant to intervene, he found the peculiar nature of the spirit too compelling to ignore. It appeared to be a composite of numerous vengeful entities, each contributing to an intricate set of rules. Those who fell victim to these rules only served to strengthen their constraints. Very well, I shall report this immediately to headquarters. Yi Luan swiftly transferred the call to a superior, utilizing a dedicated line reserved for urgent matters. As the operator relayed the information, Yishi could hear the cacophony of voices nearby. Turning, he observed Guo Fan and Yang Jian engaged in a heated discussion. He couldn't help but wonder if all ghost tamers had grown so peculiar. Thankfully, Wang Kai still maintained a semblance of normalcy. As he prepared to depart, Shen Liang stealthily approached and whispered, "Yang Jian possesses a secret that can bring the dead back to life. Tong Qian, the head of D City, was resurrected at his hands. Have you seen any instances in your envisioned future where Yang Jian employs this ability?" Shen Liang was reluctant to voice this query. Yet the demands from headquarters left him no choice but to inquire, hoping to avoid inciting Yishi's ire. Yishi cast a sidelong glance at Shen Liang, noting his averted gaze, and quickly deduced the underlying implications. "I have not foreseen anything pertaining to Yang Jian in my visions of the future. He is not the destined protagonist. The world does not revolve around him. Why would you presume my prophecies must involve him?" He recalled the caution he had given Yang Jian at the Caesar Hotel, emphasizing the need for discretion regarding this matter, and he certainly would not betray him now. Shen Liang wished to interject but was silenced by Yishi's piercing gaze, which seemed to convey a sense of pity. Yushi continued. There are certain matters that do not require your excessive scrutiny. It is prudent to remain somewhat oblivious. Knowing too much may lead to dire consequences. Surely, you would not wish for your fate to mirror that of Zhao Jianghuo. Upon hearing this, Shenliang broke into a cold sweat. He was merely an ordinary individual. He realized he had acted recklessly. Had he anticipated such outcomes, he would have concocted a more plausible excuse to appease headquarters. To put it mildly, he had pried into another's privacy. On a broader scale, this could jeopardize the relationship between headquarters and the ghost tamers. Given Yang Jian's character, if he were to discover this matter, Shenliang would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Thank you for your warning. I acknowledge my missteps in this matter, and I will offer my apologies to Yang Jian. Shenliang resolved. He decided it best to inform Yang Jian, as some ghost tamers might have overheard his conversation with Yishi. If he did not promptly address this issue, his relationship with Yang Jian could be irreparably damaged. Informing Yang Jian in advance would only cost him some resources. Yishi, indifferent to Shenliang's concerns, felt an unsettling premonition. The headquarters had mentioned sending personnel to handle the situation at the girls' high school, yet he sensed an underlying disquiet. His ability to foresee events had recently sharpened, perhaps due to his current projection state, which enhanced his awareness of the currents of fate in reality. Yi Luan, who has been assigned by headquarters for this task. Having just finished reporting to headquarters, Yi Luan was distracted once more by Yishi's call. Upon hearing the details, he exhaled in relief. Initially fearing another calamity was imminent, he promptly checked the mission roster from headquarters. The team assigned included Guo Fan, Chen Yi, Feng Quan, and Lin Li, tasked with addressing this incident. Their operations were scheduled for 5:30 p.m., coinciding with the school dismissal, allowing them to efficiently evacuate the students. Yi Luan quickly sent the detailed information to Yishi. These were comprehensive paper documents, with headquarters also preparing a second team for support, though the exact personnel had yet to be finalized. Yishi reviewed the electronic documents, internally expressing his concerns regarding the personalities involved. With these individuals combined, it was akin to a powder keg ready to explode. It became clear why he felt such unease. They would likely encounter disagreements before even entering the school. The prior failure involving Feng Quan and Guo Fan remained fresh in his memory. Could it be that Shenliang sought to gain merit for his subordinates? Yishi regarded Shenliang, who was currently engaged in negotiations with Yang Jian. He seemed too preoccupied to orchestrate such a scheme, leading Yishi to ponder whether this was merely a fateful coincidence. Very well, let headquarters inform them to proceed with caution. This incident is not as straightforward as it appears. As a ghost tamer, one must never underestimate any malevolent spirit. That should be their fundamental principle. Mr. Yishi, might I inquire if you are interested in joining our social circle? Should you choose to accept, I shall extend to you the highest privileges. As Yishi mentally cataloged the individual's features, he finally recognized who it was. With a light, mocking smile, he responded in a manner as refreshing as a gentle breeze, leaving the other party at a loss for words. Jiang Shangbai, should I join your social circle? Would it grant me the power to dissolve it at will? Your expression suggests you find this a troubling prospect, implying that my membership would not confer such authority. In that case, what significance would my joining hold? Yishi adjusted his monocle, while Wang Kai glared menacingly at Jiang Shangbai. The latter was taken aback by the situation. No one had dared to speak so boldly to them before. Yet, this individual was an anomaly, leaving them utterly powerless, even to the extent of avoiding offense. With no other option, he gritted his teeth and departed swiftly, akin to a hunted animal, acutely aware of the pressure Wang Kai exerted, fearing for his very life should he linger any longer. Chapter 92 Thoughts Curse It. If I had known better than to try to win over Yishi, I would not have done so. Now, not only have I failed to gain his support, but I have also attracted a multitude of troubles. A flicker of resentment flashed in Jiang Shangbai's eyes. Their circle had been operational long before the headquarters was ever established, and they had provided considerable assistance during the establishment process. Yet, the captain program currently being implemented by the headquarters has not allocated even a single position to their circle. Moreover, they have continuously suppressed the development of their circle in numerous ways. This is clearly an attempt to drive them to the brink of destruction, systematically stripping them of their resources. It is truly a case of nurturing a viper. Our strategy must change, since Yishi cannot be swayed. We must instead draw those qualified to be captains into our circle. Let us first try to recruit the infamous Ghost Eye Yang Jian. Jiang Shangbai instructed the underground controllers to find an opportunity to bring Yang Jian into their fold, convinced that he would have no reason to decline. Typically, controllers do not possess the qualifications to join their circle. An invitation to Yang Jian is a once-in-a-lifetime honor. This sentiment is shared by most controllers in their circle. They have been perched on high for far too long, having forgotten the dangers of drawing attention to themselves. Jiang Shangbai, in a fit of anger, shattered the teacup in his hand. He had never been subjected to such humiliation had it not been for Yi Shi's high standing within the headquarters. He would have long since organized their circle to take him down. If he dared to act against Yi Shi now, it would incite a confrontation between their circle and the headquarters. There exists an ancient monster within the headquarters that their circle cannot possibly withstand. Ah, the circle? Merely a troop of buffoons. Yi Shi, observing the vanishing figure of Jiang Shangbai, adjusted his attire and leisurely offered his assessment. In his view, the circle was destined for ruin. Only a fool would choose to join it. Furthermore, his current position forbids him from taking sides. Whichever side he aligns with would inevitably face the wrath of the headquarters. The headquarters would never permit someone of such high prestige to remain neutral. It would be best for you to gradually sever ties with the headquarters. It is advisable to refrain from becoming entangled in certain factional disputes. The captain program is about to commence, and all manner of demons and monsters will emerge. My current strength cannot guarantee our safety. Temporarily distancing ourselves from this vortex is beneficial for both of us. After a prolonged silence, Yi Shi spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the sky, which was beginning to lighten with dawn. Soon, this city would become the epicenter of power struggles. Very well, I shall heed your arrangements. I have never been particularly interested in the headquarters plans. The sacrifices required to become a captain are wholly disproportionate to the rewards. Moreover, your current state is less than ideal, necessitating my presence to look after you. Wang Kai expressed his thoughts plainly, indifferent to the allure of power. He had no relatives to speak of and no use for authority. He understood that true power underpins all discourse. Just like the hidden bigwig within the headquarters, captains meant nothing before him while he still drew breath. Should he pass away unexpectedly, captains would be even less significant. I have a lingering suspicion that there are moles within the headquarters. Their methods are exceedingly peculiar. When handling malevolent spirit incidents, the headquarters tends to dispatch weaker controllers to confront the spirits first, only to send a second batch of moderately skilled controllers once the spirits have grown stronger. Yi Shi examined the dispatch list in his hand, revealing a disdainful smile. He had explicitly stated that the malevolent spirit within that girls' high school was exceptionally formidable, yet they still decided to send those less than capable, particularly Guofan and Feng Quan. Did their previous actions not serve as a warning? Such arrogance. Underestimating the terror of malevolent spirits, Yi Shi surmised that it would not be long before Yang Jian would have to clean up their mess once again. Zhao Jiangwo should soon proceed to open the ghost coffin. He mused that this would likely not interfere with his lectures. He recalled that in the original text, Professor Bai had not been drawn into this affair, presumably slipping away swiftly after his class. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Shi. Since the wishing ghost has the potential to become his subordinate, could he not also take action against the ghost cabinet? After all, he currently found himself at a low ebb of power and could use more allies. If faced with insurmountable challenges, they could simply band together. Wang Kai observed the calmness in Yi Shi's eyes, often perplexed by the rapidity of Yi Shi's thoughts. He felt a growing concern for Yi Shi's mental state. Surely, those without the ability to foresee the future eventually succumb to madness. Wang Kai was startled by his own imagination, breaking into a cold sweat as he cast a guilty glance at Yi Shi before silently activating the ghost domain, preparing to journey to Dachang City. Yi Shi had also noted the peculiar look in Wang Kai's eyes. Had he done something just now? Why was he gazing at him in such a manner? The gray-black ghost domain swept across the sky, this time altering its course southward, resembling a great wild goose leaving its mark high above. Dachang City appeared somewhat desolate following the famine ghost incident. It was a city he had once traversed. On that day, as he departed, he caught a few glimpses of the city from the plain, still imbued with the essence of youth. Now, however, it was steeped in a somber tranquility, as many capable citizens had fled. Yet, this city remained under Yang Jian's jurisdiction, making it one of the safest cities around. Indeed, the world has changed beyond recognition. Yi Shi sighed softly within Wang Kai's ghost domain. Upon his arrival in this world, his first stop had been this very city, and he harbored many questions. Why had he come here? The place where he awakened was a hospital, but where had he originally been? These matters should have been buried with the death of Zhou Zheng. Chapter 93. The Ghost Cabinet. After a prolonged search, Yi Shi finally located the ancient residence from the Republican era amid a sprawling construction site in Dachang City. The city itself is vast, and even with the original text as a guide, it took him several hours to find the place. Moreover, the original work did not specify the exact location of the ancient house. To his surprise, there was indeed a residence from the Republican period here. Surely, Yang Jian, the city's overseer, must be aware of this fact. Wang Kai gazed at the ancient house before him, contemplating many things. Unlike other ghost tamers, he possessed knowledge of some secrets from that era. The elderly who survived from the Republican period were no ordinary individuals, especially those who managed to leave behind legacies. Such legacies could propel a ghost tamer to great heights. Wang Kai had previously been somewhat astonished by Yang Jian's rapid growth, but upon seeing this ancient residence, he felt that Yang Jian's progress was entirely justified. Though unaware of Yang Jian's circumstances, Wang Kai sensed that there was something intriguing within. Yi Shi smiled faintly, eager to discover what kind of transactions he could engage in with the ghost cabinet. Upon entering the ancient house, he was immediately drawn to a somewhat dilapidated door. Through the gaps in the door, he glimpsed a dark space that exuded an eerie and discordant aura. If his intuition served him right, this room was likely where the ghost mirror was stored. However, the ghost mirror held little value for him, and he had no desire to leave any trace of his presence inside. As Yi Shi entered the house, he maintained his ghost domain, unwilling to leave behind any evidence that could lead to unnecessary troubles. Extending his gaze further inside, he noticed another door completely sealed with gold. He felt no overwhelming curiosity. Even if he opened the door, he would gain nothing, and there was a risk of encountering a formidable and sinister ghost, which could lead to his downfall. Proceeding directly into the second door, he found the layout reminiscent of a Republican-era boudoir. A solitary cabinet was pressed against the wall, and a small notebook rested on the adjacent table. Yi Shi strolled over leisurely, scanning the room while admiring the intricate carvings. He picked up the yellowed notebook, pondering what to write. The cabinet before him emanated a dangerous aura, suggesting something malevolent. After uttering this thought, Wang Kai's gaze fixated on the cabinet. Uncertain of its supernatural properties, he activated his ghost domain, bracing himself for a hasty exit if necessary. It's merely a cabinet for transactions. Focus on what the notebook contains. Yi Shi replied, handing the notebook to Wang Kai. You will gain everything, yet lose everything. Read the words that met their eyes. Wang Kai furrowed his brow at the inscription, then questioned sternly, is this item meant for trading? You don't have any unfulfilled desires that you plan to realize through this, do you? He continued, engaging in transactions with malevolent spirits is a perilous endeavor. If there are alternative methods, avoid such dealings. Yi Shi remained unconvinced by the notion of irrevocable consequences. Whether the ghost cabinet could overpower him was still an open question. With a hint of exasperation, he responded, I have no intention of making a definitive transaction. I merely wish to explore the limits of this entity. I approach such matters with caution, rest assured. Wang Kai returned the notebook to Yi Shi, stating, if anything seems amiss, we will swiftly retreat using the ghost domain. Without further explanation, Yi Shi hesitated for a moment before finally inscribing a sentence. Hello, have you eaten yet? He did not concern himself with whether the ghost cabinet could partake in meals. After all, it could conjure up fried rice. He was eager to observe the cabinet's reaction. After a lengthy pause, the ghost cabinet emitted a dull sound, eventually producing a crimson slip of paper. I have eaten. Would you like a bowl of fried rice? Yi Shi scrutinized the new paper in his hand, perplexed by the situation. He was unsure of what the ghost cabinet intended. Initially, he assumed it would regard this as a condition for trading and propose its own terms. However, the situation now seemed rather nuanced. When did the ghost cabinet become so courteous? Yi Shi, intrigued, continued to probe. Whatever the cabinet's intentions, he was confident in his ability to confront it if necessary. After contemplating further, he pinned another phrase and inserted the new slip into the cabinet. Does this bowl of fried rice count as a transaction between us? Upon receipt of the new paper, the ghost cabinet promptly produced another slip and a bowl of fried rice, along with a complimentary bottle of beverage. Yi Shi stared at the paper in his hand, uncertain of how to proceed with his inquiries. Had the ghost cabinet been replaced by another, as it behaved nothing like he had expected? No. The fried rice is my gift. It is meant to please the great entity. the cabinet clarified. Yi Shi found the ghost cabinet's behavior rather peculiar, as it had strayed far from his anticipated script. Could it be that his presence still exerted some influence, suppressing the ghost cabinet's nature? This phenomenon was not impossible, given that the cabinet was a malevolent spirit with its own thoughts. Yi Shi removed his monocle, polished it, and then replaced it on his face, subsequently revealing an innocent smile. He then wrote down his next inquiry. May I engage in a transaction with you? He decided against engaging in a game of subtlety with the enigmatic cabinet, placing the note inside once more, and awaited a response. Chapter 94. Return. When the cabinet received the paper, it remained silent for a considerable time, leading Yi Shi to believe that the cabinet had declined to engage in a transaction with him. After all, the cabinet would also assess the capabilities of its trading partner. If the partner were too formidable, it would be powerless in the event of a breach of contract, possibly leading the cabinet to refuse the deal. As a cunning merchant, the cabinet would rather be shattered than incur a loss, which is a fundamental principle of its nature. Engaging in trade with this cabinet could be exceedingly perilous, thus necessitating utmost caution. Let me warn you, Wang Kai advised. Indeed, I shall exercise caution. If necessary, we can make a swift escape into the ghostly realm, Yi Shi declared. No sooner had he spoken than the cabinet began to stir violently, as if something within it yearned to emerge. However, after a moment of commotion, it merely expelled another piece of paper. The words inscribed on this paper perplexed Yi Shi. Please state your desires, and I will strive to fulfill them. Yi Shi scrutinized the paper in his hands, discerning further implications. The cabinet did not propose a transaction, but rather offered to satisfy his wishes. The distinction was monumental. The former would necessitate a cost, while the latter implied a gift. How could such a shrewd merchant as the cabinet be so benevolent? Yi Shi questioned in his mind. As Yi Shi pondered the nature of the transaction, Wang Kai, having taken out a cigarette from his pocket, squatted in a corner of the room and took a drag. He then remarked, "Allow me to handle the trade. I have engaged in similar transactions before, and I know how to resist such curses." Fortunately, after his resurrection, his remaining relatives were freed from that curse. He understood that once the bearer of the curse perished, it would no longer affect others. I do not intend to trade with him. I merely wish to inquire about a matter concerning myself, Yi Shi stated calmly. Are you willing to become my celestial servant and serve me? In that moment, Yi Shi drew upon a fragment of his divine power, inscribing it onto the paper as a testament to their pact. Once imbued with divine energy, the text upon the paper became blurred, exuding a distorted charm. The cabinet remained still for a considerable time, yet Yi Shi patiently awaited its response, until at last, the cabinet slowly opened its doors. It lethargically produced another piece of paper, as though grappling with a difficult decision. The content of the paper left Yi Shi both amused and exasperated. He had never anticipated such an outcome. I already have a master. I apologize, but a cabinet cannot serve two masters. I am a principled cabinet. The cabinet seemed to sense the impropriety of its actions, for it trembled momentarily before expelling another piece of paper, accompanied by a sticker. The paper bore blood-red inscriptions that conveyed sincerity, though Yi Shi could not fathom why he felt such earnestness emanating from it. I believe the wish spirit is eager to serve you. I can provide you with its location. This sticker will pinpoint the wish spirit. Simply inscribe your desired wish upon it, and the wish spirit will unconditionally fulfill it once. Yi Shi, observing this turn of events, quietly accepted the sticker. Initially, he had contemplated dismantling the cabinet, but its compliance had rendered such a thought unnecessary. As a benevolent deity, he felt disinclined to destroy the cabinet now that it had willingly offered a form of tribute. Since you have acted so amiably, I shall refrain from dismantling you, Yi Shi stated. Informing the headquarters of this development would yield him no benefit, and he might yet find use for the cabinet in the future. After all, trading here was evidently more advantageous than at headquarters, particularly with Elder Qin overseeing matters there. The gray-black, ghostly realm silently traversed the sky, its damp and chilling aura enveloping the horizon. In the wake of the icy, ghostly realm's influence, the heavily overcast skies of Beijing City released their first drops of rain. He had long anticipated such circumstances. It was highly probable that the headquarters had encountered difficulties during the incident at the girls' high school. Yi Shi, are you well? Due to your numerous unanswered calls and satellite tracking placing you in the Villa District, the headquarters has dispatched personnel to ensure your safety, Yi Luan explained, forewarning Yi Shi of the situation he might soon face before continuing. The purpose of the headquarters call is to inquire about the incident at the girls' high school. Among the dispatched individuals, one has gone missing and is presumed to have fallen victim to a vengeful spirit, while the remaining 3 have proven unreachable. Consequently, the headquarters intends to send reinforcements and seeks to know if you possess any further information regarding this event. Yi Shi had long foreseen this outcome, and though he inwardly scoffed, he maintained a pleasant demeanor. I possess no specific information. However, I have divined the ultimate resolution of this matter. You must dispatch several ghostly domain wielders if you wish to stand any chance of survival. Yi Shi spoke with conviction, for this was indeed the conclusion he had foreseen. Given the unique nature of the malevolent spirits within the school, without the shielding of a ghostly domain, any transgression of their intricate rules would lead to immediate death by the vengeful spirits. As Yi Luan spoke these words, he did so with great caution, for in the eyes of some sensitive ghost tamers, this was tantamount to imprisonment. Though Yi Shi's temperament was generally amiable, prudence was still advisable in certain situations. Such vigilance was essential for a telephone operator. Very well, I shall prepare the necessary training materials here. I will refrain from further involvement in this matter. The rest is in your hands. Yi Luan sighed with relief upon hearing this news. During such extraordinary times, the headquarters must ensure the safety of certain key individuals, including Professor Wang, who had been assigned to the laboratory. I will report this to headquarters. By the way, I will also send you a copy of the second batch of reinforcements being dispatched, Yi Luan stated before hastily concluding the call, as a telephone operator must balance the interests of both parties. Chapter 95. The projection mobilization. After Yi Luan hung up the phone, Yi Shi could not help but activate his satellite phone, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the support list from Yi Luan. He was deeply intrigued by this matter, a confluence of various malevolent murder rules coalescing into a binding code, akin to a legal statute. Should he glean inspiration from these vengeful spirits and discern the ability to distort rules into constraints, it would significantly limit external interference in the destinies of the residents when he constructs the secretive town in the future. This could also greatly enhance the town's stability. He might have found the most suitable location for its establishment. With Yi Shi's assistance, the terrifying capabilities of the knocking ghost had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Under such circumstances, it appeared that Sakura Capital and Little God City were soon to descend into a hellish nightmare. At that juncture, he could repurpose the chaos. And with the presence of numerous formidable vengeful spirits, they would all serve as the cornerstone for the construction of the town. Yi Shi swiftly opened the encrypted document received from headquarters via his satellite phone. Wang Kai also noted Yi Shi's intense focus on the document, observing how Yi Shi's brow furrowed, then relaxed. Soon after, Yi Shi rubbed his temples and set down the satellite phone. Why did these encrypted documents have to be so convoluted? It was merely a support list, yet it spanned over a dozen pages. More than half of it was superfluous nonsense. Only 1 or 2 pages outlined the reasons and rationale for the support. One remaining page analyzed the advantages of the summoned spirits. Upon reviewing the documents, Yi Shi could not help but voice his exasperation. But when he saw the specific support list, he was left astounded. Ghost I Yang Jian, the S-class resolver of the starving ghost incident in Dazhong City. Yang Jian did not strike Yi Shi as someone who would willingly participate in such events. It seemed he too had been conscripted. As long as he remained in Dying City, he would inevitably be embroiled in any malevolent spirit incidents that occurred. Headquarters was increasingly exploiting the capabilities of the spirit handlers. Wang Kai, remember to exercise caution and refrain from drawing too much attention to yourself, lest you be used as a mere tool by headquarters. Wang Kai nodded solemnly upon hearing this. He had long recognized that headquarters regarded spirit handlers merely as instruments for addressing supernatural incidents, a sentiment shared by most of the higher-ups. Regardless of what other spirit handlers thought, Wang Kai found this perspective from headquarters utterly ludicrous. Currently, in the headquarters database, he was merely a handler controlling 2 vengeful spirits. Although he possessed a ghost domain, it could not be activated for prolonged periods. With the influx of increasingly powerful newcomers, headquarters had begun to overlook his presence. Of course, a significant reason was that he was responsible for ensuring Yi Shi's safety. They would not easily mobilize him. Given that he was not deemed a particularly strong asset, Wang Kai gradually discerned headquarters' mindset. Yet the decision to assemble a specialized team for Yi Shi unequivocally indicated that they were not entirely confident in Wang Kai alone safeguarding Yi Shi. Whether for protection or surveillance, Yishi enjoyed a privileged status at headquarters, at least for now, with no apparent flaws. This also reflected headquarters' esteem for capable spirit handlers. As long as Yishi remained in good standing with headquarters, he could serve as a beacon to attract civilian ghost handlers to join their ranks. Yishi continued to scrutinize the remaining support handlers, finding himself amused. These three individuals were all acquaintances of his: Jiang Shangbai, Yang Jian, and Li Jun. He suddenly felt as though the world had shrunk. It seemed that every random encounter yielded a familiar face. However, he soon realized it was not merely a matter of the world being small. He maintained good relations with most of the powerful spirit handlers at headquarters, excluding those in his social circle. Thus, was this a reflection of his own issue? Nonetheless, it was evident that headquarters was taking this matter seriously. Even the dispatched spirit handlers were exceptionally strong. Yet, Yishi could not help but feel exasperated with headquarters. Had they known this, why send those individuals to their demise in the first place? He had repeatedly emphasized the peculiarity and strangeness of the malevolent spirits manifesting within the school. As he gazed at the name Yang Jian on the support list, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for headquarters. To recruit him would undoubtedly require a more significant price, for Yang Jian was a person who would not act without incentive. Yishi deleted the document from his phone and gently brushed off the dust from his attire. He turned to Wang Kai and articulated the current situation. Otherwise, given Wang Kai's nature, he might unwittingly plunge into this treacherous situation alongside Yishi. Without Wang Kai distorting headquarters' perception from the safety of the villa, he would find it impossible to provide an account to headquarters. After all, he had just agreed to remain in the villa's safe house for the next few days. Upon hearing Yishi's plan, Wang Kai found himself at a loss for words, knowing that Yishi's arrangements were always prudent. Let us set a time frame of 3 days. If it exceeds that, I will come to provide support. Wang Kai suggested a time for the rendezvous. Yishi considered this time frame and found it aligned with his expectations. So he nodded silently, tacitly agreeing to the support schedule. His projection could transform in myriad ways, and thus he morphed into a black and white striped kitten, making his way to the girls' high school, intrigued by the malevolent spirit capable of establishing its own rules. Chapter 96. A joyful little cat in a bustling metropolis characterized by its towering steel forests and throngs of people, each bearing a myriad of emotions. The vibrancy of the city comes alive. Today, on a commercial street aptly named Walt Street, a little cat has captured the hearts of numerous admirers. Look over there. What an adorable little cat. One exclaims, utterly enchanted. Oh, I could simply faint. How can a cat be so irresistibly cute? Come here, little kitty. Let me treat you to some delicious food. That sister is a rascal. Follow your brother, and I shall offer you some fish treats. With its striking black and white fur, large, sparkling eyes, and a tuft of golden hair adorning its ears, the cat possesses an enchanting demeanor, seemingly capable of winking at passers-by. Yishi never intended to find himself in this predicament. However, after transforming into a cat, he was utterly unable to reach the site of a haunting incident. It was impractical to communicate in feline language, and there was the ever-present danger of encountering a malicious driver who might abduct him. Thus, he resorted to employing his innate feline instincts to charm a crowd of devoted cat owners into catering to his whims. Through a series of clever maneuvers, he successfully orchestrated his transportation to a high school. The construction barricades had cordoned off the entire school, and students had already received notifications of their suspension from classes. For many playful high schoolers, this might be considered a momentous occasion. Yishi could keenly sense the presence of several SWAT officers surrounding the school, effectively preventing any pedestrians from approaching this enigmatic locale. Yet, who could resist the allure of a cute little cat? Yishi pranced around a cluster of patrolling officers, only to be discovered and, as a mere cat, was unceremoniously captured. Brought before the officer in charge, he beheld a man of formidable presence, exuding an air of sternness. Yet he bore the unmistakable scent of other cats, an evident veteran cat owner. As anticipated, under Yishi's adorable gaze, the man retrieved an assortment of cat treats from the police vehicle's trunk. Zhao, I never expected you to stash so much cat food in the police car. Get lost. Don't hinder my work. We are here to rescue stray kittens. Stray kittens? Yishi was momentarily at a loss for words. But the sight of several specialized police vehicles approaching revitalized his spirits. These must be the paranormal operatives dispatched for support, clad in black uniforms, brandishing golden handguns, emanating an aura of chilling authority. Many officers, upon witnessing their arrival, could not suppress a flicker of fear in their eyes. For the average individual, these operatives were akin to unpredictable specters poised to awaken at any moment. Good day, Mr. Yang, Mr. Jiang, and Captain Li. I am responsible for securing the traffic flow here. We have ensured that no one else remains within the school. The officer referred to as Zhao approached respectfully to report his findings. In that moment, Yi Shi seized the opportunity to slip past the patrolling officers and made his way to Yang Jian, nuzzling against his leg with his soft fur. Yang Jian cast a puzzled glance down at him. Ever since he had become a paranormal operative, all small creatures had kept their distance, particularly cats, known for their acute sensitivity. Seeing this, Yang Jian gently picked up the little cat, feeling an unexpected warmth envelop him, as if the long-dormant humanity within him was stirred. His gaze softened as he looked at the feline. In response, he spoke softly, eliciting surprise from Li Jun, as this was a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Why did he suddenly feel a tinge of jealousy toward Yang Jian? Jiang Shangbai, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Humph. The paranormal operative dares to think of keeping a cat. Staying alive would be a feat in itself." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's ghostly eye snapped open, fixing a piercing stare upon Jiang Shangbai. "My survival is of no concern to you. Rather, it is some individuals who might unexpectedly meet their demise during missions." Li Jun, sensing an impending altercation, quickly intervened. "Our current goal is to rescue them. Let us set aside personal grievances for the moment." Li Jun felt exasperated, unable to comprehend why the headquarters frequently paired sworn enemies for missions. "Afraid I'll pause? Some people are relentless, while others are inherently insufferable. Wouldn't you agree, Jiang Shangbai?" "Yang Jian, you are crossing the line." Jiang Shangbai attempted to retort, but the intensity of Yang Jian's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Reluctant to appear weak, he held his ground, though eventually, the pressure became overwhelming. "All right, I concede this time." Jiang Shangbai, for the sake of his pride, spat out a threatening remark. Yang Jian, indifferent to Jiang Shangbai's words, contemplated ways to eliminate him. After all, their friendship had long since soured. In the event of a ghostly incident, the headquarters would have no objections to Jiang Shangbai's demise. Yi Shi, observing the exchange among these individuals, found the bickering quite peculiar, as if Yang Jian were a magnet for mockery wherever he went. Unlike him, who enjoyed a high status at headquarters and was generally treated with kindness by fellow ghost hunters, Yang Jian handed the cat to the officer in charge. "Take good care of this cat for me. Once I'm free, I intend to adopt it. I care not for its previous owner. Now that I have taken a liking to it, it belongs to me. Whose cat is this? I would pay $1 billion to claim it." Believing the cat to belong to one of them, after a moment of silence, Zhao stepped forward with resignation. "This cat appeared here unexpectedly. I have no knowledge of its owner. Would you like to come with me?" Yang Jian asked gently, stroking the cat's head, cautious not to frighten it. "Meow? Meow meow?" Yi Shi feigned a couple of meows, gazing at Yang Jian with anticipation, employing his feline charm. "Very well, it wishes to accompany me. Please take care of it until I return." Chapter 97. The proposal. Yang Jian's penetrating gaze swept over the individuals before him. The third eye atop his head suddenly opened wide, fixating on the group. "You ought to know what to do, right? I shouldn't have to repeat myself." This little cat was distinctly different from other animals, exuding a remarkable spiritual essence that seemed to comprehend human speech. However, what truly astonished Yang Jian was the realization that this cat could suppress the malevolent spirit stirring within him. The thought left him utterly astounded. The cat appeared quite fond of him, leading him to wonder if it were perhaps possessed by the Lord of the Ghost Eyes. Yet, he quickly dismissed that notion. Having witnessed the Lord's formidable power, he knew that if it were present, his ghost eye would have been seized long ago. With a furrowed brow, Yang Jian pondered for a moment before deciding to keep the cat by his side. "Never mind, I won't trouble you with its care. I'll take it with me." After speaking, he reached out and cradled the cat in his arms. Yi Shi leaped forward, embracing the feline eagerly. Jiang Shangbai was preparing to launch into another round of sarcastic remarks aimed at Yang Jian, but as he opened his mouth, he noticed the eye on Yang Jian's forehead fixed intently on him. A chill raced up his spine. Li Jun, observing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. He, too, had taken a liking to the cat, but Yang Jian's actions clearly placed it in peril. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jun decided to voice his concerns. "Bringing the cat inside won't be helpful. It might even hinder us. Why not leave it here and take it with us when we return?" "No. This cat is mine now, and I will ensure its safety. As for the rest, you need only mind your own affairs." Yang Jian replied, stroking the soft fur of the cat, reveling in the delightful sensation. He found himself becoming slightly addicted to it, but Yishi quickly protested. "Meow? If you keep this up, I'll go bald." Yang Jian felt he understood the cat's sentiment, realizing he might indeed make it lose its fur. Resisting the urge, he withdrew his hand from the cat. Meanwhile, as the group of officials at the entrance discussed the matter of the cat, a few young men stealthily infiltrated the school. Due to the attention diverted by Yang Jian and his companions, the patrols had become somewhat lax, providing these youths an opportunity to sneak in. "Ashi, is this your girlfriend's school? Why did you choose this place for your proposal?" A young man with dyed blonde hair crouched by the bushes, speaking slowly. "Your sister-in-law certainly knows how to have fun. But now that we're in here, do you think anything will go wrong? I saw a lot of police surrounding the entrance." Ahu expressed his concern, realizing their actions might border on illegality. Yet, for the sake of his friend, he steeled himself. "Can't you say something positive? The construction signs at the school entrance make it sound like a haunted place." Ashi paused, then feigned bravery, declaring, "Even if it is haunted, I can play the hero in front of your sister-in-law, vanquishing all the monsters." He flexed his muscles and patted his chest. "By the way, I've always been curious. I've never seen your sister-in-law's face. You never tell me. Now that you're about to propose, surely you can share?" Ahu furrowed his brow, having thought Ashi was merely boasting about a non-existent girlfriend. But now, it seemed they were genuinely preparing for a proposal. "She is incredibly beautiful. Just how beautiful? I can't quite describe it. When you see her, you'll envy me for my good fortune." The girl had confided in him about her long-standing solitude, yearning for companionship. In that moment, the youthful Ashi, inexperienced in such matters, felt his heart race as a soft girl nestled against his chest. "In any case, my bond with your sister-in-law is unbreakable. If not for her waiting for me to graduate, we would have been married long ago, perhaps even with children by now." Seeing his elder brother so enraptured by love left Ahu feeling rather despondent. Why couldn't he encounter such a girl? He had been single for many years. If a ghost were to approach him now, he would gladly marry her. He felt an urge to shout to the heavens, "Oh, grant me a wife. I am not picky, a ghost will do." As the appointed time drew near, Ah Fu and Ah Xian hastily rose from the grass, preparing to head to the hall of the teaching building. "Your sister-in-law has been waiting inside for quite some time. We must hurry. It is impolite to keep her waiting." Ahu had never seen Ashi so vibrant, and he silently wished his brother well. Chapter 98. The replaced reality. This girls' high school has been established for over 50 years, with its facilities weathered, walls peeling, and weeds overtaking the grounds. It is difficult to imagine such a school existing in the bustling city of dying. The air is thick with a decaying scent, and the dilapidated playground is overrun by rampant weeds. The cat in Yang Jian's hand nuzzled against his palm, as if conveying some significant message. "Foolish ghost handlers. Do you not realize you have stepped into a ghost domain?" Yi Shi, being in a projection state, was unaffected by the ghost realm. He could clearly perceive the changes around him. Suddenly, Yang Jian seemed to recall something. He looked up at the sky and checked the time on his satellite phone. When they first entered, the sun was directly overhead, yet now it was nearing sunset. The satellite phone also displayed 12:25. Yang Jian's brow furrowed. Time had been severed, and he comprehended that he had entered the domain of a malevolent spirit. He glanced at the ghost eye in his hand, which usually warned him of danger but remained completely unresponsive upon entering the ghost domain. Growing wary, Yang Jian activated the ghost domain, which contracted to a radius of less than 1 meter beneath his feet. This place was exceedingly strange. It could even shield the perception of the ghost eye and subtly influence thoughts. This was far more powerful than any ghost newspaper. We have indeed entered the ghost domain. The passage of time here is entirely different, and I can feel my malevolent spirit being severely suppressed. Yang Jian paused for a moment before addressing the two individuals behind him, who were scanning their surroundings. Initially, he had not sensed anything abnormal until he subconsciously stroked the cat in his hand, which made him aware of the school's peculiarities. Prompted by Yang Jian's warning, the others quickly detected the anomalies. The timing did not correspond with the outside world, as if they had traversed to another dimension altogether. If this was the doing of that malevolent spirit, then it was indeed terrifying, capable of silently manipulating their perceptions. This place affects our cognitive judgment. We must refrain from splitting up. I suspect the previous group of ghost handlers fell victim to this very trap. The small cat, transformed from Yishi, rolled around in Yang Jian's embrace before settling into a comfortable position, ready to nap. He had now sensed the malevolent spirit's capabilities. Once inside this school, they were considered its students, and any violation of the school rules would trigger a deadly consequence. Yi Shi's gaze wandered across the playground before he noticed something rather eerie. Meow, meow, meow. He mewed at the bulletin board beside the principal's statue, drawing Yang Jian and the others' attention to it. With his keen eyesight, he easily discerned the school rules affixed to the board. Yang Jian also directed his attention to the bulletin board and hurried forward, reading the rules before him. 1. Students are prohibited from dating. 2. Lights must be turned off by 10 p.m. 3. Wandering within the school during class hours is strictly forbidden. 4. Students must queue in order during meal times. 5. The subsequent rules were obscured by a black, unidentifiable liquid, rendering them illegible, as if smeared by an inkstone. These appeared to be rather ordinary high school regulations, lacking any apparent peculiarity. Yet, in this abnormal ghost domain, it is often the ordinary that proves most terrifying. They did not even know where the malevolent spirit was. They had unwittingly fallen into its snare. Without the cat's reminder, they might have been ensnared in this realm. Jiang Shangbai, after reading the school rules, pondered for a moment before revealing a startling insight. I sense no supernatural forces here. On the contrary, within the teaching building, I perceive an exceedingly terrifying aura that instinctively repels my malevolent spirit. I share the same sentiment. We cannot resolve this matter ourselves. It would be prudent to seek assistance from headquarters. After all, the records indicate that the incident will not escalate. If necessary, we should seal off this school. Yang Jian squinted, expressing his reluctance to enter the teaching building. He wished to flee, for his once reliable ghost domain had become dubious. If even his domain was suppressed to a mere meter, one could only imagine the terrifying nature of this malevolent spirit's domain. I suggest we retreat. We can no longer address this situation. Headquarters should seal off this location. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shangbai's eyes brightened. For the first time, he found Yang Jian agreeable. His malevolent spirit had been rendered inert. Continuing in this manner would surely lead to his demise. Li Jun, seeing the two's desire to withdraw, clenched his fists. Given the circumstances, retreat was the wisest choice. However, a team of ghost handlers remained trapped inside. Until their fates were confirmed, Li Jun would not abandon his post. You may leave first. I refuse to depart without verifying the fates of the ghost handlers. Li Jun spoke in a low tone, not insisting that the others stay with him, for different ghost handlers harbored different intentions. Once you exit, relay this information to headquarters. Request support from the next team. The ghost domain here has become impenetrable. We can only seek alternative means to escape. In simpler terms, we are all ensnared here. Yang Jian raised his hands in exasperation, acknowledging their predicament. If this malevolent spirit were to rampage outside, the threat level would undoubtedly be classified as S-grade. Does headquarters not assess the level of events before investigating? Yang Jian sat on the floor, observing Jiang Shangbai venting his frustrations, not wishing to engage with someone so thoughtless. His mind raced, seeking an escape route. Just then, a series of anguished screams echoed from within the teaching building. Chapter 99. The shadow wall. The piercing scream drew Yang Jian and his companion's attention instantaneously, seemingly emanating from within the teaching building. It appeared to be that of an adult male. The ghastly eye on Yang Jian's forehead fixated menacingly on the structure, as if attempting to penetrate the walls to glimpse the source of the cry. Clearly, his spectral vision had not yet attained such prowess, prompting him to shake his head and assert, "We cannot leave now. We must seek alternative means of escape. If there are individuals inside the building, they must have entered from another location." Li Jun nodded in agreement. Rather than aimlessly exploring for exits, it was evidently more prudent to inquire of those who might have entered from elsewhere, despite their uncertainty regarding the nature of these individuals. I shall lead the way, with Jiang Shangbai bringing up the rear. Let us maintain a distance of no more than 1 meter between us. Yang Jian, remain vigilant to the movements of your teammates. Yi Shi, languidly nestled in Yang Jian's embrace, found it impossible to revert to his human form at this juncture. Thus, he resolved to play the role of a cat. With his current abilities, he could do little against the malevolent spirits that haunted this place. Merely avoiding entrapment was a small victory. He pondered deeply on a troubling thought. Would the murderous patterns of these vengeful spirits affect him? Strictly speaking, he was not human, and school regulations applied to the living. Did his status as an animal exempt him from such rules? As they traversed a vast flower bed, The silhouette of a pitch-black clock atop the teaching building became visible, its hands still moving in a rhythmic dance. At the entrance stood a humanoid statue, its features obscured, yet it was discernibly that of an elderly man. The door, once secured, now lay broken, and in light of the earlier scream, one could speculate the implications of this occurrence. Cautiously, the trio entered the teaching building, finding no trace of the previous ghost handlers who had come to assist them. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. The enigma of their disappearance and the nature of the attack heightened their apprehension. Inside the building, a spacious lobby greeted them, with 2 staircases ascending to the second floor, flanking a central altar that appeared to be used for ritualistic purposes. The floor was littered with numerous milky paint cans, their pungent odor saturating the air. 2 corridors extended ominously, leading to the unknown, while bulletin boards lined the walls, adorned with a plethora of papers. Under the gaze of Yang Jian's ghostly eye, the contents became discernible, an array of school regulations, each penned in varying handwritings, alluding to a stringent administration that once governed this dilapidated institution. As dusk descended, the waning sunlight illuminated something dark on the wall between the staircases. The abnormality of the wall, coupled with the altar's orientation towards it, prompted Li Jun to advise caution. He scrutinized the area closely, producing a specialized flashlight and a ghostly candle, the green flame offering a semblance of reassurance. He tossed the candle to Yang Jian. Embracing the cat in his arms, Yang Jian observed the encroaching darkness and declared resolutely, "We must locate the source of that scream. The malevolent spirits we face are likely far more terrifying than mere starving apparitions. We must find a way out, lest we face our demise here." He brandished the ghostly candle, its flickering flame revealing no immediate threats, yet he remained on edge, aware that some spirits could extinguish the candle in an instant. Unconsciously, Yang Jian's spectral eye closed, reluctant to gaze upon the wall ahead, a reflex reminiscent of his last encounter with the ghost bride. If such a formidable spirit lurked here, their annihilation seemed imminent. On the walls flanking the staircases, 8 shadowy figures were etched, 3 of which had faded considerably, leaving 5 distinctly visible silhouettes that seemed freshly imprinted. "Look at these shadows on the wall. Don't they resemble Feng Quan and the others?" Li Jun exclaimed, the eerie green glow of the candle sharpening the outlines, as if the figures might step forth from the wall at any moment. "Indeed, I can ascertain that these are their heights and builds. Have they truly become ensnared within this wall? What, then, is the killing pattern of this spirit?" Li Jun remarked, his familiarity with the ghost handlers allowing him to recognize their silhouettes with certainty. However, one shadow remained unrecognized, prompting him to recall the earlier scream. "There is another figure. Perhaps it belongs to the one who screamed. If that is the case, we are left with no leads, having ventured into this terrifying building for naught. We should have sought an exit." Jiang Shangbai lamented, having initially consented to their exploration, but now disavowing responsibility due to unmet expectations. With nightfall enveloping the outside world, escape was no longer feasible. Yet Yang Jian insisted, "We may yet possess clues. The shadows on the wall and the one who screamed likely indicate that more than one person was involved. Look at the fresh footprints on the floor. They clearly belong to 2 individuals." Pointing to the 2 distinct, damp footprints that led down the corridor, he continued, "The scream likely originated from another person. If we search diligently, we may uncover their hiding place on this floor." His companions, recognizing the value of this solitary lead, agreed wholeheartedly. The muddy footprints wound toward one side of the corridor, and the 3 followed the trail, only to find it abruptly vanish at a wall, as though the owner had walked directly into its surface. An eerie chime resonated throughout the teaching building, announcing the hour as 6:00 p.m. As the sound reverberated, an oppressive silence draped over the school like a shroud. The wall bearing the shadowy figures seemed to harbor something yearning to break free from its confines. Chapter 100. Who before them lay in absence of any discernible path. Could it be that he had ventured directly into the wall? Surely, we cannot follow suit and step into the wall ourselves. Jiang Shangbai, upon observing the footprints before the wall, adopted a tone of mockery, relishing the sight of Yang Jian's misjudgment. Watching Yang Jian suffer brought him greater joy than discovering a means of escape himself. "That may not be impossible. How would you know if you do not give it a try?" Yang Jian's crimson ghostly eyes opened wide, and his ghost domain enveloped the area within a meter of him. With a swift motion, he extended his left hand forward. Before Jiang Shangbai could react, Yang Jian forcefully propelled him against the wall. Ah, Yang Jian, upon my escape, I shall ensure you endure a fate worse than death. Jiang Shangbai's piercing scream echoed throughout the entire teaching building, reminiscent of the earlier cry they had heard. Utilizing the useless, for some, their worth has diminished to naught but this. Yang Jian scoffed, observing Jiang Shangbai, who was now embedded in the wall. He followed up with another kick, causing the entire wall to tremble twice. Despite Jiang Shangbai being a ghost master, what would be a fatal blow to an ordinary person merely caused him pain and a loss of face. Li Jun, witnessing this scene, refrained from intervening. He had no desire to meddle in their grievances. As a core ghost master of the headquarters, he had to consider the interests of the organization. The current situation revealed that the social media group was becoming excessively domineering, and the headquarters sought an opportunity to dismantle it. As a senior member of this group, Jiang Shangbai's suppression was therefore not unexpected. As long as he wasn't killed by Yang Jian, Li Jun could turn a blind eye. The most crucial point was that he was no match for Yang Jian. Noticing the slight tremor of the wall, Li Jun deduced it might be hollow. He hastened to join Yang Jian in breaking through the wall. The crumbling earth stirred up a cloud of dust that gradually obscured their vision. Once the dust settled, Jiang Shangbai lay sprawled on the floor, akin to a lifeless pig, his mouth filled with dirt as he coughed incessantly. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Yang Jian. Yet as he seemed to recall his own plight, he mechanically turned his head away, unable to face Yang Jian. However, their gazes were not directed at him. Instead, they were fixed upon another figure emerging from the debris, a young man who had lost consciousness. Li Jun swiftly approached, checking for signs of breath, and a look of joy spread across his face. Yet, the group stood in silent confusion, for they possessed no knowledge of first aid techniques. Yi Shi, observing this, found it utterly absurd. He realized that despite their long tenure as ghost masters, they had seemingly forgotten that they too could be harmed. He held no hope that they would manage to perform any rescue. Meow? A foolish bunch. Yi Shi the cat cast a disdainful glance at them, then leapt from Yang Jian's embrace onto the chest of the barely breathing youth, bouncing forcefully several times. For a fleeting moment, Li Jun felt an odd sensation, as if the cat were looking down upon him, but he was soon astounded by the actions of this feline. Yi Shi managed to clear the airway of the buried individual with just a few deft paws. Cough, cough, cough. Ashi, a ghost. The young man awoke with a face of sheer terror and shouted a few more phrases before seeming to frighten himself back into unconsciousness. Yi Shi, witnessing this, expressed an exasperated demeanor, cat disdain. He then leapt onto the young man's face and gave him a couple of swats. The now awakened youth was not as frantic, though he appeared bewildered, feeling a burning sensation on his face without understanding why. He glanced at the individuals before him, and upon seeing their uniforms, it was as though he had spotted a lifeline. Police officers, I implore you, please save Ashi. He has been captured by his girlfriend. No, a female ghost. Into the wall. Please, rescue my dear brother. This young man was evidently Ahu, the one who had just scaled the wall, now filled with dread. He was acutely aware that what was meant to be a proposal had turned into a burial scene. No wonder Ashi had never revealed his girlfriend's appearance. It seemed he had been ensnared by a ghost's allure, unable to discern between the living and the dead. Please clarify your ordeal. What transpired upon your arrival? How did you gain entrance, and why? Li Jun inquired, observing the terrified young man with a contemplative expression. He glanced enviously at the cat in Yang Jian's possession, sensing its remarkable intelligence, yet regretting that it refused to accompany him. Yang Jian, perceptive of Li Jun's subtle gaze, stroked the cat's fur, relishing the comforting sensation that also served to suppress the resurgence of the malevolent spirit within him. He would never relinquish this treasure. Meanwhile, Jiang Shangbai, still lying on the ground, found himself ignored by all, choosing to feign death on the floor. Ahu stifled a few sobs before gradually recounting the events. Ashi and I are students from the same university. Ashi found a girlfriend while at school, unbeknownst to him. She was a ghost who lured them here to propose to him. Regret washed over Ahu as he realized he should have warned Ashi about his girlfriend's peculiarities. With palpable fear, he continued, just moments ago, we climbed over the school wall and arrived at the first floor of the teaching building, where Ashi accepted her proposal in the main hall. Suddenly, that female ghost transformed into a hand and seized him into the wall. When I rushed over, only Ashi's shadow remained on the wall. I struck the wall with all my might, but my hand seemed to sink into it, and I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself before you. I beseech you, you must save Ashi. This young man, known as Ahu, now appeared on the verge of collapse. Although he had previously believed in the existence of supernatural occurrences, facing a malevolent spirit had stripped him of any will to resist. Li Jun, reverting to his composed demeanor, took a breath and solemnly stated, Chapter 101. The candle. To be frank, Li Jun possessed an exceptionally admirable demeanor. Standing before ordinary individuals, he could effortlessly instill confidence in the veracity of his words. A master of deception indeed. Currently, he was engulfed in anxiety, as his dearest friend's fate hung in the balance. The individuals before him appeared to be the sole hope for rescuing his companion, and he felt compelled to reveal every morsel of information, even if it meant confronting potential legal repercussions. We will do our utmost to save your friend. Did you take note of the apparition's appearance? In what form did this female specter manifest? Prior to this, did you engage in any unusual actions? Li Jun sought to extract the pattern of the vengeful spirit's malevolence from Ahu. Ahu shook his head, retreating a few steps in terror, and exclaimed. The female specter resembled a corpse long since decayed. She did not attack us until after Axie proposed. She stood still until Axie uttered the words, "Let us be together," and then he was inexplicably dragged away by her. At present, he seems to be exhibiting signs of shock. Let us refrain from agitating him further. The only lead we have is the silhouette he witnessed in the dormitory building on his way to the classroom, Yang Jin observed. He proceeded to analyze the situation, though he was disinclined to venture outside. The sky had darkened ominously in an instant, signaling that some dreadful transformation had occurred beyond their walls. It was conceivable that stepping outside could result in an encounter with a malevolent spirit. Let us first investigate this educational building for any peculiarities. There is a corridor to the right that I have yet to explore. Perhaps we might find a way to circumvent to the dormitory building. After considerable contemplation, Yang Jin resolved to navigate through the corridor, though he understood the inherent risks. If only someone could scout ahead, he mused, glancing at Jiang Shangbai, who lay sprawled on the floor. He approached him and delivered a swift kick. Enough of this charade. Rise at once. Do you wish to remain here? Move to the right and see if there are any passages to facilitate our exit. Jiang Shangbai sluggishly rose from the floor, casting a hostile glare at Yang Jian. However, he ultimately chose silence, opting instead to lead the way. In his eyes, a wise man does not suffer unnecessary losses. He vowed that once he escaped, he would rally his friends to eliminate Yang Jian. Unbeknownst to him, Yang Jian had intentions of ensuring his demise right here. Yang Jian was never lenient with his adversaries. He would not entertain the notion of releasing Jiang Shangbai, which would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. If animosity existed, it was better to eliminate the threat entirely. Yi Shi, comfortably nestled in Yang Jian's embrace, turned to survey the walls around them. He sensed that this particular vengeful spirit was not merely a specter etched upon the walls. Rather, these apparitions appeared to be more akin to the malevolent minions of the spirit. Yang Jian carefully lit a ghostly candle and proceeded along the right corridor. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying with it the stench of decay. They entered a room on the right side of the first-floor corridor, only to discover it was a dining area. The table was cluttered with cakes and food, all covered in a thick layer of mold, reminiscent of the communal dining era of the 1960s. I sense no supernatural presence here, yet the atmosphere feels far too simplistic, Li Jun remarked, inspecting the tableware. The arrangement is most peculiar, akin to that restaurant I encountered in the Caesar Hotel. The table is adorned with numerous candles, most of which have long since burned out, leaving only 1 or 2 green candles standing in their holders. Jiang Shangbai, noting the candles on the table, seized the opportunity while Yang Jian and Li Jun were preoccupied. He stealthily approached and pocketed a candle, contemplating its potential significance in such an eerie setting. However, to his astonishment, the candle ignited spontaneously upon being placed in his pocket, emitting a ghostly green glow. The flames swiftly consumed his ghostly attire, burning fiercely as if they were insatiable. Li Jun, help me! Jiang Shangbai cried out in panic. The ghostly attire was his shield, and now it was ablaze with an inexplicable fire, instilling in him a profound sense of dread. Yang Jian observed coldly, relishing the unfolding drama. Should Jiang Shangbai perish in this manner, it would save him the trouble of taking action. If he survived, he would not hesitate to intervene. Li Jun, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to disregard Jiang Shangbai's plight. The ghostly flames were too bizarre, and he suspected Jiang Shangbai had ulterior motives in surreptitiously acquiring the candle. In his eyes, this was a case of self-inflicted consequences. Realizing that both men were indifferent to his suffering, Jiang Shangbai's eyes burned with hatred as he glared at Yang Jian. In his mind, Yang Jian was the architect of his misfortune. Had it not been for him, none of this would have transpired. He completely overlooked the fact that his own greed had led him to seize the candle, resulting in his current predicament. In a fit of anguish, Jiang Shangbai hurled the flaming candle toward Yang Jian, hoping to ensnare him in the strange flames. Yang Jian, however, was prepared. He had anticipated this treachery and swiftly activated his ghost domain, preparing to retreat. Yet, the uncanny candle pierced through the ghost domain and lunged directly toward him. Jiang Shangbai's eyes widened in delight at this revelation. He had not anticipated that the candle could penetrate the ghost domain. Had he known, he would have cast it at Yang Jian from the outset. Nevertheless, it was not too late. Everything was still salvageable. His face, now a melted visage, grimaced at Yang Jian as if he were a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Ha ha! Today is your day of reckoning. You shall all perish here. Jiang Shangbai roared, consumed by rage. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed something that left him utterly speechless. Chapter 102. The death of Jiang Shangbai. Just as Jiang Shangbai believed that Yang Jian was about to be engulfed by the flame of the candle, a small cat broke free from Yang Jian's embrace. With a swift motion, it struck the candle that pierced into the realm of the dead. The eerie and terrifying candle was flung out of Yang Jian's domain as if it had been humiliated by the cat's paw. Jiang Shangbai, whose already grotesque face had been melted by the intense flames, stared excitedly at Yang Jian. The candle was mere moments away from making contact with Yang Jian's body. Jiang Shangbai's eyes bulged with exhilaration. Yet, almost instantly, his sinister grin began to freeze into a mask of disbelief. The small cat, moving with remarkable speed, raised its paw and swatted at the approaching candle. In that fleeting moment, the flame of the candle seemed to extinguish, and it was sent flying out of Yang Jian's realm like a deflated ball. Li Jun, present at the scene, was momentarily stunned, still grappling with the recent events. However, once he regained his composure, he erupted in fury. Jiang Shangbai, how dare you attack the headquarters ghost controller? To prevent further escalation, Li Jun quickly grabbed a candlestick nearby and hurled it at Jiang Shangbai. The candlestick struck Jiang Shangbai with the force of a bullet, pinning him against the wall. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. He was dead, beyond resurrection. The residual ghostly flames continued to burn at his ghostly foot, as if suppressing the resurgence of Jiang Shangbai's vengeful spirit. Yang Jian, I will report this incident to headquarters truthfully. You shall receive every bit of compensation owed to you. Such treacherous ghost controllers deserve a fate worse than death. Li Jun immediately sought to placate Yang Jian's emotions, wary of any potential rifts in their collaboration. Yang Jian remained silent. After all, Jiang Shangbai was dead. The benefits arising from his demise were what truly mattered. As long as Li Jun was willing to advocate for him with headquarters, they would be steadfast allies. He gently stroked the cat in his hands. This feline was undoubtedly extraordinary. It might even surpass Yang Jian's own capabilities. With that thought, a wave of relief washed over him. Thankfully, he had brought this cat along. It was his golden asset. You must report this incident to headquarters upon your exit. I expect no less than my rightful compensation, including damages for emotional distress. After hearing these words, Li Jun felt a sense of relief. As long as Yang Jian was willing to accept compensation, this matter could be put to rest. However, curiosity about the cat in Yang Jian's possession lingered. This was no ordinary feline. A cat capable of swatting away ghostly candles could not be trivial. Rest assured, headquarters will compensate your losses. We should avoid separation in our upcoming endeavors and refrain from touching anything here. The power of a single candle is already so formidable. Who knows how bizarre other items might be? The melting wax from the candle had subdued Jiang Shangbai's malevolent spirit. His entire being was reduced to a mere ghostly foot and tattered ghostly shroud. The scent of charred flesh pervaded the entire dining hall. Yang Jian and the others seemed to witness numerous different figures dining at the tables. Damn it, Jiang Shangbai's death has triggered strange changes here. I wonder if these suddenly appearing silhouettes are vengeful spirits. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, still clutching the lit, ghostly candle. However, it appeared that these figures did not affect the candle's burning speed, leading him to preliminarily conclude they were not vengeful spirits. Dining. This is a cafeteria. Yang Jian suddenly recalled the school regulations he had seen upon entering the campus, which stipulated that one must queue while dining in the cafeteria. He had not forgotten that the clock had just chimed 6 o'clock. This time frame typically coincided with meal hours at a standard high school. Were they now to dine alongside numerous vengeful spirits? This place is steeped in the uncanny. We should withdraw. Yang Jian fixed his gaze on the silhouettes and cautiously retreated through the cafeteria door. To him, this location had transformed into a gathering ground for malevolent spirits. Perhaps this school was not merely a ghostly realm, but rather a supernatural domain overlapping with reality. If his hypothesis proved correct, he might discover the most fragile point where the supernatural realm and reality converged. This place may very well be a supernatural domain. Do you have any means of escaping this eerie realm? Yang Jian, having exited the dining hall, eagerly inquired of Li Jun. In Yang Jian's eyes, the elite ghost controllers from headquarters likely possessed more clandestine knowledge. Li Jun appeared somewhat taken aback, still processing the implications of Yang Jian's revelations. If this truly was a supernatural domain, then everything they had encountered thus far made sense. Upon hearing Yang Jian's subsequent remarks, Li Jun furrowed his brow, mentally searching for all available information regarding supernatural domains. Ultimately, he sighed helplessly. Headquarters does not possess much information on supernatural realms. Yang Jian's gaze flickered. He sensed that Li Jun was concealing something from him. Is that so? If you are hiding anything, it could very well lead to our demise here. Yang Jian's eyes narrowed dangerously as he scrutinized Li Jun. Even at this juncture, if Li Jun continued to withhold information, it would greatly irritate Yang Jian, evoking memories of the previous incident in Huanggang village. Indeed, there is an elderly individual at headquarters who can drive a bus to supernatural domains. But we currently have no means of contacting headquarters. Thus, we are left without options. Li Jun had not wished to utter these words, knowing they would bear little fruit. However, if he remained silent, genuine collaboration would be impossible. At that moment, Ahu, who had been timidly following them, suddenly spoke up. When Ashi and I passed by the flower bed, we noticed newly planted flowers that starkly contrasted with the surrounding overgrown weeds. He had not entered the dining hall, yet he had seen 3 individuals enter but only 2 emerge. Realizing that something extraordinary had transpired within, he dared not inquire further, for now. He pretended not to notice the anomaly, his primary desire being to safely lead Ashi out of this place. He must not offend those who could save his friend. Chapter 103. The eerie shift of time. We currently find ourselves unable to exit this educational building. Let us first proceed to the lobby on the first floor to see if we can rescue them. Upon hearing Ahu's words, Li Jun fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. The wall in the lobby is exceedingly perilous. Rather than focusing on those imprisoned within, our primary concern should be how to escape. Yang Jian paused, contemplating. He was reluctant to jeopardize his safety for the sake of a few burdens. Although within, Feng Quan had become a valuable ally, it still seemed a fool's errand. Let us circumvent the first floor and investigate the classrooms on the second and third floors for any anomalies. Night has fallen, and we can no longer venture outside. To do so would undoubtedly expose us to terrifying threats. Li Jun remained quiet, unable to refute Yang Jian's reasoning. While he wished to save those individuals, the pressing matter was to find a way out and seek assistance. Ahu clenched his fists, discerning that his companions were inclined to abandon those trapped in the school. This realization ignited a resolve within him. He and Ashi were close friends, and if Ashi perished here because of him, he would bear that guilt for a lifetime. Seizing the moment when Yang Jian and Li Jun were distracted, Ahu swiftly slid into the lobby. His gaze fell upon the peach with sword resting on the table. He grasped the sword and lunged toward the shadow wall. Yang Jian witnessed this scene and felt a surge of anger. He intended to use his ghost domain to teleport beside him and intervene. However, in this supernatural realm, his ghost domain was stifled to less than a meter, rendering him powerless to halt Ahu's reckless actions. Resigned, Yang Jian retreated towards the staircases, uncertain of the chaos Ahu would unleash. Was he not aware of the gravity of the situation? We must ascend to the second floor to evade the impending turmoil. In an instant, the situation spiraled into chaos, all due to Ahu's impulsiveness. He remained oblivious to the force he was confronting, believing that sheer bravery could conquer any adversity. The peachwood sword pierced the shadow wall, yet elicited no reaction. Instead, it shattered under the impact. It was merely an ordinary wooden sword. If it had any efficacy, the wall would have been resolved long ago, rather than remaining intact as it did now. Upon witnessing this, Ahu collapsed in despair, weeping against the wall. "Ashi, are you there? Ashi." He pounded the wall with desperation, but it remained unyielding. Not even a speck of dust falling. Yang Jian observed this scene and concluded that the malevolent spirit was unrelated to the wall. The wall was merely a vessel, not the essence of the spirit itself. Yi Shi languidly turned, uncertain of the nature of the spirit within. Yet he sensed that the medium of its wrath appeared to be the school rules. Perhaps these rules constituted the very pattern of the spirit's malevolence. Just as Yang Jian ascended to the second floor, the supernatural realm suddenly radiated with light. Time seemed to accelerate dramatically. The sun gradually rose in the east, casting its rays throughout the building. The wall, flanked by the two staircases, remained shrouded in shadows, continuing to exude an air of eeriness. As sunlight poured in, visibility within the space widened considerably. This supernatural realm seemed to alter its temporal fabric in response to our movements. Should we venture into the dining hall corridor again, the darkness might descend upon us once more. Yang Jian's crimson, ghostly eyes widened slightly. He sensed that his suppressed ghost domain could now extend to approximately 2 meters. Though this change was minimal, it offered a wealth of insights. The night's supernatural realm could indeed pose a greater danger than that of the day. A sudden, urgent knocking echoed from the third floor. Yang Jian's gaze shifted toward the staircase leading up, yet it appeared empty. There seems to be activity on the third floor. Let us investigate. Light the ghost candle to guard against any unforeseen attacks. Yang Jian retrieved the ghost candle. Its eerie green flame instilled a sense of reassurance. The two of them cautiously crept up the staircase, pressing against the wall, eventually halting before a room on the left side of the third floor. The knocking originated from within. "Shall we enter?" Li Jun inquired hesitantly, uncertain of what lay inside, fearful of taking risks. The classroom door before them appeared ancient. Its decaying sign reading "Office." "Leg brother, is that you? We are trapped in here." Feng Quan's exuberant voice emanated from within, a joyful exclamation of survival against all odds. He seemed to have heard Yang Jian's voice at the door moments ago. Logically, after their prolonged absence, it was reasonable for headquarters to dispatch aid. "Feng Quan, what is your current situation inside? How many of you are there?" Yang Jian asked, astonished by Feng Quan's voice. He remained unsure whether to trust those within. Yet, as they ascended to the third floor, a bizarre phenomenon unfolded. The light gradually brightened. Ding ding dong. It is now 2:10 in the afternoon. The eerie chime rang out again, announcing the time had shifted from 6 o'clock to 2:10 in the afternoon. Yang Jian's expression shifted dramatically. The ghost candle in his hand burned with alarming speed. If nothing intervened, it would extinguish in mere seconds. In those fleeting moments, Yang Jian pondered the implications of 2:10 in the afternoon, a time typically reserved for classes. The school rules explicitly stated that wandering outside during class hours was prohibited, which could very well explain their vulnerability to the spirit's attacks. Hurry, get inside. The next wave of supernatural assault is imminent. Without time to explore other classrooms, Yang Jian reluctantly attempted to open the office door before him. To his surprise, the door yielded easily. They rushed inside with great haste. "Ah, that hurts. You are so heavy. Leg brother, why did you enter like that? You nearly scared me into awakening the spirit." Yang Jian paid little heed to Feng Quan's words. Once inside, he first assessed the individuals present before slowly inquiring, "How did you all end up here?" Chapter 104. The peculiar aside from the vanished Lin Li. We all succumbed to unconsciousness immediately after exiting the classroom building as darkness descended. When we regained consciousness, we found ourselves in this place. Feng Quan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. He paused for a moment before continuing. Where could Lin Li have gone? When we entered, he acted separately, rushing into the building alone, and has since disappeared without a trace. Did the headquarters really send only the two of you for support? Or have several of you perished on the way here? A man with a hint of menace in his expression remarked. Yang Jian recognized him as the head of a certain district in Dying City. They had only recently met. Upon arriving, Chen Yi had even clashed with him but ultimately backed down. Regarding Jiang Shangbai, Yang Jian chose not to comment, as Li Jun instinctively offered an explanation. Jiang Shangbai was poised to attack me and Yang Jian in the cafeteria on the first floor, but he ended up facing the consequences and met his demise there. To alleviate their concerns, Li Jun raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "I will report this to the headquarters. As for the rest, let them decide. Just know he was a traitor." The others, however, had no time to dwell on Jiang Shangbai's fate. Their primary objective now was to escape this place. Even if Li Jun's words were mere fabrications, it mattered little. They still had to unite in their efforts. The deceased ghost tamers held no value. After careful consideration, Yang Jian had tentatively established a connection between the vengeful spirits and the school's regulations. Yet, just as he wished to delve deeper into his thoughts, a bizarre scene unfolded. The entire office was filled with numerous shadows, all seemingly engaged in the same activity, copying the school rules. Leg brother, where did that adorable little cat in your hands come from? Feng Quan's gaze finally landed on the curled-up kitten in Yang Jian's embrace, which appeared utterly charming. Don't focus on that. Look behind you. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out over Feng Quan, and he turned stiffly. Upon seeing the dense cluster of black silhouettes before him, he quickly performed a backflip to Yang Jian's side. Leg brother, save me. What are these strange shadows doing? Yang Jian narrowed his eyes. One of the figures seemed somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a Hu. How could he possibly be here? No. When they had just arrived, time had shifted, coinciding with class hours. A Hu was not in the classroom. He had violated school rules and was thus sent to this office. However, the most perplexing aspect was that Feng Quan and the others had also breached the rules. Yet they were merely trapped here and had not transformed into those black shadows. Was it because of the vengeful spirits within them? Or perhaps the figures before them were already deceased, mere ghostly servants? Yang Jian discreetly took 2 steps back, creating some distance. I know this person. Li Jun and I encountered him just downstairs. His entry may have triggered the vengeful spirits' killing rules. You should have triggered them as well. Perhaps it is due to the spirits within you that you have resisted this supernatural attack. Leg brother, you're so clever. So that is how it is. Now, under Yang Jian's influence, Feng Quan had completely transformed into his sycophant. Do you have any means to escape this place? Guan Fan, unable to tolerate the flattery any longer, hastily diverted the topic. I desperately want to leave this cursed, ghostly realm. It's far too bizarre. The headquarters files label this as an A-level incident. Yet they failed to inform us of its true danger. Headquarters owes us all an explanation. Chun Yi said, his face flushed with anger. He had initially believed that they could easily resolve an A-level incident and earn some merit in the process. Yet, this was no ordinary A-level incident. Seeing this, Li Jun felt equally helpless and quickly defended the headquarters. I will apply for compensation from the headquarters. Right now, our most pressing issue is how to escape this haunted domain. Suddenly, the cat, Yishi, leaped from Yang Jian's arms and onto a nearby desk. Retrieving a piece of paper, Yishi was quite pleased with Yang Jian's assistance. The paper bore the school's schedule, though most of the text was obscured by stains. Only a small portion indicated that school ended at 5 p.m. Upon reading this, Yang Jian contemplated deeply. He could now ascertain that the cat possessed intelligence comparable to that of a human. Yet, his current focus must be on how to exit rather than pondering the normalcy of a cat. Could it be trying to convey that this time was the only opportunity to leave the school? Yang Jian cast a subtle glance at the cat in his arms, not wanting the others to discover its peculiar nature. This was his cat. Yishi found Yang Jian's furtive expressions amusing, though as a cat, he could not express laughter. So, he merely gave Yang Jian an affirmative gesture, followed by a disdainful glance. Seeing Yishi's derisive look, Yang Jian felt slightly embarrassed, but managed to endure this feline mockery with grace. He even took a moment to stroke Yishi's head affectionately. He could now conclude that escaping this supernatural realm was only possible during dismissal time. If each floor triggered a specific condition that altered time, what means could facilitate adjusting it to 5:30 p.m.? Yang Jian surveyed the group and continued, what are the rules? You can probably guess. They are the school's regulations. The vengeful spirits kill based on these rules. Violating the regulations equals triggering the spirits' killing patterns. After pondering for a moment, Yang Jian articulated these patterns. However, just as they exchanged bewildered glances, the shadow of a Hu began to move. As if controlled, he sat at a table, gripping a pen and scribbling something on the paper. He muttered incoherently, I was wrong, I was wrong. I want to dare again. His hand continued to write fervently. Yang Jian activated the ghostly eye on his forehead, clearly seeing what a Hu was writing. It was the school rules from the notice board. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but reflect further. Why did a Hu transform like this after triggering the spirit's attack, while their reactions were entirely different? Could it simply be because they were ghost tamers? He was still uncertain about this. Yet, he felt that this might hold the key to escaping the supernatural realm. Yishi was also contemplating why the rules had varying effects on different individuals. Was it akin to the powers of the ghostly emissaries? As long as one commanded a sufficient number of vengeful spirits, they could be shielded from supernatural attacks. The personnel sent by the headquarters were all adept at controlling multiple spirits, while Linley had only managed one, albeit a particularly formidable one according to the headquarters files. Was this the truth of the supernatural realm? In that instant, Yishi recalled the silhouette on the wall in the first-floor hall. Could it be that the wall depicted the number of spirits that could suppress the vengeful ones? Initially, there had been 3 figures on the wall. If Feng Quan and the others had entered together, that would mean there were 7 vengeful spirits. Perhaps the peculiarity of this supernatural locale lies not in the quantity of malevolent spirits, but rather in the number of individuals present. When the first cohort of ghost tamers entered, there were 4 of them. However, Lin Li's decision to act alone resulted in a division that left the group fragmented. Consequently, the previous batch of ghost tamers met with a catastrophic fate. Yang Jian and his companions comprised the second group, their presence being overshadowed by the silhouettes looming on the wall. Yet, it appeared that this particular malevolent spirit could only target one individual at a time. Alas, Axie and Ahu fell victim to misfortune, as their transgressions against the school's regulations led to Axie's demise at the hands of the vengeful spirit, subsequently becoming ensnared within the shadowy wall. The established pattern indicates that the number of personnel must be fewer than the figures on the shadow wall, and at least one infraction of the school's rules must occur. Meow, 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 meow. Yishi immediately captivated the attention of the majority. He leaped from Yang Jian's arms and dashed out of the office, transforming into a figure clad in a long robe. He felt that while the cat could afford to be lazy and avoid walking, he discovered that he was floating effortlessly. Yang Jian anxiously observed the cat's exit. The ghostly flames in his grasp crackled and flared. Seeing the feline escape unscathed from any supernatural assault, he exhaled in relief. Nevertheless, it dawned on him that this cat might very well be a ghost tamer of even greater prowess, leaving him with an inexplicable sensation. Leg brother, your pet has dashed away. It exited without encountering any supernatural threat. Does this imply we might also venture out? Li Jun pondered aloud upon witnessing the cat's departure. He recognized the extraordinary nature of this feline, which had effortlessly swatted aside a candle capable of penetrating Yang Jian's ghostly domain. The notion arose that perhaps this cat had ventured forth to rescue them. Feng Quan observed the cat slip out of the office, unharmed by any spectral force, prompting his own curiosity to venture outside. They had been confined within these walls for an extended period, and every nook and cranny had been thoroughly searched, yielding naught but futile leads. Just because the cat can exit does not guarantee our safety in doing so. Why not test it for yourselves? Yang Jian's mind raced with tumultuous thoughts. He yearned to tell Feng Quan, I am your leg brother. That cat is but a reflection of my own prowess, and its escape fills me with unease. However, he was reluctant to disclose the cat's supernatural attributes, fearing that if it drew the attention of others, he too would become entangled in their ill intentions. What options do we have if we remain trapped here? Guofan questioned Yang Jian directly. He had no desire to venture out himself. Rather, he sought to provoke Yang Jian into taking the risk, not forgetting how Yang Jian had previously ensnared him with that ghostly bottle upon their arrival. Had he not believed Yang Jian might possess some clue, he would have confronted him outright. This grudge shall not go unpunished. Yet, he had evidently overestimated Yang Jian's limits. Yang Jian cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, If you believe you can escape, by all means do so. Or perhaps I could lend you a hand and send you on your way. Guofan's expression darkened at once. He should have anticipated Yang Jian's disposition. It was astonishing to encounter someone handling ghostly affairs while accompanied by a cat. Indeed, you are quite confident in your abilities. I hope this confidence does not lead to your demise here. Yang Jian shot back without reservation. Yishi wandered through the second-floor classroom corridor, a row of classrooms uniformly styled, reminiscent of the 1970s and 1980s. The hallway was permeated with a musty scent, the odor of moldy wood. In certain areas, a faint hint of charred remnants lingered. Perhaps this institution had once suffered a fire. Chapter 106. Escape from the classroom building. Yishi arrived at the corridor on the second floor, gazing down at the shadow wall below. He noticed something peculiar. Upon entering, they had triggered a temporal shift, and similarly, their ascent to the second floor had also initiated a change in time. The commonality between these two events was their simultaneous observation of the shadow wall. When they first arrived, Time had indeed altered, though they had not yet seen the shadow wall. However, Ahu and Ashi were present in the main hall on the first floor at that moment. If this were true, then in order to alter time once more, he must again gaze upon the shadow wall while being physically present on the second floor. This feat would be unattainable for an ordinary individual, yet Yishi did not fall within the realm of the mundane. He deftly split his projection into two halves, one remaining on the second floor while the other descended to the first floor. The scene was somewhat eerie, yet as he was alone, it bore no immediate threat. When both projections reached their respective positions, time shifted once more, just as he had surmised. This supernatural realm required multiple conditions to be met in order to instigate an event. It appeared that someone had imposed restrictions upon this ethereal domain. Regardless of who had crafted these limitations, they seemed to be spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, on the third floor, a few individuals engaged in a tense standoff suddenly perceived that time outside had seemingly altered again. They looked in astonishment at the sun, which indicated it was approximately 10 minutes past noon. Yang Jian pondered briefly. Could this phenomenon be attributed to the cat? If so, that feline possessed remarkable power. Just then, the cat leapt onto Yang Jian's hand, finding a comfortable position to recline once more. Ascending to the third floor had proven taxing for it as well. Yang Jian's eyelids twitched slightly. He found it challenging to define the peculiar cat in his grasp, yet it seemed far more reliable than the human skin paper. Now that time had shifted, they were free to depart. Yang Jian suppressed his surprise and slowly articulated a thought. He felt as though the cat was conveying a message to him, inexplicably filling his mind with new information. If this were indeed the case, it was profoundly unsettling. This cat might possess a semblance of human intellect. He recalled the human skin paper and momentarily considered casting the cat aside. However, he quickly reconsidered. This cat had become his ally, and he resolved to lower his standards yet again. This time, I assert that we can leave. Why is there no response from you? Are you waiting for me to scout the path for you? Yang Jian directed a cold smirk towards Guofan before lightly stepping outside, holding a ghostly candle aloft. He maintained a vigilant stance towards everyone, having previously underestimated the cat, now realizing it might possess a form of intelligence that rivaled humanity. Consequently, he felt compelled to remain cautious. As he exited with the ghostly candle in hand, no supernatural attacks beset him. Yang Jian sighed with relief and addressed the group behind him. If you wish to escape, stick close to me. Do not wander off or touch anything else. If you seek death, do not drag others down with you. His piercing gaze swept over the others. Some individuals seemed predisposed to reckless behavior, and eliminating them before they caused further trouble was the wisest course of action. Leg brother, I shall heed your guidance, Feng Quan declared, standing firmly beside Yang Jian. The others were no match for Yang Jian in one-on-one confrontations, especially now that he had an ally. They could not afford to offend him, particularly as he appeared to possess a means of escape. The group adhered closely to the wall of the third floor as they traversed the staircase to the second floor. The shadow wall in the main hall is the key to manipulating time. Once you descend, do not gaze upon that shadow wall. In this perilous supernatural realm, do not engage in reckless behavior. Yang Jian cautioned them, as this was a rescue mission. Were it not for the substantial rewards from headquarters, he would have long since fled alone. Rest assured, Leg brother, our eyes will not stray from you for even a moment. We will not carelessly look around, Feng Quan assured, patting his chest while casting a stern glance at the others. The remaining ghost tamers, including Guofan, gritted their teeth and spoke. We will follow your lead. However, you must ensure our safe passage out. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian let out a scoff. In supernatural events, there is no guarantee of survival. As long as you do not act recklessly, the odds of survival are quite favorable. Guofan's expression soured, though he recognized that this was not the time for a dispute with Yang Jian. Following Yang Jian's instructions, the ghost tamers pressed against the wall as they made their way towards the main entrance on the first floor, refraining from glancing around. They were acutely aware that should they defy the plan, even without Yang Jian's intervention, they would likely fall victim to the remaining individuals. Though the hall was not particularly spacious, the circumstances rendered it feel exceedingly vast. They felt as if they had traversed the few dozen meters for several hours. This was merely an illusion, yet it reflected their inner turmoil. At last, under Yang Jian's guidance, they successfully escaped the classroom building. At that moment, the time was precisely noon, and no significant changes had occurred, indicating that they had not triggered any malevolent spirits during their escape. Leg brother, we have safely exited the classroom building. Where shall we go next? Yang Jian's gaze flickered, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. The two ordinary individuals who perished here entered through a weak point between this supernatural realm and the real world. Our means of escape lies in identifying that weak point and reopening the passage to reality. According to those two ordinary individuals, they landed near a flowerbed upon arrival, passing by the dormitory building on their way to the classroom building. I can surmise that the flowerbed is likely situated behind the dormitory. Li Jun paused for a moment before articulating this information, which served to allay the concerns of the other ghost tamers, particularly that obstinate character named Guo Fan. We should continue to act as a unit and avoid separating. This supernatural realm contains too many bizarre elements, and even seemingly innocuous objects could spell your demise. Yang Jian maintained a stern demeanor, as they had yet to encounter any trace of the malevolent spirits within this supernatural domain. If they were to provoke any further disturbances, they would be inviting utter annihilation. Chapter 107. Breaking through barriers at noon, the campus did not appear particularly eerie. Rather, it radiated a youthful vigor under the sun's warm embrace. After departing from the classroom building, the oppressive sensation from the nameless malevolent spirits diminished significantly. Yang Jian observed that the architectural style of the supernatural realm was strikingly different from what he had previously encountered. Compared to the distinctly Republican-era buildings, this otherworldly place seemed perhaps even younger than he had imagined. They navigated past the dilapidated classroom building, and before them stood a dormitory that appeared even more worn than the classrooms. The dormitory exuded an unsettling sense of imminent collapse, as if it might crumble at any moment. By circumventing this structure, they should reach the so-called flowerbed. Yang Jian retrieved another ghost candle from his backpack and lit it. These candles belonging to Li Jun, who showed no reluctance in using them. Li Jun understood that now was not the time to be frugal with such candles. They were mere objects, insignificant compared to their lives. The ghostly green flame once again instilled a sense of reassurance in him, although he lamented that the candle could not burn longer. Despite having a substitute doll on hand, being trapped in the supernatural realm rendered any escape futile. According to the information provided by the two ordinary individuals who had entered before, passing by the dormitory might reveal some floating figures. However, they were instructed not to concern themselves with them. Their current mission was to escape from this place. Yang Jian's gaze flickered as he caught a glimpse of a figure intermittently appearing beside the dormitory. This apparition bore a resemblance to a bygone era, exuding an aura that felt out of sync with the modern world. Could it be that these strange silhouettes will not leave the dormitory in search of us? Feng Quan uttered a spine-chilling remark, causing unease among the others. Should they inadvertently trigger the malevolent spirit's murderous pattern, given their current state of suppression, their only fate would be to await death. Yang Jian felt a profound sense of exasperation towards Feng Quan's words. He truly had a knack for saying the wrong thing. He shot a glance at Feng Quan, signaling him to cease his chatter. Feng Quan, if you lack the ability to speak wisely, then refrain from speaking altogether. Are you not satisfied with the torment we are already enduring from the malevolent spirits? Chun Yi, the hot-tempered member, erupted in anger. Although Yang Jian was their leader and their sole hope for escape, he had bottled up his frustration and refrained from taking it out on Yang Jian. Enough of your bickering. Do you wish to attract something dreadful? Li Jun interjected sharply. He held a rather dim view of the initial group tasked with this mission. Not only did they lack adeptness in adapting to circumstances, but they also indulged in infighting, all while lacking formidable abilities. Some even hesitated to confront certain malevolent events. In contrast, Yang Jian's image in Li Jun's eyes had undergone a significant transformation. While somewhat selfish, as long as the benefits were substantial, Yang Jian could execute tasks effectively. This was what set him apart from the others. It was no wonder that Yang Jian ranked high on the list of team leaders established by headquarters. However, as a solitary wolf without the support of a team, it was unlikely he would achieve great things in the end. Li Jun sighed inwardly, having high hopes for Yang Jian. Yet, Yang Jian was a lone wolf who required no companions. Under Li Jun's scolding, the team members fell silent, recognizing the need to show some respect for the elite spirit manipulators from headquarters. As they approached the eerie flowerbed, Yang Jian cautioned them to remain vigilant and avoid making unnecessary movements to prevent triggering the malevolent spirit's pattern. Before them lay an odd flowerbed, where blooming flowers contrasted sharply with the surrounding weeds, presenting two disparate styles from different eras. This location likely marked the threshold between their reality and the supernatural world. The paths between the campus buildings were strewn with fallen leaves, and an air of decay lingered perpetually, seemingly immune to the passage of time. A heavy atmosphere gradually enveloped the group. Yang Jian lifted the ghost candle, its green flame defiantly illuminating even in the fierce sunlight, casting an ethereal glow that could not be overshadowed. Next, they would devise a means to see if they could utilize the ghost domain to escape from this place. Yang Jian's eyes flickered with hope as they reached the flower bed. Fortunately, they had not encountered any further attacks from malevolent spirits along the way. In this peculiar supernatural realm, the absence of unforeseen events was the best outcome. Yang Jian's red ghost domain expanded several meters around him, and the flower bed began to blur. As if transitioning from the tangible to the ethereal, a surge of joy welled within him. The ghost domain was taking effect. They might truly be able to leave this place. Come over and lend your strength. We are on the verge of success. Yang Jian urged Feng Quan and Li Jun. Upon hearing his words, both Feng Quan and Li Jun activated their own ghost domains, attempting to amplify the instability of their surroundings. Through their relentless efforts, the entire space began to dissolve into an illusion. They had breached the barrier between the supernatural realm and reality. As the space fluctuated violently, the figures of the 5 individuals finally vanished from the campus. Once more, the sky within the campus darkened. The silhouettes on the shadowy wall gradually became indistinct, ultimately leaving only 5 remaining. Within the dormitory, every room flickered with spectral figures, while in the office of the classroom building, it appeared as if hundreds of individuals sat before desks, murmuring expressionlessly. It was as if nothing had transpired in the entire supernatural realm. The additional 2 figures on the ghostly wall merely indicated that 2 more lives had been lost. However, as time passed, the shadows on the wall would ultimately fade from memory, gradually dimming until they vanished completely from sight. Chapter 108. Each returns home. Yang Jian held the cat tightly in his arms. This was his companion, his protector. Without this feline, his fate could have mirrored that of Jiang Shangbai, reduced to nothing but the remnants of a malevolent spirit. As ripples spread through the space, what met his eyes was still a school. For a fleeting moment, Yang Jian feared his plan had faltered. Yet upon closer inspection, he discerned that while this school bore some resemblance to those in the realm of the supernatural, its architectural style was entirely distinct, devoid of the dilapidated aura that typically enveloped such places. This school exuded a modern elegance, contrasting sharply with the ancient and crumbling institutions found in the spectral domain. There was no oppressive chill or the musty scent of decaying wood. He had successfully escaped, and once again, his loyal companion had saved him. Feng Quan, having emerged, let out a sigh of relief, grateful for yet another narrow escape from death. Upon entering this school, he had not even encountered a ghost before unwittingly falling into a trap. Upon his escape, he felt compelled to voice his frustration. These malevolent spirits lack honor, ambushing us. However, he refrained from complaints. His immediate priority was to seek compensation from headquarters. They had narrowly avoided disaster in this terrifying supernatural realm, which was far more perilous than the information provided by headquarters. The headquarters had classified their mission as an A-level supernatural event, but their first-hand experience confirmed it was at least an S-level ordeal. Yang Jian expressed his disdain. He longed to leave this terrifying place behind. In terms of ghostly threats, this situation was undoubtedly on par with the most harrowing encounters. Fortunately, it had not escalated further. Otherwise, the entire city of dying might have succumbed to chaos. Upon their entry, their memories had been strangely altered. Were it not for the cat nestled in his arms, they would have silently perished within. Li Jun's expression stiffened momentarily, but he nodded gravely, acknowledging that the headquarters indeed owed them an explanation. Leg brother, I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. I will not shy away from any danger for you. Feng Quan intended to depart, eager to escape this unsettling place. Hua Fan, wearing a dark expression, said nothing and simply walked away. He was not in the mood to mock Yang Jian. He felt the malevolent spirit within him growing increasingly uncontrollable. It wouldn't be long before he was supplanted by the spirit contained within his talisman. Chun Yi did not leave immediately. He turned to Yang Jian and solemnly stated, "This time, consider it a debt I owe you." Yang Jian absent-mindedly stroked the cat's head, beginning to relish this comforting sensation. The cat felt delightful in his grasp. Meow, 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 meow. At this moment, Yishi suddenly recalled that quite some time had passed. Surely, he was nearing the rendezvous time with Wang Kai. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him, urging him to slip away unnoticed while Yang Jian was preoccupied. Wang Kai's ghost domain housed his true essence, allowing him to sense his projection's location. However, it seemed he was already running out of time. The cat lay in Yang Jian's embrace, emitting a few despondent mews. A crimson ghost domain tore through the sky, yet it was intercepted by another dark gray domain mid-flight. Yang Jian's expression grew grave as he beheld the figure obstructing his path. Surely, it could not be the dying city enforcement team that had come to thwart him. At first glance, he perceived the approaching domain as hostile. However, upon recognizing the individual before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Wang Kai, why are you here to stop me instead of protecting Yishi? Could it be that Yishi has something urgent to discuss with me? If so, a simple satellite call would suffice, and I would gladly visit. Yang Jian's mind raced with various possibilities, considering his alliance with Yishi, who was far more trustworthy than Wang Kai, who hailed from headquarters. He resolved to proceed with caution. Wang Kai, however, did not meet Yang Jian's gaze. Instead, he scrutinized the cat nestled in Yang Jian's arms, momentarily at a loss for words. Eventually, he steeled himself and said, "My cat has gone missing. I tracked it here using satellite positioning." Upon finishing, he cast a helpless look at the cat, as if to say, "I never imagined you were such a trickster." Yishi, Yang Jian, perplexed by the situation, initially speculated that Li Jun must have informed headquarters about the cat's peculiarities, prompting them to send Wang Kai under the guise of reclaiming it. Yet, after contemplating, he deemed this scenario improbable. Headquarters would not engage in such brazen theft, at least not against him. Furthermore, the speed of Li Jun's communication was not swift enough for headquarters to act so quickly. Could it be that this cat genuinely belonged to Wang Kai? Nonetheless, he was unwilling to relinquish the precious creature so easily. What if there was a hidden agenda? This cat held the power to suppress the resurgence of malevolent spirits, making it invaluable to him. He could not simply part with it without due consideration. Moreover, Yishi and Wang Kai represented entirely different identities in his eyes. His affinity for Yishi did not extend to Wang Kai. Much like his disparate attitudes towards Wang Xiaoming and Li Jun, Yang Jian gradually convinced himself of his stance and addressed Wang Kai. "How can you prove that this cat is yours? I trust that headquarters would not engage in the illicit trade of animals. Yet I remain apprehensive about entrusting it to you. After all, I must take responsibility for every life." Chapter 109. Abnormality. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Wang Kai's expression faltered slightly. It was well known among the headquarters ghost tamers who Yang Jian was. To utter the phrase, responsible for every life, was quite audacious of him. Yang Jian sensed that Wang Kai's strength seemed diminished compared to their last encounter, which emboldened him to confront Wang Kai directly. He tightened his embrace around the cat in his arms to prevent its escape, momentarily forgetting that this feline possessed the ability to traverse multiple layers of the ghost realm. In an instant, Yang Jian realized his arms were empty. He glanced at his cat, which had vanished, only to discover it perched atop Wang Kai's head. The cat regarded him with a look of disdain and waved goodbye. Yang Jian felt an overwhelming sense of loss wash over him. As a being caught between human and ghost, he had finally found warmth in an animal, only to lose it completely. Wang Kai, observing the cat on his head, continued with a hint of resignation. Yishi anticipated some unforeseen events, which is why he lent you his cat. He has high hopes for you. Otherwise, why would this cat be so devoted to you? Wang Kai felt Yishi's presence communicating with him and added, "By the way, Yishi asked me to convey that the fierce ghost you acquired on the plane is crucial for balancing the fierce spirits within you." Yang Jian cast a reproachful glance at the cat atop Wang Kai's head. "After all that talk about mother cats and fish treats, have you forgotten already?" Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "In that case, please extend my gratitude to Yishi. If the opportunity arises, I shall visit again." Yang Jian felt a twinge of regret. Based on the cat's behavior, it was indeed Yishi's. His respect for Yishi grew. Recognizing his strategic acumen from afar, perhaps even surpassing Wang Xiaoming in terms of planning. If it belonged to Yishi, he could not, in good conscience, take it. After all, Yishi had assisted him countless times. Though termed an investment, Yang Jian was no ingrate. He distinctly divided enmity from gratitude. With reluctance, he cast one last glance at the cat and suddenly inquired, "What is this cat's name?" Wang Kai appeared momentarily perplexed, as Yishi had never disclosed this information to him. Fortunately, Yishi quickly relayed a message. "Its name is Yi Xiaoxi. It dislikes playing with its kind and has no interest in fish treats." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian glanced at Yi Xiaoxi with surprise. uncertain if it could truly resist such temptations. Yushi shot him a disdainful look, nearly wishing to swat him, yet remained atop Wang Kai's head, refraining from using his claws. Seeing the almost pained expression on Yang Jian's face softened Yi Shi's resolve. Ah, he sighed inwardly, still too soft-hearted. Yi Xiaoxi was indeed a fitting name, resonating perfectly with the cat's demeanor. Yang Jian recalled the figure in white that had been etched in his mind. This cat shared a similar strength. He couldn't help but lament the cruel reality that even a cat possessed greater power than many humans. Little did he know, soon he would harbor similar thoughts about a dog. Farewell, until we meet again at the training base. Wang Kai disregarded the cat on his head and adjusted the direction of his dark gray ghost domain, resembling a black brush that left a mark across the azure sky. Yang Jian, witnessing this, felt an inexplicable sense of admiration and recalled Wang Kai's earlier message. The key to control lay within the ghost hand he had acquired, implying that it was not merely about wielding the ghost hand, but also required the balance of other fierce spirits. What could that entail? The crimson ghost domain swiftly traversed the sky, and Yang Jian sensed his ghostly instincts sharpening. Time was running out. He pondered the possibility of continuing his dealings with the ghost cabinet, but promptly dismissed the thought. He had yet to fulfill the previous transaction with the ghost cabinet, which demanded he locate the individual depicted in the photo, the corpse bride. His current state was not one to gamble recklessly. The terror posed by the corpse bride was far from ordinary. The human skin paper was out of the question, especially after its peculiar behavior, notably during Tong Qian's resurrection when it nearly led him to his demise. However, the human skin paper's objectives seemed to have shifted. After some contemplation, Yang Jian sensed an anomaly in the human skin paper, as if it yearned to detach itself from him. Considering the previous information it had provided, he wondered if it sought out Yi Shi. The dark gray ghost domain descended upon a unique villa district in Dying City. As the ghost domain dissipated, a young man emerged, his face rugged yet marked by the wear of time. However, the cap perched on his dark hair utterly undermined his tough guy facade. Just as I anticipated, quite timely. Yi Shi's voice resonated in Wang Kai's mind. Lazily resting atop Wang Kai's head, he opened his eyes slightly, realizing they were home. Yes, I understand. As soon as I sensed your projection emerging in the supernatural realm, I rushed over, Wang Kai replied, gently lifting Yi Shi from his head and affectionately ruffling the cat's fur. It was soft and delightful to the touch. No wonder Yang Jian adored it. Yi Shi perceptively noted that Wang Kai seemed to carry a hint of his essence. Had he been tainted? Yet, he refrained from alarming him, opting to probe later. Meow? Meow, meow, meow. Let me down. The cat relished the attention, basking in the affection of its many caretakers. Yi Shi mused that even someone like Yang Jian treated adorable creatures with a unique tenderness, though it was partly due to his own nature. Do you have any idea how much a Yi Xiaoxi is worth? Yi Shi suddenly recalled the gullible young boss and felt intrigued, raising an eyebrow at Wang Kai as he inquired. Chapter 110, the next step, how much is Yi Xiaoxi worth? Wang Kai suddenly found himself somewhat bewildered, his mind racing with countless thoughts in an instant. After a thorough analysis, he concluded that Yi Shi is a person who seldom speaks frivolously. Every word he utters carries profound significance. What could be the deeper meaning behind the question of how much Yi Xiaoxi costs? After much contemplation, a voice within Wang Kai's mind seemed to incessantly tempt him. He swallowed hard, feeling a surge of tension as he spoke. He is the witness to the drama of the world, the weaver of all destinies, the supreme existence. How can his incarnation be measured by any price? After uttering this statement, Wang Kai felt as if his mind had become an empty vessel. Something seemed to have shifted, yet he could not quite grasp what it was. Why do I feel that your speech has become rather flamboyant lately? Yi Shi glanced at Wang Kai with a puzzled expression, sensing that his words had taken on a peculiar tone, and he could almost confirm that Wang Kai had been tainted. He marveled at the strength of his own influence, sighing inwardly. Never mind, I shan't tease you any longer. Just now, Yang Jian declared before everyone that he would buy Yi Xiaoxi for a sum of 1 billion yuan. Yi Shi forced a smile as he spoke. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fierce determination flashed in Wang Kai's eyes. This was an affront to the great lord, and he felt compelled to eliminate this blasphemer. Prepare yourself. Shortly, I must head to the headquarters to assist them in training the ghost tamers, essentially consolidating some loyalty for the headquarters. Yi Shi seemed to recall something suddenly and turned to Wang Kai, inquiring, by the way, did the headquarters call while I was away? Haven't they initiated a captain's plan? Wang Kai pondered for a moment, then went to the nearby safe to retrieve a document. As if everything had returned to normal, the headquarters did not call, but a few acquaintances there informed me that the captain's plan has been preliminarily established. He opened the document in his hand, flipping through it carefully before pausing at a red sheet of paper. The headquarters intends to assign you a team of ghost tamers. But due to various considerations, they have granted you the authority to decide on the team members. If this matter is not handled properly, it could stir quite a commotion within the headquarters. Oh, according to an informant at the headquarters, they have granted Professor Wang a captain's position, and Professor Wang has assigned this captaincy to Yang Jian. Wang Kai relayed the information from the red document, revealing the myriad factions within the headquarters. Even in such a perilous situation, some individuals remained preoccupied with vying for power and profit. To prevent himself and Yi Shi from being ensnared in this factional quagmire, he knew there were actions he must take sooner rather than later. Otherwise, by the time they became pawns in this power struggle, it would be too late to act. In his eyes, neither of them possessed the capability to overturn the headquarters. Conversely, Yi Shi perceived the headquarters as lacking in true menace. If they harbored malicious intentions towards him, it would ultimately backfire on them. This was the confidence that strength instilled. Let us temporarily set aside the allocation of the Ghost Tamer team members. Those who are strong are leaders in their own right, while the weak hold little allure for recruitment. Rather than relying on their uncertain protection, enhancing my own strength is paramount. Yi Shi glanced at the red document in Wang Kai's hands, surprised at the number of informants Wang Kai had within the headquarters. Indeed, one should not judge a book by its cover. Yi Shi brewed a pot of tea on the coffee table, the liquid a pale yellow with a faint, fragrant aroma, and calmly disclosed a startling revelation. Next, I require a very high-level terrifying spirit, and due to certain special reasons, I cannot take action myself, as you may know. Therefore, I need your assistance in enhancing my strength. Yi Shi spoke as if discussing a commonplace matter, yet the implications were profoundly shocking. The next words he uttered made it clear to Wang Kai that Yi Shi was not jesting. Have you heard of the fateful scarecrow incident? Wang Kai handed the document he held to Yi Shi, draining his teacup before responding. Is that the guiding scarecrow? If one does not choose according to its direction, death is inevitable? Yi Shi sighed. Most ghost tamers are but cold corpses. They cannot be scalded by boiling water. Otherwise, Wang Kai's recent act of drinking would surely have left his tongue burned and swollen. Indeed, that terrifying spirit's guidance is merely a facade. The deeper essence lies in manipulation. It governs your subsequent choices. Yi Shi stated this matter-of-factly, as it constituted the primary material for his imminent ascension to the Master of Secrets, a ceremony he had long since planned. Once Yang Jian and his social circle clashed and were compelled to utilize the music box curse, he would then transfer the curse from Yang Jian onto himself, allowing his divinity to withstand this supernatural assault while simultaneously recording the music box curse for his elevation. The current challenge was that he had no knowledge of the scarecrow's whereabouts. Moreover, in his present state, he was incapable of confronting the scarecrow. Yi Zhan was one of his few external allies, while the remaining ghost tamers were not particularly familiar to him. However, a cunning plan began to form in his mind. He could target Wang Chailing. Although he could not currently employ the grafting authority, he could utilize the erroneous authority to usurp Wang Chailing's identity as a third-generation member of the Wang family. Furthermore, the knocking ghost had evolved significantly, likely wreaking havoc in the island nation. Previously, it merely called to trick individuals into answering, followed by the sound of knocking. Now, it had acquired a new facet with ghostly phone calls, resulting in a shift in supernatural occurrences. Now, the ringing phone was akin to the sound of knocking. Anyone who heard the phone ring would meet their demise. This transformation from singular harm to collective devastation was unforeseen. Nevertheless, he decided to prioritize other matters for now, postponing the confrontation with the knocking ghost. For the time being, he would allow the knocking ghost to entertain itself in the island nation. Chapter 111. The plan. Wang Kai currently possesses a sinister puzzle consisting of 3 ghostly garments and a pair of skulls, accompanied by an additional curse. Each garment symbolizes a distinct emotion: joy, sorrow, and the uncanny. The garment representing the uncanny was originally incongruous with the other 2, resulting in Wang Kai's untimely demise due to the clash of malevolent spirits while attempting to wield it. Fortunately, at that moment, Yi Shi was in the city of Dale, where he summoned his divine powers to create a miracle, resurrection, the greatest miracle of all. This miraculous act barely allowed the three entities to achieve a semblance of balance. They fortuitously encountered a skull embodying the bizarre, which ultimately restored equilibrium to Wang Kai's malevolent spirit. Now, in order to augment his puzzle, the new addition must solely serve to suppress malevolent spirits. Otherwise, a new balance cannot be established. Distrustful of others, I can only seek your assistance. However, since your powers are currently not fully realized, I must find you another puzzle piece. Are you willing to aid me in this matter? Yi Shi continued after careful deliberation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Kai replied. For his life had been saved by Yi Shi on numerous occasions. I shall not refuse any of your requests, except those that threaten my life. Wang Kai hastily added this caveat, fully aware of Yi Shi's propensity for reckless endeavors. In Yi Shi's mind, he contemplated a spirit with suppressive abilities, and the first figure that sprang to mind was the ghostly envoy, who had been taken by the ghostly painting. Given this, acquiring a fragment of the supernatural from him should not prove overly difficult. After all, the ghostly envoy has been exploited more than once. I have formulated a preliminary plan. You need only await my subsequent arrangements. After selecting a target, Yi Shi conceived an appropriate strategy. However, he had another matter to attend to. He picked up the phone from headquarters. Yi Luan was having another day of idling in the office, as headquarters seldom interrupted Yi Shi, leaving him, the operator, with little to do. Each day, he merely loitered in the independent call room, earning a higher salary than his peers, making it a fortunate position for an operator serving a skilled ghost manipulator. When that long-awaited phone rang, the popcorn in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. Most calls from Yi Shi were to report fatalities. Yi Luan, not daring to delay, quickly adjusted his demeanor and answered the phone. Yi Luan, tonight. The Peace Hotel is anything but peaceful. I have a premonition that something significant will transpire. If left unchecked, it could lead to another starving ghost incident. Upon hearing this, Yi Luan immediately dialed another number, connecting it to Chao Yinhua. Unlike other operators serving ghost manipulators, he did not bombard the ghost manipulator with questions, which was precisely why Yi Shi held Yi Luan in high regard. Upon receiving the news, Chao Yinhua felt a sense of disorientation, for mishandling this situation could yield dire consequences. The Peace Hotel houses most of the ghost manipulators coming to the capital. Should any friction arise among them, the repercussions would be substantial. After all, each ghost manipulator is akin to a ticking time bomb. Moreover, Yang Jian, the head of Dachang City, and several promising ghost manipulators reside there. If this is not managed properly, the deputy minister may need to resign in shame. Contact the person responsible for the Peace Hotel area. Send Li Jun over, and somehow persuade Yang Jian to intervene. After uttering these words, Chao Yinhua sighed in resignation. None of the ghost manipulators nurtured by headquarters were as exceptional as Yang Jian. Alas, Yang Jian's obstinacy is a hindrance. If only he were willing to comply with headquarters directives, he would undoubtedly become the youngest and sharpest blade in their arsenal. Hearing the sigh from the satellite phone, Yi Shi understood its meaning. However, he regarded the situation with disdain. Throughout Yang Jian's development, headquarters had offered little assistance, merely exchanging benefits for power, yet they foolishly expected loyalty in return. Some high-ranking officials at headquarters remain engrossed in the misguided belief that they can manipulate ghost manipulators to control the future, oblivious to the fact that their dreams are but fragile bubbles waiting to burst. Yi Shi promptly hung up the phone, taking a moment to contemplate recent events. Regarding the incident at the girls' high school, the malevolent spirit leveraged the supernatural realm to intertwine the rules of murder into a cohesive set of regulations. In his estimation, a complete supernatural realm should ensure that any activation of a rule, regardless of time or place, would trigger a supernatural assault. Before long, Yi Shi's satellite phone rang once more. Yi Shi, headquarters has just received a distress call from the ghost manipulator headquarters in the island nation. Yi Luan transmitted a document to Yi Shi's satellite phone. Upon seeing the cover, Yi Shi immediately grasped the situation. The knocking ghost had already devastated 2 cities in the island nation, plunging the entire nation into panic. Consequently, their ghost manipulator headquarters, the Exorcism Society, sought assistance from other nations. After thoroughly reviewing the document, Yi Shi discovered that the knocking ghost incident had escalated to an S-level crisis, with the ghost brandishing a black telephone. Once Yi Shi had a preliminary understanding of the situation, Yi Luan continued with the subsequent information. The Exorcism Society wishes for you to provide support. We are uncertain of your willingness in this regard. Yishi raised an eyebrow and poured himself a cup of cool tea from the teapot on his desk. Nonchalantly, he replied, "I am unwell and fear I cannot endure the rigors of long-distance travel. It would be best to dissuade them from this notion." Yishi had no desire to go. No one understood the terror of the knocking ghost better than he did. After all, as he was the architect of this calamity, he intended to assume a different identity, having cultivated such a formidable knocking ghost to strengthen his presence in historical projections. When the time came, he would interact with the knocking ghost under another guise. For now, he could adopt various identities, and perhaps allow the fool to make his debut. The headquarters will formally refuse their request on your behalf, ensuring they will not disturb you in any capacity. Chapter 112. On the brink of accommodating, he was acutely aware of the subtle calculations within the headquarters. Nevertheless, this aligned perfectly with his intentions. For the time being, he could afford to disregard the happenings on the island, allowing the door-knocking ghost to stretch its limbs. As long as the inhabitants of the island were not entirely decimated, the incident involving the door-knocking ghost would not migrate elsewhere. Though it was a tumultuous time, his plans were meticulously arranged, leaving the remainder to the passage of time to ferment. Yishi gazed contemplatively toward the distant location of Daitong City, letting out a resigned sigh. The old tea on the table had long cooled, and with a pair of delicate, slender hands, he refilled the teapot. Brewing a new pot of tea, the subtle aroma wafted through the air, neither overpowering nor faint, striking a perfect balance that instilled a sense of tranquility. The Wang family, now in its third generation, had regrettably succumbed to the corruption of a privileged life. Preservation of their status seemed premature in this era. He found himself somewhat envious of the entourage of bodyguards surrounding Wang Chailing. Each was a true, formidable spirit, endowed with remarkable capabilities. Such ghosts would evoke envy wherever they were placed. Initially, he had presumed Yang Jian to be a self-made individual, only to later discover that his father had bequeathed him a substantial inheritance. However, should he successfully execute his historical projection plan, he would undoubtedly become a second-generation ghost. In future confrontations, he could summon the projections of the 7 elders from the Republic of China, the pinnacle of martial prowess from that era. No matter who it was, Wang Chailing's grandparents would be no match. Who could withstand such a collective assault? Yishi took another sip of tea, only to realize it had grown cold once more. Yishi's corporeal form was not that of a formidable spirit, thus the objects he touched would not bear any supernatural residue. He picked up his state-of-the-art smartphone, which was well secured against any potential breaches. This was a manifestation of the proverbial darkness under the lamp, as research at the headquarters had indicated that ordinary phones were easily compromised by supernatural entities, rendering them unreliable. Consequently, the headquarters believed that supernatural manipulators would not resort to using standard mobile devices. Upon accessing local hot topics, the first headline that caught his eye was the renovation plans for the Ping An Hotel, which had temporarily ceased operations, surrounded by a blockade. However, this was not his primary focus. He input a peculiar URL. After a few redirects, he finally arrived at a rather strange webpage. A cursory glance revealed a plethora of foolish commentary. Among the comments, one particularly piqued his interest: a lion that loves grass. Is it not entirely normal for there to be ghosts in this world, just as there are deities? The responses were overwhelmingly in agreement. Another user chimed in, Duck Spirit. Perhaps he is merely an exceptionally powerful ghost. If we were to take his title seriously, then surely all current S-level incidents pale in comparison. Egg of a pigeon. Rather than indulging in such nihilism, why not consider how to survive under the oppression of formidable spirits? Surely no one would place their hopes in something unseen and intangible. The latter's comment garnered far more likes than the previous two, resonating with the sentiments of many supernatural manipulators. In their eyes, nothing mattered more than their own survival. Yishi casually observed the discussion, noting that Yi Zhen's earlier assertions held true. Most participants regarded this dialogue as mere postprandial chatter. If such a deity existed, it would undoubtedly surpass the so-called S-level evil spirits, and would there be no tangible news and reality about it? He scrolled down a few pages before opening the search bar, primarily seeking information about the Scarecrow ghost. He vaguely recalled that this forum had previously harbored details about this particular spirit. Indeed, he soon stumbled upon a post from 6 months prior detailing an encounter by an overseas supernatural manipulator team who, during a mission, encountered a ghost stuffed with straw. Upon the appearance of the Scarecrow, they were transported to a peculiar fork in the road. The Scarecrow pointed to the left. At that moment, They were unaware of its significance, though some believed that failing to heed the scarecrow's direction would result in an attack from a formidable spirit. Others theorized that the killing patterns of the spirits were contrary to the direction indicated. A faction posited that remaining stationary would ensure safety, leading to a divergence of opinions. Ultimately, however, all members perished. They failed to discern the killing patterns of this formidable spirit. Intriguingly, since the supernatural manipulator team had been entirely annihilated, who had divulged this information? Thus, every aspect of this incident reeked of the bizarre. Yishi furrowed his brow. The post merely outlined the background of the scarecrow incident without providing additional insights. Moreover, the hints within suggested that the scarecrow only manifested at forks in the road, appearing and vanishing without a trace. This indirectly indicated that the scarecrow ghost possessed a domain of its own, which Yishi could not pinpoint due to the unique nature of his sensing abilities. The current situation implied only one possibility. The scarecrow ghost was likely ensconced within a supernatural realm. This development complicated matters further, as the number of supernatural locales in the world was unfathomable, some of which were exceedingly perilous. Perhaps the time was not yet ripe? As Yishi contemplated continuing his exploration of the scarecrow ghost, the lens of his monocle seemed to emit an eerie glow. Could it be that it was on the verge of accommodating the erroneous uniqueness? Yishi's gaze flickered. Fortunately, he had previously employed a ghost coffin to enhance his humanity, allowing him to still hold it at bay. Alas, he could not ascertain how long this fragile balance would endure. Everything might merely be superficial, and perhaps the entity was preparing to amass strength for a decisive reversal. For him, ascending to death came swifter, while avoiding it merely delayed the inevitable. However, the former still held a glimmer of hope, while the latter was a complete resignation to fate. Yishi removed the monocle, wiped it clean, and placed it back on the table. He rose to search for a book on the shelf. The monocle vanished from the table as though erased, only to reappear before his eyes in an instant. This was now an unstoppable occurrence. Everything was but a futile remedy for thirst. This time, he refrained from removing the monocle again, as a new resolve seemed to have taken root within him. For the awakened entity, even gold could not confine it. Chapter 113. Opportunity. Should he ascend to the rank of a third-order ancient scholar, he would wield the power of deception to significantly prolong the historical resurgence of divinity. However, this leads to a perplexing dilemma. The future, inherently filled with infinite possibilities, does not guarantee the realization of the previously foretold divine revival. Such manipulation would inexorably define Yishi's fate, rendering the resurgence of divinity an unavoidable reality. Even if he were to become a miracle master, he could not alter this destined history. Perhaps everything has been preordained. Yet a sudden inspiration struck Yishi. There might still be a way to salvage his current predicament. Given that both error and the uniqueness of folly have manifested, the uniqueness of the door might also have a chance of emerging, possessing the dual-path uniqueness. If the door's uniqueness exists in this world, then finding it is merely a matter of time. Yet time is still insufficient. Certain events can only erupt at specific moments, and any premature attempts would be futile. However, compared to uniqueness, he might discern the location of the scarecrow's spirit more readily. The status conferred by uniqueness would automatically shield perception, unless one has witnessed it firsthand. Otherwise, deduction alone would not suffice to ascertain its whereabouts. Speculating about the scarecrow's spirit is considerably simpler. For instance, the ghost cabinet or the wish spirit, or if all else fails, the human skin paper serves as an excellent alternative. These are likely to reveal the position of the scarecrow spirit. Yishi still possesses a wish spirit sticker. Perhaps the ghost cabinet is aware of the events set to unfold today. Unable to resolve the situation, it may have sent him a wish spirit sticker as a gesture. Is this what they call misdirection? Yishi's impression of the ghost cabinet has once again been refreshed. In comparison to the wish spirit, utilizing human skin paper may prove more advantageous. It might offer a temporary means to suppress the divinity within him. The wish spirit and the ghost cabinet might not be of much help, as they could potentially be suppressed themselves. Rather than seeking their assistance, it would be wiser to request a solution from the human skin paper. However, the crux of the issue lies in how he could acquire the human skin paper from Yangjian. After pondering for a moment, he realized borrowing it would be futile. For in Yangjian's eyes, Yishi was entirely unaware of his possession of human skin paper. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him. The original narrative does mention someone having borrowed human skin paper before. He could enlist Wang Xiaoming, Wang Xiaoming is the sole character in the original text who successfully borrowed human skin paper. If Wang Xiaoming were to procure it from Yang Jian, Yishi could offer a slightly higher compensation to have a look at it. After all, to Yang Jian, borrowing one is no different than borrowing two. This presents a splendid solution, the only challenge being to concoct a legitimate reason for accompanying Yang Jian to the headquarters where supernatural artifacts are stored. Only in such a clandestine location would Yang Jian be likely to lend out the human skin paper. However, given his current standing, retrieving a supernatural item is not particularly daunting. He would simply accompany them to collect an item. As for whether the human skin paper can be trusted, he is not overly concerned. If it ultimately leads to his awakening of divinity, then it is the human skin paper that would suffer the consequences. In essence, both divinity and humanity reside within Yi Shi. The nature of divinity is selfish, prioritizing its own interests above all. Should the human skin paper dare to scheme against Yi Shi, it would undoubtedly face retribution, and its fate would not be favorable. In succinct terms, the conflict between divinity and humanity constitutes an internal struggle. However, should others dare to interfere, it would be a call to unite against external foes. After several hours of meticulous planning, a hint of relief finally graced Yi Shi's countenance. The tea at hand had grown cold, necessitating the brewing of a new pot. Yi Shi lifted his gaze towards the window. Surely, developments at the Peace Hotel should have reached a conclusion by now. It is high time he prepared the training material. He picked up several books, one of which was How to Become a Qualified Leader, authored by Zhao Zhengguo. After stepping back from frontline work, his daily routine consisted of reading newspapers and enjoying tea, the leaves of which had been gifted to him by Zhao Zhengguo. At this moment, the sky outside had begun to brighten, and the contemplation of various plans had consumed an entire day. The newly risen sun bore a golden hue, casting a brilliant radiance across the horizon. Thanks to Yi Shi's timely warning, the resurrection incident involving the vengeful spirits summoned by Lin Shan did not escalate into a significant crisis. However, this led to an intensification of tensions between Yang Jian and his social circle. Jiang Shangbai had met a grim fate in the high school incident. Although the members of his social circle did not openly voice their dissatisfaction, they privately conveyed their considerable discontent to headquarters. Li Jun reported the matter truthfully. Yet the members of the social circle were evidently displeased with this account. For their own benefit, they had a history of distorting the truth. They presented their narrative to headquarters, alleging that they harbored serious suspicions that Li Jun colluded with Yang Jian to eliminate Jiang Shangbai. The so-called assault was merely a fabricated excuse. As for the actual truth, they showed no concern. After all, Jiang Shangbai was deceased, and his remaining value lay in exploiting his death to pressure headquarters. Headquarters had already begun to adopt a subtly strained stance towards the social circle, and now they found themselves in a precarious position. The desire to remove them had grown increasingly potent. However, due to the current exceptional circumstances, uprooting the social circle entirely would likely cause significant turmoil within headquarters. Thus, they planned to gradually dismantle the social circle, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Nonetheless, this also revealed a vulnerability for headquarters, which the social circle was keenly aware of. Consequently, their stance became increasingly assertive. Several ordinary leaders within the social circle incited further discord, demonstrating that while they struggled with supernatural incidents, their internal conflicts were remarkably adept. They were submissive towards vengeful spirits, but unleashed fierce attacks against headquarters. This became their guiding principle. Yet, with the sudden and inexplicable disappearance of some leading figures, the social circle momentarily fell into silence. Within their ranks, certain individuals gradually began to recognize the stark differences between ghost manipulators and ordinary people, leading to a degree of trepidation. Nevertheless, they remained unwilling to concede defeat. If headquarters could not be easily manipulated, would they not seek out other targets? As Li Jun, a core ghost manipulator of headquarters, was undoubtedly not a target for their ire. Their remaining option could only be Yang Jian. It seemed as though history possessed a corrective force, as the relationship between the social circle and Yang Jian, under the influence of various coincidences, once again fractured. Chapter 114. Onward, however, these matters bore little significance to him. He was not aspiring to become a dreamer, nor did he find it necessary to orchestrate the tides of time. Yi Shi's thoughts had drifted to unknown realms. The uncertainties of the future were abundant. Although he had been diligently striving to maintain the narrative, yet some deviations had occurred, rendering the effort to sustain the storyline unnecessary. At the training base, Wang Xiaoming was likely already suspecting the existence of the peculiar parchment. Though Professor Wang had never laid eyes on it, his intelligence was remarkable, merging emotional acumen with intellectual prowess. Following his last forced reset, Wang Xiaoming's experiments had inevitably met with failure. Currently, he was in desperate need of a new path. Soon enough, he would likely seek Yishi for insights regarding the future, attempting to extract inspiration from him. As Yishi strolled along the flower beds of the training base, he idly brushed his fingers against a vibrant red blossom. Clad in pure white silk attire, adorned with single-lensed spectacles, he grasped today's training materials in hand. When he plucked the red flower, it withered rapidly as if carbonized, losing moisture at an alarming rate. Yishi's gaze flickered. He had just unwittingly stolen the bloom's essence using the wrong authority. "Professor Yi, your class is about to commence," a staff member reminded him. Yishi set down the wilted flower, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "I understand. I shall head to the base shortly." Adjusting his glasses, he continued. "Today we shall end work early. You may dismiss your colleagues. If questioned, simply state that it was my directive." His tone was remarkably calm, evoking a sense of familiarity. Yet, the staff member's expression was one of sheer terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He trembled, responding, "I will inform my colleagues. Thank you for the reminder." With sincere gratitude in his eyes, the staff member vanished in the blink of an eye. Yishi was quite renowned among the ordinary folk at headquarters, celebrated for his divination skills and approachable demeanor, earning him the affectionate moniker Master Yi. However, within their circles, a saying circulated: advice from Master Yi is akin to whispers in the ear of Yama. They frequently cited Zhao Zhangwo as a cautionary tale. Interestingly, this tale seemed to have originated from Zhao himself. After losing his job, Zhao Zhangwo found himself adrift, yet the headquarters still had some use for him, leading to his transfer to the training base. Thus, the reputation of Master Yi began to take root. Upon learning of this, Yishi could only smile silently, delighting inwardly at the serendipitous gain from saving Zhao Zhangwo once. The training base often resembled a cosplay exhibition, with various practitioners of the supernatural attending training sessions. There were those with 3 eyes, others in high heels and red veils, and even individuals with 2 heads. Thankfully, the staff at headquarters exhibited commendable composure. Had ordinary people been present, they might have cried out in horror and demanded resignation. The 3-eyed practitioner noticed the figure clad in white. Yang Jian instantly recognized the person beside the flower bed. If Yi Zhen donned the guise of a chivalrous hero, then Yishi truly embodied a celestial being in the mortal realm, exuding an air of tranquility that starkly contrasted the often grim demeanor of a practitioner of the supernatural. "Long time no see, my dear cat. Do you still hold affection for her?" Yishi greeted Yang Jian, choosing to keep his thoughts about Yi Xiaoxi to himself. Yang Jian's lips twitched. He recalled the terrifying cat in his possession and felt a twinge of envy. Was there no justice in this world? Nevertheless, Yang Jian replied, "I believe Yi Xiaoxi has quite an affection for me. Would you like me to care for her for a few days?" Yishi momentarily forgot Yang Jian's audacity, chuckling lightly. "Next time I travel, I shall send her to you for a spell." Yishi's expression was earnest, as if genuinely requesting a favor from Yang Jian. Yet, Yang Jian studied Yishi, sensing something amiss. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Didn't Ti Wang Kai accompany you today?" Yishi pondered briefly before responding with a smile. His health has been rather poor lately, so he is resting in a safe house. Yang Jian's expression turned thoughtful. He surmised that Wang Kai was on the brink of a spectral revival. Yet, this was hardly surprising, as the spirit Wang Kai commanded felt formidable, suggesting a precarious balance. Yishi, aware of the true situation, knew that Wang Kai had been deeply influenced by his divine essence, evolving into something akin to a fanatic without realizing it. Nevertheless, his ghostly coffin remained secure with Wang Kai, for the entity within would prevent any mishaps. Fortuitously, he had found a pretext to keep Wang Kai confined, allowing him to serve as a guardian of the coffin. Perhaps the scarecrow spirit sought external assistance. Yishi mused with a sigh. Why did the 2 young men lament upon their reunion? They ought to embrace positivity. Countless beautiful experiences awaited them in this world. Yang Jian was taken aback by this voice. "Haven't you been executed?" Zhao Zhangwo approached with purposeful strides, a smile lingering on his face. However, upon hearing Yang Jian's words, his grin faltered. How could Yang Jian speak so recklessly? Had they all been mere mortals, Zhao Zhangwo would have surely flattened him. "My apologies for your disappointment. I was merely dismissed and now reside at this training base. Zhao Jiangwo feigned disappointment. So you lost your position as the communications chief and became a mere attendant here? How does it feel to serve tea? Is the pay sufficient for your mortgage? Zhao Jiangwo remained unperturbed, while Yishi chuckled softly, before teasingly adding, he lives more lavishly now than when he was a captain, spending his days brewing tea and reading the news. You remain unchanged. It's a pleasure to see you. By the way, have you encountered Lu Xiaoyu? Zhao Jiangwo quickly redirected the conversation towards Yang Jian, eager to evade Yishi's playful jests. Chapter 115. The strange incident of the coffin. Do you believe a person like me can still possess emotions? Yang Jian retorted. Let us conclude your reminiscing with old friends for now. The first day of training is about to commence. Follow me. Today, I am responsible for your second class, which will focus on how to become a competent leader. By the way, the textbook for this course was compiled by the retired Zhao Jiangwo. Yishi remarked with a smile. Surely, it won't include subjects like mathematics, language, or English? Yang Jian inquired. Yishi sensed a fleeting moment of trepidation in Yang Jian. In the eyes of some, such subjects could indeed be more terrifying than malevolent spirits. Not at all. Consider it merely a narrative. Some professors draw upon ancient customs to illustrate that malevolent spirits have long existed in our world. If you are interested, you may listen closely. The group arrived at a spacious room within the training facility, populated by numerous newcomers. Some familiar faces were also present, including several of Yang Jian's acquaintances. These spirit tamers gathered here, awaiting the commencement of the upcoming lesson. At the far end of the room stood a podium, where a middle-aged man with graying hair and a serious demeanor diligently prepared his lecture. Upon noticing Yishi's entrance, he greeted him warmly. My class is not yet concluded. Professor Yi, you might as well join us and listen to the lecture I am about to deliver. Due to the peculiar circumstances of his arrival, Yishi possessed no official identity. However, he had successfully explained his presence by claiming to be a professor, a narrative fabricated by headquarters. Ever since Zhao Jiangwo's departure, he had developed an unusual obsession with reading newspapers, feeling restless if he skipped even a few editions each day. The other spirit tamers, aware of the gravity of the situation, refrained from uttering any dissenting opinions. They understood that offending this individual could lead to dire consequences, as others might resort to offering up the offender's head to curry favor with Yishi. Yishi found a seat and settled in, directing his attention towards the blackboard. Indifferent to the others, Yang Jian also took a seat towards the back, only to be approached shortly thereafter. Yang Jian, you actually entered with Yishi. Do you two know each other? Zhang Lei inquired, unable to conceal the envy in his tone. Yang Jian felt a sense of bewilderment. When did knowing someone become a cause for jealousy? They had merely exchanged a few pleasantries, so he decided to focus on the lecture presented by the esteemed professor. Most of Professor Bai's teachings revolved around folklore and strange tales, utilizing historical occurrences to explain contemporary anomalies. In that moment, Yang Jian comprehended the headquarters strategy. Such a method of concealment could indeed alleviate the fear of the unknown among the populace. The emergence of supernatural events was inherently unusual, yet as these occurrences proliferated, ordinary people inevitably became aware of some information. In this context, an explanation was necessary to mitigate widespread panic. While it might not eliminate fear entirely, it could at least diminish it. Compared to the unknown, previously documented folklore was far more palatable for the masses. Some spirit tamers seated at the front appeared unconvinced, and as they prepared to voice their objections, they noticed Yishi's presence and ultimately suppressed their dissent. They dared not utter a sound, simmering with frustration as their faces turned crimson. Eventually, many could no longer contain themselves, resorting to their phones to watch videos, play games, or even succumb to slumber. A few kilometers away from the training facility lay a specialized experimental base. Yishi had previously visited here to meet Wang Xiaoming, but the memory had been erased for various reasons. Although Wang Xiaoming had abandoned his attempts to utilize the cursed coffin for spirit transformation, he now sought a new direction, with human skin paper as his objective. Regardless of whether it was human or spirit, any material that could provide a research avenue was deemed valuable. The experiment involving the cursed coffin had failed. It was time to seal it away, for its inherent dangers warranted no further exploration. Wang Xiaoming appeared somewhat haggard, as the failure of the experiment was a significant setback for him. After contemplating for a moment, he considered seeking out Yishi to inquire about future developments, hoping to glean new insights from his knowledge. Yishi was currently at the training base, not far from his location. Li Jun, Let's visit the training base. There are matters I wish to discuss with Yishi. I cannot merely rely on Yang Jian to lend me that item. I will promptly arrange for personnel to escort you. To Li Jun, Wang Xiaoming's meeting with Yishi was of greater importance than sealing the cursed coffin. As once the lid was closed, the coffin would likely cease to exhibit any supernatural phenomena. Wait. Wang Xiaoming's gaze lingered on the cursed coffin for an extended period. What's wrong? Is there another issue? Li Jun noticed Wang Xiaoming's focus had shifted. The coffin's position is incorrect. It seems to have been tampered with. Wang Xiaoming stated calmly, delivering a grim message that instilled dread in Li Jun. What? This is impossible. Everyone is aware of its dangers. Who would dare disturb it? Cold sweat broke out on Li Jun's forehead as he desperately dismissed the possibility. He fervently hoped that Wang Xiaoming was mistaken, for the horrors contained within the coffin were widely known. Perhaps it was not opened from the outside. What if the malevolent spirit within completed its transformation and emerged? Li Jun spoke in a panic. Does that mean the spirit occupying the coffin has already been transformed into a coffin nail? If this were true, it would signify an S-class event. And here, in the heart of Dying City, he could scarcely fathom the potential consequences of such an occurrence. Wait, what about the failed spirit transformation experiment? Li Jun swiftly turned and shouted, sound the alarm. Everyone evacuate the laboratory. Lower the golden walls. The laboratory fell into an eerily silent state, seemingly oblivious to his frantic commands. Wang Xiaoming's eyes flickered as he gazed through the glass into the rear laboratory, sighing deeply. The malevolent spirit is contained within this laboratory. Chapter 116. The escape of the ghostly messenger. At this moment, Li Jun also noticed that the former experimental assistants had become entirely numb, their gazes vacant, observing the two of them with an eerie stare, as if they had long lost their vitality. The flickering lights rendered the laboratory increasingly sinister under the influence of supernatural forces. A peculiar, chilling aura pervaded the air, enveloping them. Li Jun became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He hastily withdrew a red ghost candle from his possession and swiftly ignited it, pulling Wang Xiaoming along, prepared to flee the premises. The green candlelight flickered in the dim laboratory, a sight that should have instilled a sense of security in them. However, the dancing flames seemed to herald their impending demise. We cannot escape. Li Jun sealed off the laboratory. Given its security level, this ghost has only infiltrated my work area and cannot affect the outside. Moreover, this is a consequence of my actions. I must bear the responsibility. Wang Xiaoming's expression was calm, as if he had already made up his mind. If we contain this ghost within the laboratory, I will be the only casualty. However, should this malevolent spirit break free, it would spell disaster for everyone in the surrounding training base. And Yishi is still there. Li Jun was drenched in cold sweat, fearing the loss of two emblematic figures at headquarters to a ghostly messenger, which might cause other ghost tamers to lose their resolve. I can escape using the ghost domain. Li Jun gritted his teeth. No, that malevolent spirit possesses its own ghost domain. If you can escape, it undoubtedly can as well. I am well aware of the terror it embodies. At the training base, Professor Bai's class had concluded, and Yishi had commenced his lecture. Yet, for most ghost tamers, it mattered little who was teaching. They felt overwhelmingly drowsy and longed for slumber. Only out of respect for the speaker did they muster the energy to stay awake. He was discussing how to be a competent leader, and although the majority of ghost tamers strained to keep their eyes open, this did not dampen his enthusiasm for teaching. In truth, his purpose for being there was merely to maintain order. The headquarters was fully aware of his teaching capabilities. Expecting him to effectively educate the ghost tamers in attendance was utterly unrealistic. However, when he approached a significant point, Yishi's attention was diverted by something else, causing his voice to diminish considerably. A golden gleam seemed to flicker in his eyes as he gazed through layers of buildings, ultimately reaching Wang Xiaoming's laboratory. Unexpectedly, it has emerged earlier than I anticipated. Perhaps Wang Xiaoming has pushed it too hard, Yishi murmured softly. The ghost tamers below failed to notice Yishi's momentary distraction. They merely heard his voice gradually fade, mistakenly believing the class had concluded. One by one, they became animated, akin to students who had been imprisoned in the classroom for too long, yearning to escape. Yishi chuckled, gathered a few books from the podium, and exited the classroom. Some attempted to strike up a conversation, but before they could act, a red figure flashed past. Yang Jian rushed out ahead. The name of Ghost Eye Yang Jian was renowned at headquarters as a fearsome presence, if one were to rank the most formidable ghost tamers. Yang Jian would undoubtedly secure a top 3 position. Observing the situation, they felt a sense of helplessness, recognizing that Yang Jian was not one to provoke. They could only sigh at having missed yet another opportunity. Is there something amiss? Yi Shi inquired, slightly puzzled, as Yang Jian followed closely behind. The balance of the 3 malevolent spirits you mentioned is significantly related to this ghostly hand, isn't it? Could you offer some hints? Yi Shi glanced at Yang Jian, then towards the direction of the laboratory, and uttered a remark that left Yang Jian itching to retaliate. The time will come soon. You still lack certain elements. In truth, possessing more malevolent spirits does not equate to an advantage. The human psyche has its limits. Once the number of spirits you control exceeds a certain threshold, the mind cannot endure it. Yang Jian's expression darkened instantly, silently cursing the riddle maker. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he pondered deeply. His thoughts fixated on the extraordinarily powerful ghost tamer, Wang Kai. Did Yi Shi's words imply that Wang Kai had succumbed to an overwhelming number of malevolent spirits, severely eroding his sanity? Yang Jian cast a contemplative glance at Yi Shi, but the individual had already vanished without a trace. Even his ghost eye failed to capture any information regarding Yi Shi's disappearance. Suddenly, Yang Jian recalled testing Yi Shi at the entrance of the Caesar Hotel. He had detected no trace of decay or foulness about him. Initially, he had assumed Yi Shi was possessed by a malevolent spirit like Zhao Keiming, but upon reflection, that hypothesis seemed unfounded. What about the divine beings mentioned in the human skin parchment? What connection did they have with Yi Shi? Did divine beings truly exist in this world, or was it merely a singularly powerful malevolent spirit? As Yang Jian walked, lost in thought, he soon arrived at the shooting practice range. He glanced up just in time to witness a ghost tamer mishandling their firearm, resulting in an accidental discharge that struck themselves. Observing this scene, he couldn't help but think that the training provided by headquarters was indeed invaluable. Otherwise, should a ghost tamer venture out on a mission with a golden gun, failing to restrain a malevolent spirit and inadvertently shooting themselves, it would be an absurd farce. At that moment, Zhang Lei approached him. Yang Jian, has the prophet Yi Shi already departed? I wanted to ask him if there were any methods to suppress my malevolent spirit's resurgence, or if there was a possibility of joining his team. But it seems that hope is lost now. A team? Is he one of the designated captains at headquarters? Yang Jian mused, finding the notion rather peculiar. Given headquarters' attitude towards Yi Shi, it was improbable they were aware of his true, terrifying strength. Not quite. His name isn't on the captain's roster. He hasn't fulfilled the duties of a captain, yet he possesses the rights of one, Zhang Lei said enviously. However, such an outcome was quite acceptable to most ghost tamers. They still hoped that Yi Shi might share a few insights with them, should he fall in the battle against the supernatural. The allure of headquarters would diminish significantly for them. Chapter 117. The change. Yang Jian nodded thoughtfully. Such treatment did not come as a surprise to him. Yi Shi walked through the corridors of the training base, an inexplicable and eerie darkness silently creeping closer. First, all the lights of the base's security were extinguished, followed by an unsettling stillness enveloping the nearby buildings. The surrounding environment inexplicably grew cold. Has it spread so quickly? Yi Shi cast a glance at the encroaching darkness, suddenly feeling averse to the ghostly messenger. Wang Kai had already been excessively eroded by his divine essence. He had to devise his own means to capture the scarecrow ghost. Relying on Wang Kai for assistance again could greatly jeopardize his divine integrity, especially if any tampering occurred during his next promotion. Thus, he no longer needed the jigsaw pieces from the ghostly messenger, as the black ghost domain swiftly engulfed him. Yang Jian was meticulously contemplating the solution proposed by Yi Shi. He would not foolishly wait for the opportune moment to arrive. Perhaps, in the end, he would need to resort to the ghost cabinet. As for the human skin paper, Yi Shi had already given him a hint, so he deemed it unnecessary. The last incident involving Tong Qian's bitter smile almost caught him unawares, had he not exercised caution. Suddenly, a dark ghost domain enveloped him rapidly, the air thick with a cold, decaying scent, and the lights extinguished entirely. On top of a high-rise and dying city, an ominous greenish light spread across the dim sky, and on an otherwise empty platform, 2 figures materialized as if conjured from thin air, silent and mysterious, embodying an otherworldly phenomenon that defied rational explanation. You shouldn't have saved me. At that moment, Wang Xiaoming struggled to his feet, his face contorted, glaring fiercely at Li Jun. Beside him, a middle-aged man of about 30 appeared pale, his breath ragged, trembling slightly, whether from fear or some unbearable torment remained uncertain. Li Jun lay helplessly on the floor, his face ashen. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately, the words failed to escape. The vengeful spirit was far too powerful to protect Wang Xiaoming. He had paid an exorbitant price. The decision made above was erroneous. Do you realize how terrifying it is to release that vengeful spirit? And do you know that Yi Shi is still at the training base? If he falls victim to that vengeful spirit, can the headquarters bear the consequences? Wang Xiaoming seethed in a hushed voice. Now, most ghost tamers were aware of Yi Shi's standing at headquarters. The death of such a high-ranking ghost tamer amidst a vengeful spirit incident would cast doubt upon the competence of the headquarters, raising questions about their future ability to coordinate ghost tamers against supernatural events. You make me feel utterly powerless, Wang Xiaoming shouted, his eyes reddened. The ideals he had steadfastly believed in crumbled at that moment. To release such a terrifying spirit for the sake of saving him. The lives of those who perished indirectly because of him rendered him a mere joke. Hurry and call headquarters. Ascertain Yi Shi's current status. Then, dispatch a ghost taming squad to swiftly encircle this area. Wang Xiaoming momentarily emerged from his frenzy. He now had more pressing matters to attend to. He needed to ensure Yi Shi's safety. Li Jun, unperturbed by Wang Xiaoming's outburst, hastily picked up the phone to contact headquarters, notifying other ghost tamers to come to support this situation. However, after a brief wait, he received another piece of news. Wang Kai, the ghost tamer accompanying Yi Shi, had not acted alongside him today. Suppressing the tumult within, Li Jun addressed Wang Xiaoming. Professor Wang, you should take a moment to compose yourself. This is not the time to discuss that matter, but rather how to address the unfolding events. Additionally, I have a suspicion the ghost coffin was opened in the lab, and if the ghost had fully gestated and emerged, it should still be in that room since it was specially designed and sealed to prevent the ghost from escaping. Li Jun gradually stood and continued. Yet that ghost did not remain confined within the room. It appeared in your working area, Professor Wang. You mean that vengeful spirit was released by someone else? Wang Xiaoming paused, then continued, but that no longer matters. Whether it was intentionally released or the spirit escaped on its own is irrelevant. At that moment, we had a chance to confine it within my working area. Given the lab's multiple layers of security, the likelihood of that ghost escaping was minimal. I have both good and bad news, Li Jun sighed. Wang Xiaoming's gaze flickered with intrigue. Could he have anticipated this occurrence? Regardless, he urged, get headquarters to provide immediate assistance. I will consult Old Qin to extract Yi Shi. As Wang Xiaoming regained his composure, he began to piece together all the clues. Within minutes, he formulated a solution to address the situation. Yi Shi traversed the ghostly domain of the messenger without fear. He was merely a projection at this moment, no matter how formidable the messenger was. It could not strike at his true self from afar. Yang Jian remained vigilant, scanning the perimeter of the ghost domain when he suddenly spotted a white figure. Though he could not discern the person's features, he could unmistakably identify Yi Shi clad in white. Yang Jian, have you also been pulled into this ghost domain? Where have the others gone? This must be the ghost messenger's domain, right? Yang Jian relaxed his guard slightly and approached. This is the ghost messenger's domain. It possesses the power to suppress other vengeful spirits. If our number of vengeful spirits is fewer than its own, we will be subjected to its unyielding dominance. We must find our other teammates swiftly to avoid isolation. Yang Jian was acutely aware of the terror posed by this vengeful spirit. He had suffered immensely in Huanggang village and presently found himself incapable of confronting this spirit, especially since it appeared to be a fully matured ghost messenger. It was likely that an experiment had gone awry on Professor Wang's end. Would they still be able to contact headquarters from here? Just then, a piercing scream echoed from a distance. Chapter 118. Dispersed others have also been attacked by malevolent spirits. If more individuals fall victim, the quota for ghost enforcers will be significantly heightened. Thus, we must hasten to regroup with the others. Yi Shi softly articulated these words. Though he withheld a crucial detail, strictly speaking, his current projection does not qualify as a malevolent spirit, and therefore, he cannot be counted within the ghost enforcer's quota. As the two conversed, their satellite phones rang almost simultaneously, indicating the headquarters' urgency. Yi Shi, are you trapped within the ghost domain of the training base? If not, please evacuate immediately. If you are ensnared, do your utmost to stay with others. Soon, Elder Qin will extricate you. Yi Luan's voice on the line was fraught with anxiety. He understood the terror posed by ghost enforcers more than any other operator. For a ghost tamer to become ensnared in such supernatural occurrences is nearly tantamount to a death sentence. Beside him, Yang Jian also answered his satellite phone. Yang Jian, by the time you hear this, the training base has become exceedingly perilous. Evacuate at once to ensure your safety. A spirit is en route to the training base and may have already infiltrated it. Lu Xiaoyu paused briefly before whispering, if you happen to see Yishi, try to stay close to him. Headquarters will send an elder to rescue him, and you can hitch a ride. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian glanced at Yishi, feeling that uttering such words in front of others might be inappropriate. Yet, he noticed Yishi's absence. They had just been conversing, and now, in the brief interval of a phone call, he had vanished. Yishi, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Yang Jian's forehead. If that were indeed the case, the situation had become exceedingly dangerous. Furthermore, based on Yishi's revelations, the malevolent spirit was the very one released from the ghost coffin by Wang Xiaoming. What a jest! He had clearly been warned about the peril of the spirit within that coffin, yet he still allowed it to escape. Lu Xiaoyu interjected. This is not the moment for such discussions. It is fortunate that you are still alive. Hurry and leave the training base. The higher-ups do not require you to rescue anyone. Your sole task is to ensure your own survival. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's expression darkened further. The issuance of such orders by headquarters indicated they were aware of the spirit's formidable nature, a threat beyond the capabilities of their group of ghost tamers. This malevolent spirit had once haunted Yang Jian's nightmares, its peril exceeding even that of the subsequent starving ghost incident and the Z-City event. Yishi had not vanished. Upon noticing the ghost enforcer approaching, he had chosen to depart alone. The enforcer's quota had escalated beyond Yang Jian's ability to withstand, and he bore no malevolent spirit himself. Consequently, when that spirit approached, Yang Jian was destined for demise. He had to divert it alone. In a corridor imbued with an oppressive atmosphere, a figure clad in white advanced, shadowed by a malevolent spirit garbed in the attire of an overseer. With each step, an unsettling sensation welled within him. Upon observing the corpses behind him, he felt as if they were pleading, "Return my home to me." They were less than 3 meters apart, yet this brief distance constituted an insurmountable chasm for the ghost enforcer. Although he could not wield the grafted authority, he had nearly mastered the erroneous powers at his disposal. He manipulated the distance before him, subtly shifting it between the enforcer and himself. However, Yishi clearly had no intention of leisurely wandering the training base alongside the enforcer. He gathered his strength and, in an instant, seized the enforcer's lethal pattern. Deprived of its murderous instinct, the ghost enforcer abruptly halted, standing motionless like a wooden post, devoid of any action. At that moment, within the dormitory building of the training base, one pondered, could this be the onset of a supernatural event? It should not be an extraordinary occurrence. Those who arrived here are perilously close to the resurrection of malevolent spirits. Perhaps it is the spirit of some ghost tamer? With so many gathered, it is not unusual for such incidents to transpire. Indeed, it seems that way. Should we assist? Another queried. The resurrection of a ghost tamer's malevolent spirit is no trifling matter. Isn't Ghost Yang Jian present here as well? With him around, what do we have to fear? He has dealt with an S-level incident before. Someone remarked. Do you think it is possible that Ghost Yang Jian's spirit has resurrected? A worried man asked. Do not utter such words. If his spirit has returned, it would surely be classified as an S-level incident, and we would all be doomed. Fear not, fear not. I can assure you that it is not Yang Jian's spirit that has awakened. Yang Jian's ghost domain is crimson. Observe how the spirit's domain is black. One man pointed at the shadow on the wall, and upon hearing this, the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Grateful it was not Yang Jian's spirit. Yet, the malevolent spirit had already infiltrated their midst. Moreover, it was a spirit endowed with a ghost domain. Wang Jiang emerged from the dormitory, his countenance tense and anxious. He stepped into the corridor, gazing into the enveloping darkness outside, which felt as if they were surrounded. I just received a call from headquarters. They instructed us to evacuate immediately, stating that a supernatural event has been confirmed here. One individual, pale with fear, set down his phone, for the conversation had underscored the severity of the situation. Chapter 119 Intensifying Wang Jiang. Have you seen Yang Jian? Suddenly, Zhang Lei approached swiftly, his rigid face betraying a hint of urgency. If he is alone now, the likelihood of a ghostly assault is quite high. I fear for his safety. He understood Zhang Lei's implication. Should Yang Jian encounter misfortune, their own survival would be in jeopardy, as they would be powerless against Yang Jian post-resurgence, as well as the unknown level of the ghost. Never mind, we must flee swiftly. Preserving our lives is of utmost importance. Even if we cannot escape, we must strive to survive a little longer. Reinforcements have already been dispatched from headquarters. Zhang Lei was privy to certain inside information. An elder had taken action. If they could endure long enough, the chances of rescue would be favorable. Time waits for no one. Let us escape. Zhang Lei nodded, immediately gathering the ghost tamers on his floor to prepare for a hasty retreat. However, before they could act, everyone shuddered in unison and involuntarily looked up at the ceiling. Thud, thud. The footsteps echoing from above instilled both familiarity and dread in them. How is it possible that this malevolent spirit has arrived here so swiftly? A pitch-black hand reached through the crowd, resting upon a man's shoulder. Ah, save me. Please, save me. The others turned ashen, paralyzed with fear, scattering in a desperate bid for safety, praying that the ghost's target would not be them. Yang Jian stood at the entrance of the base, holding a duffel bag. His expression grave, brows furrowed deeply. At this moment, he could only retrieve a ghost candle from his suitcase. He was uncertain of the number of layers in this ghost's domain, and his current physical condition was not optimistic. Forcibly activating multiple layers of the ghost domain could lead to his own revival before the malevolent spirit even reached him. Yishi walked alone through the pitch-black corridor, unconcerned by the surrounding darkness, for he knew the precise location of the ghost. Had it not been for the support dispatched by headquarters in the form of Elder Qin, he would have already made a run for it, without the need to feign weakness while awaiting rescue. He produced a handful of paper money, which he had taken from the merit box previously. Originally, he intended to save it for purchasing a coffin in Taiping Ancient Town, but now offering it to the ghost emissary seemed inconsequential. By the time he reached Taiping Ancient Town, he might very well snatch a coffin, rendering this money useless. However, he was slightly concerned. If the ghost emissary accepted his money, would it sink into the ghost lake? After careful consideration, Yishi concluded that such a scenario was unlikely. Before that could happen, headquarters would employ ghost paintings to restrain the emissary. The ghost lake's domain was inferior to that of the ghost paintings, ensuring that the emissary would not escape the latter. The ghost lake was already on the verge of losing control. If another emissary were to be submerged, the incident could erupt prematurely. At this moment, there was no captain available to manage the ghost lake incident, and he certainly did not wish for headquarters to perish so swiftly. In such chaos, he too would find no peace. Although Yishi had pondered that the ghost emissary would not sink into the lake, he felt compelled to offer a bit of private funds, treating it as compensation for the coffin money he had pilfered. After the ghost emissary finished its grim tasks, it departed the scene, making its way toward Yang Jian, who, at present, was also isolated. Initially, Yang Jian had not been targeted, but following the emissary's attack on other ghost tamers, the number of spirits he suppressed had exceeded 3. Thus, Yang Jian was now included among the targets. As Yishi traversed the corridor, a flickering green candlelight illuminated ahead, its eerie hue imparting an unexpected sense of security. The burning rate of the ghost candle served as a warning. The closer the spirits approached, the faster it burned. If attacked, the candle could be extinguished in an instant. Should he encounter particularly bizarre spirits, such as the wish-granting ghost, it could even blow out the candle outright. Yang Jian noted that the burning rate of the ghost candle in his hand had not changed upon seeing the figure in white robes. Yishi, where have you been? We were both targeted by the ghost emissary earlier. I devised a plan to divert its attention, but regrettably, it locked onto another target midway and disregarded me. Yishi observed Yang Jian, whose expression was as grim as one who had tasted something foul. His face darkened with distress. Yishi could ascertain that this expression was not directed at him, but rather a reaction to events that had transpired before his arrival. Yishi scrutinized him closely and indeed detected other anomalies about Yang Jian. Where has your ghost rope gone? It hasn't been taken by the ghost emissary, has it? Yang Jian's countenance darkened further. After a moment of silence, he replied, We are trapped within the ghost emissary's domain. I have already attempted to escape. The 4-layer ghost domain cannot be exited. The ghost rope was seized during that time. Moreover, upon opening the 4-layer ghost domain, it seems a wooden board resembling a coffin lid appeared. That board obstructed my ghost domain, preventing my escape. Yishi pondered this, and in Yang Jian's eyes, he appeared to be entering a state of foresight. Perhaps they now had a glimmer of hope for escape. After a while, Yishi slowly opened his eyes and calmly stated, barring unforeseen circumstances, The ghost coffin is gradually transforming into the ghost emissary, with its domain representing the interior of the coffin. However, there is a somewhat fortunate aspect to this situation. The ghost emissary has not yet fully matured. It has merely transformed the coffin lid at this stage. Yushi withheld other details, merely stating a simple fact that could aid their escape. Yang Jian, do you think it is possible that if you were to siphon a portion of the ghost emissary's suppressive power, your own malevolent spirit might regain its equilibrium? Yi Shi's words left Yang Jian momentarily at a loss. He comprehended Yi Shi's implication clearly. Yi Shi had almost explicitly indicated that the means to restore balance lay in targeting the ghost emissary. Yang Jian was aware that this was not the sole method. But compared to the omnipresent pitfalls of human skin paper and the unfinished transaction with the ghost cabinet, it certainly represented his best option. Yang Jian gazed at Yi Shi with anticipation. Yet Yi Shi shook his head, preemptively speaking before Yang Jian could voice his thoughts. I do not possess specific knowledge about the circumstances. This is all I can foresee at present. Chapter 120. The turning point. Yi Shi understood Yang Jian's character well. If he revealed everything to him, Yang would only become suspicious. However, if he provided him with fragmented clues, Yang would deduce the truth himself and believe it wholeheartedly. It was precisely due to Yang Jian's skeptical nature that he managed to survive in this perilous realm of the supernatural. The shroud of darkness was not extensive, merely enveloping the training base and its surrounding areas. Yet, after their recent exploration, Yang Jian felt a chilling apprehension wash over him. As a participant in the ghostly affairs, he was acutely aware of the immense power these spirits possessed. The mindless force of suppression was beyond his current capability to confront. Do not worry. As long as we endure long enough, that elder at headquarters will come to our aid. Yi Shi attempted to soothe Yang Jian's anxiety. However, Yang Jian's vengeful spirit was on the verge of awakening. Even if they survived this ordeal, it would not be long before his life was forfeit. Thus, it was highly probable that he would gamble here, attempting to siphon the supernatural energy from the ghostly enforcer to suppress the resurgence of his vengeful spirit. Yang Jian was deep in contemplation, indeed harboring the intention to steal the supernatural abilities of the enforcer. However, he had no allies to assist him in this endeavor. As he scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settled on a figure clad in a white robe, an unmistakable golden opportunity. Yi Shi also noted the expression on Yang Jian's face, but shook his head, saying, I can safeguard myself before the ghostly enforcer, but if you seek my assistance, I fear my current strength will be of little help. Yi Shi was not lying. He was merely a projection and could not lend much supernatural power to himself. At present, Yi Shi did not instill in Yang Jian the terrifying sense of dread. Through their recent interactions, Yang Jian sensed that matters were far from straightforward, particularly given the astonishing breadth of Yi Shi's network. The fact that he was acquainted with individuals from the Republican era left Yang Jian skeptical. He could not believe that there were no underlying secrets involved. I will endeavor to try. However, our immediate objective should be survival. We must locate the other isolated team members. If the enforcer claims too many ghost tamers, our chances of survival will dwindle to nothing. Yang Jian remained focused on the gravity of the situation. He was acutely aware of the horror that the vengeful spirit represented, vividly recalling the incident in Huanggang village. If they did not flee now, they would not even have the opportunity to run when the enforcer caught up with them. The number of enforcers had already surpassed that of the vengeful spirits they carried. Their figures vanished into the darkness as they made their way toward the dormitory building, which had likely been invaded by ghosts. However, other ghost tamers were also in the vicinity of the dormitory. Meanwhile, in a large conference room at headquarters, numerous ghost tamers not currently in training had already gathered. The repercussions of this incident were dire, prompting an increasing number of ghost tamers to rush to headquarters overnight to attend an emergency meeting. This supernatural incident stemmed from my failed experiment. Let us refrain from discussing responsibility or consequences at this moment. I will provide you with an explanation afterward. For now, allow me to finish speaking. Those who have not yet arrived can participate via satellite phone conference, began the speaker. Additionally, during this incident, Yi Shi happened to be at the training base. Our primary objective now is to rescue them. Instantly, the ghost tamers seated below began to murmur among themselves. Hold your comments. Let Professor Wang continue, interjected Deputy Minister Chao Yanhua, gesturing for silence. Their concern was not whether the situation could be resolved, but rather who could foresee supernatural events following Yi Shi's demise. She had predicted numerous occurrences, preemptively neutralizing many terrifying vengeful spirits at their source. Sometimes, he could even derive methods to address the resurgence of other ghost tamers' vengeful spirits based on these events. Though the situation was uncertain, each individual harbored a flicker of hope. What if they were the fortunate ones in a future they had foreseen? Regrettably, my experiment ultimately failed. The test subject, Wei Jing, has likely transformed completely into a vengeful spirit. In the process, I inadvertently lost a supernatural object, granting this newly born enforcer 3 quotas to suppress vengeful spirits from the outset. Wang Xiaoming paused at this juncture, and his subsequent words filled the other ghost tamers with despair. Any ghost tamer capable of controlling fewer than 3 vengeful spirits would become the enforcer's target, subject to suppression. The only recourse was to band together, ensuring that their collective vengeful spirits outnumbered his. Yet Wang Xiaoming was not finished. He continued, "This ability to suppress other spirits can also grow. If this ghost kills a ghost tamer and seizes the spirit within them, the number of spirits it can suppress will rise from 3 to 4. I cannot ascertain the upper limit." The group that had recently criticized Wang Xiaoming now fell into a hushed silence. They stood no chance against such a formidable vengeful spirit. Sending them forth would be tantamount to a death sentence, not to mention the additional amplification of the supernatural threat. Currently, the enforcer was wreaking havoc within the training base, and it was only a matter of time before it began claiming lives. One can only imagine how terrifyingly powerful this vengeful spirit would become by the time this incident concluded. Enough. Please stop. Some ghost tamers were already overwhelmed by the immense pressure. They had joined headquarters with the intention of prolonging their lives, not to perish in an insolvable crisis. A scream erupted from one of the ghost tamers below. They were individuals accustomed to dealing with supernatural events, fully aware of how powerless they became once a vengeful spirit was suppressed. For them, this was undoubtedly a matter of life and death. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Some issues simply could not be resolved through sheer effort. The disparity between vengeful spirits and ghost tamers could sometimes be unfathomably vast. Qiao Yanhua cleared his throat twice, shattering the silence and conveying a glimmer of hope to the others. However, there is good news. Headquarters has dispatched a ghost tamer for support. Yet, he will not engage in the subjugation of the vengeful spirit. His sole purpose is to extract a few key individuals. The objective of this meeting is to discuss how we can once again contain this supernatural incident. Chapter 121. Ghost money. Although the primary concern they had was alleviated, the repercussions of this vengeful spirit still weighed heavily upon them. Almost all the ghost tamers fell into a hushed silence, utterly incapable of devising any effective measures to address the ghostly incident. However, having joined the headquarters, they understood that if the ramifications of this event proved too severe, they would be compelled to step up, regardless of their reluctance. The headquarters had endowed them with resources, and thus they were bound to assume their corresponding responsibilities. Speaking of the ghost coffin incident, Feng Quan, it was you and Yang Jian who resolved it together, was it not? What methods did you employ to achieve success back then? Suddenly, Deputy Minister Qiao Yanhua furrowed his brow in contemplation, shifting his gaze towards Feng Quan, who sat nearby. Feng Quan divulged everything he knew, for any attempt to conceal information at this juncture would invite dire consequences. There existed a more despairing facet to the ghost. It could not be imprisoned. Strictly speaking, it could be confined, yet even in confinement, the malevolent spirit would continue to manifest, adopting a different identity and reappearing by one's side. Damn, such a grotesque occurrence, and you classify it as a B-level supernatural event in your records? In my view, it is unequivocally an S-level supernatural event. Had it spread beyond Huanggang village, I wonder if you would have found a way to trick it back into its coffin, exclaimed a ghost tamer named Qiao Yang. Wang Xiaoming lowered his head slightly, his expression tinged with melancholy. Yet upon hearing Qiao Yang's last remark, a spark of realization ignited within him. This vengeful spirit had not yet fully formed. The ghost coffin had merely lost its lid. Thus, there remained a possibility of confining it once more. Wang Xiaoming declared, I hereby officially classify this ghost as an S-level incident, codename Ghost Messenger. Let us employ the method just suggested by Qiao Yang and see if we can imprison it once more. The assembly gasped in astonishment. Wang Xiaoming's brother had been slain by Yang Jian, and yet he was willing to set aside personal grievances to aid him. This also conveyed a clear message. The headquarters would exert every effort to support capable and commendable ghost tamers. Wang Xiaoming was also aware that Yang Jian possessed the human skin paper he required. This alone rendered Yang Jian invaluable enough for him to extend assistance. As for Yi Shi, he felt little concern after the support from Elder Qin. Yi Shi was replete with life-preserving items. For instance, regarding the ghost candle. After initial production could commence, the headquarters had directly gifted him over a dozen, coupled with some unique life-saving tools. Sustaining himself against the ghost messenger for several hours would pose no challenge. As for the others, their survival hinged solely upon their own luck. This headquarters meeting was surprisingly unified. Those who had previously stirred discord were now silent, for their internally appointed captain, Jiang Shangbai, had perished in the last incident. They lacked the confidence to oppose the headquarters. At the training base, Yang Jian and Yi Shi had descended to the dormitory level. At that moment, Yang Jian's communication device connected. This is Wang Xiaoming. Feel free to ask any questions. I have devised a preliminary plan to confine the malevolent spirit. However, I will require your cooperation. Should this endeavor succeed, the rewards from the headquarters will be substantial. Wang Xiaoming stated directly. Just as Yang Jian was about to voice his inquiries, a terrifying black silhouette began to creep along the wall, cloaked in a shroud of darkness. A chilling aura permeated the corridor. The ghost messenger. It has set its sights on us. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, preparing to flee, yet upon witnessing the ensuing scene, his escape seemed to slow. To his astonishment, Yi Shi did not retreat, but instead advanced toward the ghost messenger. Where are you going? Are you seeking death? Yang Jian bit his lip and exclaimed. Yi Shi held a candle emitting green flames. He approached the fearsome figure with calm determination. I possess a supernatural item. I shall attempt to elude it. It has already fixated on me, and fleeing is futile. The candle crackled ominously under the ghostly onslaught. It appeared that the candle could not endure for long. The ghost messenger slowly raised its hand, yet Yi Shi's subsequent actions astonished Yang Jian, causing him to disregard even Wang Xiaoming's voice from the satellite phone. Yi Shi held forth a rectangular piece of paper, upon which Yang Jian vaguely discerned the characters for 7 yuan. It was a counterfeit bill so ludicrously fake that it was beyond belief. Yet, this peculiar piece of fake currency caused the ghost messenger to halt its imminent attack on Yi Shi. Yi Shi pressed the 7 yuan into its hand. Once the ghost messenger received the counterfeit bill, it seemed to disregard Yi Shi entirely, despite the presence of the individual before it, even triggering its murderous instincts. It appeared oblivious to Yi Shi's existence. What are you still doing here? Hurry and flee. Are you lingering to watch a show? Before departing, Yi Shi ensured to leave a contingency with the ghost messenger. Lacking any other denominations, he could only offer this bill. He felt it would be remiss not to strike the spirit after giving it the 7 yuan. Yang Jian halted within a hall, his expression grim as he surveyed his surroundings. After employing the ghost domain, his control over his own body began to waver. Then, another spatial disturbance occurred, and Yi Shi reappeared before him. Yang Jian, have you heard the ancient adage that money can make a ghost turn the mill? You must have also heard of the concept of buying one's life. The counterfeit bill I gave him is essentially a life-buying currency. Upon accepting it, he shall never be able to attack me, even if I trigger his murderous instincts. Yi Shi shook his head and remarked, this matter is not a great secret. The archives at headquarters contain records on this supernatural item. Chapter 122. Outbreak. After Yi Shi uttered his words, Yang Jian's expression turned exceedingly peculiar. He was intensely curious about how Yi Shi had just evaded the ghostly emissary. The ability to vanish without a sound and reappear in the same manner was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ghost master. At that moment, Yang Jian's mind raced. Recalling the events at the Caesar Hotel, where Yi Shi's command over the malevolent spirit far exceeded his expectations. Could that counterfeit currency truly be a form of ghostly currency that could buy one's life? Would handing this currency to the malevolent spirit ensure immunity from its wrath? Yang Jian, brimming with intrigue, inquired, for if this were indeed the case, the value of such ghostly currency would surpass that of the death replacement doll. Yet, there were numerous questions he wished to pose. Ultimately, he could only articulate this singular inquiry, as the likelihood of receiving answers to his other queries seemed bleak. Indeed, the headquarters does possess some stock, Yi Shi replied with a smile. If you have the opportunity next time, you might request one from there. What was that ability of yours? You effortlessly penetrated the ghost emissary's domain. Your strength must far exceed what you present, Yang Jian remarked. Though Yi Shi paid little heed to his words, he understood that his true power would eventually be revealed, and thus he did not expect to conceal it for long. Moreover, he currently required a modicum of strength to intimidate Yang Jian. "Will you report my actions to the headquarters?" Yishi asked, his gaze calm as he regarded Yang Jian. "I have no intention of meddling in your affairs with the headquarters. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your true power and the motives behind your actions." Yang Jian replied, suppressing the physical pain he felt. "In truth, I am exceedingly weak and not skilled in combat. Do not overthink it. I could barely contend with some elderly individuals," Yishi stated earnestly, though the reference to elderly bore an ambiguous undertone. Yang Jian's expression clearly reflected disbelief. A person who could not even best the elderly could traverse the ghost emissary's domain with ease. Did he truly take Yang Jian for a fool? At that moment, Yang Jian was unaware of certain secrets from the Republic era, nor did he comprehend the true nature of the elderly that Yishi spoke of. A sense of foreboding began to stir within him, an instinctive warning likely emanating from the malevolent spirit residing within him. Leaning casually against the wall, Yishi felt his projection growing stronger, indicating that his true form would soon fully accommodate its uniqueness. He was also aware of Wang Kai's recent abnormalities, leading him to postpone his promotion plans in search of a suitable replacement, for Wang Kai had likely been deeply tainted long ago. Yishi swiftly dismissed any frivolity he had entertained while playing house at the training base. The priority now was to seek the scarecrow spirit. Contemplating this, he conceived another notion. Waiting for Wang Xiaoming to procure the human skin paper was somewhat precarious. After all, given Wang Xiaoming's high intellect, he might not voice such a request when accompanying them to the warehouse for storing supernatural artifacts. Thus, he advanced his plans to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. After all, the only reliable individual who had accompanied Wang Xiaoming was Elder Qin. The trustworthiness of others was not on par with his. If even Elder Qin were to rebel against the headquarters, the very existence of the headquarters would be rendered moot. "Yang Jian, in the future I foresee, you possess a mysterious piece of human skin paper. I wish to borrow it for a brief observation, no longer than 10 minutes. In return, I shall offer you a ghostly currency valued at $7. Originally intending to approach this gradually, time, it seemed, was of the essence. As anticipated, Wang Kai had likely succumbed to a fervent belief due to his divine nature. Next time, he would simply cast him into the ghostly post office, seeking a way for him to assume the role of administrator. By distorting Zhang Xingguang's quota through erroneous abilities, he had afforded Wang Kai a favorable outcome. Yang Jian's demeanor remained composed. He appeared unfazed by Yishi's awareness of the human skin paper in his possession. He merely responded in a measured tone. "This is the ghost emissary's realm, and observing here is unsafe. Let us discuss this matter once we are safely outside." He did not refuse outright, harboring a subtle intent. He knew of Yishi's impressive predictive abilities, as most events at headquarters had passed through his hands. He too wished to uncover Yishi's genuine strength. Yishi's expression shifted slightly, culminating in a resigned sigh. The entire domain of the ghost emissary was enveloped in a golden radiance. His power was steadily increasing as his divine nature gradually revived. The strength borrowed from his true form was becoming increasingly formidable. This was not a promising sign. "Here, it is safe to speak. The ghost emissary cannot penetrate this space. Shortly, I shall guide you out of his domain," Yishi assured, silently observing Yang Jian. A counterfeit $7 bill in hand, his other hand adjusting his monocle. Yang Jian gazed at the yellowish domain enveloping them, feeling the ghost emissary's influence suppressed. Within this realm, time seemed to stagnate, imbuing everything with an intense sense of antiquity, evoking an uncanny sensation of unreality. This was the ghostly domain of the entity documented in the archives from Daxing City. Upon witnessing the golden domain, Yang Jian immediately comprehended that while he might not delve deeply into other files, this incident was classified as an S-level event, one he understood thoroughly. Had Yishi truly commanded such a terrifying malevolent spirit? Yang Jian was astounded. This was the hidden power Yishi possessed. The ghostly I was also restrained by this domain, exhibiting a reluctance to open. In this state, he had only witnessed such behavior in the ghostly painting. Now, another domain manifested a similar condition. Indeed, everything unfolded as Yang Jian had surmised. This individual, codenamed Prophet at the headquarters, possessed abilities that far surpassed his outward displays. Regardless of the circumstances, at the very least, Yishi was currently aligned with him. In the face of the present, how could one contemplate the future? What recourse did Yang Jian have? In such a predicament, It would be child's play for Yi Shi to eliminate him, especially given the $7 ghostly currency he had proffered in trade. Such sincerity was disquieting. His apprehension stemmed solely from the past manifestations of the human skin paper, fearing that their union might precipitate something truly horrific. Chapter 123. Discovering the location, Yang Jian was inevitably intrigued by the efficacy of the paper money he had encountered. As long as he did not confront a horde of malevolent spirits, this piece of currency could very well save his life. However, I must first caution you that this time, the balance of the malevolent spirits must be acquired from the ghostly envoy. If I were to lead you away from here, you would forfeit this opportunity. Would you truly be content with that? As Yang Jian rummaged through his backpack for the human skin paper, he hesitated momentarily upon hearing these words. But soon his expression solidified with determination. I will attempt to command the malevolent spirit here. If I miss this chance, who knows how long I must wait for another? He chuckled bitterly, acknowledging that the future was shrouded in uncertainty. Rather than languishing for an elusive future, it would be prudent to seize the present. Seeing Yang Jian's resolve, Yi Shi felt no surprise. It is wiser to focus on the present than to gamble on the future. Only what one has secured truly belongs to oneself. A yellowed sheet of paper appeared in Yang Jian's grasp, cold and faintly reeking of decay. I am Yang Jian. By the time you read this, I shall have perished. As was customary, Yang Jian intended to utter something, but the words on the human skin paper began to shift immediately. Please offer me to the great existence. Please offer me to the great existence. Please offer me to the great existence. The script grew increasingly bold and dark. As if the paper's ultimate desire was this plea, Yang Jian felt a sense of numbness wash over him. This dual-natured paper did not exhibit such a demeanor towards him. It continually dug pits for him and issued threats each time it was employed. This imbalance stirred discontent within him. With a sigh, Yang Jian handed the human skin paper to Yi Shi while receiving the 7 pieces of paper money in return. With this paper money, he now possessed the audacity to pilfer the supernatural from the ghostly envoy. Yang Jian was astonished by the sight before him. Upon reaching Yi Shi's hands, the human skin paper was densely inscribed with black characters and even featured simplistic expressions. Some of these expressions seemed to be playfully endearing. Yi Shi, gazing at the whimsical human skin paper in his possession, found himself at a loss for words. He had anticipated that this would be akin to the typical opening faced by others, yet he had not imagined such an outcome. Respectful great existence. The humble human skin paper offers you its utmost loyalty, yearning only for a long-term service at your side. Yi Shi was reluctant to retain the human skin paper. While it held some utility, the dangers of its use were considerable. Who could say if this item was merely a fade? Let Yang Jian bear the risks of employing it. Noticing Yi Shi's silence, the human skin paper began to fervently exhibit its capabilities. The humble human skin paper offers you advice. Through various events, you may gradually acquire special abilities. For instance, in Dazhong City, there exists a malevolent spirit holding an umbrella. You can seize its umbrella just as it disembarks from the supernatural bus, for that umbrella can unlock a unique multi-layered ghost realm. Subsequently, you may utilize this umbrella to siphon the powers of a terrifying spirit that commands flames. As Yi Shi observed the ever-increasing text, it would be difficult for an ordinary spirit controller to resist such temptation. Alas, he was accompanied by 4 individuals. Only Fang Jing remained impervious to such allure. Yi Shi showed no interest in the other information and inquired, "Where is the scarecrow with terrifying manipulation abilities located now?" "It currently resides within a mystical mountain village. You will need to board a supernatural bus to Dying City, which departs in a month. After 3 stops, you shall arrive." The village is surrounded by fields, and while many malevolent spirits linger there, they do not appear during the day. It is only at night. Here, the foresight of the human skin paper seemed to be disrupted by some unseen force, growing vague before ultimately vanishing. Soon, new characters began to materialize. Apologies, Great Master. The human skin paper cannot foresee subsequent events. The mountain village becomes exceedingly perilous at night, yet for the Great Master, these are mere trifles. Yi Shi paid little heed to the paper's concluding remarks, intending to return the human skin paper to Yang Jian. Just then, new text rapidly appeared on the paper. Excessive use of power may temporarily suppress revival. Yi Shi paused momentarily, but he still returned the human skin paper to Yang Jian. He was acutely aware of the implications of the excessive use of power, yet he sensed that the human skin paper harbored ulterior motives. attempting to steer him in a particular direction. As the paper departed his grasp, it sketched a simplistic expression of discomfort. The next time, it would surely elicit satisfaction from the great master. While the paper expressed its aspirations, such matters no longer concerned Yishi. Perhaps in the eyes of the human skin paper, Yishi regarded it as inadequate for resolving issues. The paper now yearned for a corporeal form. I am Yang Jian. I have discerned the answers I sought. However, this paper possesses a malevolent nature. Exercise caution when utilizing it in the future. It may fail countless times. But your single failure could lead to irrevocable consequences. Yishi adjusted his monocle and addressed Yang Jian. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to share further information with Yang Jian. According to the intelligence I gleaned from the human skin paper, the method for you to command the malevolent spirit involves removing a semi-finished coffin nail crafted by Wang Xiaoming from the ghostly envoy. This nail can suppress 3 malevolent spirits and also serves as the source of the ghostly envoy's capacity to restrain spirits. Once you extract it, you can harness the ghostly envoy's supernatural abilities to confine it within your ghostly hand, ultimately enabling you to subdue the malevolent spirits within you using those 3 suppression slots. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian pondered for a moment. Yishi's statements were devoid of flaws, and the logical progression was coherent, devoid of the haphazardness characteristic of fabricated lies. Perhaps this method truly held merit. To be candid, he felt a surge of eagerness. If Yishi intended to eliminate him, there would be no need for such elaborate schemes. Then, another thought crossed Yang Jian's mind. The ghostly envoy's suppression slots originate from this coffin nail. If I were to modify the ghostly envoy's memories with the human skin paper before extracting the coffin nail, such that it believes it only possesses 3 suppression slots, would it not render the ghostly envoy incapable of vanquishing any spirit controller? Yang Jian inquired of Yishi with a placid expression. In theory, this approach is plausible. I would be willing to experiment with you. Whether it proves effective remains to be seen. After all, supernatural events are often replete with unexpected twists. Yishi did not outright reject the proposition, leading Yang Jian to believe that this endeavor was likely to succeed. Chapter 124. 2 Fortunate Souls, 2 Figures. Illuminated by the eerie green candlelight, gradually ventured deeper into the seemingly endless corridor. What are your plans next? Will you continue to predict future events from the headquarters? Yang Jian broke the silence between them. I am certainly aligned with the headquarters for mutual benefit. Surely, you have witnessed the terror of the malevolent spirit I command? The one capable of foreseeing the future has been subdued and rendered immobile. Yishi fabricated a lie that Yang Jian could accept. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Jian continued, is it truly possible to control such a formidable malevolent spirit? The supernatural is replete with uncertainty. You must have encountered the woman depicted in the infamous S-Class incident, the ghost painting. It was her demise that triggered the resurgence of malevolent spirits. Yishi's expression shifted to one of gravity as he addressed Yang Jian. The true horror of the ghost painting lies within its haunted domain, where many unknown malevolent spirits are confined. Even with paper money, it would be insufficient. Yang Jian felt a shiver run down his spine. Indeed, the ghost painting was exceedingly daunting for him at present. To escape an encounter with the ghost painting would be nothing short of miraculous. Yishi deactivated his golden ghost domain, revealing his capabilities. Henceforth, his role would not merely consist of sipping tea at the headquarters. Yang Jian found this quite reasonable. It would be peculiar if such a powerful ghost domain could persist indefinitely. Regarding your matters, I shall remain tight-lipped. After all, we are allies, and you have aided me on numerous occasions. Yang Jian stated after a moment of silence, for he was not one to speak in riddles. He preferred forthrightness. Since we are allies, what if one day the headquarters decides to hunt me down? Will you shelter me? Yishi inquired playfully, casting a glance at Yang Jian. Yang Jian's countenance darkened, yet he gritted his teeth and made a promise. As long as you do not engage in heinous acts, I will stand by your side. All right, I shall cease my jest. I am not that malevolent. Besides, given your strength, if I were to fall into peril, your support would be of little use. As they traversed through the dark ghost domain, they could discern objects within a 5-meter radius, while beyond that, only indistinct outlines of figures, be it human or architectural, could be made out. Beyond 10 meters, visibility was utterly lost. Even the brightest flashlight would serve no greater purpose than a glow stick in the darkness. At this moment, Yang Jian's heart brimmed not with fear, but with an exhilarating thrill. With this paper currency in hand, He could defy the ghost emissaries. He could disregard an S-class incident. Their current objective was the dormitory building, which he deemed the most perilous area. If the ghost emissaries were present within, the other spirit tamers would undoubtedly sense it, and under normal circumstances, they would flee the dormitory. Thus, the ghost emissaries would not abandon the dormitory unless they eliminated all the spirit tamers within. Shi sensed the powerful and gradually encroaching aura and urged Yang Jian to act swiftly. Although Jiang Shangbai had perished, the headquarters was not devoid of critics. He had merely been the most vocal. With his demise, the opposing voices had quieted significantly. However, should they acquire incriminating evidence, they would pursue relentlessly, akin to ravenous hounds. As they advanced, a faint silhouette suddenly materialized before them. Upon closer approach, they discovered it was a woman, not a ghost emissary. For reasons unknown, Yang Jian felt a pang of disappointment. The rapid footsteps in the darkness caused Huang Zia, who had been lost near the dormitory, to tremble violently, her body covered in a cold sweat, a wave of inexplicable terror washing over her. "Who are you?" "Yang Jian, the ghost I Yang Jian." Upon hearing this name, Huang Zia, whose psychological resilience was somewhat fragile, nearly burst into tears. "Please, take me out of here. I do not wish to die." Her voice was laden with palpable fear. Several of her fellow spirit tamers had met their demise at the hands of ghost emissaries, with no room for resistance. Such levels of supernatural phenomena were far beyond their capacity to confront. Being targeted by such terrifying malevolent spirits would only lead to one outcome: death. The quiet dormitory building was sparsely populated. If Yang Jian's suspicions were correct, the ghost emissaries must have attained a truly terrifying number. Without the ghost money firmly in his grasp, he genuinely would not dare to confront the current ghost emissaries. Yang Jian sighed inwardly. Deep within the dormitory, Wang Jiang, holding Zhang Lei's satellite phone, listened intently, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. The headquarters reported that Yang Jian is alive and is leading a group from the first floor upwards. We must rendezvous with him. Is that so? If so, let us hurry down to join them. Zhang Lei exclaimed with enthusiasm. After all, Yang Jian was known for resolving S-class incidents with remarkable efficacy. Just as they prepared to descend to meet him, Wang Zhang's footsteps abruptly halted, his already rigid face revealing a look of horror in the darkness. Before them stood a decayed corpse clad in the attire of a supervisor, its advanced state of decomposition emitting a foul stench. "Run! The malevolent spirit is right before us." Zhang Lei exerted all his strength to flee, for merely glimpsing such a terrifying spirit stripped them of their will to resist. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. From Zhang Lei's warning to their action, no more than 3 seconds elapsed, for they had previously agreed that upon encountering danger, hesitation was not an option. Every able-bodied individual should escape as quickly as possible. The hurried footsteps echoed through the 4th floor, and on the 1st floor, Shi also sensed the presence of the malevolent spirit looming above. They were indeed fortunate, as they found themselves on the 4th floor of the dormitory. Their descent was not due to the ghosts pursuing them, but rather, they were seeking out the malevolent spirits. Let us make haste to the 4th floor. Every soul saved is a victory. After all, your situation appears rather dire as well. We must swiftly attain a new equilibrium. Chapter 125. Suppression upon hearing Yishi's words. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, while Huang Zia, trailing behind them, constantly pondered the stark disparity between herself and the top-tier figures at headquarters. Yang Jian and Yishi boldly confronted S-grade incidents, while she felt compelled to rely on others for her own salvation in the face of such challenges. A sense of existential doubt enveloped her, yet she recognized that this was a unique situation. After all, Yang Jian, prior to acquiring that peculiar $7 counterfeit bill, would never have recklessly sought out an S-grade malevolent spirit, given his cautious nature. An S-grade incident is no trivial matter. There is no easy resolution to such events. Even the starving ghost incident required the intervention of the coffin nail of the ghost eye master to be barely contained. Moreover, the whereabouts of the presumably more powerful ghost eye master remain unknown, and contemplating the future is futile had the coffin nail not been retrieved. He would have perished within the starving ghost incident. What future could there be? Yang Jian held the strange piece of paper in his hand. Its texture markedly different from that of human skin paper, and the counterfeit bill bore the absurdly crooked numeral 7. Were it not for the additional designs adorning it, one might have likened it more aptly to a number tag. Yishi ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor with remarkable composure. his steady stride and unperturbed expression seemingly capable of quelling all malevolent spirit incidents. This also served as Yang Jian's second source of confidence in appropriating ghostly powers here. With such a robust ally, how could one not lean on him? Huang Zia stood in a daze, unable to comprehend why Yi Shi was leading the charge instead of Yang Jian. In the minds of most ghost tamers at headquarters, Yi Shi was regarded as a highly competent support, while Yang Jian was seen as a proficient output. On the fourth floor, several ghost tamers abruptly turned and fled, sprinting frantically in the dark, eager to distance themselves from the terror that lurked behind them, swallowed by the shadows. The headquarters had informed all ghost tamers of the nature of this ghost during meetings. Ghostly messengers cannot be imprisoned. This revelation plunged the trainees into profound despair. As they ran for their lives, fear surged from behind, each person's heart racing, acutely aware that once targeted by this ghost, death was inevitable, leaving no room for struggle. The ghosts they commanded paled in comparison to such a formidable supernatural entity. Fortuitously, Zhang Lei managed to escape from the fourth floor just as Yang Jian ascended to the second. Upon seeing Yang Jian, they felt as though they had encountered their savior. Yet, where there are fortunate souls, misfortune also lurks. One ghost tamer successfully descended to the third floor. Upon spotting Yi Shi ahead, he prepared to join them. But as he turned, he sensed an ominous presence behind him, as if a figure had materialized from the darkness. Cold, rigid hands gripped his arms, halting his advance. Under the weight of that grip, his eyes gradually dimmed, his body ceased to resist, yet his mouth remained agape, as if in silent plea for help. Those who had successfully escaped, witnessing this scene, felt a mix of joy and sorrow. In the place where the ghost had lingered, a dismembered corpse dangled from the balcony. Blood flowing in the dark, staining the surrounding area. The crimson liquid trickled down the stairs like water but exuded a metallic scent. Such a sight sent chills down the spines of the other ghost tamers. Yang Jian, you may act now. I will assist you in suppressing this malevolent spirit for a few seconds. The rest is entirely up to you. Once you have regained your composure, I require your help with a particular task. Will you accept this transaction? Upon hearing the latter part of the statement, Yang Jian did not display any signs of distress. Rather, he exhaled in relief. Freebies are often the most expensive. He was willing to accept this openly priced offer, as long as it did not contravene his principles. I can assist you, was Yang Jian's straightforward reply. As for what his principles entailed, that was a matter for him to ponder. How is it that in your eyes, I am perceived as a villain yearning for the world's destruction? It is hardly a grand affair. In the upcoming headquarters meeting, your support will suffice, Yi Shi sighed. The factional strife within headquarters is quite severe, akin to Jiang Shangbai's attempts to draw you into his circle. Although I have no intention of vying for power within the headquarters, I must ensure I possess the means to retreat unscathed. Currently, the ghost tamers at headquarters remain disorganized, incapable of achieving great things. Were it not for a formidable ghost tamer maintaining order, a multitude of covetous civilian ghost tamers would have already wreaked havoc. Yi Shi gazed sincerely at Yang Jian, continuing, is this explanation acceptable to you? Very well, I accept this transaction. Upon completion, I shall assist you with that matter. Upon hearing the specifics of the deal, Yang Jian contemplated deeply. Yi Shi was undoubtedly aware that even if he declined this transaction, he would still stand by Yi Shi's side, for he owed him quite a bit. Yet, the deliberate manner in which Yi Shi articulated this made Yang Jian suspect ulterior motives. After all, he was a person plagued by deep-seated suspicion. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of his heightened caution. You may proceed directly. I will discreetly suppress the ghostly messenger using my ghost domain. You can then present that piece of paper and swiftly alter the ghostly messenger's memory with the ghostly paper. Understood. I shall rely on you for the rest. Yang Jian's crimson ghost domain enveloped the ghostly messenger's form, a feat that should have been impossible, yet this time, a glimmer of golden light intertwined within Yang Jian's ghost domain. Just a faint shimmer of golden light was enough to suppress the essence of the ghostly messenger. And at that moment, Yang Jian presented the elder brother with a piece of paper money. Once the suppression of the ghost domain dissipated, the ghostly messenger found a piece of paper money in its hand, and Yang Jian stood before it as if liberated from its murderous instincts, unscathed by further attacks. Success! A smile of elation graced Yang Jian's face. This seemingly absurd counterfeit bill proved to be far more effective than anticipated. Zhang Lei and the others, witnessing Yang Jian rush forward, finally shook off their stupor, their incredulous eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. The individuals behind them remained oblivious to the events transpiring, only aware that Yang Jian had suddenly activated his ghost domain and approached the ghostly messenger, which inexplicably refrained from attacking him. Chapter 126. Success. Yang Jian produced the ghostly newspaper and removed the face of the ghostly envoy. As he gazed upon the blood-stained, aged paper, revealing the serene yet eerie visage of the deceased, an inexplicable chill crept into his heart. Uncertain of its efficacy, he felt reassured by Yi Shi's presence, knowing that the situation would not be dire. With one hand still capable of movement, he immediately began to alter the ghost's memory, inducing it to mistakenly perceive itself as one of three. He had pre-written a few simple phrases for the ghostly envoy's recollection, minimizing the likelihood of logical contradictions. As Yang Jian extracted the coffin nail from the ghostly envoy, he noticed it had gradually transformed into a black stain, which sank into the new ghostly hands before him, resembling corpse mottling. He reattached this hand to his own body, and upon successfully reconnecting, he felt his ghostly eye and shadow fall into a tranquil state. Simultaneously, he gained the ability to suppress other ghosts. He had succeeded and restored balance. The unsettling disturbance within him, akin to a vengeful spirit's awakening, had vanished. Yang Jian exclaimed with exuberance. He was acutely aware of the terror that premonition abilities could invoke and recognized that his adversary was not like the reckless Xiong Wanwan. The potency of supernatural powers greatly depended on the wielder. It was evident that Yi Shi belonged to the elite tier. Let us set this matter aside. Old Qin has arrived, and we may now depart, Yi Shi remarked with a smile. An elderly man, clad in attire reminiscent of the Republican era, leaned on a cane as he peered from the shadows. He had witnessed Yang Jian's acquisition of ghostly abilities, yet he remained oblivious to the golden ghost domain. A commendable youth, possessing such audacity, is destined to forge ahead on the path of ghost taming. Those who are consumed by fear of vengeful spirits will ultimately fail to achieve greatness. The old man offered heartfelt praise, recalling that he had once named Yang Jian. He had held high hopes for Yang Jian's father, Yang Xiaodian, aspiring to cultivate him as the next bus driver. However, the unpredictable nature of supernatural forces compelled him to alter his strategy. I shall escort you out, but you must confine this vengeful spirit yourselves. The future belongs to your generation. As a man nearing the end of his days, I fear I shall not witness your future. The elder sighed, leaning on his cane. The ghostly domain of the envoy dissipated in an instant, and the group vanished from that haunted realm. In less than a heartbeat, they found themselves basking in sunlight once more. We have finally escaped. It was truly terrifying. Zhang Lei lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Huang Zia and others, equally pale, sat on the ground. The events of the day felt like a dream, yet fortunately, they had managed to escape successfully. After leading them out, old Qin vanished, along with Yang Jian and Yi Shi, who had been taken to a more significant location by the elder. Upon seeing the elderly man before him, Yang Jian felt a sudden tension. This man must be a survivor from the Republican era. Could he be connected to the elder named Luo Wensong? Yi Shi had arrived at old Qin's office, a space steeped in antiquity, adorned with the decor of the Republican period. A cup of tea rested on the table before him. This was his second visit. Old Qin, I appreciate your assistance once again. The elder simply smiled in silence, then took a sip of tea and spoke. You bear a striking resemblance to that junior Wang Xiaoming. Neither of you falters in the face of supernatural events. Typically, those who gain the foresight of future events become lost in the horror and despair that lie ahead, much like that child Xiong Wanwan, who masks his despair with a bad temper. Unbeknownst to him, this is a consequence of his own fear. The elder set down his teacup, surveying the two before him, and continued. Surely, you must have foreseen the unfolding of this ghostly envoy incident, or else you would not have advised the ordinary personnel at the training base to withdraw. Would you? Yi Shi had anticipated that this information would come to light, as it was a strategy he had deliberately orchestrated. He maintained a composed expression as he replied. They could not withstand the impact of such supernatural occurrences, which is why I advised them to keep their distance. In my view, ghost tamers should derive their strength from these events. If they lack the resolve, their demise is of little consequence. After all, such ghost tamers are unlikely to flourish. Old Qin nodded at this statement, acknowledging that if ghost tamers lack the capability to confront supernatural events, their death would indeed be the best outcome, preventing a vengeful spirit from wreaking havoc upon others. Their generation had endured similarly, thus they recognized this perspective. To attain supernatural abilities inevitably entails confronting the troubles and dangers they bring. Old Qin turned his gaze toward Yang Jian and spoke. Alas, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your father, who perished in an incident involving a supernatural bus collision. The revelation from Old Qin startled Yang Jian. As his memories of his father were frozen in time when he was merely 6 years old, he only knew that his father had died in a city accident, with little else familiar to him. Hearing Old Qin's words led him to ponder the complexities surrounding his father's death. Could it be that he was a second-generation ghost tamer? Perceiving Yang Jian's tumultuous thoughts, Old Qin interjected, "Your father was one of the foremost ghost tamers of his generation, ultimately meeting his demise due to a failure in taming a vengeful spirit. Initially, he had not intended to divulge such past events to this junior. But witnessing Yang Jian's remarkable performance during the Ghost Envoy incident compelled him to share some information. As for more details, he intended to carry them to his grave. For time had proven that the methods employed by ghost tamers of the Republican era were flawed, even if they could attain strength sufficient to suppress an entire era. The inevitability of death awaited them all. Should future ghost tamers follow in their footsteps, this cycle of despair would become the most numbing of all. Chapter 127. Headquarters meeting. Let us conclude today's matters here. The remaining issues should be resolved among yourselves. Old Qin waved his hand, indicating it was time to bid farewell. Weariness was etched upon his face, a testament to the limited time he had left. The future was no longer within his grasp. It is time for you to depart. Wang Xiaoming at the headquarters may require your assistance once more, Yishi remarked with a smile to Yang Jian. His channels of information were far more extensive than Yang Jian's. Upon learning that Yang Jian had altered the murderous patterns of the ghost emissaries to target only ordinary people, Wang Xiaoming swiftly conceived a method to attract malevolent spirits by offering himself as bait, intending to confine them within a ghost coffin. As Yishi had predicted, no sooner had he spoken than Yang Jian's satellite phone rang again, the anxious voice of Deputy Minister Chao resonating through the line. Yang Jian, it is I, Deputy Minister Chao Yanhua. We are speaking outside of Dachang City. I believe you still remember me. A calm, middle-aged man's voice came through. Certainly. When compared to the other candidates, Yang Jian had to be prioritized. After all, how could Deputy Minister Chao overlook the experience of someone who had resolved S-grade supernatural incidents in favor of others? Deputy Minister, you are already working so early. Have you eaten? You must have had a sleepless night last night, Yang Jian chuckled. Yishi quietly departed, as the forthcoming matters would largely be irrelevant to him. His preparations centered on confining the scarecrow spirit in a month's time. However, prior to that, the headquarters was convening its first meeting, and as a core member, it was only natural for him to attend. This meeting would also introduce the captaincy plan, especially given the increasing frequency of supernatural occurrences. If the ghost tamers continued to operate as disorganized factions, they would inevitably fall behind the times. As he exited the headquarters, Yishi encountered a usually reclusive individual. Yet it seemed he was waiting for him. Lu Jiwen, have you been waiting here for long? Is there something you wish to discuss? This was one of the designated captains, though he primarily occupied himself with administrative duties and ensuring the safety of high-ranking officials. It's not a matter of great importance. I merely wanted to inquire if you had foreseen a village haunted by spirits, situated before an abundance of trees, with a river flowing black water. Yishi had never heard of such a place, nor was it mentioned in the original text. Currently, I have not foreseen such events. I have only glimpsed 1 or 2 occurrences concerning villages, yet they do not align with your description, Yishi replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwen sighed with relief but quickly composed himself. Thank you. Consider it a favor owed, he stated before hastily departing. Yishi found amusement in Lu Jiwen's hurried retreat. It appeared that this village held significant implications for him. Perhaps he feared a supernatural outbreak from there? Nevertheless, these matters were of no concern to Yishi. He had his own tasks to attend to and little inclination to delve into other secrets. As he exited the headquarters once more, he encountered another familiar face. Sensing an invisible force persistently obstructing his departure, why else would events continue to unfold before him? Deputy Minister Chao hurried towards him, his expression grave. Professor Wang has become ensnared within the ghost emissary's domain. I truly wish to retain his talent. Could you ascertain if there is any potential for a turnaround? Chao's demeanor was laden with worry. He hesitated to continue speaking, casting a glance at Yishi before falling silent. I had previously articulated the outcome of this situation. Had I not? I mentioned long ago that the turning point would be a flash of red light. Deputy Minister Chow suddenly grasped the implication, listening intently as Yi Shi continued. Sometimes, excessive worry only serves to muddle one's thoughts. Did you not engage the ghost Ai Yang Jian to address this matter? His ghost domain. Is it not red? Upon hearing this, Deputy Minister Chow's eyes brightened. The meaning behind Yi Shi's words was now unmistakable. They had inadvertently deciphered the riddle. Initially, he had presumed it to pertain to some supernatural artifact, only to realize it referred to Yang Jian's ghost domain. Yang Jian was indeed reliable in his endeavors, provided he was adequately compensated, and unlike others who sought to divide power, he epitomized a mindset of self-sufficiency, merely wishing to safeguard his own territory. Yi Shi regarded Deputy Minister Chow with a peculiar gaze before continuing. Isn't this the very type of person the headquarters appreciates? Am I mistaken, Deputy Minister? Chow Yanhua fell silent for a rare moment. For others, he had countless ways to deflect inquiries. Yet, in the presence of Yi Shi, he found himself lacking in retorts. He could only hastily don a smile and shift the conversation. The headquarters meeting is about to commence, during which we must finalize the candidates for the captaincy plan. Do you have any recommendations? Deputy Minister Chow decisively chose to placate Yi Shi by offering a captaincy position. However, Yi Shi waved his hand dismissively. Before Wang was corrupted by divine forces, this position might have held some value for him, but now it was of little consequence. Nevertheless, he had no intention of rejecting this advantage. Let this position remain with me for now. I currently have no suitable candidates, Yi Shi stated coolly. Very well. I shall reserve a position for you. Please remember to attend the headquarters meeting. It is scheduled for the morning of the day after tomorrow. Deputy Minister Chow sighed in relief upon receiving Yi Shi's agreement, realizing he had momentarily lost sight of his own standing. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Professor Wang was assured not to encounter any unforeseen incidents, and two prominent figures within the headquarters had survived unscathed. The unexpected losses had been minimized to an acceptable degree for the headquarters. Yi Shi watched Deputy Minister Chow depart, sighing quietly. The management of the headquarters still seemed unable to perceive the broader situation, or perhaps those who could were yet to rise to prominence. Chapter 128. The recent impromptu meeting at headquarters saw a considerable turnout. Nearly all available practitioners of the arcane arts were summoned. Yet, some expressed their inability to attend, such as Wang Chailing from Dadong City. The headquarters maintains a peculiar stance towards Dadong City, seemingly wary of the Wang family's south ancestral estate. Perhaps Elder Qin had divulged certain secrets regarding the Wang lineage to the higher-ups. Yizhan's Dao City has begun to exhibit a semblance of autonomy. However, the adversary's objective remains confined to a single city, bearing the burden of the supernatural incidents occurring within Dao City. Coupled with Yizhan's own capabilities, the headquarters tacitly accepted the situation. The only source of discontent for the headquarters lies within the social circle, which has encroached upon the interests of the upper echelons, rendering the conflict between them irreconcilable unless the social circle concedes. The originally designated position of team leader, meant for Jiang Shangbai, was instead allocated to Yi Shi, perhaps as a means of shedding a burdensome task. Others were unwilling to accept this role, yet Yi Shi had no qualms. The social circle would likely begrudgingly acquiesce to this arrangement. Given the ad hoc nature of this meeting, it was anticipated that some practitioners would be ensnared in other commitments and unable to extricate themselves. To be candid, Yi Shi harbored little optimism for this gathering of practitioners. The majority currently command only 2 malevolent spirits, while a select few, who manage 3, are considered elite. They are incapable of stirring any significant upheaval. A single S-class spirit, known as Guichai, could annihilate them all. They are presently too fragile. The day before the headquarters meeting, Yi Shi's intuition seemed to detect something amiss. Far to the east, the Cherry Blossom Nation appeared to be on the brink of collapse. The knocking ghost seemed to have found additional pieces to its puzzle, enhancing its terrifying abilities. Perhaps, before long, the island nation would become the first to be annihilated by supernatural events. At that juncture, the knocking ghost's dossier would ascend to SS or even SSS class. It is likely that after extinguishing the nation, the knocking ghost would migrate elsewhere. But prior to that, its incidents would pose minimal threat. As Yi Shi strolled along the glass walkway of the headquarters, many practitioners had already arrived in anticipation of the conference scheduled for the following morning. For the majority, the headquarters remains an authoritative institution, capable of addressing malevolent spirits. The elevated walkway provided a clear view of the practitioners below, some accompanied by particularly fearsome spirits, causing a sensation of being scrutinized by unseen eyes. They glanced around, yet could not discern the source of the gaze. Even when they looked skyward, they were met only with the transparent expanse of the glass walkway. A soft golden glow enveloped Yi Shi, not a manifestation of his own domain, but rather a transformation resulting from the accumulation of supernatural energy to a critical threshold. Had he not deliberately moderated the intensity of his aura, one might have required 5 layers of ghostly domain to perceive him. Elder Qin gradually ascended the glass walkway, gazing down at the bustling practitioners. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. The curtain on this era has only just risen, and the future indeed holds great promise. Too bad I shall not witness that day. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Qin rummaged in the pocket of his Zhongshan suit and produced a slender stick resembling incense typically burned in temples. He handed it to Yi Shi. This is ghost incense, capable of awakening fragments of memory left by the deceased. Should the day of clarity and understanding arrive, I hope you can revive my memories, allowing me to glimpse that era. Elder Qin articulated his wish, having long harbored suspicions. His first doubt arose during the events in Dale City when a spirit of such terrifying domain departed without a trace, leaving no evidence behind, vanished from the past, absent in the present and elusive in the future. It was profoundly perplexing. His second doubt surfaced in the laboratory of his junior, Wang Xiaoming, where an ephemeral presence seemed to materialize, only to vanish without a trace. Initially, he attributed it to Wang Xiaoming's experimental results, but upon reflection, he dismissed that notion. Spirits of such caliber cannot be contained, let alone studied. They can only be tenuously suppressed through the balance of various supernatural forces. Much like the once stable ghost village of Fisherman's Village, which relied on a delicate equilibrium of supernatural powers. However, this balance is exceedingly fragile. The mere influence of a practitioner controlling a single malevolent spirit could easily shatter it. The third occurrence transpired within the domain of Guichi, where he sensed that same presence once more. He slowed his rescue efforts, attempting to discern the source of that aura, but ultimately failed. Yet, he extrapolated a conclusion. The individual wielding that power is at least aligned with humanity, and that alone suffices. Yi Shi cast a glance at Elder Qin, who made no effort to conceal his peculiar gaze, which appeared to be a mosaic of countless insects, with myriad smooth tendrils writhing within. All of this lay concealed beneath the faint golden glow of his eyes. Accepting the ghost incense from Elder Qin, Yi Shi understood this as a form of entrustment, as well as an inquiry into whether he would stand alongside the headquarters. Elder Qin smiled as he observed Yi Shi accepting the ghost incense. This junior has embarked on an unprecedented path as a practitioner of the arcane arts. He may lose his way, or perhaps perish in the pursuit of exploration, or he may ultimately succeed. Yet, none of this bears significance, as long as he has taken that transformative step from nothing to something. The journey ahead will be considerably smoother. Each individual traverses a uniquely unreplicable path, journeying further until reaching the end or encountering an impasse. Elder Qin, should that day arrive, I shall relay this matter to you. However, I believe the junior you favor is also a promising candidate, Yi Shi remarked with a smile directed at Elder Qin. Yet, you are aware that supernatural forces can influence the future one perceives, just as I foresee your future devoid of such unexpected occurrences. Haha. Elder Qin stroked his beard, speaking leisurely. Chapter 129. Entrustment. Cough, cough, cough. Once, I had a senior whose fervent wish was to witness the hope of quelling the resurgence of supernatural phenomena. Today, it seems his desire has been fulfilled. When you have the opportunity, please pay a visit to that esteemed elder for me. Elder Qin handed over a yellowed piece of paper inscribed with an address. Upon glancing at it, Yi Shi immediately discerned the identity of the Elder Qin spoke of. The elderly apothecary, the longest lived among the 7 elders of the Republic, concocted traditional remedies capable of suppressing the resurgence of vengeful spirits. Yi Shi harbored a modicum of interest in his alchemical methods. Perhaps, in conjunction with the furnace at the Caesar Hotel, he could explore the realm of elixir crafting. Indeed, I shall visit when time permits. Elder Qin, is there anything else? Yi Shi inquired gently, sensing that the purpose of Elder Qin's visit was not limited to this matter. Wearing his monocle, Yi Shi stood beneath the sunlight streaming through the glass walkway, which cast a radiant glow upon the peculiar lens. His slightly opened eyes gazed down compassionately at the throngs of supernatural tamers below. There are indeed other matters at hand. I wish to ascertain the extent of your current prowess. Cough, cough. Do not misconstrue my intentions. This is merely a test. After all, your domain of spirits is capable of tearing apart even the realm depicted in ghostly paintings. Elder Qin's gaze followed Yishi's finger, initially nodding silently. Yet, as his pupils swiftly constricted, he murmured, "This is not a mere restart." Before him, flowers began to wilt gradually, eventually transforming into ash that fell to the earth. At this juncture, Elder Qin merely nodded, acknowledging that Yishi's supernatural power was indeed formidable, albeit limited. The old tamers of their time possessed similar effects. For instance, the garments they wore, through prolonged contact, gradually acquired supernatural properties, evolving into items of mystique. However, the subsequent events nearly caused Elder Qin to falter, revealing a supernatural force that even a centenarian could scarcely comprehend. Delicate new shoots sprouted from the wasteland. Yet the verdancy bore a chilling significance upon reflection. If such a power were akin to a revival, it would imply the ashes' restoration into blossoms. Yet what lay before him seemed to have grown naturally. Elder Qin, of course, could not fathom that Yishi had, in essence, appropriated the time required for the seed to germinate, directly converting it into a seedling. For someone who had lived a full life, this revelation was profoundly shocking. To them, the strength of vengeful spirits was invariably destructive, devoid of vitality, as evidenced by their own bodies gradually succumbing to decay. Yet today, Yishi shattered this immutable law, utilizing supernatural power to create life. Elder Qin could hardly conceive that Yishi had harnessed authority. He arrived at the most direct conclusion based solely on the results. Elder Qin stepped forward briskly, cradling the newly sprouted seedling in his hands, his coarse palms delicately tracing the patterns upon its surface. He could distinctly feel that this was no artifact of supernatural forces, but a genuine green sprout. Is this real? Truly real? Elder Qin's demeanor transformed. A smile adorned his face, unwavering and radiant, emerging from the weighty shadows of history. He laughed with unparalleled joy for the first time. Young Yi, splendid. Truly splendid. Elder Qin incessantly praised. This power resembled that of deities from myth, bestowing life upon all things, transforming decay into wonder, a mere thought bringing forth blossoms. Elder Qin gazed at Yishi, who carried no trace of decay, and felt his eyes welling with emotion. How many years had it been? He could scarcely recall. He had initially believed Yishi to be merely an exceptionally powerful spirit tamer, hoping he could sustain the suppression of the supernatural. Yet now his thoughts had shifted. Elder Qin, a touch agitated, inquired, "Is this power derived from vengeful spirits, or have you discovered it yourself?" Yishi understood the deeper implications of Elder Qin's query. Should he claim it stemmed from vengeful spirits, Elder Qin would feel his hopes dashed, as it would imply that Yishi merely commanded a particularly unique spirit, which was hardly impressive. Yishi clearly did not wish to disappoint the elderly man, who now radiated childlike glee. Furthermore, his power was indeed not sourced from vengeful spirits. After all, he aspired to ascend to the realm of divinity, perhaps even aiming for supremacy beyond the known sequences, encompassing primal essence. This power did not originate from the vengeful spirits, yet it was also unattainable for others, as each spirit tamer's path was singular and irreplicable. Yishi felt compelled to clarify this, lest Elder Qin promote such methods indiscriminately, potentially leading other tamers astray. However, it was evident that Yishi underestimated Elder Qin. As a man who had lived through an entire era, he understood the uniqueness of each path. Excellent, 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 Elder Qin exclaimed thrice, the accumulated trepidation regarding the future of the new generation of spirit tamers dissipating entirely. If all proceeded as anticipated, he could extend his life by several more years. Elder Qin refrained from further commentary, recognizing the futility of discussing anything else. Time would reveal all, though uncertain if Yishi's path would be victorious. Elder Qin had already concluded that Yishi was the furthest along the path of spirit tamers. Their predecessors had wandered astray, yet from Yishi's demeanor, it appeared he had embarked upon a correct course. Young Yi, persevere. Elder Qin opened his mouth, but fell silent, realizing he had nothing more to impart. He could not influence Yishi's journey. Thus he chose silence, slowly departing the walkway, his silhouette no longer as forlorn as when he arrived. This time, Elder Qin walked with newfound vigor, Yishi lowered his head quietly, an inexplicable radiance glimmering in his eyes. Then he murmured, "Is this what it feels like to be anticipated? Am I merely mired in this futile emotion?" With a self-deprecating chuckle, Yishi's brilliance gradually waned. His expression shifted from serene to somber. It was he. Yishi sighed in resignation. Had the ghostly coffin been suppressed by him? Truly an unwelcome revelation. Yishi remained seated upon the glass walkway, expressionless as he gazed down at the spirit tamers below, his thoughts adrift, unaware of their destination. Chapter 130. The eve of the meeting. As the night deepened and the silver galaxy adorned the heavens, Yishi gazed at the sky and remarked, "This starry expanse appears so deceitful. Perhaps the vastness of outer space is merely a figment of our imagination." He dismissed these thoughts, knowing that when he possessed the capability, he would naturally delve into the secrets concealed within the world. With a sudden gust of wind, Yishi's projection gradually dissipated upon the glass walkway. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst a throng of supernatural tamers at the entrance of the headquarters. Nestled within the mountains, the headquarters boasted an array of structures, with numerous satellite communication devices perched atop the peaks, their lights twinkling in operational readiness. While nearby sentries stood guard, tasked with protection. As his vehicle traversed several checkpoints, it was manned by armed special forces, each maintaining vigilant oversight. Even a designated special vehicle underwent multiple inspections, confirming the vehicle's details and the identities of its occupants before being granted passage. The grandeur of the headquarters was indeed impressive, and as Yishi walked along the path, he couldn't help but silently critique it. Though the remark was unintentional, a nearby supernatural tamer heard his words, his eyes darting about before he cautiously leaned in to whisper, "Do you feel the same? I find the headquarters utterly inept, incapable of handling even a ghostly incident." Upon hearing the tamer's comment, Yishi allowed a hint of derision to surface in his smile and inquired, "Pray tell, which city do you oversee, my friend?" He activated his satellite phone, revealing his credentials. Codename, Prophet. Name, Yishi. Due to his elevated authority, he could also glimpse a portion of the man's information. I am but an inconspicuous junior, merely the head of Desyang City. We rarely encounter paranormal events, hence my lack of presence. Might I inquire about your origins?" The middle-aged man, balding, replied, "I am neither a leader, just a nameless pawn," Yishi retorted, aware that the head of Desyang City had likely been compromised by foreign entities, thus refraining from divulging further information. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, then quickly donned a smile. In truth, the role of a leader was burdensome. They were continually tasked with addressing various supernatural occurrences, always the first to confront any arising issues. The middle-aged man chuckled dryly, recognizing that the youthful figure before him appeared somewhat familiar. Yet due to his frequent involvement in treachery, he mainly knew the names of the headquarters' supernatural tamers without a clear image of their appearances. In his mind, not being a leader diminished any value for potential recruitment. This organization prioritized quality over quantity. A mere supernatural tamer lacked the stature to be courted. At that moment, he noticed another group of supernatural tamers approaching, among them Wang Jiang, who had previously encountered a ghostly incident. In Yishi's line of sight, he observed that a vengeful spirit, missing an arm, trailed behind Wang Jiang, a spirit presumably contained within the soul vessel. Initially, he believed the spirit had been utilized as a puzzle piece by the ghostly enforcers, but that was not the case. Nevertheless, this inadvertently aided him. A glimmer of gold flashed in Yishi's eyes as he invoked the power of transference, redirecting the impending assault from the vengeful spirit onto the middle-aged man. Yi Luan, who seemed to have been waiting for some time, quickly approached upon spotting Yishi and suggested, "Let us proceed this way. There is no necessity for you to attend the mundane meetings. We shall directly join the final assembly." "And the others? Have they all arrived?" Yishi inquired, glancing at the solitary path with curiosity. Yi Luan activated his communication device and, after a brief search, responded, 6/7 of the supernatural tamers have reached the headquarters. A few are still en route, but aside from a handful with valid reasons for absence, those expected will arrive within 10 minutes. Yi Luan meticulously relayed this information. While he enjoyed leisure during his downtime, he swiftly transitioned into a professional demeanor when at work, organizing everything with precision. This efficiency was likely why the headquarters tolerated his occasional idleness. Golden pillars rose behind the headquarters, and Yishi cast a puzzled glance in that direction. Noticing Yishi's gaze, Yi Luan promptly explained, "Those pillars are for confining some of the veteran supernatural tamers. We can hardly discern whether they are human or ghostly. Let us find respite in the lounge. Many of the lounges at the headquarters were crafted in collaboration with various experts, featuring designs, arrangements, and colors that fostered comfort. Each supernatural tamer had their own private lounge, stocked with an array of vibrant fruits and snacks, most of which had already been consumed by Yi Luan. Computers for gaming and even children's toys were available, ensuring that the small lounge could cater to diverse needs, allowing one to pass the time without succumbing to boredom. Within the lounge stood a unique golden telephone, its surroundings fortified for security. I usually work here. My room is quite distinct from those of other supernatural tamers. For instance, the telephone there is made of special materials, allowing for secure communication with the headquarters. Yi Luan remarked with a hint of peculiarity. Yang Jin's background and credentials are widely accepted among most supernatural tamers. After all, he is free of any shadowy affiliations, epitomizing the archetype of a grassroots hero. Most supernatural tamers are ordinary individuals who deeply respect someone of Yang Jin's stature. Chapter 131. The Deceiver. With half an hour remaining before the meeting commenced, Yi Luan was still preparing tea for Yi Shi, who rested in the lounge with his eyes closed, two figures slowly opposing each other in his mind. His consciousness, ensnared by countless smooth tendrils, was crawling with myriad creatures akin to insects. This was the essence of Yi Shi, a tapestry woven from countless spirit and time worms. His awareness was composed of two parts, one that manifested as ineffable, while the other was even more inscrutable. The two were intertwined, indistinguishable from one another. This perhaps elucidated why Yi Shi could not extricate himself from the influence of divinity. They were, in essence, one and the same. How could one hope to escape? The more ineffable aspect held dominance, while he possessed only a minuscule fragment. If one were to liken the two sides to distinct seas, it would be akin to the vast chasm between the Mediterranean and the Arctic Ocean. Yi Shi's humanity represented the Mediterranean, with faint red shadows of coffins gradually intensifying the supernatural, like a small river ceaselessly flowing into the sea. Conversely, the divine aspect resembled melting glaciers of the Arctic, causing a dramatic rise in water levels. It gazed upon Yi Shi with a smile, uttering neither word nor action, seemingly indifferent to the passage of time, which held no significance for it. It appeared to await something. A cacophony erupted outside the lounge. With a loud crash, a figure was hurled from room 12, smashing through the door and tumbling several times before colliding with a wall and coming to a halt. At that moment, Yi Shi slightly opened his eyes. The golden light within flickering, naturally drawn to the commotion outside. An angry shout resonated from the doorway, prompting Yi Shi to step out of the room. Before him stood a group of ghost tamers. You must understand, this is the headquarters. If we engage in a brawl here, the trouble it would bring is beyond measure. A meeting is about to commence. If things escalate, you won't be able to manage the aftermath. And do you not fear death at the hands of the vengeful spirits you so recklessly summon? Perhaps before you eliminate me, you may find yourself unable to endure. Upon exiting, Yi Shi spotted Gao Jiqiang, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog. Nearby, a relatively unfamiliar ghost tamer leaned against the lounge door, calmly stating, "If possible, it would be wise to cease hostilities. Let us show the headquarters some respect. A meeting is imminent, and causing a scene now would have significant repercussions. I suggest you eliminate Gao Jiqiang. Today, he dared to toy with your operator. Who knows when he might attempt to play with your wife? This scoundrel deserves his end." A stranger female ghost tamer concurred, "But you must act swiftly. The alarm has sounded for a minute already, and some will be arriving shortly." Yi Shi held a rather profound impression of Gao Jiqiang, primarily due to the exceptionally unique, vengeful spirit he commanded. This very spirit made him more valued by the headquarters than the average ghost tamer, yet he had now offended someone he should not have. Yang Jin's worth to the headquarters far surpassed that of Gao Jiqiang, especially as he was the hidden captain of an elite team. The headquarters was well aware of who held greater importance. Upon realizing Yang Jin's identity, a chill coursed through Gao Jiqiang, for he believed this man truly dared to act. Having previously killed Wang Xiaoming's brother in Dachang City, an act the headquarters could not prevent. He was indeed a man who preyed upon the weak. Otherwise, he would not exclusively target ordinary individuals. Wasn't it more entertaining to engage with ghost tamers? When Gao Jiqiang caught sight of Yi Shi's figure, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The big shot from headquarters stood before him, and now Yang Jin would not dare to kill him. Yi Shi, however, had no desire to engage with this self-destructive ghost tamer. He promptly closed the door, behind which came a voice. I have seen nothing. You may continue. Gao Jiqiang's face paled instantly. He was bewildered by what he had done wrong, wondering why this esteemed figure from headquarters held such disdain for him. As the situation in the lounge escalated, the department dispatched corresponding ghost tamers to mediate. Shen Liang, who hurried over, initially intended to quell the conflict, but was met with Yi Shi's voice once more from within the room. Captain Shun, long time no see. Come in and reminisce. The other ghost tamers outside grasped the prevailing circumstances. Today, no one could rescue Gao Jiqiang, and it was unclear where he had offended this powerful figure from headquarters. The female ghost tamer could not help but feel a sense of glee. She was more than willing to witness the demise of this scoundrel. Shen Liang, do you believe you can prevent this conflict? Yi Shi poured himself another pot of tea. I certainly cannot stop it, but I must attempt to do so. It is my duty as the captain of the headquarters operator team. It is also a shackle. Gao Jiqiang's expression twisted into a snarl as he growled, Yang Jian. You have forced my hand. I never intended for it to come to this. Yet you have offered me no opportunity, and I harbor no vendetta against you. This is merely for a woman, one who is inconsequential to you. I have often entertained a bold notion. What if I deceive myself into believing I am a ghost, and in turn, convince the ghost that I am it? What might the outcome be? Gao Jiqiang's emotionless voice echoed around them. Just when they believed Gao Jiqiang was on the verge of becoming a conscious, vengeful spirit, a light laugh resonated from Yi Shi's lounge, causing Gao Jiqiang's expression to dull, his voice dwindling until it vanished entirely. The other ghost tamers, too, fell silent, their fear evident as they cast wary glances towards Yi Shi's lounge, acutely aware of the terror embodied in that recent laugh. Yang Jian, observing the now manifested deceiving spirit, furrowed his brow as he sought to infiltrate the deceiving spirit with his headless specter. Chapter 132. Conjecture. He was inspired to learn the ability of rebooting. Akin to Gao Jiqiang, he possessed the qualifications, merely needing a slight guidance, which no one could provide. Only through the study of ghosts could he attain it. And he had the potential to learn. A young man clad in a white lab coat approached, his tone calm, his eyes reflecting profound interest. At that moment, Yi Shi stepped out of the lounge with Shen Liang and Yi Luan. Upon their encounter, they exchanged silent glances until Yi Shi broke the silence. It has been a while, Professor Wang. Have there been any new developments in your experiments? A faint smile graced Yi Shi's face, simultaneously signaling to other ghost manipulators that the two factions within the headquarters were not at odds, preventing unnecessary conflicts arising from factionalism. It has indeed been a while. The experiments have hit a bottleneck. I have a matter to discuss with you shortly, if you have the time. Wang Xiaoming's mental state had gradually improved since the ghostly incident, freeing him from the shackles of self-blame. Certainly, Wang Xiaoming replied succinctly, now more intrigued by Yang Jian's condition. Observing their exchange, the others around them began to harbor their own speculations, but their attention was swiftly drawn to another figure. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and marked with age spots, commanded significant attention. The spirits controlled by these ghost manipulators were frantically signaling alarms, danger, an exceedingly perilous individual. Yang Jian's presence gradually began to overlap with Gao Jiqiang's, creating an illusion of duality in the eyes of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Gao Jiqiang seemed to have lost consciousness, surrendering himself entirely to Yang Jian's will, neither struggling for survival nor calling for help, gradually enveloped by the dark specter. Yi Shi paid no heed to Yang Jian's current state. He understood the uniqueness of deceiving ghosts, which could not coexist with other malevolent spirits. Otherwise, Gao Jiqiang would not have been limited to controlling just one vengeful spirit. Stop Yang Jian. We cannot allow him to harm Gao Jiqiang. What does this brat intend to do? Oppress his colleagues? Chao Yanhua shouted immediately. Yi Shi, witnessing this, invoked his authority to seize the thoughts of most ghost manipulators around him. It felt as if time had been paused. All conversation ceased abruptly, leaving them bewildered, unable to recall what they had just been discussing. Elder Qin sensed that Yi Shi had unleashed a certain power. However, he refrained from intervening as long as Yi Shi aligned with humanity. Chao Yanhua opened his mouth but could produce no sound. The previous anomaly had vanished from his memory. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. It was fortunate he had not continued speaking, or the outcome would have been dire. As the deputy minister, he viewed Gao Jiqiang and Yang Jian as equals. To him, no one deserved protection based on their accomplishments. Every ghost manipulator at the headquarters was invaluable, and the loss of any one of them would be significant. Yishi extracted his thoughts and recognized that his mindset, while appropriate in a time of ordinary people, appeared ludicrous in this disordered era. For Yang Jian possessed the ability to save countless innocents, whereas Gao Jiqiang lacked such capacity. Elder Qin did not concern himself with these matters. He had glimpsed the future of the era and dismissed the obsolete individuals lagging behind. Professor Wang was engrossed in his research, his eyes fixed intently on Yang Jian, indifferent to Deputy Minister Chao's words. In his eyes, humanity was paramount. There were countless individuals who could replace Chao Yanhua, rendering him insignificant. Utilizing the power of the vengeful spirit, Gao Jiqiang had severely undermined the trust between ghost manipulators and the headquarters, creating discord between them. This had irreversibly compromised the safety of others during their missions. Following a decision from the headquarters, he would be expelled and placed on a wanted list. Yishi spoke decisively. Yang Jian, the head of Dachang City, is to apprehend the fugitive. The headquarters highly commends his actions and will award him 10 billion in cash as recognition. The other ghost manipulators grasped the unfolding situation. They had long harbored dissatisfaction with Gao Jiqiang and felt discontent towards the leadership, particularly as it was comprised of ordinary individuals. How could one who was not a ghost manipulator comprehend their suffering? This sentiment resonated within the hearts of many. Seeing Chao Yanhua's influence wane brought a sense of relief. Yishi added, "This decision is a testament to Deputy Minister Chao's sagacity. Do you all agree with his judgment?" Deputy Minister Chao is brilliant. The ghost manipulators echoed, eager to witness Chao Yanhua's next move. Previously, as a high-ranking official, he had been well protected, mostly astonished by the powers of vengeful spirits rather than frightened. If what Yishi claimed was true, then Gao Jiqiang truly deserved his fate. With a dry laugh, he remarked, This matter is thus concluded." Chao Yanhua likely realized that such agreement would shift the highest authority within the headquarters to Yishi. However, failing to do so might lead to further complications. Elder Qin stood slightly bent, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Chao Yanhua, refraining from expressing any position on the matter. Yet, by his silence, he had already conveyed his stance. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoming had not diverted his gaze from Yang Jian. He was utilizing the ghost's ability to transform his body, and indeed, his understanding was swift. Observing intently, Wang Xiaoming maintained a composed demeanor. In less than a moment, Yang Jian's physique grew robust and tall, the pallid aura dissipating. The once cold and shadowy youth had transformed into a vigorous young man. Chapter 133. Before the beginning at this moment, Yishi felt an intriguing connection. His gaze shifted slightly, as if the deceiving spirit was a formidable ghost he would require for his future ascension, albeit seemingly incomplete. Perhaps this ghost was but one piece of the puzzle he needed. This extraordinary entity, far from mere deception, possessed the ability to alter reality, as if it could transform fantasies into tangible existence, akin to fulfilling a person's deepest desires. Perhaps it was a fragment of the miracle artisan's elixir. A faint golden glimmer flickered in the corner of Yishi's eye. He could now affirm with clarity that this formidable ghost was indeed one of the spirits essential for his advancement as a miracle artisan. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoming, after a prolonged silence, slowly uttered a question. "Have you failed?" Yang Jian understood that Wang Xiaoming was inquiring whether he could harness the power of rebooting, rather than whether he could command the deceiving spirit. "Let us convene the meeting ahead of schedule. The time is nearly upon us, and those who should be present have already arrived." Yishi interjected, interrupting Chao Yanhua's intended remarks. This ghost was exceptionally unique. The headquarters was equally eager to possess it, while other ghost tamers were keen to prevent Yang Jian from acquiring it. After all, Yang Jian had grown remarkably powerful. Should he gain control over this ghost and master the ability to reboot, facing him in the future would render others mere lambs to the slaughter. They were astute in discerning what to support and what to obstruct, yet none dared to broach the subject, for they were acutely aware of Yishi's stance. To intentionally bypass this matter implied a desire to allow Yang Jian to obtain this formidable spirit. "Yang Jian, consider this ghost as your reward to me. I will require its assistance on a future occasion. However, prior to that, you must endure the pressure from headquarters. While I may suppress it temporarily, I cannot do so indefinitely. Most ghost tamers lead short lives. Do you accept this arrangement?" Yishi's voice resonated in Yang Jian's ear, unheard by others. This voice was not of the present, but from the future. The future Yishi had manipulated time using the authority of deception. The future is now. Hearing that familiar voice, Yang Jian grasped the essence of the transaction, which was to serve as a scapegoat. Yet, he did not refuse. He owed too many favors. Moreover, he was unable to command this formidable ghost, significantly diminishing its value to him. Deep within, he harbored a degree of trepidation towards Yi Shi, an exceedingly enigmatic individual. Perhaps his future had already been laid bare before Yi Shi's discerning gaze, to the extent that even the matters concerning the human skin paper were foreseen. Yang Jian pondered what secrets remained unknown to Yi Shi. Such a person could either be eliminated or must not be antagonized. The best course was to win him over. Clearly, Yang Jian opted for the latter. Upon perceiving Yang Jian's intent through his gaze, Yi Shi swiftly comprehended his meaning. However, the second sequence remained a distant goal for Yang Jian at present. Yang Jian had indeed matured rapidly, not merely in handling supernatural events, but also in his astute assessment of situations. After all, without a clear judgment, he could not navigate the horrifying incidents he faced. Chao Yanhua felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yang Jian cast another glance at the elderly man. He observed him with his normal vision, as his ghostly eyes seemed to evade the old man's figure, as if reluctant to allow him into his line of sight. Based on the information he had gathered, he knew well that this elder was a remnant of the Republic era and had known his father. To survive beyond the Republican era, what terrifying existence must this ghost tamer be? His ghostly eyes had already conveyed the answer. Once Yi Shi concluded his remarks about convening the headquarters meeting early, he departed for the conference room. Chao Yanhua and Wang Xiaoming quickly followed suit. With Yang Jian having failed to acquire the rebooting capability, Wang Xiaoming's interest in him had diminished significantly. Most ghost tamers followed closely behind, hastily entering the conference room. Yang Jian lingered for a moment to converse with his operator. This upcoming headquarters meeting was of utmost importance, not solely due to the ghostly incidents, but also because the captain's plan was underway. Several candidates for captains had already arrived in J City, and the majority of top ghost tamers were gathered, making every action potentially influential across various regions in Asia. Simultaneously, many ghost tamers attended the meeting with the intention of forging connections with others. Ghost tamers, after all, were still human, inevitably engaging in factional disputes and social struggles. Yi Shi pushed open the conference room door and took a seat in the front row, to the right. As more ghost tamers entered the meeting room, a chilling, damp odor permeated the air, a noxious stench reminiscent of decay and death. The air purifiers in the headquarters meeting room were working at full capacity, yet they could not eliminate these foul odors. Beside Yi Shi sat Elder Qin, within the entire meeting room. They were the only two ghost tamers among a number of ordinary individuals, who bore no unusual scent. Some ghost tamers could still distinctly perceive the unpleasantness in the room. As soon as they began to voice their complaints, Elder Qin cast a sharp glance at them. These individuals were inept at all tasks, yet remarkably shrewd in their demands. Had such ghost tamers existed in the Republic era, he would have eradicated them all, for their presence was merely a waste of resources. Chao Yanhua proceeded with the meeting as per usual, seemingly having forgotten the unpleasantness that had transpired at the lounge door. Taking advantage of the time before the meeting commenced, Yi Shi began to engage in casual conversation with Wang Xiaoming. Chapter 134. Distorted Vision. Professor Wang, you do not seem to be in good spirits, Yi Shi remarked with a hint of profundity. It is merely cancer. It is nothing to be overly concerned about, Wang Xiaoming replied. Aware of the implications behind Yi Shi's words regarding his pallor, although only a select few were privy to his secret, Yi Shi might have glimpsed the future where he perishes from this illness. I have not strayed from my original intentions, have I? Wang Xiaoming pondered, his gaze shifting. He was weary and did not wish to prolong his life through supernatural means. The events surrounding the ghostly emissary had left him numb. He yearned to dedicate his remaining time to research, believing that upon his demise, all would be rendered meaningless, lamenting only that he had not eradicated the malevolent spirits. No, you have remained true to your principles. Yi Shi provided Wang Xiaoming with a definite answer, though his gaze did not meet Wang Xiaoming's. After surveying the surroundings, Yi Shi was confident that all the necessary practitioners had arrived. To his left sat an unremarkable practitioner, yet Yi Shi had fortified himself against the forgetting ghost, and naturally, he would not forget Li Leping. The representative from the social circle was a face he had not encountered before. It was not Feng Shiming. It seemed he too had sensed the headquarters stance, fearing that should they neglect this meeting, the organization would cease to exist. Many practitioners, including those within the headquarters, remained unaware of Yi Shi's true capabilities. At present, only Elder Qin and Yang Jian were informed. Wang Xiaoming had likely begun to speculate. In truth, Yi Shi himself was uncertain of the extent of his power. He believed that once he entrusted everything to it, defeating the 7 elders would be assured. As for how many he could vanquish, he had no clarity. How could one know without attempting? Perhaps he might seize an opportunity to visit Baishui town. However, at that moment, the representative from the social circle hesitated, but encouraged by the gazes of others, began to challenge the headquarters. After Gao Jiqiang was expelled from the headquarters, he retained his identity as a member of our circle. The headquarters has issued an unjust warrant for his arrest and targeted him. Is this not excessive? His confidence faltered as he spoke, yet he felt compelled to undertake this task, fully aware it would surely offend the headquarters. After all, his family still worked within the social circle. Zhao Yanhua's face flushed with indignation. Such matters could be discussed privately, where the headquarters might offer some compensation. However, to raise such issues in this critical meeting was tantamount to openly defying the headquarters. As the deputy minister, how could he remain uninvolved in such a situation? Just as he prepared to reprimand, Yi Shi intervened. What is your social circle? Does the headquarters need to report to you when it issues commands? Are you intending to supplant the headquarters and reconstruct the order of practitioners? Yi Shi's light remarks cast the social circle as rebellious. Or do you believe the headquarters is unfair and unjust, wishing to become the enforcers of the practitioner community, imposing your established order upon all practitioners? Yi Shi sought to incite discord between the social circle and its allies. His words left the questioning practitioner in a predicament. His expression darkened. Their plan to denounce the headquarters had crumbled the moment Yi Shi spoke. He had initially believed that Yi Shi would not side with the headquarters. As prior indications suggested, Yi Shi was not particularly loyal to the headquarters. His countenance reflected a sense of loss, and he sat down, visibly distressed. Even seated, he continued to observe his surroundings. His gaze swept over the senior figures at the headquarters before settling on Yang Jian. Casting a dark look towards Yang Jian, he intermittently emitted a hoarse, sinister chuckle, perceiving Yang Jian as the soft target amidst the headquarters. Yet Yi Shi did not relent, continuing. Is the attitude of your so-called social circle towards the headquarters truly as you claim? He feigned ignorance, thereby interrupting the headquarters' attempt to question him further. After all, this was a headquarters meeting, not a forum dedicated to dismantling the social circle. Naturally, they would not linger on this matter. Yi Shi offered him a calm smile, and an inexplicable distortion enveloped him. Visual distortion. Yi Shi activated the abilities of a magician once more. The representative from the social circle, after a moment of confusion, opened his eyes to find himself in a meeting of the social circle. Upon seeing Fang Ximing, he hastily prepared to report on the results of the headquarters meeting. Yet, he sensed an odd discordance. Had he not just been discussing matters in the headquarters meeting room? How had he suddenly transitioned to the social circle's meeting room? This did not seem like a fabrication. In an instant, he felt as though he had forgotten something important. He then looked towards Fang Ximing, seated at the head of the table, and began to report. General Fang, the headquarters is already contemplating dismantling our social circle. Should we strike first? Should we eliminate Yang Jian, who is responsible for Gao Jiqiang's demise, as a warning to the headquarters? He recounted in vivid detail how the headquarters had targeted them during the meeting, embellishing the tale with myriad accusations against the senior personnel at the headquarters. The practitioners at the headquarters watched as the representative from the social circle gradually descended into madness, disparaging the headquarters. They instinctively distanced themselves from him, unwilling to believe he had lost his sanity. He was likely influenced by that practitioner seated beside Yi Shi, an elderly figure from the Republic era. The practitioners felt a surge of fear. They had been ensnared silently and were unaware of it. Such an ability was profoundly terrifying. As Yang Jian listened to the representative detailing plans for his downfall, veins bulged on his forehead. He counted at least 7 or 8 twisted schemes, along with several proposals aimed at sowing discord. Yet he restrained himself from acting. Regardless, this practitioner was doomed today. The headquarters would not let him escape, and the social circle would not spare him either. Chapter 135. Attitudes of all parties. Why is everyone so silent? Speak up, share your thoughts. The representative of the Yugui faction, visibly anxious and somewhat perplexed, questioned. He acknowledged that he may have embellished certain details, yet most of his claims were grounded in truth. As he surveyed the room, he noticed Mr. Fang smiling at him, which seemed to illuminate a glimmer of understanding within him. He hastily interjected, You all think my intelligence is flawed, don't you? Is there a spy sowing discord between us? Mr. Fong, you cannot possibly believe in the treachery of deceitful individuals, can you? With wide eyes, the representative pressed on. Why do you not trust my words? Why doubt me? You must believe. His frustration peaked as he stood and slammed his hand on the table, shouting in anger. In the conference room at headquarters, the spectators' expressions ranged from pity to disgust, interspersed with amusement. His fury swiftly transformed into terror, and he crumpled to the floor, his gaze drifting vacantly towards the ceiling. It was over. Everything was lost. He felt a chilling wave wash over him, accompanied by an odd sensation enveloping his body. Clarity flickered within him. Someone was intent on his demise. He had uttered far too many reckless words, and his time was limited. Perhaps this conclusion was for the best. A feeble smile forced itself onto his lips as he resignedly awaited his fate, believing that only through his sacrifice could his loved ones be spared. Lock me away in the golden coffin for now, and once the meeting concludes, verify what I have said and devise a solution, he instructed Yi Shi. Addressing Deputy Minister Chao Yinhua's temples throbbed with indignation. He had never anticipated that their social circle would harbor such intentions. He had assumed their motives were simply to vie for more benefits, not to usurp the headquarters. Elder Qin also cast a glance at the Yuga representative, who instantly felt the icy chill recede from his body. Yet, a deeper cold permeated his heart. Falling into the hands of headquarters meant he would be drained of his last vestiges of value before his death. Regret consumed him in that moment. As the golden coffin lid sealed tightly, his despairing gaze gradually faded into oblivion. The other Yugui practitioners straightened in their seats when Yi Shi's eyes swept over them. Their posture was not one of respect for Yi Shi. Rather, they had formed a clandestine faction comprised entirely of Yugui practitioners, aiming to stand behind Yi Shi and oppose the upper echelons of headquarters. This conflict embodied the tension between Yugui practitioners and ordinary individuals. The former envied the latter's ability to live blissfully ignorant, while the latter admired the formidable powers of the former. Sometimes, their allegiances were forged from the simplest of reasons. Yi Shi held a prominent position within headquarters, his reputation esteemed, and he too was a Yugui practitioner. These three factors alone garnered their unwavering support. Additionally, there lingered a hidden motive among them. In the eyes of many, the spirits controlled by Yi Shi were deemed lacking in combat prowess. Leaning towards support roles, these Yugui practitioners believed such individuals were easier to manipulate. Lu San, toying with a paper frog, possessed a spirit within him that harnessed a modicum of supernatural thievery. However, upon encountering Yi Shi, he perceived a substantial suppression of his spirit's abilities, to the point where he could no longer access his thieving power. Initially, he believed this oppression stemmed from the aged figure of the Republic era, but after employing a paper doll for thorough investigation, he was taken aback to discover the lingering essences of two Yugui practitioners, Yi Shi and Elder Qin, each occupying half of the residual energy. Upon receiving this information, Lu San promptly stowed the paper frog in his pocket and destroyed the paper doll. He then straightened in his chair, adopting an impeccable demeanor that left no room for criticism. Internally, he silently scoffed at the depths of the Yugui practitioner's circle. He resolved to rely on paper dolls for tasks henceforth. Avoiding the use of his true self, Yi Shi, observing Lu San's newfound composure, was acutely aware of his actions, as he possessed the power of thievery himself. The essence he had inadvertently leaked served as a more potent deterrent than mere words. For instance, the current Lu San received a faint smile from Yi Shi, creating an instinctive urge within him to steer clear of the latter. The grotesque image of writhing flesh lingered in his mind as he stared vacantly at the pigments within the makeup box, which appeared strangely vibrant, infused with a thick perfume that masked an almost imperceptible stench of decay. He hastily shut the makeup box. Elder Qin's stance had made everything abundantly clear. He supported Yi Shi, and thus, she would too. Elder Qin was the linchpin of headquarters. Without him, the organization could hardly maintain control over such a multitude of Yugui practitioners. Of course, Yang Jian was no exception to the abnormality. A ghostly eye on his forehead scanned the surroundings, its crimson gaze exuding an eerily discordant aura that contrasted sharply with his own demeanor, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit observing others. Nevertheless, he deliberately avoided both Elder Qin and Yi Shi, for these two individuals possessed the uncanny ability to compel his ghostly eye to close. Yang Jian's actions drew the ire of other Yugui practitioners, Yet most were too intimidated to voice their displeasure, especially after the recent incident involving the demise of Gao Jiqiang. None wished to become the next Gao Jiqiang. Chapter 136. The meeting commences. Yi Shi cast a sweeping glance around at the illusionists attending the meeting before stepping into the partitioned area at the back of the conference room, where Wang Xiaoming and Chao Yanhua were already engaged in a discussion regarding the specifics of the meeting. With the esteemed Elder Qin presiding over the conference room, there was little chance of disorder. The illusionists present were certainly no fools. Foolish illusionists simply did not survive to this day. Upon pushing open the door to the partition, faint sounds of discussion drifted out. The door bore a peculiar texture, seemingly composed of gold, softer than typical metals. Although the primary focus of this meeting was to deliberate on the aftermath of the ghostly emissary incident, the captain's proposed candidate list would also be announced, as had been previously arranged. Wang Xiaoming spoke up, momentarily pausing upon seeing Yi Shi enter, before reiterating his earlier remarks. So, this is the content for the latter part of the meeting. Professor Yi, are you interested in this matter? I recall your recommendation quota has been exhausted. Chao Yanhua then addressed Yi Shi, inquiring, Professor Yi, have you made a decision regarding your 2 recommendation quotas? Initially, Yi Shi had only 1 recommendation slot, but due to Chao Yanhua's indiscretion, the headquarters had to allocate an additional 1 to him. 1 slot will go to Yang Jian, while I currently have no suitable candidate for the other. You may select a captain for now, but should a vacancy arise in the captaincy, I must retain the right to designate a replacement first, Yi Shi replied with a sense of resignation. His current strength was sufficient for him to stand alone, rendering the need for teammates unnecessary. Chao Yanhua felt a flicker of joy. He had feared that Yi Shi would allocate the slot to an illusionist with whom he had a personal rapport, but lacking in capability. Such a decision could incite discontent among other captains, but it was clear that his concerns were unfounded. Yi Shi remained indifferent to the authority of the headquarters. The immense power was merely a tool for him to achieve his goals. He had more adept instruments at his disposal, such as his own strength, and thus paid little heed to authority. Upon hearing Yi Shi's words, a faint smile crossed Wang Xiaoming's face. In that case, I will allocate my slot to Li Jun, he declared. Wang Xiaoming's suggestion was met with approval from Chao Yanhua. Li Jun was a core illusionist of the headquarters, renowned for his loyalty and exceptional work ethic. Chao Yanhua nodded in agreement. Li Jun is indeed commendable and worthy of the captaincy. With that settled, the preliminary candidate list for the captaincy is established. However, Chao Yanhua had unspoken thoughts. Yang Jian's selection as a candidate for captain was already a foregone conclusion. His contributions and influence within the illusionist community were significant. Should he fail to ascend to the captaincy, it would not merely be a matter of replacing one individual, but would have far-reaching implications. Yi Shi was acutely aware of Chao Yanhua's inner thoughts. His intention in offering the slots was straightforward. Some ordinary illusionists, upon learning of the powers vested in captains, might inevitably aspire to that position. They would not consider whether they possessed the requisite strength, instead allowing the allure of power to cloud their judgment. If word of his available slots were to leak, those vying for the captaincy would undoubtedly swarm him like flies, impossible to shoo away. I shall step out to convene the meeting now. It is time to commence, Chao Yanhua remarked, glancing at the golden clock on the wall before addressing the 2 men. Adjusting his attire, he opened the partition door and addressed the assembled illusionists. Is everyone present? Excellent. Given the urgency of this matter, I shall forego any unnecessary pleasantries. This meeting will be chaired by myself, the Vice Minister, with Professors Yi and Wang accompanying me. Once everyone was seated, Chao Yanhua surveyed the room and nodded. The primary focus of this meeting is to discuss how to address the S-class supernatural incident, codenamed Ghostly Emissary, located near the experimental base on the outskirts of J-City. This incident occurred abruptly, resulting in the tragic demise of numerous newcomers who were participating in training at the base. I would like to commend Yang Jian for his bravery in the face of danger, as he led many illusionists to safety until help from headquarters arrived. I must also commend him again for his tireless efforts in the mission to rescue Professor Wang. However, many of you may not be well acquainted with the ghostly emissary incident due to its sudden nature and the confidentiality surrounding the special circumstances. Therefore, I will provide an impromptu explanation. Please activate the slideshow. For other illusionists, the ghostly emissary represented a troublesome predicament, yet he had previously offered paper money to the emissary. Consequently, it would no longer pose a threat to him. Additionally, the list of materials for his advancement did not include the emissary, So unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the emissary would no longer concern him, save for the borrowed coffin. The proposals from the Scarecrow and Ghostly Man were expected to require a certain duration of waiting. It was likely that the supernatural realm was particularly unique. Perhaps its balance had yet to be disrupted. The purpose of the lengthy interval was merely to allow certain individuals to ascertain whether that balance had indeed been compromised. This also elucidated why the Scarecrow's malevolent spirit remained undetectable to Yi Shi. Within a realm where balance was achieved, the supernatural elements were exceedingly complex, interwoven in a manner that could significantly hinder judgment. Xiao Yanhua meticulously detailed the origins and developments of the ghostly emissary incident, as well as the peculiarities associated with the ghostly coffin. The illusionists were deeply aware of the precariousness of their lives, as they were perpetually aware of the countdown to their own mortality. Their desire to survive far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. After all, no one could predict who would be tasked with addressing the subsequent developments of the ghostly emissary incident. Should anyone wish to adopt an air of arrogance or disdain, they would find themselves sorely mistaken. Such individuals had long since perished and could not possibly attend this meeting. Those who maintained an air of superiority within the meeting were likely merely putting on a faade, striving to leave a fearsome impression on their peers, akin to the ostentatious attitudes displayed by representatives in social circles solely to secure their interests. They were not genuinely bold enough to confront the headquarters. Unfortunately, one such individual inadvertently drew the ire of Yi Shi. To defame a deity bore severe consequences. Had it been the wrathful master of secrets, he would have been reduced to cinders by lightning. Though Yi Shi had yet to attain true divinity, he was nonetheless a singular entity fully activated, thus qualifying as a pseudo-deity. Chapter 137. Silence. When the others learned that the ghostly enforcer possessed the mindless ability to suppress other specters, their faces darkened. How could they ever hope to contend with such an entity? This was immunity to the harm of malevolent spirits. Did it mean they were to engage in close combat with the enforcer? Moreover, the enforcer inflicted true damage upon those specters being subdued. This was utterly unjust. Upon hearing that the enforcer's modus operandi was to eliminate solitary specter tamers, many felt a slight relief. Understanding this pattern allowed for avoidance, a prerequisite for ensuring safety. Yet, a grim thought loomed. The number of suppressions the enforcer could enact would increase with the number of spirits it subdued. A shadow of despair enveloped their hearts. If the enforcer remained unchecked and sought out pieces to enhance itself, it could render all tamers effectively isolated. Xiao Yanhua proceeded to elucidate the reasons behind the certainty of death for the solitary. Within a certain radius, the number of spirits must exceed the enforcer's current tally to evade its wrath. Otherwise, even 100 individuals gathered would be of no consequence. Thus, only collective action among the specter tamers held any hope of resistance. Xiao Yanhua gestured toward the data displayed on the screen. After deliberation and validation by headquarters, a secure distance of 20 square meters had been established, approximately the size of a room. Deputy Minister, do we have any information on the current number of spirits that the enforcer possesses? An earnest voice inquired. This information was critical. Any inaccuracies could lead to their utter obliteration. Whispers filled the conference room as the tamers expressed their dissatisfaction with Wang Xiaoming's ignorance. This was a matter of life and death. They could not afford to test the enforcer's suppression limits. Yi Shi sighed, then raised a hand to silence the others. He spoke. In my foresight of the future, when the enforcer appears outside headquarters, it will possess 20 suppression slots. Following that event, nearly all the tamers at headquarters perished. The gravity of Yi Shi's words drew gasps from the assembly. The weight of this revelation was unbearable, striking their hearts like a hammer, painful, excruciating. Observing their reaction, Yi Shi continued, since I have spoken of the future, it is no longer inevitable. At the very least, you now understand the necessity of restraining the enforcer. We cannot allow it to grow unchecked once more. Wang Xiaoming furrowed his brow, bewildered by Yi Shi's abilities. While Xiong Wenwen's talent was more akin to extrapolation based on current data, Yi Shi seemed to possess knowledge that could shape the present through foresight. He glanced at Yi Shi, pondering if his assumptions were correct. If so, Yi Shi likely held more information about the future than he had revealed, perhaps striving to safeguard a specific outcome, gradually calibrating the future to align with his desires. What, then, was the future he envisioned? Wang Xiaoming gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the azure sky, unable to decipher Yi Shi's intentions. Each of his actions appeared devoid of a definitive purpose. yet collectively they might weave an intricate web of intrigue. He shook his head, recognizing that he lacked sufficient information to draw any conclusions. How could they avoid isolation? To do so, 10 tamers capable of controlling 2 spirits each would need to unite. Was the situation already this dire? Xiao Yanhua pressed on. From the data, it's evident that, if given time, this entity could decimate an entire nation's population. No tamers could withstand it. We are simply not of the same caliber. Many among them harbored deep reluctance to participate in the enforcer's containment efforts. Yet Yishi's words echoed clearly in their minds. They could only hope for a single tamer to emerge who could bear the weight of this precarious situation. Unresolvable suppression, guaranteed death for the solitary. These 2 conditions alone were sufficient to decimate a legion of tamers, even with knowledge of the patterns. Without such knowledge, they would stand no chance, dying without understanding the cause of their demise. Xiao Yanhua sighed, continuing, indeed, these 2 conditions merely outline the enforcer's lethal tendencies. But it possesses 2 additional, equally terrifying traits. His countenance grew grave as he activated a slide, revealing an image shrouded in darkness before the assembly. The enforcer, designated as a ghost, wielded a spectral domain. Within this domain, it could neither be contained nor suppressed. Even if it were confined, the enforcer would merely reset and commence another cycle of attacks, capable of restarting multiple times until it had annihilated everyone within its domain, only ceasing once its task was complete. Unresolvable suppression, guaranteed death for the solitary, inability to contain, infinite resets. Each revelation regarding the ghost's attributes struck like a heavy blow, resonating painfully in every heart present. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, yet only Yang Jian cast a puzzled glance at Yi Shi and Elder Qin. Both were formidable enough to directly subdue the enforcer, and Yang Jian silently affixed a label of reliance onto Yi Shi. Xiao Yanhua pounded the table, declaring, I recognize the enormity of this challenge, which is precisely why we must deliberate. The enforcer's situation cannot be postponed. It demands swift resolution. Should we neglect it, the consequences will be catastrophic. Today, our nation's foremost tamers are gathered here, and if we fail, it signifies a complete loss of control over supernatural events. Therefore, I implore you all, devise a plan. Any cost will be justified if the headquarters can endure it. Yang Jian's inner thoughts urged Elder Qin and Yi Shi to take charge, confident in their capabilities. However, observing Yi Shi, who seemed lost in thought, and Elder Qin, who was dozing, he realized they had no intention of engaging in the matter, prompting him to minimize his own presence. He felt utterly powerless to address the enforcer's predicament. Yi Shi, noticing the pallor of the specter tamers, found it difficult to reconcile their current state with the spirited group from earlier. Nevertheless, he voiced, in truth, suppressing malevolent spirits does not necessarily require tamers. Perhaps another supernatural incident could suffice. We can initially subdue this matter, and in the future, solutions may emerge. Chapter 138. Rebirth. Is it truly wise to confine malevolent spirits with other malevolent spirits? Is there not a fear that 2 such entities might amalgamate into a singular, insurmountable horror? This is the prevailing thought among many practitioners, yet a few among them remain lost in contemplation. These thoughtful individuals have witnessed the remnants of the Republican era and are aware of the strategies employed by the elder generation. They have indeed used malevolent spirits to restrain other malevolent spirits. Those who opposed this notion hesitated to voice their dissent, for the proponent of this idea was Yi Shi, a practitioner with the ability to foresee the future. There existed a possibility that the future might indeed involve the confinement of ghostly messengers in this manner. They were curious to see whether Yi Shi would elaborate on this plan before making a judgment. After articulating this thought, Yi Shi closed his eyes in meditation, indifferent to the ensuing developments. He merely offered a suggestion, unwilling to shoulder the burden of potential failure. The attendees in the conference room mirrored Yi Shi's silence, plunging the space once more into an eerie stillness. After an indeterminate period, a delicate-featured practitioner finally broke the silence with a suggestion. Perhaps we could remove the coffin nails from the starving ghost and utilize them to confine the ghostly messenger? After all, we have imprisoned the starving ghost for quite some time, and we possess a fair degree of confidence in our ability to extract the nails while simultaneously suppressing the entity. Upon hearing this, Yi Shi smiled faintly before his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. The reason the starving ghost is categorized as an S-level event is due to its capacity for a near 40-minute reboot. The moment we remove the coffin nails, the slightest lapse in suppression could allow the starving ghost to harness its rebooting ability and escape confinement. At that point, we would all become the ghostly thralls of the starving ghost. Yishi understood that the 40-minute reboot ability of the starving ghost was, in fact, a trait of the wish ghost. However, this knowledge was not shared by others, allowing him to use this rationale to deflect the crowd's concerns. After all, should the starving ghost be released, he would certainly not escape unscathed. Deputy Minister Chao Yanhua was eager for a resolution to the incident. Yet he did not wish to disturb the starving ghost. He had previously handled the case in Dachang City, and although the situation had been resolved, Professor Wang's report indicated that the ghost's threat level was undeniably on par with that of a ghostly messenger. Following Yi Shi's unconventional warning, Chao Yanhua gleaned a deeper understanding and cast a dark glance at the delicate-featured practitioner, rifling through his memory for the identity of this individual. Upon recalling the details of this practitioner, Chao Yanhua's ire intensified. This practitioner had joined the headquarters from a circle of acquaintances, and given the recent demise of Jiang Shangbai and the detention of another representative from that circle, he now harbored no doubts regarding the potential ulterior motives behind the delicate practitioner's proposal regarding the coffin nails. With this in mind, Chao Yanhua spoke with a grim countenance. The plan to extract the coffin nails is exceedingly immature. We cannot bear the cost of two S-level incidents erupting simultaneously. This proposal shall never be utilized. Yang Jian intended to interject, but Chao Yanhua had preemptively rejected the notion of removing the coffin nails, a stance he had not anticipated. Such a position was hardly characteristic of the headquarters. The delicate-featured practitioner offered no further objections, aware that their influence had significantly dwindled, with one member deceased and another imprisoned. He had merely approached the meeting with a trial-and-error mindset, hoping to procure a coffin nail from the headquarters. However, witnessing the headquarters' apparent intent to eradicate their circle, he resolved to distance himself from them once the meeting concluded. Silence enveloped the meeting once more. Wang Xiaoming appeared withdrawn, offering no words of comfort, only providing data assistance during normal discussions. He refrained from offering any crucial suggestions. Amidst the oppressive atmosphere, one practitioner succumbed to the tension and began to sob. Such weeping was not inherently catastrophic, yet it prompted another practitioner to join in her lament. The ghost she commanded was driven to kill by the sound of sobbing. Chaos erupted within the conference room as numerous practitioners leapt from their seats, hastily deploying the powers of their malevolent spirits to counter the supernatural assault of the sobbing. They endeavored to silence the weeping practitioner, yet no matter how they called out, she remained unresponsive. The malevolent spirit had awakened. Now, it was a malevolent spirit that wept. A remark from one practitioner incited further turmoil, plunging the gathering into utter disarray. Li Jun and Lu Jiwen shielded Yi Shi, Wang Xiaoming, and Chao Yanhua from harm. A series of stampedes ensued as they attempted to confine this malevolent spirit, only to realize that it seemed to exist beyond the confines of the physical world, leaving them in a state of despair. To escape the clutches of the ghostly messenger, yet to perish at the hands of their own colleagues. What absurdity! Yang Jian's ghostly eye shifted, contemplating the opening of the ghost domain to ascertain the spirit's location. Just as he prepared to act, a voice emanated from the head of the conference table. Yi Shi coughed softly, yet nothing transpired. Nevertheless, Yang Jian sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere around him. As the chaos escalated, the aged Qin Lao, marked by age spots, rapped his cane against the floor, emitting a feeble yet commanding voice. Enough. There is but a single malevolent spirit. To be frightened into such a state by it is a disgrace to the youth. With those words, all actions ceased. Was this truly within the capabilities of a practitioner? Could this be the legendary rebirth? A thread of dread coursed through their minds as they regarded the feeble-looking elder, their hearts gripped by fear. This seemingly frail individual wielded power typically reserved for the most formidable malevolent spirits. Was this the depth of the headquarters' resources? The practitioners from the circle of acquaintances felt a chilling apprehension. Under such a rebirth capability, their circle could collapse in an instant. They contemplated how to sever ties with their circle completely after the meeting, even considering turning against them if necessary. Let us continue the meeting. The chaos ends here. Grant me the courtesy due to an elder, Qin Lao intoned. Silence reigned as everyone complied, as if even the spirits within them had fallen into stillness. They dared not move, fearing that any further disturbance might provoke the elder to strike them down with his cane. Chapter 139. Finalizing the plan. Xiao Yanhua cleared his throat, steeling himself for the conversation ahead. Let us resume our previous discussion. We have discerned the patterns of the malevolent spirit and its methods of killing. I trust you will not let me down. So let us continue deliberating on the strategy for containing the ghostly emissary. The practitioners of the arcane had just extricated themselves from the shock induced by Elder Qin, only to find themselves ensnared once more in the dilemma of how to address the ghostly emissary, leaving them in a state of numbness. Simultaneously, a question lingered in their minds. If this elder was so formidable, why was he not taking the lead to resolve this predicament? However, as they closely observed the elder's frail form, they comprehended the reason. His body was hunched, supported solely by a cane that barely held him upright. A sense of hopelessness began to wash over them. If even such a powerful practitioner as he was relegated to the sidelines, how could they, mere novices, confront the escalating supernatural threats? Just when they anticipated a continued silence, to Xiao Yanhua's surprise, a practitioner proposed a new idea. It is futile to confine this spirit within our ranks. Once ensnared in the emissary's domain, death is the only outcome. Therefore, if we must imprison it, we must do so from without. Only then can we prevent the emissary from perpetually resurrecting. The speaker was Li Leping, the head of Dachuan City. The other practitioners had subconsciously begun to overlook him, yet his words heralded significant news. To resolve the emissary issue, one must contain the entire ghostly domain. Did Professor Yi foresee similar supernatural events in the future? Yishi cast a subtle glance at Li Leping and remarked, "Have you considered that the emissary's strength may merely stem from the multitude of pieces it has gathered? If I could siphon a portion of the supernatural energy from it, perhaps the danger would be substantially mitigated." At this moment, Wang Xiaoming, expressionless, interjected, "I only discovered the source of the emissary after encountering this supernatural incident, but by then, it was often too late, as individuals had already entered the ghostly domain and were trapped, doomed to be endlessly exhausted by the emissary. Currently, only Yang Jian can traverse this ghostly realm." Wang Xiaoming signaled to Elder Qin and Yi Shi, receiving affirmative nods before continuing. "However, I have alternative thoughts regarding severing the emissary's supernatural influence. Even if we could manage to sever it, such a powerful spirit would require extensive preparation. Thus, I lean towards using the supernatural to constrain the supernatural. What if we could confine the emissary within the ghostly realm depicted in the ghostly painting? Would that not effectively allow us to temporarily avoid addressing this supernatural incident?" Seeing that the other practitioners remained silent, Wang Xiaoming understood their fears. He continued to elucidate. "The ghostly painting does not require proximity. It merely needs to be traversed. If we fail, the repercussions would be minimal, as the emissary would handle it. If we succeed, we could neutralize the emissary. Its patterns of killing should already be restricted, and while it remains perilous, it is certainly more manageable than the emissary itself. The collision of two S-rank supernatural events could likely resolve one of them." At this juncture, the meeting had essentially established the forthcoming course of action. With Wang Xiaoming's devised plan and Yishi's foresight, resolving this matter appeared increasingly feasible. The ghostly emissary incident left little room for alternative solutions. Since Yang Jian's induction into the headquarters, he had scarcely perused any records, and it was evident that he was misinterpreting Wang Xiaoming's description of the vengeful spirit as a mere door-knocking ghost. He then inquired, "Professor Wang, do you intend to lure the knocking ghost here and draw the emissary out of Dying City?" Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Yishi pondered deeply, and a vivid image materialized before him. A scene of carnage, strewn with corpses and bleached bones, rivers of blood flowing, the blossoms of cherry trees stained crimson. In this tableau, an elderly figure hung a phone around his neck, wielding a blood-red umbrella in one hand, while his feet were shod in high heels. Where he walked, the ground decayed at an alarming rate. The entire ghostly domain resembled a layer of unblended ink, dark and profound. It seemed the knocking ghost had found additional pieces in the island nation, and its current level of terror likely surpassed that of the emissary. Wang Xiaoming was also aware of the recent requests for assistance from the island nation to others. The knocking ghost could now be classified as SS level. It was on the verge of obliterating the island nation. It was said that practitioners who entered the knocking ghost's domain would decay, even if they commanded two vengeful spirits. After the island nation deployed numerous practitioners for reconnaissance, the knocking ghost's realm had transformed into a playground for countless revived vengeful spirits, celebrating wildly. Moreover, the domain was incessantly filled with large-scale knocking curses. Wang Xiaoming dared not summon the knocking ghost. It had evolved into a group attack that disregarded distance. Soon, its threat level was likely to escalate to SSS. Li Jun, please fetch the file on the vengeful spirit from the drawer for Yang Jian. Wang Xiaoming understood that Yang Jian possessed a curse that could attract the knocking ghost, and this curse was akin to a nuclear button that must be tightly controlled. Yang Jian perused the file Wang Xiaoming handed him, remaining silent for a considerable time. He could hardly fathom the extent of the knocking ghost's newfound terror. Noticing the bewilderment of other practitioners regarding this matter, Yishi smiled and spoke. This pertains to an S-rank supernatural incident that occurred abroad, referred to in the file as the Art Museum incident. However, the headquarters has more straightforwardly dubbed it the ghost painting incident. He then turned to Yang Jian and added, "This vengeful spirit once passed through Dachang City, brandishing a golden candelabrum." Yang Jian's already somber expression turned impassive upon hearing this. Was he fortunate that his old adversary, the knocking ghost, had become so formidable? Or was he unfortunate that the ghost painting incident had traversed right before him without ensnaring him in its web? The meeting's plan had taken shape. Professor Wang's ghost painting proposal was currently in play, though it was merely one of several options. Chao Yanhua hoped others would continue to brainstorm alternatives, even as backups, to ensure they were prepared for unforeseen complications. However, it was evident that the other practitioners had no superior ideas, which left Chao Yanhua in deep frustration, placing his hopes on the headquarters think tank to refine Professor Wang's strategy. After the meeting concluded, Yi Shi, along with Professor Wang and Elder Qin, exited the conference room through a side door, leaving Chao Yanhua alone, adrift in confusion. Chapter 140. Dialogue. As for the previously mentioned Captain Plan, it has been temporarily shelved due to the heavy nature of the discussions at this meeting. Introducing the Captain Plan at such a moment could inadvertently suggest that the captains are akin to the death squads involved in the ghostly affairs. Although the headquarters harbors no such intentions, the practitioners of the supernatural perceive it otherwise, which is already quite troublesome. After a round of internal discussions, the final decision was to postpone the Captain Plan. Yi Shi had no objections. The Captain Plan was of no personal concern to him. He had never contemplated cultivating his own power, unlike the headquarters, which, in pursuit of balance, resolved to sacrifice certain interests to gain a modicum of authority. The group sat in a crimson vehicle, circling the headquarters before stopping by the roadside, seemingly awaiting someone. Yi Shi, do you truly believe that the ghostly drawings can restrain the ghostly agents? Wang Xiaoming pondered deeply before voicing this perplexing question. In truth, his plan had many incomplete aspects. The terror associated with ghostly agents is profound, and the likelihood of unforeseen events is exceedingly high. No one can guarantee the outcomes of supernatural occurrences, not even Wang Xiaoming himself. He suspected that Yi Shi possessed some knowledge about the future of this matter, yet upon seeing the inexplicable smile on Yi Shi's face, he felt an urge to strike him, an impulse rooted in emotion, though Wang Xiaoming was predominantly rational. Some matters must be tested to ascertain the results, mustn't they? Even I would not dare to guarantee the future, for my abilities stem from malevolent spirits. What if, in the future, an exceedingly terrifying spirit emerges and disturbs my judgment? Yi Shi cast a glance at the composed Wang Xiaoming, realizing that he was not relying on any supposed prophecies of the future, and thus continued. The future is not immutable. Every predicted outcome can shift with the flutter of a butterfly's wings. I trust that Professor Wang is not so obtuse as to overlook this. Wang Xiaoming indeed grasped this concept. If the future were fixed, then Yi Shi's foresight would become meaningless, akin to a premonition of death. Such a reality would only breed deeper fear and exacerbate chaos. If the conclusion of death were already predetermined, then all practitioners of the supernatural would become desperate fugitives, leaving this world utterly beyond salvation. Regarding the ghostly affairs, I can only gently guide you toward success, rather than assist you in achieving it. One day, I may very well vanish. When that time comes, who will you turn to? Yi Shi concluded, falling silent, confident that Wang Xiaoming would comprehend the gravity of the situation. Wang Xiaoming quickly understood the implications of Yi Shi's words, particularly the notion of his potential disappearance, which he had already accepted as a certainty. The group remained silent within the vehicle for a considerable time until Wang Xiaoming spoke. The headquarters has converted Yang Jian's contributions into supernatural items. They cannot afford to grant him too many ghostly candles at once. as their current production rate is insufficient. Yi Shi, if you require any supernatural items, you may take a few this time. Upon hearing Wang Xiaoming's words, Yi Shi nodded. For his reason for sharing a vehicle with them was indeed because Old Qin had instructed him to retrieve some supernatural items from the warehouse. After a brief wait outside the training base, a red ghostly domain appeared before the vehicle, resembling a swath of crimson satin. It seemed the red domain intended to enter the vehicle directly, but halted midway, as if wary of something. Yang Jian gradually stepped into the vehicle, and upon seeing Old Qin and Yi Shi in the back seat, he felt a twinge of horror. Fortunately, he could ascertain that the headquarters had not abandoned their plans regarding him. Otherwise, he would have refrained from boarding this vehicle. As soon as Yang Jian entered, Wang Xiaoming remarked, "The headquarters has converted your contributions into supernatural items. Following our discussions, you may take away a maximum of 2 items." Yang Jian was not taken aback. The headquarters had informed them of this arrangement beforehand, and he was now there to select the supernatural items. However, his primary aim was not the items themselves, but rather to uncover some matters that had long troubled him, such as the knocking ghost incident. "Could you tell me about the knocking ghost incident documented in the files?" Yang Jian inquired, his expression darkening. This was a lifelong wound. The malevolent spirit had shattered the tranquility of his life, forcing him to become a practitioner of the supernatural to confront this age of despair. Wang Xiaoming retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to Yang Jian, saying, "This is a photo sent during the request for assistance from the island nation. It depicts the entity known as the knocking ghost, which you should be quite familiar with. However, what I want you to notice is not merely the appearance of the knocking ghost, but the additional items in its hands and on its body." Yang Jian held the specialized satellite phone carefully, examining it closely. This device was crafted from unique materials, distinctly different from the satellite phones they possessed, resembling a normal mobile phone and somewhat akin to the one Yi Shi had previously shown. It appeared to be the pinnacle of the headquarters technology, likely reserved for those of high standing within the organization. Yet, he soon shifted his focus to the information contained within the phone. Yang Jian could confirm that this was indeed the knocking ghost from the initial incident, though it now seemed even more ominous. The ghostly domain was filled with drifting and falling balloons, and the countless hollow eyes appeared to mock the foolishness of the numerous practitioners of the supernatural. Upon seeing the elderly figure in the photograph, Old Qin could not help but sigh deeply, his aged voice resonating in the ears of the others. His tone was measured as he slowly articulated words that instilled despair in those around him. Yang Jian's face paled in that moment, his hand unconsciously clenching tightly. Wang Xiaoming felt bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure, realizing that Old Qin had not previously disclosed this information. Why reveal it now? This was a matter worthy of contemplation, and he believed that Old Qin's decision to share this information at this juncture must hold some significant meaning.